Chapter 1. Qianshuang. The gentle sunlight weaves its way through the village of Muye in April, cascading through the gaps of cherry blossom trees, illuminating the youthful and vibrant faces of the boys and girls through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, accentuating their exuberant vitality. The spring breeze of April blows softly, warm yet not piercing, gently swaying the branches of the cherry blossoms, causing delicate pink and white petals to dance and flutter in the wind, prompting a throng of passers-by to halt in admiration. However, this pause is merely temporary after a brief moment of daze. Most individuals sigh softly in their hearts and return to the busyness of their tasks, indicative of the considerable workload faced by the faculty and staff during this unique period. After all, it is the annual enrollment season at the My Ninja School, and with the Second Ninja World War having recently concluded, this moment marks a crucial phase for the village as it gathers strength and nurtures new saplings. Hey, look over there. Who is that boy sitting in the last row? He is so handsome, and his eyes are so big and bright. Look at the clan emblem on his clothes. He seems to belong to the Uchiha clan, doesn't he? A soft exclamation from the front row of the classroom draws the attention of a cluster of girls, who follow the gaze of the speaker to a solitary figure in the corner of the classroom. The boy possesses a head of jet-black tousled hair and a delicate, youthful face that appears no older than 4 or 5 years. Yet, what captures more attention are the striking, deep-set dark eyes beneath his arched brows, which possess a depth that seems to draw one into the abyss, wholly uncharacteristic of a child. At this moment, the boy sits in the corner by the floor-to-ceiling window in the last row, propping his chin on one hand, his gaze drifting towards the falling petals outside, as if contemplating something, yet his serene expression seems to convey a tranquility deep within. With the boy's keen hearing, even from the farthest corner of the large classroom, the girl's whispers are crystal clear, and feeling the unreserved gazes directed at him, the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. However, despite hearing the murmurs, the boy has no inclination to respond, for having endured similar situations numerous times, he understands that responding will only embolden others. It is only through indifference that the chatter will fade with time. Qianshuang is also attending class in this room. A somewhat familiar voice resonates behind Uchiha Qianshuang. Turning around, he sees a slightly older boy smiling warmly at him. Wearing a simple black high-neck short-sleeve shirt emblazoned with the unique Uchiha clan emblem on the back, he bears the rare dango nose characteristic of the Uchiha. Upon seeing this sunny boy, a rare smile graces Qianshuang's typically stoic face. "Oh, it's you, Shisui. It seems we will be classmates in the future. I look forward to your guidance." It's not that Qianshuang and Shisui are particularly close. They have only seen each other a few times among their peers in the clan. However, neither exhibits the typical Uchiha arrogance, and despite their limited encounters, they engage in pleasant conversation, growing accustomed to one another. Moreover, this vast classroom is not the Uchiha's territory, but rather encompasses nearly all the children of their age in Mai, and the chance encounter between the two evokes a sense of familiarity akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land, leaving Qianshuang feeling somewhat amused. "Haha, I should be the one asking for your guidance," Qianshuang. Squeak. The abrupt sound of a door creaking interrupts the lively chatter in the classroom, bringing a momentary hush over the students, including Qianshuang and Shisui, who turn to face the podium. A middle-aged ninja, sporting a headband adorned with the symbol of Mai and a face brimming with facial hair, strides in confidently and takes his place at the front. "Please quiet down and take your seats. We are about to begin the lesson." Qianshuang and Shisui exchange glances, sharing a smile before Shisui takes a seat beside Qianshuang. The middle-aged teacher wastes no time on excessive chatter, offering a brief self-introduction before proceeding with the distribution of textbooks and the customary imparting of the will of fire. Qianshuang tilts his head slightly, observing Shisui, who is engrossed in the lesson, oblivious to the fact that he will ultimately perish under this very belief in the future. He silently sighs, realizing that altering such mindsets will not be an easy task. It has been 5 years since Qianshuang arrived in this realm of ninjas. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual living in the early 21st century, and even that was a luxury compared to his orphaned origins. Having been without family since childhood, had it not been for the kindness of the villagers, he would have likely not lived to see adulthood. Upon reaching adulthood, in pursuit of a stable livelihood, he took on various part-time jobs. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of his spirit, after fainting one day, he awoke to find himself an integral part of the Uchiha clan. In this life, he considers himself fortunate, blessed with a prestigious lineage, loving parents, and a kind grandmother. Though his parents are merely ordinary Chunin without any notable influence, Qianshuang treasures this hard-won happiness immensely. However, good fortune is often fleeting, as if fate were playing a cruel joke, Just 2 years ago, as the Second Ninja World War drew to a close, Qianshuang's parents were ambushed and killed by mist ninjas during a supply transport mission, leaving no remains behind. This devastating news struck Qianshuang and his grandmother, who had been eagerly awaiting their return, like a bolt from the blue, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. In that moment, Qianshuang resolved to step out of his sheltered existence and, in the depths of his grief, awakened his Sharingan. Perhaps it was due to his status as a transmigrator. His mental fortitude was inherently different from others. This awakening commenced with the activation of the Totemo Sharingan. For the past 2 years, Qianshuang has diligently trained his body and refined his chakra without a single moment of neglect. Though he still falls short of being a true ninja, he stands among the few peers who can match his prowess. Yet, Qianshuang knows this is far from sufficient. With only 12 or 13 years remaining until the Uchiha clan's massacre, if he were to act alone, he could simply escape Muye and return once he has gained sufficient strength. However, he has an elderly grandmother, and the orphan Qianshuang, having lost his parents, cherishes this sole family member even more dearly. Thus, fleeing is not an option. He understands that he must meticulously utilize every moment, for only then can he seize a glimmer of hope during the Uchiha coup that leads to the clan's downfall. After careful consideration, Qianshuang has formulated his own plan. What he currently lacks is merely strength and reputation. Possessing formidable power is essential for survival against formidable foes, while sufficient renown is necessary to gain standing within the clan, thus influencing the Uchiha's trajectory. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the latter is closely intertwined with the former. Therefore, the most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly elevate his abilities. With this thought, Qianshuang clenches his fists. Power. He must acquire greater strength. Chapter 2. Encountering the Might Guy and his son. Well then, today's lesson comes to a close. However, do not grow complacent from today onward. You must dedicate time each day to refine your chakra. Remember, chakra is the foundation for executing techniques. Unbeknownst to them, the morning class has already concluded. Qianshuang, it's still early. Would you like to join me at the training ground to practice shuriken throwing? A voice pulls Qianshuang from his thoughts as he turns to see Shisui, who has already packed his bag, extending an invitation. Qianshuang offers a slight smile and waves his hand. No need. I have other matters to attend to later. Perhaps another time, do your best with your training. He casts an encouraging glance at Shisui. All right then, but next time, you must let me see your strength. Qianshuang nods, watching as Shisui leaves the classroom before picking up his own bag and stepping outside. In truth, shuriken throwing is an essential part of Qianshuang's training regimen, but the primary reason for declining Shisui's invitation is to avoid premature exposure of his abilities. He is well aware that over the past 2 years, he has mastered the level of shuriken throwing taught at the ninja school. At his current level, progressing further would require utilizing the exceptional insight of the Sharingan, a technique unique to the Uchiha clan. Should he accept the invitation, to achieve any meaningful progress, Qianshuang would inevitably need to activate his Sharingan. What does it mean to activate a 5-year-old Totemo Sharingan? It would likely leave many in awe, making it nearly impossible for Qianshuang to remain inconspicuous. Conversely, if he refrains from activating the Sharingan and merely practices the techniques he has long since perfected, spending an entire day in vain would be an unwise endeavor. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, Qianshuang resolutely declines the invitation. Although he has a favorable impression of Shisui from both his past and present lives, time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to waste any. As he strolls through the streets of the commercial district, the sun casts shadows along the sidewalk. Qianshuang slightly closes his eyes, relishing the gentle warmth of the sunlight, the breeze brushing against his face, and the distant sounds of vendors calling out, his heart unwittingly sinking into a state of tranquility. I could see that moment. 2 green figures emerge from the far end of the street, their attire and demeanor starkly incongruous with the bustling commercial district surrounding them. Noticing the 2 green silhouettes, Qianshuang could only helplessly rub his forehead, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. Uncle Dai Kai, are you 2 practicing your handstands on the street again? Did I not remind you to be mindful of your surroundings? Upon hearing this, the slightly taller figure lifted his head first. What met his gaze was a middle-aged man with an unremarkable face covered in a bushy beard, yet paired with a dazzlingly white smile and clad in a tight green outfit that exuded a unique aura of youth. Oh, it's you, Qianshuang. Would you care to join us? On such a sunny day, one should revel in the exertion of sweat and the blossoming of youth. The smaller green figure beside him, already drenched in perspiration and seemingly on the brink of exhaustion, suddenly perked up upon hearing his father mention Qianshuang's name. Ah, What a surprise to see you here, Qianshuang. Just in time, let's settle our scores. No, Kai. Have you forgotten our current mission? While enthusiasm is commendable, we must first complete our training. Ah, I see. Understood, Dad. Then, Qianshuang, let's have our duel once I've finished training. As Qianshuang sensed the peculiar stares directed at him from all around, his gaze fell upon the two sparkling figures across the way, seemingly ready to engulf him. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. Straining to force a smile, Qianshuang managed a grin that was painfully insincere. Right, I just finished class and haven't had lunch yet. You all continue practicing. I'll go grab something to eat and wait for you at the wooden posts in the forest this afternoon. With that, Qianshuang dashed away without awaiting a response. Once distanced from the two exercise enthusiasts, Qianshuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It wasn't that he disliked them, in fact. He rather enjoyed the company of these two simple-minded individuals. However, their relentless enthusiasm, particularly in public, could be quite taxing on both body and mind. Qianshuang's acquaintance with Might Guy and his son, Might Kai, began 2 years prior. After resolving to strengthen himself, Qianshuang utilized the memories of his past life to hone his chakra control techniques, engaging in activities such as tree climbing and water walking. Simultaneously, he dedicated considerable time to physical training, fortuitously encountering the Might father and son, to whom he eagerly joined and humbly sought guidance. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan prides itself on being the foremost lineage in Konoha, attributed to their formidable bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Ultimately, this is a special spiritual power inherited through family. Thus, proud Uchiha members seldom divert their focus from developing their bloodline limit, neglecting physical prowess. However, Qianshuang held a different perspective. He believed that both the Sharingan and physical strength constituted his power. Only through diligent effort in enhancing and developing both could one secure the possibility of survival in critical moments. Qianshuang never considered himself a genius. He firmly believed that there exists no genius who can triumph without effort. If there were, it simply meant that the effort expended was insufficient. The man who nearly brought the shinobi world to its knees is a testament to this belief. After a light meal by the roadside, Qianshuang commenced his training early. Weighted sprints, dragging logs, kicking drills, jumping rope. By the time he completed the routine, his clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. With great effort, he managed to lift his aching legs and finally settled on the ground, gasping for breath. The two familiar green figures once again came into view. Might Guy surveyed the surroundings, his gaze flitting over the log shaped like a dumbbell that Qianshuang had kicked and the path marked by dragged logs, a rare look of astonishment gracing his face. I never imagined that what I thought was a youthful just 2 years ago would lead you to persist for so long. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly, then spread his arms wide, lying back on the grass. No matter what others think, to me, both Taijutsu and the Sharingan are my strengths, and I believe Taijutsu is by no means inferior to the Sharingan. At the mention of this, Might Guy initially flinched, then seemed to grasp the implications, bursting into hearty laughter. You're absolutely right. As long as it is power derived from oneself, there is no distinction of strength mastering all forms to their peak that is true youth. However, remember, Qianshuang, that one cannot chew more than one can swallow. A half-hearted effort on 2 paths cannot compare to one who fully dedicates themselves to a single path. Might Guy suddenly sobered, speaking earnestly. Sensing the change in Might Guy's tone, Qianshuang straightened up, responding with solemnity. I understand, Uncle Dai, but I am confident that I can master both paths to their fullest potential. I know I was right about you. This is precisely the spirit of youth. Might Guy resumed his jovial demeanor, stepping closer and giving Qianshuang a hearty pat on the shoulder, eliciting a pained grin from Qianshuang. Chapter 3, Battle with Might Kai. Wow, Qianshuang, I didn't expect you to have such lofty ambitions. Truly worthy of being the only rival I recognize aside from Kakashi. Let's commence our long-awaited duel. Might Kai, who had been quietly listening, now assumed an eager stance, the familiar gazes of the father and son duo once again making Qianshuang feel somewhat uneasy. I just finished training. Why don't we sit down, take a breather, and discuss life and aspirations instead? It's fine, Qianshuang. I just wrapped up my training as well, and I promise I won't actually hurt you, Might Kai replied, giving a thumbs up and flashing a smile that sparkled like a diamond. Qianshuang, don't hesitate. Hold nothing back. Ignite your youth. Might Guy urged, his left fist clenched in encouragement. Qianshuang thought to himself, oh great, the father and son were harmonizing perfectly, leaving him no room to refuse. He could now deeply empathize with Kakashi's predicament of wanting to decline, but being at a loss for how to do so, constantly faced with challenges that no one could bear. Seeing Qianshuang's silence, Might Kai interpreted it as consent and let out a mighty shout, charging toward Qianshuang. "Qianshuang, take this. Leaf Great Whirlwind." With that, he launched a spinning kick directly at Qianshuang, the gust of wind brushing against Qianshuang's face, bringing with it a stinging sensation. Qianshuang refused to be caught off guard. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, swiftly retreating and narrowly evading the attack. "Hey, I have yet to accept your challenge. Come to your senses, Qianshuang. This time, I shall triumph over you with utmost integrity." Alas, at this moment, Might Guy is consumed by fervor, and it seems that nothing could halt him but his own fists. Left with no choice, Qianshuang also extends her leg, countering Might Guy's whirlwind kick once more. Bang! Their legs collide, and while Might Guy maintains his balance, Qianshuang finds herself involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. Her position against him tinged with discomfort, despite her relentless training over the past 2 years, which has propelled her physical prowess to new heights. When matched against someone 2 years her senior, whose martial arts training surpasses her own, Qianshuang must concede to the superior force. Leaf Rock rising. Might Guy, emboldened by his advantage, springs forward, his toes barely grazing the ground, and delivers a powerful upward kick that strikes Qianshuang's raised arms with tremendous force, lifting her into the air. In an instant, Might Guy deftly maneuvers to her side, twisting his body to unleash a downward kick aimed squarely at Qianshuang's abdomen. Qianshuang's lips curled slightly, and with a resounding bang, her figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, leaving behind only a shapeless wooden stump. Mithrayo was taken aback, turning around to behold a spinning kick, identical to the one he had just executed, hurtling towards his left cheek. Qianshuang's timing was nothing short of flawless. At that moment, Might Guy still maintained his downward kick, caught in the limbo between the waning of old strength and the impending arrival of new power. Helpless, Might Guy could only raise his arms in a futile attempt to block, but the overwhelming force of the kick sent him hurtling backward. Qianshuang did not hesitate, her hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. As her words fell, a fireball large enough to engulf an adult shot forth towards Might Guy. A flicker of doubt crossed Might Guy's face, but it was soon overshadowed by determination. First gate, open. The leaf scale. A faint green steam enveloped Might Guy as he faced the colossal fireball. He chose not to evade, knowing he could not escape such a vast assault. His right leg, shrouded in green steam, bravely met the attack head-on. Boom. A powerful explosion stirred a tempest of wind, forcing Might Guy, who was spectating nearby, to raise his arms in front of his brow, yet his eyes remained fixed on the depth shrouded in black smoke, revealing a glimmer of concern. Cough, cough. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a figure slightly charred emerged, gasping heavily. Clearly, the direct confrontation with the great fireball had drained a significant amount of chakra from Might Guy. Let's go again. Despite the exhaustion, determination remained etched on Guy's face as he charged once more towards Qianshuang's previous position. Soon, Might Guy's form broke free from the smoke's embrace, but in the next moment, he froze in place. For, within his line of sight, there was no trace of Qianshuang. His ears twitched. He heard a sound slicing through the air from his left. He raised his right fist to strike at the figure appearing on his left. However, in his vision, he noticed that Qianshuang's eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, with 2 swirling tomo within her dark pupils. Illusion technique, Sharingan. In the fleeting moment of their gaze locking, Qianshuang unhesitatingly unleashed an illusion, leaving Might Guy momentarily stunned for a full second. When he regained his senses, he felt a cold, sharp object pressed against his neck, rendering him motionless, fearful that the chilling kunai might inadvertently slice through his skin. Might Guy, witnessing this scene, sighed. You couldn't even force Qianshuang to reveal her 8 gates, could you? It seems Guy's training is still far from sufficient. Over the past 2 years, Qianshuang had trained daily in physical techniques alongside the Might father and son, forging a deep bond with these peculiar individuals. Might Guy, recognizing Qianshuang's remarkable talent in martial arts, had generously imparted the secrets of the 8 gates to her. Yet, he repeatedly cautioned her not to use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. Guy, you have lost. Qianshuang gently placed the kunai in her hand down and offered a slight smile to Might Guy. However, this smile sent a subtle chill down Guy's spine. At that moment, Might Guy approached, observing his son's disheveled state. He placed a reassuring hand on Kai's shoulder and said, "It's all right, my son. I believe that one day you will possess the strength to overcome Qianshuang and Kakashi. But until that day arrives, you must dedicate yourself to training even harder." Indeed. Upon hearing these words, Kai, who had previously felt a hint of despondency, reignited his fighting spirit. "Yes, father, I understand what I must do," he declared, with renewed fervor. Kai's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to Qianshuang. "From this day forth, I will continuously challenge you until the day I can triumph over you." Qianshuang, indeed, Kai. This is what youth is all about. Mithrayo wore a look of contentment. "Father, Kai." The father and son embraced, tears streaming down their faces. However, Qianshuang found himself unable to cry, feeling as though he were ensnared by an adhesive plaster, silently lamenting, "It seems I must keep my distance from Kai in the future." Chapter 4. Infiltration. As dusk gradually descended, Qianshuang concluded his training for the day. After bidding farewell to Mithriya and his son, he made his way home. Throughout the journey, Qianshuang pondered how to enhance his strength at the swiftest pace, for time waits for no one. Should he adhere to the conventional path of studying at the ninja academy? He dismissed that notion outright. Even participating in the graduation exam at this moment would pose no challenge for him. However, he had no immediate plans for graduation. For the reason was simple, it would draw too much attention. Qianshuang's parents were merely ordinary chunin, thus the ninjutsu scrolls they bequeathed to her were exceedingly limited. Qianshuang's father excels in fire release, while her mother specializes in wind release. 2 years ago, upon discovering her possession of 3 chakra natures, wind, fire, and lightning, Qianshuang began to diligently study the ninjutsu left by her parents. Over the past 2 years, she has nearly mastered the techniques they bequeathed, albeit they are primarily of a lower tier. This has led Qianshuang's training in ninjutsu to reach a plateau. After all, advanced techniques are not easily attainable, leaving her at a loss for direction. After much contemplation, she realized there was only one course of action: to seek a mentor. Despite her confidence in her own talents and the belief that no one would refuse to take her as a disciple, the act of finding a teacher also meant exposing herself, necessitating great caution. Moreover, Qianshuang's identity presented a challenge, since the ascension of the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan has faced ongoing suppression. The existence of the security force has further tarnished the Uchiha's reputation. Should she choose a teacher from outside her clan, it would be uncertain whether the higher-ups of Konoha would attempt to recruit her or eliminate her altogether. Furthermore, within the Uchiha clan, her decision might attract criticism. Although she remained indifferent to such opinions, she had an elderly grandmother to consider, making the risk seem disproportionate to the potential gains. While the precedent of Uchiha Kagami existed, the policies of the 2 previous Hokages differed significantly, and there was also the looming threat of a shadowy figure in the ninja world, watching with keen interest. Qianshuang was merely a peripheral figure within her clan, and by any measure, she fell short of her predecessors. Thus, seeking guidance from someone within her clan seemed the most prudent choice. Having studied the original texts, Qianshuang recalled that Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was a man of indecision. After the Ninetales incident, he had been bullied by Konoha's higher-ups, hesitating even to initiate a coup. When faced with the prospect of his own son being arrested, he merely awaited his fate. If he were to discover the existence of someone like her within the clan, he would likely attempt to conceal her. And perhaps she could even leverage this to supplant Itachi's future role, maneuvering between Konoha and the Uchiha. Was this not a more convenient way for her to influence the clan's direction? As for her capabilities, there was little doubt. A clan leader would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. If even Uchiha Fugaku could not instruct her, it was unlikely anyone else in the clan could. With her strategy firmly established, Qianshuang felt a wave of relief wash over her, and before she knew it, she had arrived at her doorstep. Qianshuang gazed at the bright lights of her home, instinctively aware that her grandmother awaited her return for dinner. A warm current surged within her as she hurriedly approached and opened the door. "I'm back, Grandma," she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she beheld the elderly woman seated at the dining table. "Welcome back, little Qianshuang. You must be exhausted from training. Please have a seat while I warm up the food," her grandmother replied, a smile illuminating her face at the sight of Qianshuang. Rising promptly, she made her way to the kitchen. Observing her grandmother's solitary and slightly stooped figure, Qianshuang felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She quickly removed her shoes and rushed to the kitchen. "Grandma, I'm not tired. Let me help you," she insisted. "Ah, good. Our Qianshuang has grown up." The elderly woman's voice resonated with warmth from the kitchen, as soft light enveloped their 2 figures, creating an atmosphere filled with comfort and tranquility. After a satisfying meal, Qianshuang sat quietly in her room, not meditating to refine her chakra, but rather focusing on her breath to maintain her optimal state. A few days prior, she had heard the news of the Uchiha clan leader's wife giving birth, none other than the arrival of Uchiha Itachi, with a newborn son and a still weak wife. It was unlikely that Fujitaka would venture out into the night, especially given his character. Moreover, the cover of night could help avoid unnecessary attention. Thus, Qianshuang resolved to act that very night. With a slow exhalation, she stood from her seat, ensuring her state was at its peak. Donning a black hooded cloak from the coat rack, she transformed into a shadow and slipped out of the window, vanishing into the night. By now, the hour was late, and the streets were nearly deserted. Most of the Konoha police force were stationed at the edges of the Uchiha compound, with only a handful patrolling within. Over the past 2 years, Qianshuang had become thoroughly acquainted with their patrol routes, making it relatively easy for her, a small and nimble figure, to evade them. As for why she did not enter openly, it was because Qianshuang wished to avoid being embroiled in the power struggles. Since the death of the second Hokage, the third Hokage had intensified the oppression of the Uchiha clan, leading many within the clan to contemplate a coup. Should her visit to the clan leader's residence draw the attention of the Dove and Hawk factions, it could pose significant challenges for her, even if her life were not in danger. After all, she lacked connections, power, and while her talent was notable, anyone would desire to claim an unanchored genius for themselves. This was also a reason for Qianshuang's decision to take Fujitaka as her mentor. After all, anyone bearing the Uchiha name was bound to heed the clan leader's words. However, before becoming Fujitaka's disciple, Qianshuang believed it prudent to proceed with caution. At the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fujitaka's residence, he looked upon his wife and son peacefully slumbering on the bed. A smile gracing his lips as he quietly withdrew from the room and closed the door. Fujitaka sat alone on the wooden porch, sipping tea, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Caught between thought and indecision. Several clan elders had begun to advocate for exerting pressure on Konoha to reclaim some political power, a notion unthinkable during the leadership of the first and second Hokage. However, after the second Hokage's death, the succession had been verbally passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen rather than Uchiha Kagami. Upon taking office, Hiruzen had further suppressed the Uchiha clan. Coupled with the diminished strength of Konoha post-World War II, some proud Uchiha members felt it was time to retaliate. Fujitaka, too, longed to reclaim the dignity that had been stripped from them. Yet, as clan leader, he had to consider not only the Uchiha clan but also the well-being of Konoha. While Konoha had indeed suffered during the war, the Uchiha had not fared much better. Even if they could emerge victorious, it would likely be a narrow escape. With the other four great nations ever watchful, poised to strike before they could solidify their position, it was a conundrum. After much deliberation, Fujitaka had yet to devise a viable solution. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping at the door interrupted Fujitaka's thoughts, rubbing his head in confusion. He wondered who would visit at such a late hour. Hadn't all matters regarding the clan been addressed already? Perplexed, Fujitaka approached the door to see who awaited him outside. Chapter 5. I can help you with your problems. Uchiha Fujitaka opened the door, and a small figure swiftly squeezed into the room, instinctively closing the door behind them. The moment the shadow entered, Fujitaka activated his Sharingan, instinctively retreating to create distance from the intruder. In his eyes, anyone capable of evading the watchful eyes of the patrol could not be underestimated. Who are you? He inquired, his wariness evident despite his curiosity about the diminutive stature of the visitor. Qianshuang slowly removed the hood from her head, revealing a strikingly fair complexion and exquisitely delicate features. Upon witnessing this scene, Fuyue was taken aback, astonished not only by the youthfulness of the individual before him but also by the familiarity that this person seemed to evoke, as if he had encountered them within the clan. The younger Uchiha Qianshuang, having had the honor of meeting the esteemed clan leader, Qianshuang performed a standard gesture of respect befitting a junior, fully aware that his unannounced intrusion this evening was already quite discourteous. Thus, he dared not be remiss in other formalities. Uchiha Qianshuang? Knowing that I am the clan leader, how dare you trespass upon the leader's residence? What punishment do you deserve? Uchiha Fugaku emanated an aura of formidable authority that brooked no dissent. Qianshuang hurriedly clasped his hands together, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance as he replied, Chieftain, please quell your anger. I come without malice. I merely wish to avoid exposing myself to the esteemed elders due to my visit today. This was my only recourse, for I possess neither power nor influence. If discovered by others, what chance would I have of escaping? Upon hearing these words, Fuyue's expression visibly softened, though he could not help but smile slightly. Given the youth's age and the display he had just exhibited upon entering, it was indeed evident that he was a rare talent. Yet, the lad seemed to overestimate his own worth, as if he were a prized cabbage, coveted by many. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan harbored numerous prodigies. While Qianshuang was commendable, he was hardly of a stature that would compel the elders to lower themselves. Suddenly, another series of knocks echoed through the air. Qianshuang and Fuyue simultaneously turned their gaze towards the door, exchanging glances. Fuyue cast a look of confusion at Qianshuang, who understood his unspoken question and slowly shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge regarding the person outside. Fuyue cautiously approached the door, this time exercising caution. Instead of opening it immediately, he inquired through the door, who goes there? Esteemed clan leader, I apologize for the intrusion. While on patrol, I believe I caught sight of a shadow flitting past your door, and thus I wish to inquire if you have noticed any suspicious individuals. Fuyue glanced back at Qianshuang. Yet his authoritative gaze was tinged with a hint of peculiarity and a trace of mockery, as if he were ready to cast someone out unless the matter was clarified. Qianshuang felt a subtle sense of helplessness. Who could have imagined that this exalted clan leader would possess such a peculiar sense of humor? Though she silently criticized him in her heart, her expression remained composed as she lowered her voice to speak to Fuyue, esteemed clan leader. I am capable of assisting you with the matters concerning the higher-ups of Konoha. In the brief span of her words, a tempest of emotion surged within Fuyue, causing him to be oblivious to the two calls from the guards outside. Clearing his throat, he became aware of his lapse in composure, his face flushing with embarrassment. He cast a lingering gaze at Qianshuang before addressing the guards outside. Rest assured, there is no suspicious individual here. You must have misjudged. Do remember to take care of yourselves. Yes, thank you for your concern, clan leader. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave, she replied, her footsteps gradually receding. Fuyue turned once more, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing Qianshuang as if attempting to discern some hidden truth within her. Yet all he could perceive was her demeanor of respect and tranquility, nothing more. Uchiha Qianshuang, follow me. Abandoning his observations, Fuyue strode directly toward the rear courtyard, with Qianshuang closely trailing behind. Upon entering the spacious backyard of Fuyue's residence, Qianshuang beheld a solitary figure with arms crossed, facing away from her. This silhouette loomed like a mountain, seemingly unattainable. After a moment, Yue slowly turned, his eyes a crimson hue, an overwhelming pressure emanating towards Qianshuang. Qianshuang braced herself, straightening her posture as her equally crimson eyes met Fugaku's unwavering gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed Fugaku's expression before he slowly closed his Sharingan. Tomo Sharingan. It seems I have underestimated you. Speak your intentions, as well as the matter you just mentioned. Should your words fail to satisfy me, you shall find no opportunity to depart from this place. Feeling the pressure dissipate, Qianshuang flexed her slightly aching limbs and bowed respectfully to Fugaku. Leader, I have heard that since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the upper echelons of the village have frequently marginalized the Uchiha clan, even among the common folk. The reputation of the Uchiha has steadily declined. Is there truth to this? Fugaku nodded, saying little more. These matters had become an open secret within the clan, and he was not surprised that Qianshuang was aware. However, her next words nearly caused Fugaku to falter. It seems there are quite a number within the clan harboring thoughts of a coup, are there not? Observing Fugaku's increasingly grim countenance, Qianshuang silently chastised herself for her excessive jesting and quickly added, Leader, do not misunderstand. Given our clan's temperament, it has almost become inevitable that we would arrive at this juncture. Anyone could surmise this. I imagine you are conflicted as well. I might have a way to assist you. Oh, you believe you can aid me with matters that even I cannot comprehend? While Qianshuang's revelations had been astonishing, Fugaku remained skeptical that this child could resolve the formidable conundrum he faced. Currently, our Uchiha clan grapples with two primary challenges, the exclusion from Konoha's upper echelons and the discontent of the populace. The latter is relatively easier to address. We merely need to temper our clan members' dispositions and treat others with kindness, and they shall reciprocate. You speak lightly. When the second Hokage entrusted the Konoha police force to the Uchiha, it was partly to delegate authority, but also to position us as the enforcers who would bear the burden of maintaining order in the village. How can we treat others kindly under such circumstances? Fugaku's expression remained stern, evidently unsatisfied with the response he sought. Leader, have you not realized that both you and the entire police force have fallen into a misconception? This question left Fugaku momentarily bewildered. Strict enforcement of the law is undoubtedly justified when dealing with the most heinous of criminals. However, for minor infractions, a gentle and guiding approach proves far more effective. Yet the proud and reclusive Uchiha have consistently failed to achieve this. And therein lies the true reason the second Hokage entrusted the police force to our clan. As she spoke, Qianshuang's gaze burned with intensity as she fixed her eyes upon the clan leader. Fugaku's tall frame quivered slightly, and then his brow furrowed deeply as he fell into contemplation. Qianshuang did not rush to speak again. Instead, she gazed at Yue, quietly allowing him the time to process the information he had just received. Chapter 6. I wish to become a disciple. After a considerable pause, Yue's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he let out a heavy sigh. Perhaps, as you have said, it is indeed the case. However, the nature of our clan is such that, despite my position as leader, I cannot fully comprehend Yue's difficulties. Qianshuang smiled faintly, presenting her well-considered strategy. Leader, in order to alter the clan's attitude towards the villagers, we must begin by addressing their perceptions of the villagers and the village itself. Only by fostering a genuine sense of belonging to the village can we, even those as proud as the Uchiha, learn to treat others with composure and respect. Qianshuang's words are not without foundation. It is well known that the Uchiha clan places immense importance on emotions. Their pride is merely a fade for outsiders. For those they genuinely acknowledge, the Uchihas hold greater significance than anyone else. Otherwise, the Sharingan, a bloodline limit that can only be activated under extreme emotions, would not exist. I understand your perspective, yet I still find it unfeasible. You are also aware that the discord between our clan and the village has persisted for quite some time, making it exceedingly difficult for our kin to develop a sense of belonging to the village. With that, Fugaku slightly shook his head. Leader, it is not the village that has a conflict with the Uchiha, but rather the higher-ups within the village. We should not generalize based on this. However, it remains true that the village is also subject to the governance of its higher-ups. The village and its leaders are inherently intertwined. What if we had the capability to replace the higher-ups of Konoha with our own people? Qianshuang's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Yue. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yue quickly discerned Qianshuang's intentions. His pupils constricted as the realization struck him. Do you wish for me to instigate a coup? No, the current circumstances are far more disadvantageous for the Uchiha. A coup would yield nothing but detriment. What you imply is that I should reveal the inclination to launch a coup, thereby dismantling the binding perception among our clan members that ties the village to the higher echelons of Konoha, thus improving their sentiments. Upon hearing this analysis, Qianshuang couldn't help but inwardly sigh. She had merely offered a subtle hint, yet he had managed to deduce the crux of the matter. However, after a moment's reflection, she acknowledged the wisdom in his quick understanding. After all, as the leader of a clan, one must possess both intellect and acumen, otherwise, it would be quite unbecoming. Truly, as the clan leader, he was capable of reaching such conclusions with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, that was precisely the intention of the younger generation. With a significant dilemma clarified, Fuyue felt a surge of relief, but as he absorbed her words, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. The notion had originally been proposed by Qianshuang, and his self-praise for his quick comprehension seemed a veiled compliment to her own insights. Nevertheless, Fuyue refrained from elaborating further. After all, in resolving such a monumental issue, Qianshuang deserved recognition for her contributions. He nodded slightly, his expression softening from its earlier severity. With the first problem addressed, another question loomed ahead. Qianshuang furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a brief moment before relaxing her expression. She respectfully inquired, "May I present a humble request to the clan leader?" Fuyue waved his hand, encouraging her to speak. In the next instant, Qianshuang suddenly knelt on one knee. "I wish to request that the esteemed clan leader take me as a disciple." Qianshuang's decision to withhold this matter at the outset of their conversation, opting instead to offer suggestions, was a deliberate effort to ease the tension between him and Fugaku, allowing for a period of mutual familiarity. Now that the moment has ripened, and considering that Qianshuang intends to leverage the apprenticeship to address the discord between the Uchiha and the higher echelons of Konoha, he boldly articulates his request without hesitation. This mention piques Fugaku's interest. After all, he has gleaned much about Qianshuang's talent through recent trials. Even though he had no initial intention of taking on an apprentice, he finds himself somewhat intrigued. Yet, intrigue aside, being the esteemed leader of his clan, Fugaku is acutely aware that entry into his tutelage is not easily granted. Many within the Uchiha clan aspire to become his disciple, and he lacks compelling justification to accept Qianshuang as a student, especially given his limited understanding of Qianshuang's background. "Pray tell, why do you wish to be my disciple? Is it not true that the clan leader is exceptionally powerful, perhaps even the strongest among us? I yearn for strength to protect my family and kin. I cannot bear to experience again the helplessness I felt upon the loss of my parents 2 years ago." As he recalls the most painful memories of his past life, Qianshuang's eyes glisten with unshed tears, a mixture of determination and subtle defiance flickering within. Upon hearing the mention of his parents' demise, Fugaku begins to comprehend the depth of Qianshuang's suffering, a wave of profound guilt washing over him. Softening his gaze toward the young man before him, "I extend my heartfelt condolences regarding your parents. It is a failing on my part as the clan leader. Nevertheless, I still find myself without sufficient reason to accept you as my apprentice. What if I could serve as your eyes, monitoring the higher-ups of Konoha for you in the future?" Qianshuang had anticipated that Fugaku would not readily accept disciples, thus decisively presenting the significant task originally assigned by Fugaku to Uchiha Itachi. "Oh, monitoring the higher-ups of Konoha? What are your thoughts on this?" In less than a quarter of an hour, Qianshuang's unique perspective had garnered Fugaku's attention, and any initial condescension he harbored had dissipated. The bold assertions of the younger generation would undoubtedly earn them esteem and responsibilities from the higher-ups in the future. Indeed, I believe you will gain their recognition. But I must disagree with the latter part. Do not forget, you bear the Uchiha name. The more exceptional you become, the less likely they are to entrust you with significant duties. The clan leader's words held merit. Qianshuang nodded slightly, yet remained non-committal, stating, however, "The premise is that my heart also bears the Uchiha name." Qianshuang paused for a moment, observing the contemplative expression on Fuyue's face, and then continued. "I have been educated in the ninja academy since childhood, with the will of fire ingrained in my heart. If the individual standing before them were a Uchiha devoted entirely to the village, what do you believe he would do?" Upon hearing these words, Fuyue found himself astonished once more by Qianshuang, yet he managed to compose himself, organizing his thoughts. "Your approach indeed possesses the potential for success. But you are taking a gamble, wagering on their appreciation for talent. Should you lose this bet, it would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den." Fuyue gazed seriously at Qianshuang, struggling to comprehend how this boy of merely 5 or 6 years could harbor such audacious thoughts. Even the bravest of newcomers would find this level of courage excessive. Sensing Fuyue's unease, Qianshuang smiled faintly, stating, "That is precisely why I seek to become your disciple. Esteemed clan leader, if one cannot protect oneself, how can one discuss safeguarding the family?" "Very well," Fuyue replied. "If you wish to be my apprentice, I shall grant you an opportunity. Tomorrow morning, wait for me at the training ground on the back mountain. If you can meet my expectations, I shall accept you as my disciple." With that, Fuyue turned and strode towards the house without a backward glance. "Thank you, clan leader." Qianshuang half knelt on the ground, bowing slightly, and only straightened up after watching Fuyue enter the house, transforming once more into a wisp of breeze, disappearing into the night, leaving the Fuyue residence. Qianshuang was in high spirits. He had largely accomplished his primary objective for the evening. As for the opportunity mentioned by Fuyue, Qianshuang was confident that his current combat prowess was sufficient to pass the test on the morrow. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he returned home to continue his training. Chapter 7. The enthusiastic Obito. After Qianshuang departed, it was not long before another figure left the Uchiha residence. This one exhibiting an air of leisurely stroll, even moving at a notably slower pace than Qianshuang. This figure meandered along, yet despite the unhurried demeanor, traversed half of the Uchiha clan's territory in a mere quarter of an hour, arriving at the headquarters of the Uchiha Guard located at the edge of the clan grounds. Upon reaching the entrance, the 2 Uchiha guards stationed there slightly bowed and respectfully greeted, "Patriarch." Indeed, this figure was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. With a subtle nod to the on-duty guards, Fugaku continued his purposeful stride into the depths of the guard headquarters. As he ascended the stairs, he encountered a middle-aged man with short, tawny hair adorned with distinctive markings around his eyes, dressed in a deep blue long robe. Patriarch. What brings you here at this hour? The middle-aged man, perplexed, recalled how Fugaku had previously instructed not to disturb him unless urgent matters arose. "Ah, Hokage. I happen to have a few matters to discuss with you," Fugaku replied, undeterred by the peculiar gaze of Uchiha Hokage, and directly stated his intentions. "Please inform the clan elders that I require their presence for an important discussion at Nain Shrine tomorrow at noon. Also, I need all information regarding a youth named Uchiha Qianshuang immediately, and ensure that this remains confidential." Uchiha Hokage, without hesitation, promptly agreed and turned to make the necessary arrangements. Fugaku entered his office and took a seat in his chair, descending into deep contemplation as memories of his conversation with Qianshuang replayed in his mind. Shortly thereafter, the information regarding Qianshuang was delivered to Fugaku, who could not help but admire the efficiency of the Uchiha clan, as they had meticulously gathered details about everything from familial circumstances to recent acquaintances. As he scrutinized the documents in his hand, leaving no detail overlooked, he ultimately confirmed that Qianshuang posed no red flags, which brought him a sense of relief. Observing Qianshuang's relentless training since the loss of his parents, Fugaku found himself increasingly impressed by the young man. In the Hokage's office, a middle-aged ninja reported, "Hokage-sama. Here's the basic information regarding this year's students from the Ninja Academy. If Qianshuang or Shisui were present, they would instantly recognize the speaker as the instructor who had taught them earlier that day. Now regarding the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with deep respect. Are there any promising talents in this cohort?" Hiruzen inquired nonchalantly. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, this year is predominantly filled with commoners, with only a few offspring from prominent clans. Among them, I believe the most potential lies with the Uchiha children, Shisui and Qianshuang," the middle-aged ninja answered respectfully. "Uchiha, you say?" Hiruzen's eyelids flickered as he picked up a stack of documents, extracting 2 sheets for closer examination. Upon discovering that Uchiha Shisui was a descendant of his fellow student, Uchiha Kagami, a hint of nostalgia crossed his otherwise somber features. Turning to the next document, he noted that Qianshuang's parents had tragically perished on a mission, which elicited a bitter and remorseful expression from him. "Alas, we must guide them well, should they inherit the will of fire. They could very well become pillars of our village in the future." "Yes, Hokage-sama, I will dedicate myself to nurturing these children." Hiruzen waved dismissively, and the middle-aged ninja understood the cue to take his leave. The office once more fell into silence. Hiruzen slowly lifted his smoking pipe, inhaling deeply as the moonlight cascaded through the window, mingling with the smoke and illuminating his weathered face, revealing the murky tranquility of his eyes, lost in unfathomable thoughts. As dawn broke the following day, Qianshuang gradually awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his door, a kind and gentle smile greeted him. "Rise and shine, Qianshuang. Come and have breakfast, or you'll be late for school." Qianshuang gently rubbed her forehead, a helpless smile gracing her face as she said softly, "Grandma. Today is the weekend. We do not have school. Perhaps you have mistaken the time again?" "Oh dear, Grandma is growing old and forgetful, unable to remember clearly," she exclaimed. However, despite her words, a smile remained on Grandma's face, showing no signs of confusion, as her hands continued to busily prepare the breakfast she had just made. Qianshuang hurriedly stepped forward to assist in arranging breakfast, then pulled out a chair for her grandmother, gently guiding her to sit down with a smile. "Grandma, I have grown up now and can take care of myself, so you need not worry about me." "Haha, that is wonderful. My grandson has matured and is thriving. If your parents could see you now, they would undoubtedly feel immense pride." Upon hearing her grandmother mention her parents, a wave of poignant sorrow surged within Qianshuang. But she quickly suppressed it, her eyes reflecting renewed determination. "Rest assured, Grandma, I will strive diligently to become the most exceptional ninja in the village. And it will then be my turn to protect our family." "Very well, Grandma eagerly awaits that day." As she listened to Qianshuang's ambitious declarations, her grandmother's smile widened, and she continued to serve her grandson breakfast with enthusiasm. After satisfying their appetites, Qianshuang set off towards the meeting spot with Muye. As she traversed the bustling streets, numerous vendors and elderly passers-by greeted her warmly, to which Qianshuang responded with a cheerful smile. With only her grandmother and herself at home, Qianshuang felt uneasy about allowing her grandmother to navigate the busy marketplace alone, thus taking on the responsibility of grocery shopping at such a tender age. In time, she became well acquainted with the regulars of the street, and the vendors and elderly folk developed a deep fondness for this amiable and handsome young lad. Qianshuang's gaze traversed the passers-by along the way, ultimately resting upon an elderly man who was crossing the road with hesitant steps. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianshuang hurried forward to assist the old man. At the very instant she grasped his arm, another figure emerged from the opposite side, a young boy clad in athletic attire, sporting a pair of sunglasses atop his head. Qianshuang's gaze was momentarily fixed, for the figure before her was none other than Uchiha Obito. Although he had not yet succumbed to darkness at this time, Qianshuang felt an involuntary tremor within her heart. Meanwhile, Obito appeared oblivious to her presence. After gently reassuring an elderly man, he assisted him across to the other side, prompting Qianshuang to follow suit. The old man expressed his gratitude to both Obito and Qianshuang, who waved their hands in modesty. As the elder departed, Obito finally took note of Qianshuang, standing nearby. "Ah, it's you, Qianshuang. What a surprise to encounter you here. Where are you headed?" he inquired. "I am merely taking a trip to the back mountain." Qianshuang replied with a slight, symbolic smile. "Oh, I see. Well, I shall not detain you any longer. I have an appointment with Rin and the others that is fast approaching. I must take my leave." Without waiting for her response, Obito dashed away with remarkable speed. Watching him disappear into the distance, Qianshuang felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She had attempted to persuade Obito not to develop feelings for Rin. Yet her efforts had ultimately proven futile. The sole means of preventing Obito's descent into darkness now lay in ensuring Rin's safety. The task of saving the Uchiha clan indeed loomed heavy upon her shoulders. With a sigh echoing in her heart, Qianshuang resumed her journey toward the back mountain. Chapter 8, Consideration in the training ground located at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. A slight figure sat quietly beneath the trees, engaged in meditation for an indeterminate span of time. The sun hung almost directly overhead when a tall silhouette gradually emerged within the training area. Sensing the arrival of this figure, Qianshuang concluded her meditation, rising to greet the imposing middle-aged man who stood before her, arms crossed over his chest. "There have been some issues within the clan that required my attention, hence my tardiness," Fugaku stated, his expression remaining stoic and composed, revealing not a trace of remorse for his delay. Qianshuang, equally unfazed, respectfully responded, "It is of no concern. The clan leader is occupied with countless affairs. My matters are indeed of lesser importance." On the surface, Qianshuang appeared tranquil, yet inwardly she had cursed Fugaku countless times. Although it was spring, the sun overhead blazed like a furnace, and even with the shade of a large tree, she was still drenched in discomfort. Were it not for her desire to grow stronger, she would have long abandoned her efforts. Torn between the inability to leave and the fear of facing Fugaku without being in optimal form, Qianshuang found herself seated beneath the tree, repeatedly whispering to herself that calmness naturally brings coolness, all the while muttering curses at Fugaku and Obito for their lack of punctuality. Upon reflection, she recalled that Fugaku had indeed mentioned this morning, yet he had not specified a precise time. The sun still lingered just shy of its zenith, so she convinced herself that it could still be considered morning. Fugaku remained silent, simply observing Qianshuang, seemingly trying to discern other emotions within her. After a prolonged gaze, however, he found nothing more than respect. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Fugaku's eyes, for he believed that Qianshuang's demeanor aligned with his expectations. A rarity indeed among the Uchiha clan. It was no surprise Fugaku failed to see through her, in her previous life. Qianshuang had mastered the art of concealing her emotions while mingling with a myriad of people. It was not that Fugaku could not perceive her true feelings, but rather that Qianshuang had not revealed even a fraction of them. Without further ado, Fugaku called out, "Come now, Uchiha Qianshuang, show me your strength. If you can impress me, I would not hesitate to accept you as my disciple." His piercing gaze remained fixed on her, even without activating his Sharingan. It evoked a fluttering unease within Qianshuang, compelling her to assume a poised stance, ready for action. Qianshuang understood that this battle was inevitable, and she did not dare to hold back in the face of the leader of the Uchiha clan. "In that case, you must be cautious, clan leader." The moment her words left her lips, Qianshuang's body surged forward like a spear, swiftly closing the distance between herself and Fugaku. Qianshuang grasped the kunai that had inexplicably appeared in her hand, thrusting it unhesitatingly towards Fuyue's face. As the sharp point drew perilously close, Fuyue remained unperturbed. In the fleeting second before the kunai pierced his visage, he subtly inclined his head, effortlessly evading the strike. With a sudden motion, his left arm, previously crossed over his chest, extended forcefully, ensnaring Qianshuang's neck in a firm grip. Bang! Qianshuang's body instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Concealed in the branches of a tree, he observed that his clone was no match for Fuyue, deepening his understanding of Fuyue's strength. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ninjutsu he had prepared earlier, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The flame spewed forth from Qianshuang's mouth, dispersing in all directions like the seeds of a phoenix flower, hurtling towards Fuyue from various angles. Fuyue's gaze towards Qianshuang grew increasingly satisfied, yet his hands remained in motion, forming several hand seals. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A fireball, large enough to engulf an entire building, erupted from Fuyue's mouth, contrasting starkly with the mere height of Qianshuang's previous fireball. The phoenix fire, akin to moths drawn to a flame, fearlessly collided with the fireball, merging into it, leaving no trace of their existence. The fireball continued its relentless advance towards Qianshuang's last position, but he had already evaded into the nearby woods. He understood that in terms of ninjutsu and genjutsu, even 10 of him combined would be no match for Fuyue. Only in taijutsu did he harbor a glimmer of hope. However, in a legitimate duel, restrictions on techniques were non-existent, so to secure an opportunity for hand-to-hand combat, he needed to carve out a path for himself. Thus, after his initial strike, Qianshuang swiftly retreated, not aiming to attack but merely to divert Fuyue's attention. At that moment, Qianshuang had reached a tree beside Fuyue. Seizing the opportunity while Fuyue was preoccupied with the fireball, he lunged forward once more, kunai in hand, aiming for Fuyue's face. Fuyue turned, confronted by the imminent threat of the pointed weapon, and shook his head slightly. After all, he was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child, lacking in combat experience. While his timing was commendable, he still fell short in other aspects. With this thought, Fuyue tilted his head again, preparing to evade Qianshuang's kunai once more. However, this time the outcome differed. Unbeknownst to him, the blade of Qianshuang's kunai shimmered with a faint blue glow, enveloped in a layer of chakra that enhanced its length and width. This was a ninjutsu developed by Qianshuang, inspired by Asuma Saratobi's chakra blade from the original work, skillfully attaching his wind chakra to the weapon's edges, thereby increasing both its reach and sharpness. Fuyue's attempt to dodge did not entirely evade the kunai's cut. In a critical moment, he displayed remarkable reflexes, flashing a kunai of his own to block Qianshuang's chakra-infused kunai. Nevertheless, the sharpness of Qianshuang's kunai left a minuscule, almost negligible scar on Fuyue's face. Utilizing the force of Qianshuang's attack, Fuyue swiftly retreated, re-establishing distance between them. Yet, Qianshuang, having gained the upper hand, could not afford to miss such a prime opportunity. He immediately pursued Fuyue, engaging him in close combat once more. Fuyue refrained from utilizing ninjutsu, and the two engaged in a mutual contest of taijutsu. With each clash, Fuyue grew increasingly astonished. Although Qianshuang's combat skills appeared quite naive, the strength he exhibited gave Fuyue the illusion of facing a peer. Coupled with the enhancement of the chakra blade, Fuyue found himself unable to subdue Qianshuang. The strength comparable to that of an adult ninja? What a concept! How had this child trained? What an anomaly! Meanwhile, Qianshuang felt a heavy sense of pressure. He had believed that after 2 years of training, even if he could not defeat Fuyue in taijutsu, he would not suffer significant setbacks. Yet, each time he successfully countered Fuyue's attack, the next strike would come from angles his Sharingan could barely perceive, leaving him overwhelmed. Although he could still manage to defend for the time being, prolonged engagement would likely lead to his defeat. Chapter 9. Seeking a mentor clang. The two kunai collided once more, the sheer force sending the weary Qianshuang flying backward, skidding across the ground for several meters before regaining his balance. That will suffice. A stern voice interrupted his intent to charge again. Qianshuang gazed at Fugaku with a hint of bewilderment, clearly still recovering from the recent battle. Fugaku approached Qianshuang slowly, his eyes revealing a rare expression of admiration and appreciation. Even with the pride of the Uchiha clan, I must concede that to engage with me to such an extent, you are indeed a remarkable talent. Upon hearing Fugaku's words of praise, a subtle smile graced Qianshuang's pale face, revealing his emotions with quiet composure. Qianshuang understood that earning Fugaku's praise signified that he had completely gained his recognition. At this juncture, the matter of apprenticeship was essentially set in stone. As anticipated, the next moment, Fugaku resumed his serious demeanor and solemnly declared, Uchiha Qianshuang, do you wish to take me as your master and follow me in your training? Upon hearing these words, Qianshuang did not hesitate to kneel on one knee, his expression filled with reverence as he replied, Disciple Qianshuang pays respects to my teacher. Witnessing this scene, even the austere Fugaku could not help but smile faintly, gazing at Qianshuang with satisfaction as he extended a hand to help him up. Qianshuang, I must forewarn you that my training is arduous. If you have any regrets now, it is not too late. Sensing the shift in Fugaku's attitude towards him, Qianshuang beamed at him. I fear not the hardships. Bring it on, teacher Fugaku. Fugaku nodded approvingly, patting Qianshuang on the shoulder. Let us pause for now. You have exerted considerable energy. Go rest and visit me this evening. Understood, teacher. With that, Fugaku turned and walked towards the training grounds exit. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he halted, and his stern voice resonated once more. Make sure not to sneak in again. He then resumed his stride, leaving Qianshuang to chuckle helplessly. After a brief moment of recuperation, Qianshuang consumed 2 military rations and commenced his training for the day. Now, he was the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader, which technically made him an internal member of the Uchiha. Thus, there was no longer a need for him to specifically run to the grove where Might Guy and Might Dai trained in physical arts. Furthermore, it seemed that he had been regarded by Might Guy as an equal to Kakashi, so it was best to keep a low profile. Qianshuang expressed that he had just endured a beating and could hardly bear it. The Nana Shrine, situated on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan territory, is considered a corner of the Leaf Village. It is uncertain what deity is worshipped here, as few can provide an answer today. The shrine, apart from its ancient temple in the center, which still possesses a hint of grandeur, has succumbed to the ravages of time and neglect, unbeknownst to others. Within this seemingly abandoned location, Fujitaka was engaged in conversation with 6 elderly men in a hidden chamber beneath the ground. Chief, can that child be trusted? Asked Uchiha Gen. Seated to the left, his voice frail yet inquisitive. I have conducted thorough investigations. Although Qianshuang's ideas are unconventional, his heart is aligned with the Uchiha clan, and he has a grandmother within the clan. Fujitaka replied with a composed demeanor. Chief, while the child's words hold some merit, it would be unwise to place the entire future of our clan in his hands. Moreover, his trustworthiness remains under question. Uchiha Gen attempted to voice further objections, only to be interrupted by a gruff voice. Huh, you old fool. All you ever say is to deliberate cautiously. By the time you make a decision, the opportunity will have passed. I believe this lad has potential, bold and unpretentious. He is a promising talent. Fujitaka turned to see Uchiha Hamaru, seated second from the right. Glaring defiantly at Uchiha General, it was evident to any observer that the two were not on amicable terms. Uchiha Jin was a member of the Dove faction among the elders, advocating for a conciliatory approach, while Uchiha Hamaru, true to his name, was fiery and had long been discontent with the higher-ups of the Leaf Village, embodying the Hawk faction. As was to be expected, their discord resurfaced regarding Qianshuang's issue. Uchiha Jin felt insulted, not accustomed to being rebuked in such a manner. Just as he was about to retort, Fujitaka intervened. Enough, Elder Jin, Elder Hamaru. Let us all calm down. We are here to discuss opinions, not to bicker. Indeed, let us settle down and hear what the chief has to say. Echoed the other elders, who joined in the effort to de-escalate the tension, allowing the two irascible elders to quiet down, albeit with some disdainful glances exchanged. Seeing that the elders had settled, Fujitaka continued his address. I believe Qianshuang's viewpoint holds some validity, which is undeniable. The elders exchanged glances, collectively nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Fujitaka nodded slightly and continued, since there is merit in his perspective, we might as well give it a try. But we must ensure that clan members do not discuss or leak this matter. Elder Hamaru, I entrust you with the oversight in this regard. Is that acceptable? Leave it to me. I am also curious to see if this lad's ideas bear fruit. Uchiha Hamada readily agreed. Regarding the later discussion about joining the Umbu to monitor the higher-ups in the Leaf Village, I pondered, and it seems that among the younger generation of the Uchiha, only Qianshuang and Shisui possess the capability for such a significant responsibility. However, this matter should not be rushed. We must wait for their growth. I have taken Qianshuang as my disciple, and during this period, I shall personally guide him until he is prepared to shoulder this weighty task. What do the elders think? Moreover, to ensure safety, until Qianshuang possesses sufficient strength, his affairs must remain confidential, including from those within the Uchiha clan. Fujitaka calculated that if he were to announce his apprenticeship directly, the elders would label Qianshuang as the chief's disciple, and upon hearing Qianshuang's various ideas, they might attribute the credit solely to Fujitaka, failing to form a profound impression of Qianshuang himself, which was not Fujitaka's intention. Thus, at the meeting's outset, he prioritized articulating Qianshuang's viewpoints before revealing his mentorship, demonstrating his support for Qianshuang and allowing the elders to gain a deeper understanding of the young man, which would benefit Qianshuang's future endeavors within the clan. Seeing their chief's clear endorsement, none of the elders dared to voice dissent. After all, their shared goal was the welfare of the clan. Now that a viable solution had emerged, no one would dare oppose it. With the chief personally guiding him, we naturally feel reassured. We shall all abide by the chief's words. Chapter 10, The Maternal Figure. In the afternoon, Qianshuang returned home, weary from the day's events. After taking a refreshing shower to wash away the sweat, he sat in meditation to refine his chakra before rising to assist his grandmother with dinner. To spare her any worry, he refrained from mentioning Fujitaka's acceptance of him as a disciple, instead sharing amusing stories from his journey and anecdotes from his past life, which elicited delightful laughter from his grandmother. After dinner, Qianshuang, under the pretense of meeting a classmate, stepped outside. Along the way, he noticed several gazes directed at him, but he paid them no mind. Given his current status, there was no longer a need for secrecy, though he still had to remain diligent. This was undoubtedly a promising beginning. Reflecting on this, Qianshuang felt his spirits lift, his steps becoming lighter. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the chief's residence. Standing before the door, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Just yesterday, he had to sneak in, and today, he could walk in openly. Truly, a new era brings new circumstances. Shaking his head to dismiss stray thoughts, Qianshuang approached and knocked on the door. A light, graceful footstep approached, and with a creak, the door swung open, revealing a serene and lovely woman who cradled a newborn in her arms. Strangely, the infant seemed unlike others of his age, remaining unusually quiet. Had it not been for the curious gaze directed at him, Qianshuang might have assumed the child was asleep. The woman remained silent, scrutinizing Qianshuang, which made him feel somewhat awkward and uneasy. Just as he was about to break the tension, she spoke first, her eyes revealing her curiosity. You are the new disciple of Fujitaka, Uchiha Qianshuang? Yes, esteemed matriarch, I am Uchiha Qianshuang, he replied earnestly. With Qianshuang's perceptiveness, it was clear that this woman was the chief's wife, and the infant she held was undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi. It must be said, Itachi was indeed exceptional, from birth. He exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, remaining calm and composed, his intellect far surpassing that of his peers. What a clever child, she exclaimed. Come in. Your master is waiting for you inside. As she spoke, Uchiha Makoto naturally took Qianshuang by the arm, leading him into the inner chamber with one hand cradling the baby and the other guiding him along. At such a young age, earning Fujitaka's recognition speaks volumes about your abilities. Uchiha Makoto seemed quite fond of the somewhat shy and refined young man before her. I am undeserving. I am merely honored by Master Fujitaka's regard. Qianshuang did not lose himself in the proximity of Uchiha Meichin. Moreover, in his estimation, Fugaku had not exerted his full strength during their battle. Should they have been engaged in a life-and-death duel, Qianshuang would likely struggle to endure even 3 moves. I understand his character well. Unless you can gain his heartfelt recognition, he will never take on a disciple, regardless of the circumstances. As she spoke, Uchiha Mei-chin slightly tilted her head, her gaze soft as it rested upon Qianshuang. Thus, you need not underestimate yourself. Listening to her gentle voice and feeling the warmth of her tender gaze, Qianshuang was momentarily engulfed by a nostalgic illusion reminiscent of his mother. He recalled how, in his childhood, his mother often spoke to him with such a tone and look, imparting wisdom in moments of innocence. Overwhelmed by this long-lost maternal affection, Qianshuang found himself momentarily dazed, unresponsive even as Uchiha Mei-chin called his name twice. Observing the unmistakable expression in Qianshuang's eyes, and recalling the circumstances Fugaku had previously shared regarding him, Uchiha Mei-chin could not help but feel a deep sense of compassion for him. Gently reaching out to stroke Qianshuang's head, her gaze brimmed with tenderness. Without your parents by your side, life must have been quite arduous for you. However, fret not. For you now have a teacher and a mentor, and everything shall improve. In the future, should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. As Qianshuang sensed Uchiha Mei-chin's affectionate gesture, he was initially taken aback, but then an overwhelming tide of emotion surged forth, despite his efforts to restrain himself, moistening his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a profound sense of closeness had already blossomed towards this newly met mentor. Perhaps it was her maternal qualities that radiated an irresistible warmth. Proving to be immensely impactful for Qianshuang, Qianshuang diligently organized her emotions, raising her head only to meet Uchiha Makoto's gaze, filled with compassion and concern. A warm current surged within her. Thank you, sensei, I understand. A radiant smile had unconsciously graced Qianshuang's face, a rare sight before outsiders, likely only seen by her grandmother. Observing the once precocious child finally displaying the brilliant smile befitting her age, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but smile in return. She gently took Qianshuang's small hand once more and began to walk. As they traversed the corridor, to their left lay a room of 6 tatama mats. Uchiha Makoto released Qianshuang's hand, gently opened the door, and, casting a meaningful glance back at Qianshuang, stepped inside, cradling Uchiha Itachi. Qianshuang did not follow immediately. Instead, she gently straightened her attire, inhaled deeply to calm her somewhat restless spirit, and then opened the door to enter the room. The room was remarkably simple, devoid of superfluous decorations, featuring only a low table neatly placed at its center alongside a cushion. On the opposite side of the table sat Uchiha Fugaku and the recently seated Uchiha Makoto, both quietly poised, while Uchiha Itachi remained peacefully nestled in Uchiha Makoto's embrace. Forgive the intrusion, Teacher Fugaku. Qianshuang slightly bowed and then gracefully seated herself on the cushion opposite Fugaku. Do you know why I called you here? Fugaku inquired. The teacher wishes to impart some matters to me, I presume? Qianshuang replied quietly, lifting the teapot that rested on the table. With no hint of hesitation, she poured 3 cups of tea, sliding 2 of them toward Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha. For reasons unknown, Qianshuang felt somewhat uneasy in the presence of Makoto, yet found herself more at ease before the more imposing Fugaku. Without ceremony, Fugaku raised his teacup, the jade-hued liquid rippling in response to his movements. Meanwhile, Makoto Uchiha listened attentively to their conversation. This is but one reason. A more significant one is for you to become acquainted with those around you. Since you have entered my household, it would be quite remiss not to know those here. This is my wife, your mentor, Makoto Uchiha, whom you have just met. In her arms is our child, Itachi Uchiha. Qianshuang followed Fuyue's gaze towards Uchiha Makoto, slightly bowing, mother. Uchiha Makoto smiled gently at Qianshuang. Chapter 11, Conversation Qianshuang. Since you have chosen to take me as your mentor, I shall hold you to my standards from this day forth. Fuyue raised his teacup once more and took a sip. Indeed, I have long been aware of this, Qianshuang replied earnestly. Observing Qianshuang's reaction, Fuyue nodded in satisfaction. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Fuyue leisurely fiddled with his teacup, continuing at a measured pace. First and foremost, our master-disciple relationship must remain confidential for the time being, to prevent you from prematurely attracting the attention of the higher echelons of Konoha. Qianshuang nodded without hesitation. In truth, even if Fugaku had not brought it up, she would have said the same, for Konoha had never been governed solely by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should one fall within Danzo's gaze, lacking a certain level of strength could indeed lead to unforeseen calamities. Furthermore, regarding the method you proposed, it necessitates your continued attendance at the Ninja Academy. Given the recent precedent of Kakashi Hitaki's early graduation, it would be wise to exercise caution and refrain from showcasing your abilities unless absolutely necessary. However, I trust that you would manage this well, for if it were not for your initiative in approaching me this time, I might never have noticed your potential. That remains a delightful mystery. Fugaku cast a meaningful glance at Qianshuang. Qianshuang chuckled softly, his demeanor slightly unnatural, yet he did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. In the absence of authority and strength, one must embody the essence of survival to the fullest. Fortunately, he had now taken the clan leader as his mentor, thus securing the formidable backing of the Uchiha clan. Anyone wishing to challenge him would need to weigh their options carefully. As for the third point, let us discuss your training. Aside from the curriculum at the Ninja Academy, I will dedicate an hour to guide you. The remaining time is yours to manage as you see fit, whether to practice what I teach, refine your chakra, or indulge in slumber. I shall not interfere. But should you fail to achieve the desired results within the stipulated time, The consequences will be yours to bear. Upon hearing Fugaku's arrangement, Qianshuang was not surprised. As in the original narrative, Fugaku adopted a similarly hands-off approach with his son, entrusting him with techniques and expecting results. However, such a method might only be suitable for a prodigy like Uchiha Itachi. A more average individual might struggle under such autonomy. Yet, Qianshuang did not consider himself inferior to Itachi. In his self-study, he had mastered the C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique, alongside several other C-rank wind release techniques, and had even devised his own methods for controlling chakra blades. He firmly believed that with guidance, his achievements would rival those of his illustrious predecessors. A sentiment deeply rooted in the innate pride of the Uchiha clan, as well as his own confidence in his efforts and talents. The only aspect that caused Qianshuang's slight discontent was the brevity of the guidance. Teacher Fugaku, don't you think the instruction time is a bit too short? He timidly inquired. Upon hearing this, Fugaku nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped, for he was well aware of his reputation as a notoriously strict leader. Whether anyone could endure even an hour under his tutelage was debatable, yet this young boy dared to express dissatisfaction. Furthermore, as the head of a large clan, one would assume he had no other responsibilities aside from mentoring. He had already carved out an hour for this pupil. Was he expecting to exhaust his teacher as well? Beside them, Uchiha Makoto stifled a laugh at the rare sight of Fugaku flustered. After swallowing his tea, Fugaku shot a glance at Makoto before glaring at Qianshuang, retorting, "You insolent brat, do not aim too high. First, focus on enduring this hour. I hope by then you still have the energy to complain about the time." "Yes, teacher," Qianshuang replied with an innocent smile. In truth, he did not expect Fugaku's training to be overly lenient. He merely intended to tease his mentor, who always maintained a stern expression, while also subtly affirming his determination to grow stronger. Watching Fugaku nearly choke in irritation, Qianshuang struggled to suppress a laugh, wary that a genuine chuckle might jeopardize his safe exit from the room. "Now that I have finished speaking, let us turn to you. How is it that a 5-year-old like you possesses such extraordinary strength? And who taught you the technique of channeling chakra into your kunai?" Having conveyed his own concerns, Fugaku eagerly awaited the answers to these pressing questions. Qianshuang blinked her eyes, adopting an innocent demeanor as she recited the carefully crafted words she had long prepared. "As for this, it's really quite simple. All you need to do is perform 5,000 squats, 5,000 push-ups, kick a wooden post 5,000 times, skip rope 5,000 times, and drag a tree stump around the forest for 50 laps." As Qianshuang nonchalantly enumerated her training regimen, even Muye, known for his composure, couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief, muttering a curse under his breath at her eccentricity. However, the results were undeniably remarkable. At merely 5 years of age, Qianshuang possessed the strength comparable to that of an adult ninja, leaving Fugaku with no grounds for dissent, only able to remind her to take care of her health. Beside them, Uchiha Makoto gazed at Qianshuang with a look of deep concern, fully embodying the role of a nurturing mother, treating Qianshuang as if she were her own child. Regarding the chakra kunai, Qianshuang explained, "This is something I discovered on my own. Wind release chakra is sharp and cutting. So I thought if I could infuse this type of chakra onto the kunai surface, I could create a weapon with a larger attack range and greater lethality. However, this requires significant control over chakra, and I can only manage it with great effort." Fugaku nodded slightly, not questioning the validity of Qianshuang's words. After all, he had thoroughly investigated everyone she had interacted with, finding nothing of concern, thus accepting Qianshuang's explanation as the only plausible one. "Indeed, your idea is quite commendable. This method will also assist in enhancing your control over the flow of chakra. Continue your training, and when you have fully mastered this technique, you may attempt to learn our Uchiha style of sword jumping flame, which bears a similar essence." "Really? Thank you, sensei." Upon hearing this, Qianshuang was overjoyed. She had certainly heard of this technique before. After successfully infusing wind release chakra onto the kunai, she had also attempted to attach fire release chakra to it. However, the result was disastrous. The kunai was melted away by the excessively high temperature of the flames. Despite repeated trials, Qianshuang struggled to find the balance that would allow her to maintain intense flames without melting the kunai. Receiving guidance from Fugaku would undoubtedly lead to greater efficiency in her endeavors. "All right, it's getting late, and our discussion has concluded. Be sure to return home and rest. Starting tomorrow, come to me right after school," Fugaku said, glancing out the window at the moon now risen high in the sky, waving goodbye to Qianshuang. Qianshuang glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was dozing in Uchiha Makoto's embrace, his eyelids in a gentle struggle. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, he rose and departed from the clan leader's residence. Chapter 12. In the blink of an eye. 3 years past, Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze toward the courtyard outside the window. Bathed in the glow of the moonlight, the flourishing greenery of the garden was clearly visible. Each branch and leaf meticulously arranged, evidently having been pruned with care. "What do you think of this child, Qianshuang?" Fugaku inquired casually, his eyes still fixed outside. Uchiha Makoto gently patted the drowsy Itachi resting against her, smiling as she replied, "Qianshuang is quite different from most of the Uchiha clan. He's a humble and polite young man. Furthermore, to have caught your eye speaks volumes about his talent. It would be wonderful if Itachi could become as outstanding as he is in the future." Fugaku nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this child is truly remarkable. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the foliage in the courtyard to sway gracefully, creating a harmonious scene of tranquility and movement. As time slipped away, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qianshuang lived a life that revolved around school and training, engaging in sparring sessions with Might Guy and Uchiha Shisui during her spare time. Although her existence was somewhat monotonous, it was undeniably fulfilling. Meanwhile, under the intentional guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, the attitude of the police force towards the Uchiha clan was gradually improving, although the effects were not yet significant. The villagers' resentment towards the Uchiha clan was visibly diminishing. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. However, outside of Konoha, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure had gone missing, leading the higher-ups of the village to suspect Konoha and Iwagakure, further exacerbated by the stirring of tensions from Kumogakure. Numerous conflicts had erupted along the borders of the great nations. This situation caused considerable headaches for the higher-ups in Konoha, as the village had undergone significant changes. Having endured 2 great wars, its overall strength was no longer what it once was, and the demand for ninjas had surged to a point of scarcity. Even some of the less capable genin had been dispatched to the front lines, indicating the severity of the conflict. Naturally, the Uchiha clan, as part of the village, was no exception. Several high-ranking shinobi from the clan had also been sent to the borders. In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku was carefully wielding a watering can, delicately parting the lush foliage to water the exposed soil beneath. Behind him stood a young boy with black hair, who, despite his youth, stood approximately 1.5 meters tall. The most striking feature of this boy was his deep, ebony eyes, which resembled an endless expanse of starry seas. This was Qianshuang, who had been studying with Fugaku for 3 years. Early in the morning, Qianshuang received a message from Muye, stating that there was an urgent matter to discuss. Without even having breakfast, she hurried over, only to find that this so-called esteemed teacher was leisurely watering his plants for a full 10 minutes. Although Qianshuang felt a sense of helplessness within, she refrained from dwelling on it. For over the past 3 years, Muye had devoted himself entirely to her training. She was acutely aware of this and held deep gratitude and respect for him. You must have heard of the recent conflict erupting at the borders of Konoha. What are your thoughts on it? Muye did not turn back, continuing to tend to the flowers and plants in his hands. Regardless of whether the third Kazekage is truly missing, the onset of war was inevitable. This was predetermined since the first Hokage allocated the most fertile lands to Konoha. Well informed about the circumstances, Qianshuang would not utter foolish words about wronging the innocent. Given the disparity in resources, it was only natural for other hidden villages, burdened by harsh environments, to covet Konoha's territory. The disappearance of the third Kazekage was merely a convenient excuse. Muye cast a fleeting glance at Qianshuang, quickly averting his gaze, clearly unperturbed by her precocious insights. I did not expect you to possess such clarity, since you understand that Konoha has long been under the watchful eyes of other villages. You should also comprehend that the front line likely requires more participating shinobi. What does the teacher imply? A sense of foreboding began to stir within Qianshuang. A couple of days ago, the Hokage subtly suggested to me that he wishes for you and Shisui to graduate early. I have already agreed to this. Qianshuang secretly thought to herself that her blissful school life was indeed coming to an end. Muye turned around, his calm gaze imbued with a hint of satisfaction as he looked at Qianshuang, his tone softening slightly. Over these past 3 years, I have imparted to you the majority of what I have learned. In my original expectations, achieving this level would require at least 5 years. Yet you have accomplished it in just 3. You have truly excelled. You are indeed worthy of being my disciple. Upon hearing these words, Qianshuang felt a surge of surprise and honor. After all, even when she had consistently surpassed the goals set by Muye, the most she had received was a simple acknowledgement of her efforts. Such commendatory words were something she had never even dared to imagine. Qianshuang's delicate face flushed slightly. Who wouldn't desire to be the pride of their mentor? Qianshuang was no exception. However, despite her extensive knowledge, the ability to wield it with finesse remained elusive. What she truly needed now was experience, practical engagement. Do you understand? Fujiyama's tone shifted subtly. I comprehend. So the teacher wishes for me to accumulate experience on the battlefield? Qianshuang recognized her own deficiencies. Although she often sought sparring partners, those encounters paled in comparison to life and death struggles, both psychologically and in technique. Indeed. But there is no need for excessive concern regarding safety. The tasks assigned to you will be of a lesser degree. And I shall also ensure that the news of you becoming my disciple is disseminated. Those old codgers who might wish to trouble you will have to think twice. Qianshuang was well aware of the identity of the old man mentioned by Muye among the senior ranks of Konoha. It was Danzo who harbored the greatest disdain for the Uchiha clan, if he were to set his sights on him. While Shisui had the protective layer of his connection to Uchiha Kagami, Qianshuang found himself utterly vulnerable. Currently, with the clan leader as his ally, Danzo dared not weave any intricate traps. As for colluding with other nations, that was indeed a matter to tread carefully upon. However, Qianshuang held a firm confidence in his own strength, believing that regardless of whom he faced, even if he were to falter, he could surely retreat unscathed. Departing from the courtyard and strolling through the corridor, Qianshuang was deep in contemplation regarding his future trajectory when a youthful voice interrupted his train of thought. Big brother Qianshuang. Qianshuang looked up to see a fair-skinned little boy blinking his large eyes at her. It was Itachi. What was he doing here? Where was his mother? He replied that his mother had gone out to shop, and he was just about to seek out his father to learn some ninjutsu. Why not, Qianshuang brother? You teach me a few ninjutsu. Itachi said eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qianshuang adopted a contemplative expression, feeling a bit troubled. Although he had subtly guided Itachi's thoughts during this period, no one could ascertain whether the third Hokage or Shisui might lead him astray in the future. If that were to happen, would his efforts not amount to aiding the enemy? However, after some thought, he shook his head. These were merely simple ninjutsu techniques. Even if he did not teach them, Itachi would eventually learn them. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive. After dismissing those impractical musings, he reached out and gently ruffled Itachi's little head. Of course, it's no problem, but we must seek your father's approval first. Itachi nodded obediently. Chapter 13. The news Qianshuang led Uchiha Itachi back to the courtyard, and after obtaining Fugaku's permission, brought him to the lakeside in front of the mansion. Brother Qianshuang, what ninjutsu do you intend to teach me? Uchiha Itachi inquired with an expression of curiosity and eagerness. Listen well, Itachi. What I am about to impart to you is the C-rank ninjutsu created by our Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, before we proceed, you must promise me that you will use your power to protect those dear to you. Can you do that? In the course of imparting ninjutsu, Qianshuang did not neglect to subtly guide Uchiha Itachi. After all, he was the son of her esteemed mentor, unable to take his life. She could only begin to steer him from a young age, so as not to let the will of fire influence him too deeply. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was merely a 3-year-old child, with little understanding of the world, and he obediently nodded, his eyes fixated intently on Qianshuang's movements. Qianshuang received a response from Uchiha Itachi and refrained from saying more. With a graceful movement, he formed hand seals, deliberately slowing down the process to ensure Uchiha Itachi could observe clearly. As he concluded the sequence, Si, Wei, Shin, Hai, Wu, Yin, an immense surge of chakra surged within Qianshuang, coalescing into a searing force that gathered in his throat. Fire style, great fireball technique. A sphere of flame, vast enough to engulf the entire lake, erupted from Qianshuang's mouth, the intense heat relentlessly scorching the water's surface and rising in a shroud of mist. Uchiha Itachi, his wide eyes filled with astonishment, gazed at this spectacle. In his eyes, Qianshuang now resembled a deity commanding the flames. Whether from the heat or excitement, his youthful face flushed a deep crimson. Qianshuang severed the supply of chakra, causing the immense fireball to dissipate into the air. Turning to gaze at Uchiha Itachi's flushed face, a faint smile graced her lips. Itachi, do you understand now? After forming the seals, one must gather the chakra within the throat and then transform it into flames to be expelled. Qianshuang refrained from repeating the sequence, for he was aware that Uchiha Itachi had already memorized it. Itachi nodded, his hands awkwardly mimicking the gestures that Qianshuang had previously demonstrated. His lips parted slightly as a fireball, significantly smaller than Qianshuang's, erupted forth. Despite having anticipated the outcome, Qianshuang could not suppress his astonishment. After all, even he had spent several hours self-studying this technique to reach such a level. Truly, one must commend the prowess of the protagonist's brother. His aptitude was nothing short of remarkable. To successfully execute the great fireball technique right from the start, how impressive, Itachi. Qianshuang did not hesitate to express his admiration. Upon hearing Qianshuang's praise, a rare hint of bashfulness appeared on Itachi's face as he humbly replied, I still fall far short compared to brother Qianshuang. There is no need for false modesty, Itachi, your talent is unquestionable. Qianshuang affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair, adding, however, I hope you will apply your talents in the right direction. Itachi did not shy away from Qianshuang's touch. He felt a deep bond with his elder brother who had cared for him since childhood. Although he did not fully understand why Qianshuang often emphasized the importance of using power wisely, he did not dismiss his words as unfounded and obediently accepted them. All right, Itachi. Let me teach you some techniques related to throwing. As he spoke, a kunai materialized in Qianshuang's hand. Itachi followed closely behind, diligently practicing the skills that Qianshuang imparted. The following day, the entire Uchiha clan was taken aback by the unexpected news that their leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had taken on a disciple. Although some had seen Qianshuang visiting the leader's residence in recent years, they had merely assumed it was a young admirer seeking guidance. No one could have anticipated that it would escalate to the point of apprenticeship. Suddenly, the name Uchiha Qianshuang became renowned within the Uchiha clan. Curiosity surged among the clan members as they sought to uncover what extraordinary qualities allowed this child to garner the leader's respect. Conversely, some questioned Qianshuang's qualifications, for this was a clan that revered strength. Until they witnessed Qianshuang's abilities firsthand, it was unlikely anyone would genuinely acknowledge him, even with the title of the leader's disciple. The higher-ups of Konoha were equally stirred by this development. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the foremost seat, while Danzo Shimura, Mito Gadian, and Tsunade stood nearby, attentively listening to the report from the Uchiha Fugaku is rather clever, employing the tactic of taking on a disciple to secure Uchiha Qianshuang. What a shrewd move. Tsunade remarked after the report, her words laced with sarcasm towards Fugaku. In the eyes of these high-ranking officials, Uchiha Qianshuang was not the same as Uchiha Shisui, whose ancestry included Uchiha Kagami, which positioned him favorably within Konoha. Qianshuang, on the other hand, had only a grandmother in his family, likely leading him to feel little dependence on the Uchiha clan. Instead, having studied the will of fire at the Ninja Academy, he may develop an inherent attachment to the village. If they manage the situation well, they could potentially gain an Uchiha prodigy who favored the village over his clan. However, this scheme was thwarted by Fugaku's decision to take on a disciple, leaving Tsunade frustrated. Danzo's expression remained calm, but his exposed left eye brimmed with wariness and cunning, even hinting at a subtle malice. Another Uchiha, is it? Hiruzen, I have warned you before that the Uchiha are naturally malevolent. Their talents should be stifled. Silence. Hiruzen interjected firmly, cutting Danzo off. I have stated repeatedly that the Uchiha are also members of our village. Gazing at Hiruzen's grim expression, Danzo merely scoffed and turned his gaze elsewhere, yet the intensity in his eyes only intensified. Hiruzen shifted his focus from Danzo, observing the discontent on the faces of his old friends. With a heavy sigh, he offered reassurance. It is premature to draw conclusions. Fugaku's decision to take on a disciple only affirms that this child possesses promise. Now is the time to utilize talent. And I urge you all to set aside your biases. In truth, Hiruzen himself harbored doubts, as no one truly understood Qianshuang's thoughts. Yet, as Hokage, he had to prioritize the welfare of the village over internal conflicts. But Hiruzen, if we allow this boy to grow, what will happen then? Mito began, unable to contain her concerns. I understand your apprehensions. Hiruzen interjected. I shall personally summon this child soon to ascertain whether he embodies the will of fire. But there are no buts. If this child truly inherits the will of fire, then he will be a worthy ninja of Konoha. Hiruzen asserted, resolute in his stance. However, he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. What would he do if Qianshuang held no allegiance to the village? At that point, he would likely disregard Danzo's machinations. Chapter 14. Graduation exam on the playground of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Yet another graduation season had arrived. Groups of young boys and girls gathered together, all preparing to participate in this year's graduation exam, engaging in idle chatter and sharing their aspirations as they awaited the exam's commencement. Hey, have you heard? It seems 2 younger students, who are 2 years or junior, will be joining us for the graduation exam. Noera Rin exclaimed, glancing around at her classmates, having just received the news from their teacher. What? 2 who graduated early? Just like Kakashi? What is the Hokage thinking, allowing 2 kids to graduate alongside us? Uchiha Obito voiced his discontent loudly. Hey, you're still just a kid yourself. Be careful not to fail the graduation exam. That would be quite embarrassing. Inazuka Kiba retorted, arms crossed and a toothpick in his mouth, striking a cocky pose. Are you saying I'm inferior to 2 juniors who have trained for 2 years less than me? Obito shot back, instantly offended, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Rin and Yuhi Kurenai hurried over to mediate. Enough, Obito. The exam is about to start. You should calm down. It must be said, Rin's words held weight. Upon hearing her, Obito immediately quieted, though his furious gaze remained locked onto Kiba, as if sparks ignited between their stares. Witnessing this, Rin could only helplessly rub her forehead. If the information was correct, these 2 early graduates were both Uchiha, apparently named Uchiha Qianshuang and Uchiha Shisui. The previously silent Asuma Saratobi finally spoke, provoking gasps of astonishment from those around him, including Obito Uchiha. They harbored no doubts regarding the accuracy of Asuma's statement, nor did they question the source of his information. After all, he was the son of the second Hokage, and such knowledge was well understood. Upon hearing that both individuals were of his clan, Obito felt a surge of emotions. Although he had not heard much about Shisui Uchiha, he was well acquainted with Chikage. They were old friends. To Obito, Chikage represented one of the few allies within his clan. Unlike those who scorned him for tarnishing the Uchiha name, Chikage did not shy away from him, nor did he regard him with contemptuous eyes. Most importantly, like him, Chikage was eager to assist the elderly, which made Obito feel a kinship with him, especially since he often arrived late due to helping others. However, he was taken aback to learn that Chikage had caught the eye of the 3rd Hokage and graduated early. Could Chikage be a prodigy? Given Obito's low status within the clan and his infrequent visits to Uchiha territory, he was unaware of Chikage's apprenticeship under Fugaku Uchiha. Nevertheless, this revelation did not disconcert Obito. Rather, in comparison to the arrogant Kakashi, who flaunted his minor talents, he found Chikage to be extraordinarily amiable, further enhancing his fondness for him. As Obito reveled in his daydreams, a voice pulled him back to reality. Obito, since they're your kin, do you know them? What kind of people are they? Kurenai Yuhi asked, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. At her words, all eyes shifted to Obito, awaiting his response. Well, I don't know much about Shisui Uchiha, but I do know Chikage. We are very good friends. Obito felt the spotlight on him, momentarily stumbling over his words. So, what kind of person is this Uchiha Chikage? Asuma, despite having heard from his father about 2 students graduating early, was equally curious about the individual his father, as Hokage, held in such high regard. When speaking of his friend, Obito reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. Chikage is a wonderful person. We often help the elderly in our community together. The crowd fell silent, their concerns for Obito's communication skills growing. Is that all? Noticing the exasperated expressions around him, Obito realized his previous description had been somewhat sparse, scratching his head awkwardly. Of course not. Let me tell you, Hokage is quite handsome. Even among our Uchiha clan. He continued. Moreover, he is exceptionally easy to get along with. Is there nothing else? What about his strength? Obito hesitated, his gaze drifting. How could he possibly know? He had only learned today from Asuma about Chikage's exceptional talent that drew the third Hokage's attention, observing Obito's flustered state. The onlookers understood that he would not provide any valuable insights. Humph, you don't even know your friend's strength, yet you call him a close companion? Inazuka Kiba resumed his mocking tone. Obito, now flustered and furious, retorted, what do you know? Friends don't discuss such things. Is it that you don't want to talk about it, or that you are unworthy of discussing it? Ah, Inazuka Kiba, you. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted, silencing the crowd. They turned to see a middle-aged teacher approaching from the direction of the classroom, flanked by two shorter boys. One boy was strikingly handsome, with deep, expressive eyes, while the other, though slightly less remarkable in appearance, wore a gentle smile that radiated warmth. The moment the girls in the crowd caught sight of the two boys, they were instantly captivated, their eyes lighting up with admiration. Hokage had no doubt that, had the occasion permitted, these girls would have transformed into eager wolves. Even Karina's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at Hokage, murmuring in awe. Obito didn't exaggerate this time. This scene ignited a fierce sense of rivalry in Asuma's heart, as he glared at Hokage, now filled with palpable animosity. At this moment, Qianshuang found herself uncomfortably exposed under a barrage of intense gazes. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes filled with hostility directed towards her, prompting her curiosity to glance in that direction. After all, being the child of the Hokage, she had not encountered him personally but had seen numerous portraits. Instantly, she recognized this adversarial figure, the second generation of the Fire Shadow. Observing the crimson-eyed maiden beside him, who gazed at her with unabashed admiration, she realized that jealousy was at play. Noticing the situation unfolding, Uchiha Shisui, standing nearby, quipped with a smile, not bad at all. You've barely arrived, said not a word. And already made an enemy. Qianshuang shot a displeased glance at Shisui, choosing silence over words. As for Asuma Saratobi, Qianshuang held little regard for him. He was not his father, and as long as the other did not provoke him, he had no desire to stir trouble. In contrast to the infatuated girls, Lin Noera, standing beside Uchiha Obito, remained remarkably composed. Though slightly surprised, it was merely a fleeting reaction. This realization brought a substantial relief to the visibly anxious Obito. Had Lin displayed a similar expression, he would have been at a loss on how to face Qianshuang. Chapter 15. The throwing examination. Let me introduce to you two students who will participate in the graduation examination alongside you. Uchiha Qianshuang and Uchiha Shisui, the middle-aged teacher announced, gesturing towards the two. Upon hearing this, murmurs began to ripple through the previously tranquil crowd once more. Ahem. As the restless crowd quieted down, the teacher nodded slightly and continued, next, I will take you to the testing grounds where you will complete the shuriken throwing assessment. Upon hearing this, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the group, as each individual transformed their diverse emotions into a weighty seriousness. After all, for them, successfully graduating to become Genin was of utmost importance. Even Asuma, the son of the Hokage, was no exception. Among them, it seemed that only Qianshuang's demeanor remained unchanged throughout, while even Shisui, beneath his smiling visage, could not entirely mask a hint of seriousness. Noticing the subtle shift in Shishui's expression, Qianshuang couldn't help but smirk. Did Shisui truly need to be concerned about such a trivial graduation exam? It was worth noting that while Qianshuang could consistently defeat Shisui in their usual sparring sessions due to his formidable overall abilities, Shishui's exceptional skill in the body flicker technique had often posed significant challenges for him. Let us not even mention a mere Genin. While it was premature to assert dominance over Nin, Qianshuang was confident that no one among the Nin could stand against Shisui. Nevertheless, despite his considerable prowess, Shisui still bore the mentality of a child, yet to transform into the deeply caring Shisui who worried for his family and village. It was understandable that he felt anxious about the assessment. As Qianshuang's thoughts raced, the group had already begun moving under the teacher's guidance, and he maintained his pace at the rear of the procession. Qianshuang, just as he emerged from the tense atmosphere surrounding the examination, Obito excitedly approached him. I used to think you'd be just as clumsy as I am, but I never expected you to be a genius. And Shisui too, Obito showed no restraint in his enthusiasm, continuing to converse animatedly despite Shishui's presence, with the majority of the discourse dominated by Obito's exuberance. Shisui responded with a mix of warmth, curiosity, and a hint of awkwardness towards Obito. He certainly held a fondness for this fellow clansman. Yet he found it somewhat challenging to keep pace with Obito's chatter and cast a pleading glance at Qianshuang, who merely returned an expression of helplessness. In Qianshuang's view, there were moments when Obito bore a striking resemblance to Might Guy. Once their fervor ignited, no one could restrain them, leaving Qianshuang feeling utterly powerless. Thankfully, this situation did not persist for long, as the group that had previously clustered around Obito gradually began to disperse and join them. Qianshuang's eyes sparkled with realization. Her future teammates might very well be among the individuals before her. Rather than hastily getting to know one another after forming a team, it would be more prudent to cultivate relationships at this very moment. Obito, aren't they all your friends? Will you not introduce us? Qianshuang pointed towards a few individuals who were slowly approaching. Uchiha Obito, still somewhat dazed from his earlier excitement, gazed blankly in the direction of Qianshuang's finger before comprehending her intent. I nearly forgot about them, he said, scratching his head awkwardly and offering a sheepish smile. He quickly made his way to his companions and began the introductions. As Qianshuang listened to the familiar names, she matched them with the corresponding faces as Obito introduced each one. When Obito introduced himself, everyone greeted Qianshuang and Shisui warmly, to which Qianshuang responded in kind. However, Sarutobi Asuma merely nodded coolly, evidently harboring some reservations about the two. Yet, Qianshuang remained unperturbed, smiling and nodding in reply. After all, she considered herself an adult in spirit. What adult would lose their temper with children? Do you have confidence in the graduation exam, Qianshuang? Asked Noirarin, her curiosity piqued. Observant as she was, she had noticed that Qianshuang's face bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, it radiated a sense of ease. Feeling the attentiveness of the youthful gazes directed at her once more, Qianshuang smiled, finding these naive children endearingly innocent. Despite her own nervousness, they were genuinely concerned for others. Who can say for certain? She mused. As long as we strive to present our best selves when the time comes, regardless of the outcome, we shall not have any regrets, shall we? Qianshuang seemingly expressed the thoughts that resided within her heart, simultaneously guiding others in her own unique manner, coupled with her handsome and gentle smile. The crowd felt a stirring within, as if her words resonated deeply with them. The sunset-hued gaze, fixed upon Qianshuang, sparkled with admiration, akin to twinkling stars. Observing this scene, Asuma Sarutobi clenched his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless to alter the course of events. With a slight grimace, he resolved silently to reclaim the spotlight during the forthcoming assessment. Before long, under the guidance of their instructor, the group arrived at the training ground. They lined up according to their ninja numbers. I will examine each of you one by one, the middle-aged teacher announced loudly. Uchiha Qianshuang and Uchiha Shisui. You two will stand at the end of the line. Qianshuang and the other person naturally had no objections to this decision, nodding to the middle-aged teacher to indicate their understanding. The first assessment you shall undertake is the throwing of shurikens. Each of you may cast 10 kunai, with your scores determined by the total number of targets hit. Are there any questions? Surveying the surroundings, the middle-aged teacher noted the absence of inquiries and, eschewing any unnecessary words, swiftly commenced the examination. First up, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi slowly emerged from the crowd, approaching the wooden target, casting a defiant glance back at Qianshuang. The onlookers, intrigued, displayed expressions of curiosity, eager to witness which of the two would ultimately prevail. Although the reasons behind their rivalry were unclear, it did not deter their enthusiasm for the spectacle. Yet, being astute individuals, they refrained from siding with either party. One was the son of the Hokage, while the other hailed from the formidable Uchiha clan, both not to be trifled with. Turning back, after receiving the teacher's permission, Asuma Sarutobi concentrated all his focus on the target. With a powerful leap, he hurled the kunai with remarkable precision, and a series of 10 swift whooshes echoed through the air, each kunai embedding itself in the wooden target 10 meters away. Wow, look! Asuma has hit all the targets, exclaimed the one onlooker. Truly, he is the Hokage's son. He possesses remarkable skill. The teacher stationed at the target, responsible for counting, assessed the wooden board and announced loudly. Asuma Sarutobi, 90 points. What? 90 points? How infuriating. He has just added pressure on all of us behind. Feeling the envious and amazed gazes surrounding him, Asuma Sarutobi basked in the limelight, glancing back at Qianshuang as if to flaunt his accomplishment. Yet, Qianshuang paid him no heed. Engrossed in animated conversation with Uchiha Obito and others, entirely devoid of the tension that accompanied the impending examination. This left Sarutobi Asuma with a profound sense of frustration, feeling as if he possessed energy yet had no outlet for it. Chapter 16. Full marks one by one. Students approached to complete the throwing assessment. Some returned to the crowd, exuding joy as if resurrected from despair, while others walked back with faces ashen and spirits crushed. Lin, Qianshuang. I passed. I passed. Uchiha Obito was among the former, bursting with eagerness to share his elation upon his return. Yahagi Lin shook her head in exasperation. Obito, why are you making such a fuss? Did you not see that you barely scraped by? If you had practiced diligently, you wouldn't be so anxious. Despite being reprimanded by Yahagi Lin, Uchiha Obito's smile only grew brighter. Fear not, Lin. I am destined to become Hokage. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere graduation exam? He then turned towards Qianshuang and Shisui. Qianshuang, Shisui, I have already passed the test. You both must strive to do well too. Qianshuang smiled gently at Dato, nodding slightly. Uchiha Shisui also smiled as he clenched his fist, making a gesture of encouragement. Next up, Uchiha Shisui. Here I go. Uchiha Shisui waved goodbye to Qianshuang and the others. Qianshuang said little, casting an encouraging glance as she watched Shisui approach his examination position. Uchiha Shisui stood at a distance of nearly 10 meters from the wooden target, refraining from rushing into action. Instead, he meticulously observed the placement of the target before him. Beside him, 2 rows of kunai were neatly arranged on their stand, glinting coldly under the illumination. Are you prepared, Shisui? Inquired a middle-aged instructor, standing not far from him. Shisui nodded earnestly. Go for it, Shisui. The members of Uchiha Obito's group behind him couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. Meanwhile, Asuma Saratobi stood attentively, fixated on Shisui's movements, eager to discern whether this early graduate, akin to Kakashi Hitaki, possessed the requisite skills. Without further ado, the middle-aged instructor declared loudly, "Then commence." In a swift motion, Shisui's hand brushed past the kunai stand, and in the blink of an eye, only one row of kunai remained. In the next instant, 10 kunai were released almost simultaneously, each striking the bullseye without exception. The spectators, including the instructors, were left bewildered, having failed to catch a glimpse of Shisui's actions before the demonstration concluded. Uchiha Shisui. Full marks. While astonishment filled the air, the counting instructor solemnly announced Shisui's score. "Is this for real? You must be joking." The surrounding graduates stared at Shisui in sheer disbelief, as though they had witnessed a ghost. Even the middle-aged instructor was momentarily speechless, although he had seen perfect scores before. He was truly astonished by the speed of Shisui's kunai throw, which had been so swift that he barely registered it. The astonishment lingered for quite some time. And even as Shisui returned to Qianshuang's side, no one seemed to notice. "Did I perhaps overdo it a bit?" Shisui mused, scratching his head with a wry smile at the reaction of the crowd. "Well done, Shisui." Qianshuang offered a kind smile. "At this level, you know I can match it too. Just don't let up later." Shisui teased. Qianshuang gently patted Jishui's shoulder, and before the teacher could call out, she had already stepped ahead to the assessment position. Upon seeing Qianshuang, the middle-aged instructor gradually regained his composure, and his gaze towards her transformed. Indeed, none who graduated early were to be underestimated. Kakashi from years past was a prime example, and now he dared not take these two prodigious Uchiha graduates lightly. "Uchiha Qianshuang, are you prepared?" The teacher's voice snapped the surrounding graduates back to reality, their eyes ablaze with curiosity as they scrutinized Jishui and Qianshuang, whispering amongst themselves. "Uchiha Jishui actually achieved a perfect score. Remarkable. Isn't it just so? What do you think Uchiha Qianshuang will score?" "In my opinion, she will score at least 80. With Jishui's precedent, none dared to underestimate these two early graduates any longer. Even Asuma Saratobi no longer viewed them as mere juniors. His expression was grave, as his instincts suggested that Qianshuang's abilities might surpass those of Jishui. As Uchiha Obito and others regained their senses, they stared wide-eyed at Jishui, unable to fathom that the friend they had just met a minute ago possessed such formidable prowess, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was Obito who broke the silence first. "Jishui, you are incredibly impressive." "Then Qianshuang must be." Uchiha Jishui maintained his gentle smile, interjecting, "Qianshuang is far more capable than I." The revelation left the crowd in astonishment, and they instinctively turned their attention to Qianshuang. "Begin." With the command, Qianshuang's actions mirrored those of Jishui before her. She seized a kunai, threw it, and hit the target with fluid grace, her expression serene, exuding an effortless charm. "Uchiha Qianshuang, perfect score." A gasp escaped the audience as they were once again astounded. Who could have anticipated such extraordinary talent emerging in their cohort, two prodigies at that? The middle-aged teacher felt a wave of numbness. He scrutinized closely, nearly straining his eyes. Yet he still could not discern Qianshuang's technique. Could it be that he was truly aging? Ultimately, he attributed his confusion to the exceptional abilities of the two. Asuma Saratobi, while having somewhat foreseen this outcome, was nonetheless taken aback. Reminiscing about his previous arrogance in challenging Qianshuang, he felt a pang of humiliation, yet he consoled himself, thinking that it was merely a matter of kunai throwing skills, and he would not be outmatched in comprehensive ninja abilities. When Qianshuang returned to stand beside Uchiha Obito, Obito stepped forward, grasping her shoulders with fervor, as if celebrating his own accomplishment. "Well done, Qianshuang. You also achieved a perfect score, truly worthy of being my right-hand ally as future Hokage." Meanwhile, the ever-sardonic Izuna Uchiha interjected, "Indeed impressive, but unlike some, who merely scraped by while dreaming of becoming Hokage. Do you want to fight?" In a fit of anger, Obito lunged at Izuna, observing the chase between the two. Lin Noera felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, but approached to extend her congratulations. "Qianshuang, Jishui, congratulations," with her leading the way. Others soon followed suit to offer their well wishes. Only Asuma Saratobi could not bring himself to join them, retreating to a distance, feeling a deep sense of discomfort as he watched the crowd around Qianshuang and Jishui. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen sat intently watching the scene of Qianshuang and others during their graduation exam through a crystal orb, observing Qianshuang and Jishui's throwing techniques. A glimmer of admiration sparked in Hiruzen's eyes as he murmured, "Indeed, they are two remarkable young talents. It seems necessary to nurture their potential." He then summoned the Umbu waiting outside, instructing, "Go to the ninja school and inform the assessment teacher of a last-minute change to the final exam." After specifying the details, the Umbu member departed. Hiruzen resumed his focused gaze upon the crystal ball. Chapter 17, Examination Modification. As the students began to chatter once more, the middle-aged teacher clapped his hands, attempting to initiate the next segment of the examination, only to be interrupted by a sudden figure approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a masked Umbu ninja. After a brief exchange, the teacher nodded, and the Umbu vanished using body flicker technique. Qianshuang observed this exchange with keen interest, undoubtedly. Everything occurring here was under the scrutiny of the third Hokage. Yet, this suited him well. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength could he earn the third S attention and further his plans. The middle-aged teacher turned to converse with the counting instructor before addressing the students again, clapping his hands once more. Everyone, I have just received news that the final assessment will be altered. Upon hearing this, the students were puzzled but not overly surprised. As the graduation exam format varied each year, the nature of the assessments was often subject to luck. However, typically, the exam content would be decided days in advance. And the sudden change left them bewildered. The assessment will consist of random duels in pairs. Only the victors will graduate. What? Does that mean only half of us can graduate? Is this a mistake? This is not only a test of strength but also of luck. As the content of the assessment was revealed, the crowd erupted in complaints, clearly dissatisfied with the new format. The teacher clapped his hands again to restore order, stating, "Do not lose heart. While only winners can graduate, it does not mean that losers cannot. As long as the graduation standards are met, even those who lose can still graduate." Upon hearing this, the dissenting students calmed down. At that moment, the counting teacher approached, carrying a box, and joined the middle-aged teacher. The teacher nodded to the others, indicating the box. "Now we will begin the random pairing. Each of you will draw a slip of paper from the box. Those with matching numbers will compete, supervised by one of the instructors." The graduates complied, approaching the box in turn to draw their slips. However, when it was Qianshuang and Jishui's turn, the box was unexpectedly empty. They exchanged puzzled glances with the middle-aged teacher. "I forgot to mention. Since you two are 2 years younger than the other graduates, to ensure fairness, you will be paired together," the teacher explained. Instantly, Chisame discerned the true nature of the situation. The pretense of fairness was merely a ruse orchestrated by the third Hokage. Anyone with a modicum of perception could ascertain that. Despite being 2 years younger, Chisame and Shisui were likely unmatched among the graduates. The third Hokage, having observed the proceedings, could not have been oblivious to this fact. Indeed, he likely surmised that even the present instructors might be outmatched. Thus, he expediently altered the rules, pitting Chisame against Shisui. This served the dual purpose of sparing others from humiliation and allowing for a more thorough assessment of their capabilities, a shrewd maneuver, to say the least. Having elucidated the matter, Chisame inwardly denounced the third Hokage as cunning, though she refrained from voicing her dissent. After exchanging a glance with Uchiha Shisui, she followed an instructor to an open area. "Do you require a moment to recuperate?" The middle-aged teacher's words betrayed his understanding of Chisame and Shisui's circumstances. Naturally, he extended the utmost leniency to such prodigious students. Qianshuang and Jishui both shook their heads. The teacher no longer spoke further, standing between the two and extending a hand to block the space between them. In light of this, both sides prepare. Qianshuang and Jishui simultaneously raised their right hands, their fingers lifted to the height of their cheeks as they formed a seal. This gesture, a customary display of respect among ninjas before battle, signified their readiness for the impending confrontation. Qianshuang and Jishui locked eyes in a silent exchange. Yet the fierce determination reflected in Jishui's gaze ignited an unexpected flame within Qianshuang's heart. Despite possessing memories from a past life, the combative essence inherent in the Uchiha clan coursed through her veins unabated. Thus, the ninja battle commenced. With a swift motion, both Qianshuang and Jishui simultaneously drew kunai from their tool bags and charged toward one another. The clash of their weapons resonated with a piercing metallic sound. The two figures intertwined and overlapped, engaging solely in physical combat without employing any ninjutsu. The speed of their confrontation was such that even the observing instructor struggled to catch every detail, only able to hear the incessant clattering of their weapons. Clang. Once more, their kunai clashed, and Qianshuang, leveraging her strength, successfully deflected Jishui's weapon, causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. Seeing Jishui's defenses wide open, Qianshuang propelled herself forward with fierce determination. Her left fist poised to strike at Jishui's chest. To her surprise, her punch connected, but the sensation was not as she had envisioned. In an instant, Jishui's form dissipated like a mirage before her, reappearing 5 meters away. Body flicker technique, indeed impressive, Shisui. Over the past 3 years, Qianshuang had tirelessly honed her physical prowess, delivering that punch with no reservations, pushing her speed and strength to their utmost limits. Yet, Jishui managed to evade her with remarkable skill, indicating significant progress in his technique during this time. "Your physical abilities remain formidable. That was a near miss just now," Jishui remarked, a hint of apprehension in his expression. However, he was not idle, as his hands deftly formed several hand seals. "Be wary, Qianshuang. Fire style. Great fireball technique." A massive fireball surged forth, hurtling toward Qianshuang. "Here it comes." Qianshuang remained composed, her hands swiftly forming the necessary seals. Wind release. Blade of wind. Qianshuang raised 3 fingers, unleashing a semicircular wind blade with a diameter of nearly 20 centimeters. Although, in terms of chakra attributes, wind release is typically countered by fire release, exceptions do exist. Qianshuang's wind blade had solidified to an extraordinary degree, exhibiting terrifying sharpness and resilience. Upon collision, it was the great fireball of Shisui that was cleaved apart by Qianshuang's wind blade, causing flames to scatter uncontrollably to both sides, incinerating numerous flowers and trees in the vicinity. What? Is this truly a battle of mere genin? The proctor pondered, observing the barren landscape before him, torn between indecision. Should he intervene? It seemed there was still no clear victor, yet, if he refrained, the other graduates might be unable to determine a winner at all. Indeed. The commotion generated by Qianshuang and Shisui had been so immense that, were it not for the ample space of the training ground, the flames alone could have inadvertently harmed others. Nonetheless, a group of genin had never witnessed such a spectacle. They halted their actions, casting curious and envious glances toward the unfolding scene. Uchiha Obito and Noera, having recognized Qianshuang and Shisui's exceptional strength during the throwing assessment, were nonetheless astonished by the intensity of the ninjutsu displayed. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. In stark contrast, Asuma Saratobi, hidden in a corner, clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting deep incredulity and unwillingness. Despite the gathering gaze of the crowd, the fighting spirit within Qianshuang and Shisui remained undiminished. Instead, it intensified with each exchange. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Shisui Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. After missing with his great fireball, Uchiha Shisui did not cease his assault. He formed new hand seals, flames surging once more as fireballs cascaded from above, middle, and below, directed once again toward Qianshuang. Qianshuang remained completely unperturbed, executing her teleportation technique in the fleeting moment before the fireball struck, deftly evading each one. As she lifted her gaze once more, however, the figure of Shisui had vanished. Behind her, 3 years of relentless training had transformed Qianshuang profoundly. Although Jishui's teleportation technique was exquisite, it was still detected by Qianshuang the instant it manifested. Qianshuang abruptly turned, raising the kunai in her hand to effortlessly block Jishui's unexpected attack. With her strike failing once more, Jishui refrained from lingering, using the rebound of his blow to leap back, once again creating distance between them. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary agility Qianshuang possessed, and thus offered her no opportunity to exploit her strengths. Still not enough. It seems that mere body flicker technique cannot contend with you, Qianshuang, Jishui remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. Jishui, I sense this is not your true strength, is it? If you don't unleash your genuine abilities, you might end up losing. Qianshuang replied with a confident smile, though internally, she remained on high alert. Unlike others, she was well aware from the original narrative that Jishui's body flicker technique had been perfected to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to create afterimages indistinguishable from his true self. Earning him the moniker of Body Flicker Jishui, she pondered how much he had developed this technique in the present, years before. Have you figured it out? Then I shall no longer hide it, Qianshuang. This is a new technique I developed through the body flicker technique, although not yet perfected. It allows each afterimage to appear as the original. You must be cautious. With hands forming seals once again, Jishui's figure began to blur, and 3 identical afterimages emerged from him, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Upon witnessing this, Qianshuang's previously relaxed demeanor vanished, for she was genuinely uncertain when faced with Jishui's renowned technique. Her Sharingan quietly activated, the 3 Magatama spinning languidly within her crimson gaze, as she attempted to discern the truth among the 4 figures before her. Yet, she was unable to glean any clarity, evidently, as Jishui had stated. Every afterimage was indeed the original, a manifestation of the body flicker technique taken to its zenith, though the seals were for the body flicker technique. The effect resembled that of the shadow clone technique, rendering the original indistinguishable. What exactly was this? Even those instructors present, who prided themselves on their vast knowledge, were left in a state of confusion, with only Qianshuang seemingly grasping the principle behind this technique. However, knowing the theory did not equate to execution, and should Qianshuang attempt to replicate it, her chances of failure would likely outweigh her chances of success. Suddenly, without further contemplation, Jishui and his afterimages advanced in unison. His eyes had also transformed into Sharingan, indicating that he intended to fight with all his might. The 4 Zishuis attacked from 3 directions, left, front, and right, and even Qianshuang, with her formidable strength, found it somewhat strenuous to defend against their combined onslaught. At this moment, her mind raced, devising strategies to counter this technique. After an unknown number of exchanges, Qianshuang evaded 2 of the afterimage strikes, only to have her kunai parried by another Jishui's weapon, resulting in her being kicked away by the 4th Jishui. Despite having raised her arm to block the kick, she still felt a sharp pain coursing through her arm. Without granting her a moment's respite, the 4 Zishuis surged forward simultaneously. This time, their movements were synchronized, their kunai lunging from various angles toward Qianshuang. Even the observing instructors and classmates could not help but break into a cold sweat for her. Should all 4 strike at once, would she not be rendered defenseless? Just as the proctor was about to call a halt, Qianshuang remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Fire Release, Dust Concealment Technique. A torrent of intensely heated dust erupted from her mouth, rapidly expanding to cover a vast area, obscuring the vision of those present. Even Jishui, positioned at the center and endowed with Sharingan, momentarily lost track of Qianshuang's location amidst the haze. Whoosh! A shuriken shot forth from the smoke, aimed directly at Jishui's face. However, how could such a ploy affect one with Sharingan? Jishui easily sidestepped, having anticipated the shuriken's trajectory. Yet, Qianshuang's assault was far from over. Shurikens flew from various directions and angles, and Jishui, along with his afterimages, adeptly evaded them. although the attacks did not inflict any tangible harm. The distance between the four Zishuis gradually diminished. While blocking the projectiles, Shisui utilized his Sharingan to continuously search for Qianshuang's location based on the shuriken's trajectory. Found it. Jishui's four pairs of blood-red eyes fixed intently on a point within the dust cloud, and all four figures dashed toward that direction. In the darkness, a soft chuckle echoed. Have you discovered me? But it is already too late. In the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Jishui's four figures had not covered much ground, they felt an uncontrollable force pulling them together. What? Jishui looked down in bewilderment, noticing steel wires had appeared before him, tightly ensnaring him. Having been in the smoke where no light penetrated, Jishui had failed to notice the wires attached to the shuriken. Now realizing this, he found it was already too late. He attempted to resist, but it was futile. In no time, the four Zishuis were bound together, and under the constraints of space, the body flicker technique was automatically dispelled, reverting the four figures back to one. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust, allowing the onlookers to finally discern the scene within. There stood Qianshuang. Kunai poised against the bound Jishui. This is the Sharingan's windmill technique. 3 blades. You have lost, Jishui. With the battle concluded, Qianshuang exhaled in relief. Ah, truly. Even with this move, I am still no match for you? Jishui mused, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Your body flicker technique is indeed formidable. Next time. Should you be prepared, I may not stand a chance. Qianshuang jested. At this moment, the proctor approached, and upon seeing the scene, he instantly understood the outcome. Though he was curious about the events leading up to this moment, it was not the time for inquiries. What mattered was announcing the result. All right. The victor has been determined. This ninja duel concludes with Qianshuang Uchiha as the winner. Both sides sealed a reconciliation sign. Qianshuang. Qianshuang. As the result was declared. Waves of cheers erupted like a tide. At this moment, the gazes of the graduating students toward Qianshuang and Jishui shifted dramatically, evolving from initial disdain to respect, and ultimately to admiration. Both their strengths had garnered universal recognition. Even the instructors nearby could not help but exclaim, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Congratulations. You have both become qualified genin. Wait, teacher, I clearly lost just now, the recently untied Jishui questioned, bewildered by the proctor's words. The proctor's lips twitched in exasperation. With such strength, he could hardly be considered a genin. How can you expect the other graduates to survive? Yet, he explained. Your abilities fully meet the criteria for a genin. You are both qualified to become genin. Chapter 19. Jishui's innocence. Congratulations, Qianshuang and Shisui. Well done. Haha. I knew you could do it. After the battle concluded, Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, and others gathered once more. As the dust unleashed by Chickage had not yet fully dissipated, the assessments of the remaining participants were postponed to avoid any adverse effects. With newfound freedom, these newly acquainted companions eagerly congregated, ready to extend their heartfelt congratulations. Qianshuang smiled and remarked, we are merely taking the lead. I believe that with everyone's strength, we will all successfully become genin. I shall take your kind words to heart. Yu and Lin jested. Of course. I aspire to be the man who becomes Hokage. This graduation exam is but a trivial matter, Uchiha Obito declared, pushing his thumb against his nose, once again boasting. Meanwhile, Shiranui Genma nodded in agreement, while Yuhi Kurenai appeared somewhat hesitant to speak, yet after a prolonged silence, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Qianshuang's gaze shifted, noticing the unusual demeanor of the girl bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. Although she could not comprehend why the seemingly reticent girl appeared as though she had unspoken words for her, she resolved to approach and inquire further. Uchiha Qianshuang, Uchiha Shisui. As Qianshuang was about to step forward, she was called to a halt by the proctor, leaving her with no choice but to address the matter at hand. What is it, teacher? Qianshuang and Jishui directed their gazes towards the proctor, who was approaching them with measured steps. It is this. You two have officially become genin. So you're required to visit the Hokage office within the next couple of days to take your photographs and obtain your certificates. As the teacher spoke, he handed each of them their respective ninja headbands. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Qianshuang and Jishui exchanged a glance, accepted the headbands, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The proctor waved his hand dismissively and then turned to call upon the other graduates. Everyone, the dust from earlier has been cleared away thanks to the wind release instructors. So please make the most of your time to continue the assessments. What? So soon? I haven't had enough time to talk to Qianshuang. Uchiha Obito lamented. His expression one of dejection, devoid of the spirited determination he had previously exhibited. Enough of your nonsense. Yamanaka Rin reprimanded him sharply, tugging at Obito's ear. Instead of complaining, you should focus on how to deal with your opponent. Ouch, Rin, you're pulling too hard. Be gentler. Uchiha Obito grimaced but made no attempt to break free. Enduring the mix of pain and pleasure as he was led away, Qianshuang gazed at the departing figures of Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito, then turned her attention towards the direction of Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikaku, who were also fading into the distance. She shook her head, realizing that she would have to wait for another opportunity to see clarity. Having successfully passed the graduation examination, Qianshuang felt no lingering desire to remain there. Shisui, I intend to head back. Would you care to join me? Shisui pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. The two bid farewell to their instructor and departed from the training ground. As twilight descended, the setting sun appeared blood-red, its light shimmering like a gilded edge against the horizon, casting a dreamlike glow that seemed almost surreal. Perhaps it was the hour for dinner. As pedestrians hurried home to reunite with their families, the once bustling streets were now sparsely populated, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Walking side by side, Qianshuang and Shisui found themselves enveloped in silence, the serene atmosphere influencing their demeanor. As they observed the vanishing sun, reflecting on the events of their lives thus far, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over Qianshuang. Rubbing her face, she sought to dispel the disorienting sensation that had momentarily engulfed her. Qianshuang silently admonished herself. The Third Shinobi World War was a pivotal moment that would determine not only her fate but also that of her family and clan. She could not afford to be complacent. What is the matter, Qianshuang? Your expression has been rather unusual since a while ago, Uchiha Shisui observed, sensing the shift in her emotions with genuine concern. I'm fine, Shisui. With his gentle reminder, Qianshuang regained her usual amiability. I was merely contemplating the incessant skirmishes along the borders of the great nations. If things continue this way, the Third Shinobi World War may be upon us sooner than expected. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Shisui's face was swiftly replaced by a shadow of concern. Indeed. At this rate, an all-out conflict is inevitable. Tell me, Shisui, what are your thoughts on our village and clan? Qianshuang casually inquired, observing the worry etched on Shisui's features. However, this seemingly casual question sent a chill down Shisui's spine, as it hinted at his perspective on the growing discord within the village and clan. Qianshuang is now the disciple of the clan leader, so it is hardly surprising that she is aware of such matters. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Jishui's mind. What are you so anxious about? Qianshuang observed the sudden tension etched on Jishui's face, finding it somewhat amusing. I was merely inquiring casually. Sensing that her reaction may have been overly intense, Jishui offered an awkward smile. How could I not be anxious? Such questions are rarely broached within the clan. Qianshuang chuckled softly, yet her expression quickly turned solemn. If circumstances permitted, I too would wish for harmony between the village and the clan. However, reality may not unfold as one envisions. Should that day truly arrive, Qianshuang turned her gaze, her earnest eyes seemingly piercing through Jishui's very soul. How would you choose? Seemingly unnerved by Qianshuang's penetrating stare, or perhaps moved by her words, Jishui's countenance revealed a hint of turmoil, accompanied by a trace of anguish. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally responded with resolute conviction. No, I shall never allow such a thing to transpire. I will do everything within my power to resolve the conflict between the clan and the village. Jishui's unwavering gaze met Qianshuang's, a determination so profound that even she could not help but express her admiration. Alas, without receiving a direct affirmation from Jishui, Qianshuang chose not to press further. Instead, reflecting on his naivety. Resolving conflicts? Such words are easily spoken, yet how can the grievances passed down through generations be so simply reconciled? Unless there is a complete overhaul of the leadership on both sides, hope remains elusive. Nevertheless, Qianshuang felt a measure of assurance regarding Jishui's stance. Although he regarded both the village and the clan with equal importance, he would never resort to sacrificing one for the other, a stark contrast to Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi is the ruthless individual who would annihilate his own clan for the sake of his brother, placing him above all else in his heart. But what if the order to eradicate the clan had not been given to Uchiha Itachi, but rather to Uchiha Jishui? Would the outcome have been different? Qianshuang was unaware. She merely lifted her head once more to gaze at the setting sun, which had dimmed a few shades, and fell into contemplation. In the Hokage's office, a middle-aged man knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutching a large folder. Had Qianshuang and Shisui been present, they would have recognized this kneeling figure as the teacher who had previously overseen their examination. Hokage-sama, both of these children are undoubtedly geniuses on par with Hatake Kakashi. Upon hearing such high praise from the teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the least bit surprised. After all, he had witnessed the battles of Qianshuang and Shisui and was himself somewhat astonished by their prowess, which indeed warranted such commendation. Taking a leisurely puff from his pipe, Sarutobi replied, Indeed, they are two exceptional children. What are your thoughts on their team formation? My subordinate dares not presume, but I believe it would be more beneficial to separate these two outstanding children into different teams, as this would simultaneously motivate both groups. Ah, your suggestion is certainly worthy of consideration. Sarutobi took another draw from his pipe, his gaze profound as he sank into contemplation. Chapter 20, Jin and Grandma, I'm home. Upon returning, Qianshuang could hardly contain her excitement as she shared the wonderful news with her only relative. As of today, I am officially a Genin. With that, she brandished the forehead protector clasped tightly in her hand. It was perhaps only in the presence of her sole family member that Qianshuang could reveal her youthful exuberance. Grandma Qianshuang was momentarily taken aback, so much so that even her usual greeting of welcome was conspicuously absent. Is that so? As she regained her composure, a faintly strained smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, it was a matter worthy of celebration. Qianshuang noticed something unusual about her grandmother and quickly removed her shoes, sitting down beside her. What's the matter, Grandma? Are you feeling unwell? Qianshuang inquired with genuine concern. Grandmother Qianshuang shook her head, a trace of bitterness flickering in her eyes. Qianshuang. She gently called her grandson, raising her hand to caress his cheek. Qianshuang, in a state of submission, offered no resistance and gently inclined her head forward. Grandma Qianshuang gazed at her grandson's increasingly resolute and handsome countenance. Feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion she longed to articulate. Yet, when the words reached her lips, they transformed into a mere sigh. Qianshuang did not urge her but quietly awaited her grandmother to speak. After a while, her grandmother's emotions gradually stabilized. The aged hand gently took hold of Qianshuang's. Feeling the thick calluses on her palm, and the bitterness in her eyes transformed into a sense of helplessness. Back then, your parents perished during a mission. And even their remains could not be brought back. As she spoke, her grandmother's emotions once again flared, her face etched with profound sorrow. Qianshuang felt a tremor within. For the loss of his parents remained an everlasting ache in his heart. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on his grandmother's hand. I never wished for you to become an exceptionally accomplished ninja, for strength entails both responsibility and peril. My sole desire has always been to witness you grow up joyfully and live a stable life, even if it is not in the guise of a ninja. Qianshuang's eyes were slightly reddened. If it were not for unavoidable circumstances, how could he not desire a life of ease? Yet, the reality could not be swayed by the wishes of this old woman. With a sigh, grandmother expressed her understanding of Qianshuang's position as the esteemed disciple of the clan leader, an early graduate of the lower ninja ranks. Outside, whispers hailed him as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, a source of pride for his grandmother. Though she would not hinder him, she urged him to remain vigilant. Cautioning against the fate that befell his parents, a warm current flowed through Qianshuang's heart as he endeavored to suppress his emotions, concealing his vulnerability from his grandmother. Rest assured, Grandma, I will safeguard myself. Once I become exceptionally powerful and bring peace to the land, I shall take you on a journey to every nation, he proclaimed with a beaming smile. Hearing this, grandmother couldn't help but chuckle, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Very well, I shall eagerly await that day, she replied. Of course. I shall keep my promise. Seeing his grandmother's spirits lift, Qianshuang joyfully took her hand and stood up. Grandma, I'm hungry. When shall we have dinner? Such a glutton, she teased, affectionately tapping his forehead. I'll go heat up the food. You must be tired from your graduation exam this afternoon. Rest for now. I'm not tired. I want to help. In the quiet of the night, the cozy little house was illuminated, reflecting the busy figures of the grandmother and grandson, accompanied by the soft sounds of their laughter, which brought a touch of warmth to the cool evening. The following morning, Qianshuang arrived early at the Hokage building. Knowing that he would have to come here eventually, better to arrive early than late, especially since this could be his first encounter with the third Hokage. He deliberately chose the early morning when his mind was clearest. Qianshuang's appearance today bore little difference from her usual self. The sole notable distinction was the wooden forehead protector firmly tied atop her head, signifying her status as a genin. Before long, she found herself atop the Hokage building, where her gaze fell upon a contraption resembling a camera from a past life, accompanied by a middle-aged man sporting a long beard. Hello. May I inquire if this is the location for photographs and obtaining certificates? Qianshuang inquired with an air of nonchalance. The middle-aged man paused in surprise, seemingly taken aback by her youth, yet he replied, Are you a newly graduated genin this year? Yes, she affirmed. Oh, I see. Please take a seat here and assume a natural pose. I shall take your photograph. He gestured toward the chair position before the machine. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang nodded, unhesitatingly taking a seat and facing the camera with a smile. As a beam of light flashed, a photograph materialized in the hands of the middle-aged man. Child, what is your name? Uchiha Qianshuang. The man nodded and began to rummage through a collection of small notebooks on the table beside him, perhaps fearful of forgetting, occasionally murmuring Qianshuang's name as he searched. Before long, he extracted a particular notebook from the numerous ones, affixed the photograph, and stamped it. Congratulations, Uchiha Qianshuang. From this day forth, you are a true genin of Konoha Corps. This is your ninja identification. Be sure to keep it safe. Qianshuang took the credentials with great care and tucked them into her bosom, nodding solemnly. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man who had taken her picture, she descended the stairs step by step. To her astonishment, everything proceeded as usual today, and she did not encounter the anticipated third Hokage. Logically, one would expect the old man to be eager to meet the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader, yet here she was, arriving at his doorstep. And there was no response. Was her arrival too sudden, leaving the news uncommunicated? Or had she come too early, with the elder still in slumber? As Qianshuang pondered these questions, she unconsciously reached the second floor of the Hokage building. Still lost in thought, she remained oblivious to the white figure that had materialized at the corner of the staircase. In her distraction, she nearly collided with this apparition. But her quick reflexes allowed her to step firmly on the ground, stabilizing her momentum as she hastily retreated a few steps to create distance. I apologize. I was not paying attention. You weren't hurt, were you? Although she had not actually collided with the figure, Qianshuang immediately expressed her regret. Haha. You did not touch me, so there is no need for apologies. I am uninjured, the figure replied, turning to reveal a face that bore the marks of age. In her earlier panic, Qianshuang had not discerned much, only noting the white attire. But now, as she steadied herself and looked closely, her heart quivered. The Hokage hat and ceremonial robe, embellished with the insignia of the third Hokage, made the identity of the person unmistakably clear. You are the Hokage, Lord Hokage. The momentary fluster passed, and Qianshuang quickly composed herself, adopting an expression of deep respect, tinged with a hint of excitement. Observing her demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with her reaction. Child, what is your name? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Qianshuang rolled her eyes internally, recognizing that only a child would believe this was a mere coincidence. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could see that the old man was clearly waiting for someone. Who would believe he was unaware of his own name? Nevertheless, she maintained a respectful demeanor and replied, Hokage-sama, I am Uchiha Qianshuang. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. If you have no pressing matters, would you care to join me for a conversation? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Really? Qianshuang exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, I would be honored. It seemed that there was no escaping this encounter. Satisfied, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned to walk inside. Qianshuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor and hastily followed suit. Chapter 21. The Test of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen took his seat behind his desk, while Qianshuang stood respectfully before it. Observing her stance, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and gestured toward the nearby sofa, saying, Since we are here to converse, there is no need for you to stand. Please, take a seat. Qianshuang, taken aback, shook her head in disbelief. Before Lord Hokage, how could a junior dare to take a seat? Such formalities are unnecessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his pipe and took a puff. At this moment, I am not the Hokage, but merely an elder of the Hidden Leaf Village. Let us converse about life and ideals. Surely, that permits us to sit down. Qianshuang pretended to ponder for a moment, ultimately relenting and taking a seat on the sofa. Upon seeing her settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage once again broke into a smile. Qianshuang, may I address you as such? He inquired. Of course, Hokage-sama. She replied, still maintaining an air of utmost respect. In truth, I have been observing you for quite some time. You are an exceptionally gifted child. I deeply lament the loss of your parents, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his smile fading, replaced by sorrow and remorse. At the mention of her parents, an expression of profound desolation crossed Qianshuang's face, a sentiment far from feigned. Yet, soon after, her melancholy was supplanted by determination and respect. No, Hokage-sama, there is no need for your apology. This is not your fault. Moreover, my parents sacrificed themselves for the peace of the village, and I take great pride in them. Observing Qianshuang's elevated understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon expressed his guilt, saying, as the leader of the village, I feel a deep sense of indebtedness to all the heroic souls who sacrificed themselves. Yet, to attain peace, sacrifices must be made. I hope you can comprehend my earnest intentions. Qianshuang nodded in understanding. What a good child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having successfully eased Qianshuang's heart, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. Did you come to collect your ninja identification? He inquired knowingly once more. Yes, Lord Hokage, Qianshuang replied, producing her identification from her bosom and presenting it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He accepted it, glanced at it symbolically, nodded, and returned it. Congratulations. It is rare to become a ninja at such a young age. Fugaku has indeed taken on a remarkable apprentice. Qianshuang, perceptive as ever, quickly responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen's subtle probing with humility, attributing her accomplishments to the guidance of her instructors at the Ninja Academy. Without their mentorship, I would not have achieved such success. In the future, I shall strive tirelessly for the future of Konoha, willing to dedicate my life and blood. Observing the sincerity reflected in Qianshuang's clear, dark eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt assured that this young individual had perfectly inherited the will of fire, his fondness for her growing exponentially. To dedicate one's life and blood, you say? He murmured, then burst into hearty laughter. Ah, my dear child, your intentions are commendable enough. There is no need to invoke such ominous terms as blood and life. Even in sacrifice, this old body shall lead the charge before you. Qianshuang, filled with excitement, unconsciously rose to her feet and declared, Yes, Lord Hokage, I shall not betray your expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, increasingly pleased with Qianshuang. Her reverence towards him and loyalty to the village appeared genuine, devoid of any pretense. However, to ensure thoroughness, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to conduct one more test. He slowly rose from his seat and approached the cabinet on his right, pulling open the second drawer to retrieve a palm-sized scroll. A great question mark loomed over Qianshuang's head. What scheme was this old fellow up to now? The next moment, Qianshuang's query was answered. Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled the scroll in his hands, revealing an exceedingly intricate sealing technique. Given Qianshuang's current mastery of sealing arts, her attempts to decipher it would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to form hand seals, his movements deliberate yet measured, as if he intended for Qianshuang to clearly observe the process. After a series of more than 10 seals, nearly half a minute passed. With a decisive slap on the sealing technique inscribed on the scroll, a much larger scroll materialized from thin air. At that moment, a singular term flashed in Qianshuang's mind, the Book of Seals. Sensing Qianshuang's astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Qianshuang, do you know what this is? Qianshuang managed to suppress the fluttering in her heart with great difficulty. After all, that was the forbidden scroll containing the profound techniques developed by generations of Hokage. Who wouldn't wish to glimpse its contents? Yet, it was evident that the moment was not ripe. Even a mere glance might arouse the third Hokage's suspicion. I am unaware. Qianshuang feigned confusion in her response. In truth, the instant the forbidden scroll came into view, she had already comprehended the various behaviors of Sarutobi Hiruzen leading up to this moment. So, he intends to test me, does he? This old fox is truly wary of trusting others. Thus, I shall continue to play along and see who outmaneuvers whom. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled with a hint of pride, saying, This is the forbidden scroll, which houses countless powerful jutsu accumulated by Konoha over the years. Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's gaze towards the scroll grew ever brighter. Lord Hokage, what must one do to learn the techniques within? If you can make outstanding contributions to Konoha in the future, you will naturally have the opportunity to learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly. I understand. I will continue to strive. While she thought this outwardly, Qianshuang inwardly scoffed at the third Hokage's grand promises. Even if she were to make contributions, it was unlikely she would be permitted to learn the forbidden techniques. Considering she was an Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pleased with Qianshuang's response, smiled, achieving the desired effect. Following this, he put away the scroll amidst her reluctant gaze and resumed his seat, puffing on his pipe. Qianshuang, you must understand, where Konoha flourishes, so too does the fire of life. You are the future of the village, the new sprouts of Konoha. Your immediate priority is to lay a solid foundation and strengthen your resolve, for only then can you thrive. After this motivational discourse, Qianshuang successfully exited the Hokage's office, rubbing her ears and inwardly lamenting the experience. It appears that with age, one tends to prattle on endlessly. This holds true even for the esteemed Hokage. Shaking her head, Qianshuang hurriedly descended the stairs, fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen might summon her again for another life lesson. In the Hokage's office, having just dispensed a hearty dose of motivational wisdom, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits, muttering, What a fine child. He certainly deserves to be nurtured. With that thought, he pondered for a moment before deciding to place her in Asuma's team, hoping to inspire that young man as well. With a decision made, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, delighting in the moment. Chapter 22, Fugaku's Council. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Qianshuang made her way directly back to the Uchiha clan grounds, stopping only before her family's courtyard. However, she chose not to enter just yet. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings. Once she confirmed there were no outsiders present, she relaxed and turned towards the center of the clan. Before long, Qianshuang arrived at her teacher, Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Just then, a slight figure opened the door, colliding with Qianshuang, who was about to knock. Big brother Qianshuang, what brings you here? The moment the door opened, Uchiha Itachi's face lit up with joy. Itachi, it has been a while. I had to come see you and master, as well as your parents. Qianshuang smiled, playfully patting Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Big brother Qianshuang. Itachi seemed to want to say something, his face slightly flushed with rare shyness. Seeing Itachi's usually composed demeanor now appear bashful brought a smile to Qianshuang's face. It was amusing to think that this bashful boy would one day become the ruthless perpetrator of a massacre. What is it, Itachi? If there's something you wish to say, just speak up. Perhaps sensing the amusement in Qianshuang's eyes, Itachi's cheeks flushed even more. I wanted to say that I have completely mastered what you taught me earlier. I was wondering if you have time to train with me again? Itachi's introverted nature often led him to keep his thoughts hidden, and this was the first time he openly made such a request, his bright eyes gazing hopefully at Qianshuang. I'm sorry, Itachi. I have something to discuss with Master. Qianshuang replied apologetically, playfully tapping Itachi's forehead with her fingers. Itachi was slightly taken aback by the gesture, but a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face. However, Qianshuang quickly changed her tone. But if you are willing to wait, I will have time after I finish. Really? Itachi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Then it's settled. Indeed, it is settled. Watching Itachi's excitement, Qianshuang couldn't help but smile. If only this child's joyful expression could remain forever. Returning to reality, Qianshuang sighed and walked towards the courtyard. In the familiar surroundings, she navigated with ease, reaching the spot where Uchiha Fugaku was enjoying tea. You're here, Fugaku said without looking up, having sensed her arrival. He casually poured tea into a cup and gestured for her to sit beside him. Yes. Qianshuang slightly bowed and took her seat without hesitation. The teacher and student sat side by side, resembling a father and son, both silently gazing at the flourishing flowers and plants in the courtyard. After a while, it was Fugaku who broke the silence. Did you go to collect your documents? Hehe, master, you truly have an uncanny ability to predict everything. Nothing escapes your notice. Qianshuang chuckled, her playful demeanor contrasting sharply with her usual self. Stop with the flattery, you rascal. Fugaku clearly saw through Qianshuang's antics, though a slight smile betrayed his amusement. Get to the point. At this, Qianshuang dropped her playful facade. This morning, while collecting my ninja documents, I encountered the third Hokage. As she spoke, a shiver ran through her, recalling the earlier motivational speech she had endured. What did he say to you? Fugaku asked, seemingly unfazed. As he lifted his teacup for another sip, Nothing particularly special. The third Hokage first expressed his regrets regarding my parents, followed by the usual cliches about the will of fire. As she recounted this, Qianshuang seemed to relish the moment, taking a sip from her own cup. Noticing that Qianshuang was deliberately prolonging her story, Fugaku shot her a glance but chose not to press further, though he never voiced it. Fugaku held a deep satisfaction with his apprentice. Over 3 years of guidance had revealed Qianshuang's strength and determination. In fact, both he and his wife regarded Qianshuang as no different from their own son, Itachi. Yet, they often found themselves puzzled by Qianshuang's personality. At times, she seemed to diverge from the typical Uchiha traits, often displaying a playful demeanor when in their presence. Unbeknownst to them, this was simply Qianshuang's way of expressing her fondness. Although there initially existed a relationship of vested interest between the master and disciple, over the course of 3 years of unreserved instruction to Qianshuang, Uchiha Fugaku had long since become both a mentor and a father figure. It was precisely for this reason that Qianshuang often created a bit of commotion during their conversations, hoping to alleviate Uchiha Fugaku's rigid demeanor. When Uchiha Fugaku shot him a stern glance, Qianshuang remained unfazed, instead responding with a cheeky smile before leisurely continuing his discourse. Ultimately, the third Hokage seemed to have tested me by producing a scroll known as the Sealing Book, which purportedly contained numerous formidable forbidden techniques. Upon hearing the term Sealing Book, even Uchiha Fugaku's composure was momentarily stirred. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement, turning to Qianshuang with a serious expression, saying, "Qianshuang, you must remember to refrain from coveting that item." Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware of the immense allure that powerful forbidden techniques held for youthful and impulsive individuals. He genuinely feared that Qianshuang might attempt to pilfer it. Thus, despite his profound trust in Qianshuang's character, he felt compelled to issue this warning. Feeling the concern in his mentor's words and gaze, warmth surged through Qianshuang's heart, causing a subtle smile to form at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, teacher, I understand the gravity of the situation." Upon hearing Qianshuang's response, Uchiha Fugaku finally felt a weight lift from his heart. The two then proceeded to discuss matters concerning Qianshuang's future development, such as mission assignments and promotions to CH Nin. "Qianshuang, have you truly decided to participate in the CH Nin exams in 6 months?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired gravely. "You should be aware that war may erupt at any moment. If you advance to CH Nin during this tumultuous period, the missions you encounter will likely be arduous, and you may even risk your life. After all, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and the challenges faced by a CH Nin are certainly beyond those of a genin." Reflecting on Uchiha Fugaku's admonition, Qianshuang found himself recalling a conversation with his grandmother that night, leading to a moment of hesitation. Yet, he quickly steeled his resolve, contemplating his future and the destiny of the Uchiha clan, clenching his fists once more. "Indeed, for the sake of the future and destiny, I must forge ahead. Teacher, I have made my decision." Observing the determination in Qianshuang's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku recognized that further discourse would be futile. He could only place his hopes in Qianshuang's judgment. Chapter 23, the good news brought by Obito. The spacious courtyard once again fell into silence. Uchiha Fugaku leisurely finished the last sip of tea from his cup, casting a casual glance at the relaxed Qianshuang nearby. "Since we have concluded our discussion, what are you still doing here?" Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a calm tone. Yet there was an undeniable authority in his voice. "Are you at a loss for what to do? Would you like me to assign you some tasks?" Upon hearing this, Qianshuang, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, shaking his head vigorously as if in a daze. Just as he was about to rise, he recalled something. "By the way, teacher, may I take Itachi along for training?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, but ultimately did not oppose the idea, nodding in agreement. Qianshuang then rose to her feet, once again bowing slightly before making her way outside. Just as she was about to push the door and enter the room, the voice of Uchiha Fugaku echoed once more. Uchiha Fugaku's tone remained as unruffled as ever, reminding her not to forget to return for lunch at noon. Qianshuang paused for a moment, turned her back to Uchiha Fugaku, and broke into a cheerful smile before responding and stepping through the door, leaving Uchiha Fugaku alone in the courtyard, where he wore a serene expression as he refilled his teacup. It was then that Qianshuang noticed Uchiha Itachi, who was quietly awaiting her arrival in a chair. "Elder brother Qianshuang." Upon seeing her, Uchiha Itachi leapt down from his seat and approached her. Qianshuang affectionately patted Uchiha Itachi's head and said with a smile, "Let us proceed to the training grounds. I wish to see how well you have mastered what I taught you last time." "Absolutely," Uchiha Itachi exclaimed with eagerness. "But, Qianshuang, you must teach me some new techniques this time." "Haha, certainly." The two youths, one tall and one small, walked side by side out of the door, their silhouettes elongated by the sun's rays as they ventured into the forest. After concluding a morning of training, Qianshuang returned with Uchiha Itachi for lunch, then bid farewell to Uchiha Fugaku and the others. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, bathing the entire expanse in a golden hue, while a gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, carrying with it a delicate floral fragrance. Birds flitted about, joyfully chirping their melodies. Everything appeared soft and delightful. Qianshuang equally relished the current scene, her steps unusually slow and leisurely, as though she were meandering. "Make way." A sudden exclamation erupted from behind Qianshuang, shattering the tranquility of the moment. A young boy clad in blue was racing towards her at an astonishing speed. Perhaps he had only just noticed her presence ahead, and in that instant, he was unable to halt his momentum, his body careening uncontrollably towards her back. At a critical moment, Qianshuang slightly turned her body, calmly evading the impending collision. She then swiftly grasped the back collar of the young boy, bringing his rapid momentum to an abrupt halt. "Hey, I told you. Don't run so fast on the main road. It's dangerous." Just as Qianshuang prepared to lecture him, she lifted her gaze and recognized the newcomer's face. Obito? Upon hearing his name called by the person who had seized him, Uchiha Obito turned around in confusion. Upon realizing it was Qianshuang, he instantly leaped with joy. "Qianshuang, it's you. I never expected to run into you here. What a twist of fate." Uchiha Obito, with a carefree demeanor, completely forgot the near collision that had just transpired. What a twist, indeed. Qianshuang did not indulge Obito. She raised her hand and playfully struck his head. "Haven T, I told you numerous times. Why are you still running so fast? This time you were fortunate to encounter me. What would you do next time if you bumped into an elderly person?" Uchiha Obito, clutching his sore head, looked utterly aggrieved. "I'm sorry, Qianshuang. I promise I'll be more careful next time." Qianshuang rubbed his head, having heard that phrase countless times before. "What's the rush? Where are you off to now?" Each time Uchiha Obito dashed about in the streets, the reasons remained remarkably similar. Typically, it was about assisting an elderly person, leading to a delay, or something of that nature. Qianshuang had long since accustomed himself to this routine. Noticing that Qianshuang refrained from further admonishing him, Uchiha Obito regained his cheerful demeanor, scratching his head with a hint of pride. "By the way, Qianshuang, you might not know this yet. After you and Shisui passed the exam, everyone else did too. We're all now genin." Qianshuang felt no surprise upon hearing that Obito and his companions had successfully advanced. After all, he held the script in his hands. Although the exam content had deviated slightly due to his influence, the abilities of the group were evident, making their promotion to genin entirely plausible. "Congratulations." Qianshuang offered his heartfelt wishes. Seeing that Qianshuang did not exhibit the anticipated astonishment, Uchiha Obito pouted in mild dissatisfaction, but then his expression brightened with a sudden thought. "Oh right, Qianshuang. We're planning to go out for a nice lunch to celebrate. I wanted to invite you, but you weren't home this morning. Now that you're here, why not join us?" "Lunch." Qianshuang glanced up at the sun, now positioned directly overhead, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. While it certainly felt early to be dining at the teacher's house, Obito's timing for lunch seemed rather late. "I'm sorry, perhaps next time. I have things to attend to shortly." Qianshuang waved his hand in refusal, adding, "And if you wish to invite me for a meal next time, could you please give me a bit more notice?" With that, he pointed at the sun above his head. Initially disheartened by Qianshuang's refusal, Obito looked up at the direction of Qianshuang's finger and suddenly realized something. Oh no. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Obito turned and dashed away, calling back, "Sorry, Qianshuang. I'm going to be late. We'll talk later." Sigh. Qianshuang let out a sigh as she gazed at the bewildered youth before her, unable to discern any trace of the ruthless masked man within him. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Qianshuang resumed her journey. Qianshuang walked out of the Uchiha clan grounds, traversing through a series of streets, until she finally arrived at her destination, the Konoha Hospital, located in the heart of the village. Indeed, her purpose for visiting the Konoha Hospital was to learn medical ninjutsu. For Qianshuang, who had already made considerable achievements in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, this pursuit was still insufficient. Qianshuang is acutely aware that her destiny inevitably leads her to the battlefield, where fierce battles are unavoidable. It is conceivable that she may suffer minor injuries or ailments, while having medical ninjas by her side is reassuring. What if they are absent? Qianshuang dared not gamble. Nor could she afford to, for as the saying goes, relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. To prepare for any eventuality, she decided to come to the hospital to learn a thing or two. As for how to learn and from whom, Qianshuang admitted she had yet to devise a plan. For now, she would simply enter and observe. Upon stepping into the Konoha Hospital, Qianshuang was immediately struck by the familiar scent of disinfectant, reminiscent of hospitals from her past life. Glancing around, her first impression was one of vastness, even by the standards of her previous world. Konoha Hospital could easily be rated among the top tier. Of course, this assessment was solely based on the hospital's size, when factoring in the medical ninjutsu. It would not be an exaggeration to deem Konoha Hospital the finest in the world. Chapter 24, Pharmacist Yu. At that moment, tensions along the borders of various nations were incessantly escalating. Although the situation had not yet escalated into full-scale war, numerous skirmishes had already occurred, resulting in significant casualties. Even during this midday period, typically reserved for rest and meals, the expansive hospital remained bustling with doctors and patients, a continuous flow of activity. Qianshuang gazed upon the numerous patients, some with severed limbs and others in a state of unconsciousness. And a wave of sorrow enveloped her as she lamented the brutality of war. "Hello, how may I assist you?" At that moment, A blonde physician clad in white attire and adorned with round spectacles approached Qianshuang, inquiring gently. Sensing the kindness of her demeanor, Qianshuang, after a prolonged contemplation without arriving at a solution, chose to be forthright. Greetings, I am not here for treatment. My purpose is to learn medical ninjutsu. The strikingly attractive physician was momentarily taken aback by the candidness of the young child expressing her desire for knowledge. Curiosity piqued, she responded, typically, boys tend to gravitate towards combat ninjutsu. It is quite rare to encounter someone so eager to learn the healing arts. Indeed, Qianshuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the physician's observation. Had she not already possessed some proficiency in ninjutsu, she would not have devoted time to the study of medical techniques. Nevertheless, both combat ninjas and medical ninjas are indispensable within a team, with no hierarchy of importance between the two. The blonde doctor blinked in surprise, evidently not expecting to hear such profound wisdom from a child of merely 7 or 8 years. With a smile, Qianshuang added, after all, knowledge is never burdensome. The doctor's lips twitched as she stifled a compliment that almost escaped her. From Qianshuang's words, it was evident that the girl aspired to master it all. Ah, you possess quite the ambition, my dear, the doctor remarked with playful reproach, gently tapping Qianshuang's forehead. But be cautious, one cannot learn everything at once. Qianshuang realized that her previous words had been somewhat frivolous, and quickly smiled, saying, I will certainly pay attention to this matter. I wonder if the doctor could lend me a hand? Observing Qianshuang's relatively sincere demeanor, the blonde doctor felt a pang of compassion and replied, come with me. With that, she made her way to the second floor of the hospital. Qianshuang hurriedly followed the doctor, anxious not to lose sight of the savior she had just encountered. Along the way, the golden-haired physician cautioned her, while I can assist you to some extent, the ultimate outcome depends on your own efforts. Qianshuang was somewhat perplexed by this statement. As you have observed, the ongoing border conflicts will only lead to an increasing number of casualties, and it is unlikely that the doctors in the hospital will have the time to teach you. The doctor glanced at her and noted that her expression remained unchanged before continuing, with my capabilities, I can grant you unrestricted access to the hospital's library, allowing you to peruse some non-classified medical texts. If time permits, I may also offer you some guidance. However, much of the learning will be up to you. Do you possess the confidence to undertake this journey? Qianshuang nodded, recognizing that not everything could proceed smoothly. At this moment, being able to self-study at the library of the hospital brought her great satisfaction. I understand now. I appreciate your assistance, dear doctor. Observing that Qianshuang remained undeterred by the challenges before her, the golden-haired doctor nodded in response and strode forward with purpose. Before long, the two arrived at a tightly shut door, where a nurse stood guard at the platform outside. Miss Nakamura. The golden-haired doctor greeted the nurse with a smile. Upon recognizing her visitor, Nurse Nakamura responded warmly, Ah, Miss Pharmacist. Have you come to borrow a book? Pharmacist? Qianshuang paused, suddenly realizing something. She glanced at the golden-haired doctor's long hair and round glasses and thought, could this be Pharmacist Nanao? Pharmacist Nanao gently shook her head and explained, actually, a friend of mine wishes to learn some medical knowledge, so I brought him to the library for a look. As she spoke, she gestured towards Qianshuang, who was following closely behind. Since Qianshuang was merely an 8-year-old child and not particularly tall, Nurse Nakamura had not noticed her until now, when she redirected her gaze. Wow, what a cute little gentleman, she exclaimed, stepping forward to ruffle Qianshuang's cheeks. Typically, despite Qianshuang's striking appearance, strangers would refrain from such forwardness. However, the presence of the pharmacist made the situation feel entirely natural. Though Qianshuang felt a bit resistant, she ultimately refrained from protesting, as she sought assistance and endured the playful touches with an expression of exasperation. Pharmacist Nanao observed the scene with amusement but eventually intervened, gently pulling Nakamura aside. All right, Nakamura. It's time to stop. Nurse Nakamura sheepishly scratched her head, offering an apologetic smile to Qianshuang. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Qianshuang, bearing the weight of her humiliation, shook her head and swiftly adjusted her mindset, inquiring, may I enter and take a look? Of course. If you wish to see it again in the future, feel free to come find me. Nakamura replied with a generous pat on his chest. Qianshuang nodded slightly in gratitude, and, under the guidance of the pharmacist Yanao, entered the library. Allow me to introduce you to the classifications here, the pharmacist said, gesturing towards the rows of bookshelves before them. The section on the far left is dedicated to herbal medicine, containing texts that document medicinal herbs. Adjacent to it is the ninjutsu section, which records the healing techniques commonly employed by medical ninjas. Qianshuang did not dare to be careless, diligently memorizing the locations of various categories of books. After thoroughly introducing the classification of the library's collection, pharmacist Yanao swallowed hard and cleared her slightly parched throat. Well, I have said all that I needed to say, and I have matters to attend to. The rest is up to you, she stated, not lingering longer than necessary before turning to leave. Wait a moment. Qianshuang called out, blinking her clear eyes. I still do not know your name, elder sister. Pharmacist Yanao turned around with a smile. My name is Yanao, and I am the head of a nearby orphanage. If you have any questions, Feel free to seek me out. Clearly, Yano Yu held a favorable impression of Qianshuang, perceiving her as an ordinary child, and showed her considerable kindness. Watching Yano Yu's figure gradually recede, Qianshuang murmured, "What a kind-hearted person. Can I alter her fate?" At present, Yano Yu remained the director of the orphanage, not having been reinstated by Danzo. Though Qianshuang was aware of all this, she could not fathom how to proceed, suppressing her swirling thoughts and refraining from overthinking. She reminded herself that she was still in the process of growing, and who could predict what the future might hold. Qianshuang approached the herbal section and extracted an ancient tome entitled The Compendium of Extraordinary Flora, as she perused the pages detailing the marvelous medicinal properties of various rare plants. Even her extensive knowledge acquired over 2 lifetimes could not suppress her astonishment. Could such wondrous entities truly exist in this world? Qianshuang remained somewhat non-committal. Chapter 25, The Orphanage. Qianshuang returned home as darkness enveloped the sky. "I'm back," she announced, carefully placing her shoes in an orderly fashion by the entrance. At that moment, her grandmother was setting the table with the freshly prepared dishes. Upon seeing Qianshuang enter, she immediately smiled and said, "Qianshuang has returned. Come and have your meal." Qianshuang responded with a nod and strode forward. "By the way, that boy Daitu came to see you this morning, saying he wanted to celebrate your promotion to Genin together. But unfortunately, you were not here." Grandmother, with a gentle smile, served Qianshuang a portion of vegetables. Qianshuang ate heartily, responding in a muffled voice, "I encountered him later. But by then I had already dined at the teacher's house, so I did not go." "Is that so? Obito is indeed a good child. You must interact with him well." "Rest assured, Grandma, I shall." After satisfying his hunger, Qianshuang returned to his room. Eager to experiment with the medical ninjutsu he had recently learned, he took out a kunai and made a small incision on the back of his hand, then formed the hand seals for the healing technique. A faint green orb of light appeared in Qianshuang's palm. Qianshuang brought the orb of light close to the wound on her hand, feeling a slight itch emanate from the injury, followed by a gradual healing process. It took a full 15 minutes for the wound to completely mend. Although the chakra consumed was minimal, the prolonged duration left Qianshuang feeling rather dissatisfied. Qianshuang let out a sigh, realizing that the art of medical ninjutsu was far from simple. The journey to becoming a well-rounded ninja was indeed a formidable one. However, despite her momentary lament, Qianshuang did not succumb to discouragement. Armed with the experience of her initial attempts, she embarked on her second and third endeavors. In the days following her successful graduation, her life regained a sense of structure. Mornings were dedicated to training, during which she occasionally offered guidance to Uchiha Itachi. Afternoons found her immersed in the library of the Konoha hospital, where she seized the opportunity to engage in discussions with Yukushi Nanoyu whenever fate allowed. "Nakamura-san. Is Yukushi-san in the hospital today?" Qianshuang inquired, peering out from the library towards Nakamura at the entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Nakamura shook her head. "I haven't seen her all day. She must not be here. Is there something you wish to ask her?" "Yes. I have some questions regarding techniques that I would like to consult her about," Qianshuang replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But then her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Do you think she might be at the orphanage?" Nakamura pondered for a moment before responding, "It's quite possible." Qianshuang nodded, remaining silent as she began to ponder. According to the original text, during the Third Great War, Yakushi Kabuto would arrive at the orphanage run by Yakushi Nan, thus commencing his tumultuous journey through life. However, it remains uncertain whether he had already come during this period. Perhaps she could visit the orphanage and engage Yakushi Nan in a discussion about various matters. Having made her decision, Qianshuang placed the book back on the shelf and exited the library. Was she truly leaving? Qianshuang nodded, expressing her desire to visit the orphanage run by Sister Yaoshi. "Please remember to send my regards to her and the little ones." Nakamura replied with a gentle smile, indicating her frequent visits to the orphanage. "I will," Qianshuang said, waving her hand with a cheerful demeanor. Upon leaving the hospital, Qianshuang did not head directly to the orphanage. Instead, she took a leisurely stroll along the street. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to visit empty-handed. After browsing various shops, she finally halted in front of a confectionery store. Half an hour later, she arrived at the orphanage located at the edge of the village. The establishment was modest in size, featuring a single larger building. Through the windows above, one could see that, although the decor was simple, the rooms were quite tidy, suggesting that they were cleaned regularly. In the yard in front of the building, a slightly plump middle-aged woman was leading a group of 10 or so children in playful activities. Since the woman had her back turned to the entrance, she was unaware of Qianshuang's arrival. However, one child, with wide, sparkling eyes, was intently staring at Qianshuang. "Auntie, look! Someone's here!" cried the child, pointing a tiny finger towards Qianshuang. Unaware of Qianshuang's presence, the woman and the other children turned to follow the child's gesture. Upon noticing that the newcomer was a young boy, the middle-aged woman appeared momentarily taken aback and approached to inquire, "Little one, what brings you here? You should head home. This is not a place for you." "Hello, Auntie. I'm here to see Sister Yaoshi," Qianshuang replied politely. "Looking for the director?" The woman, though puzzled, decided to report this and said, "Please wait here a moment while I fetch her." "All right," Qianshuang responded. The woman then turned to the children. exchanging a few words before hastily departing. The child who had first noticed Qianshuang approached her, displaying no fear but rather excitement, tugging at her sleeve and asking, "Hey, big brother, what are you here for? Are you an orphan too, coming to our orphanage?" With this initial inquiry, the surrounding children began to gather around her. Although Qianshuang was still a child herself, the majority of the children in the orphanage were only 4 or 5 years old, making Qianshuang stand out distinctly amongst them. Qianshuang gently patted the boy's head and said softly, "The elder brother is also an orphan, but he won't be residing in the orphanage. I have come this time to visit you all." As she spoke, Qianshuang lifted her hand, shaking a large bag of snacks. Upon seeing the treats, the children instantly transformed into eager little creatures, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on Qianshuang's hand, drooling in anticipation. Don't rush, there is enough for everyone." Qianshuang maintained order while distributing the snacks. Before long, a middle-aged woman approached, accompanied by the pharmacist Yanaoyu, followed by a somewhat timid white-haired boy. Yanaoyu observed Qianshuang mingling with the children, a smile blossoming on her face. "Qianshuang, what brings you to the orphanage today?" Upon hearing the voice, Qianshuang finally diverted her gaze from the ravenous children. Wasn't she merely here to visit Sister Yashur? A smile graced Qianshuang's lips as she casually suggested a discussion. Yashur Yanaoyu shot her a disgruntled glance, as if to imply that her inquiries were perhaps the primary motive. "You may converse." "I shall tend to the children," the middle-aged woman said, displaying her perceptiveness as she stepped aside, although she did not take the white-haired youth with her. Realizing her intentions had been uncovered, Qianshuang sheepishly chuckled, directing her attention to the white-haired boy held by Yashur Yanaoyu. Though curiosity stirred within her, Qianshuang feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who is this child?" "Ah, him." Yashur Yanaoyu also turned her gaze toward the boy, her expression softening with affection. "He is an orphan whom I recently adopted. I was just conducting a physical examination for him." The white-haired youth, sensing the focus of both their gazes upon him, instinctively tensed, anxiously inching closer behind Yashur Yanaoyu. "Please do not take offense. The children who arrive here are often shy," she added. Qianshuang nodded in understanding. Having just arrived at the orphanage with her white hair, this child is most likely the medicine master doe. Indeed, it is better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive too early. Qianshuang picked up the remaining treats in her hand and crouched down before the young boy. At that moment, the boy gazed at her in sheer terror, gripping the hem of pharmacist Yina's dress tightly with his small hands. "Do not be afraid. I have brought you some snacks." With that, Qianshuang extended the delicacies towards him. The boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the tempting treats, and he instinctively swallowed hard, yet he hesitated to accept them, casting a doubtful glance at pharmacist Yina instead. With a gentle nod and a warm smile, pharmacist Yina encouraged him, prompting the boy to finally take the snacks and begin devouring them eagerly. Chapter 26. A gift for the pharmacist. The examination for this child is not yet complete. If you do not mind, you may join us. Or perhaps play with the children over there, pharmacist Yina said, looking affectionately at the pharmacist doe, who was savoring the treats. Qianshuang undoubtedly decided to follow along. To be honest, he held little interest in the minor figures over there, while the two individuals here piqued his curiosity far more. The apothecary, Yanaoyu, swiftly ushered Yoshido and Qianshuang into a room. At that moment, Yoshido had already finished his snack, leaving a ring of crumbs adorning his face. Yanaoyu gazed at Yoshido's cat-like visage and smiled gently, producing a tissue to tenderly wipe his mouth, causing Yoshido to blush profusely. Once he was cleaned up, Yanaoyu formed a seal that Qianshuang had never witnessed before. Her hands began to emanate a green glow as she slowly approached Yoshido's forehead. Yoshido did not resist, gently closing his eyes. "What is this?" Qianshuang found himself in rare unfamiliar territory regarding knowledge. This is a medical diagnostic technique, capable of detecting ailments within the human body. Yanaoyu explained patiently as she conducted the examination. Qianshuang was taken aback. Initially, she anticipated that the examination would resemble a routine health checkup from her previous life, involving blood draws and vision tests. However, she realized her ignorance. Indeed, it was no surprise that ninjas would even economize on medical apparatus. In a brief moment, the radiance emanating from the hands of the healer, Yanaoyu, dimmed, suggesting that the examination had concluded. Yet, a slight furrow appeared on her brow. Gently, Yanaoyu caressed the head of the young healer, Kono, and inquired, "Child, can you see my face clearly?" Startled by the serious expression on Yanoyu's face, Kono trembled as he replied, I can't see it very well." Indeed, in the hidden path, it is unmistakably clear that this child is Yakushido. As anticipated, the moment to present glasses is at hand. As expected, the next instant, Yakushi Nanoyu gently removed his glasses and carefully placed them upon Yakushido's face. A spark of clarity illuminated Yakushido's vision, transforming his surroundings into a vivid tableau. "You do not have a name yet, do you?" Yakushi Nanoyu said kindly, observing the wide-eyed and curious Yakushido who was glancing around. "Why not adopt my surname? As for your given name." Though Yakushi Nanoyu had some thoughts brewing in his mind, he chose to glance over at Qianshuang, considering it prudent to seek her opinion. Qianshuang never anticipated that her role as an observer would lead to her being consulted for an opinion. Adhering to the principle of sparing Yao Shi Yinayu any discomfort, Qianshuang feigned contemplation for a moment before uttering a name. Do, let us call him Yashir Do. What do you think? Yashir Yunayu was momentarily taken aback. Then playfully remarked, it seems we are on the same wavelength. In that case, your name from now on shall be Yashir Do. The latter part of his statement was directed towards Yashir Do. In response to the two, Yashir Do no longer exhibited the previous reluctance and nodded emphatically, seemingly quite fond of the name. Observing Yashir Do's exuberance, both Yashir Yunayu and Qianshuang couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Do. Qianshuang stepped forward, warmly patting Yashir Do on the shoulder. As a token of celebration for your new life, allow me to present you with some gifts. Ken stooped, meeting Yukushi Kabuto's gaze squarely, her eyes flashing crimson for a fleeting moment. Before Kabuto could discern the change in her eyes, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. These were imparted by Kins through her Sharingan. Though presented as a gift, they were merely rudimentary chakra cultivation methods and the 3 basic techniques. Since he would learn them eventually, she figured she might as well bestow them upon him now and perhaps earn some goodwill. As expected, the young Kabuto, unaccustomed to such things, looked at Kins with wide, grateful eyes. Thank you. He wished to address her by name but, realizing he didn't know it, asked with some embarrassment. I don't believe I know your name? Kins. I am Uchiha Kins. She spoke her name without reservation, knowing that Yukushi Nono, a former root operative, likely already knew her identity. She decided to seize the opportunity to reveal it herself. Besides, Nono had left root, so she posed no threat. Nono, as expected, showed no surprise, her smile unwavering. Kabuto, I believe you have the potential to become an exceptional ninja in the future. Kins patted Kabuto's shoulder encouragingly. Kabuto, looking at the first person to teach and acknowledge him, felt a surge of emotions culminating in the words, I will strive to become an exceptional ninja. Thank you. Kins-san. It seems I've left a considerable impression on one of the future masterminds of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Kins mused. Nono remained silent, watching the scene with a serene expression. Subsequently, Kins posed all her questions to Nono, receiving answers to each. After offering Kabuto a few words of encouragement regarding his training, she bid them farewell. Leaving the orphanage, Kins bypassed Konoha Hospital and returned home. Why are you back so early today? Kins' grandmother, who was preparing dinner, was surprised to see her home before sunset. After all, Kins was usually busy from dawn till dusk. I visited the village orphanage today, so I came back early. Kins quickly removed her shoes. I'll talk to you later, Grandma. I'm going to train in the backyard. Qianshuang waved his hand, disappearing from sight. The child. His grandmother felt a sense of helplessness, yet her heart swelled with pride as she observed her grandson's diligent training. Upon arriving at the backyard, Qianshuang eagerly began to experiment with the medical ninjutsu he had learned that day, feeling a sense of satisfaction at its effectiveness. After much contemplation, he resolved to create his own ninjutsu. Under the tutelage of Uchiha Fugaku, he had made significant strides in wind and fire release techniques. However, his proficiency in lightning release left much to be desired. Although Qianshuang possessed some formidable lightning release techniques, he believed he had not fully harnessed its explosive power and penetrating capability. Thus, after much reflection, he decided to innovate. To claim he was creating something entirely new would be misleading, as Qianshuang drew inspiration from Kakashi Hitaki's Chidori, a technique capable of delivering immense penetrating damage through extraordinary speed. Perfectly suited for someone with the Sharingan like him. Yet, given that Chidori was a battlefield creation of Kakashi, Qianshuang had no time to await its inception or seek instruction. He had to rely on the memories of his past life to learn it himself. Although he harbored little confidence, he resolved to give it a try, treating it as a desperate gamble. With this thought in mind, Qianshuang began to concentrate the lightning release chakra within his body. Recalling the original text, he formed the 5 hand seals, Zi, Wu, Shin, Wu, and Mao. He felt the lightning release chakra within him surge forth like a torrent finding its channel, rushing towards his right arm. In the next moment, arcs of electricity crackled around his right hand. Before he could revel in his success, he sensed the chakra he had just gathered rapidly depleting, and the arcs of electricity dissipated into the air. Chapter 27. Obito's concerns feeling a tingling sensation radiate from his right arm. Qianshuang let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, creating a ninjutsu was no simple task. After regaining his composure, he concentrated once more on gathering chakra, this time dedicating a longer period to the process. Both the quality and quantity of chakra exceeded his previous attempt. When he unleashed Chidori again, a piercing, explosive sound erupted, and this time, the blue arcs intensified, enveloping his entire hand and part of his forearm in a brilliant azure glow. A searing pain shot through his arm, prompting Qianshuang to cry out involuntarily as he hastily severed the chakra supply. Gasping for breath, he gazed at his right arm, where the skin had split open, blood oozing forth, and he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Silently invoking the healing technique, he restored his grotesquely injured arm while his mind sought the balance of chakra. The technique known as Chidori can be classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. Renowned for its formidable offensive power, yet equally challenging to master, this particular skill demands an exceptionally high level of chakra control from its practitioner. Insufficient chakra renders the technique ineffective, while an excess can result in self-inflicted injury. Regrettably, these two scenarios are precisely what Qianshuang has encountered. Discovering the optimal balance is certainly not an instantaneous endeavor, it necessitates continuous experimentation to accumulate experience, a truth that even Qianshuang cannot escape. Throughout her repeated attempts, Qianshuang diligently attuned her senses, making adjustments as needed. When her chakra was depleted, she would sit down to reconcentrate. Upon recovery, she would resume her practice. Perpetually engaged in this cycle. This period has been particularly unique for the Ninja Academy, marking the transition of graduates and the arrival of newcomers. Students who successfully passed their graduation examinations have gradually received their Jinin certificates, while those who did not are faced with the misfortune of an additional year of study. Speaking of graduation, one cannot overlook the significance of team formations and the guidance of a Jonin instructor. Qianshuang harbors no particular expectations regarding her Jonin mentor. After all, it is unlikely that anyone could surpass Uchiha Fugaku in suitability for her needs. Conversely, she does hope to be assigned to a team with Uchiha Obito, as such an arrangement would facilitate her future plans to thwart Uchiha Madara's ambitions. Yet, contemplating possibilities is futile. The outcome lies beyond her control. Thus, Qianshuang resolves to abandon her musings and focus her energies on study and training. However, as the saying goes, joy and sorrow coexist, and in stark contrast to Qianshuang's mindset, Uchiha Obito is in a state of distress, almost desperate to forcibly connect his name with that of Noera Rin in the Hokage's office. As a result, Uchiha Obito has lost his appetite, consumed by worry, and appears to have lost weight. Qianshuang, what if Rin and I are not on the same team? Uchiha Obito said weakly as he walked alongside her. Qianshuang rubbed her forehead, expressing her frustration as she remarked, "You have reiterated this many times. What can I do? How is it that I encountered you first thing in the morning? Don't be so heartless, Qianshuang." Uchiha Obito tugged at her sleeve, pleading, "If I cannot team up with Rin, I shall perish. Please, help me devise a plan." Today marked the day of graduation and the allocation of teams for the lower-ranked ninjas. Qianshuang had risen early to make her way to school. Little did she know that Uchiha Obito, consumed with anxiety over his team assignment, had been so excited that he had not slept a wink the entire night. Thus, the early bird and the sleepless night owl set off to school together. Qianshuang's initial good spirits were extinguished by Uchiha Obito's incessant lamentations. "What can I do? If you truly wish to team up with Rin, it would be wiser to approach Lord Third Hokage directly. Given your unwavering affection, he will surely grant your request." Qianshuang gently patted Obito's shoulder. Upon hearing Qianshuang suggest he seek out the Third Hokage, Obito faltered. "The esteemed Third Hokage is so very busy. Would he truly have the time to entertain my plea? Moreover, would it be appropriate for me to approach him directly?" Qianshuang rolled her eyes. "Are you expecting me to go in your stead?" Unconsciously recalling the last time she encountered Saratobi Azashi and the bowl of heartfelt advice he had offered, Qianshuang couldn't help but shiver. "Whoever wants to go can go. I certainly have no desire to." "Oh, it's Obito and Qianshuang. Are you both headed to school as well?" As Qianshuang and Obito followed the sound, they beheld Lin Noera standing at the opposite end of the street, waving at them. Upon recognizing Lin, their expressions diverged significantly. The forlorn demeanor that had enveloped Uchiha Obito vanished entirely, replaced by an effervescent enthusiasm and fighting spirit. In contrast, Qianshuang released a long sigh of relief, his countenance reflecting a sense of liberation. At last, someone could endure Obito's fervent outpourings, allowing him a moment of respite. "Indeed, Lin, let us walk together," Obito exclaimed, grinning foolishly as he watched Lin jog toward him. Qianshuang smiled at Noera Rin and greeted her. Upon approaching, Noera Rin regarded Obito Uchiha with a look of suspicion. Feeling somewhat flustered under her gaze, Obito hastily inquired, "What is the matter, Rin? Is there something wrong with me? Have you lost weight, Obito?" At that moment, Obito Uchiha found himself at a loss for words, his heart swelling with joy that Rin had noticed his change. Yet he was reluctant to reveal the true reason behind his lack of appetite. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianshuang felt a sudden enlightenment. Indeed, a girl who was both bold and meticulous, yet gentle, would undoubtedly attract the affections of a simpleton like Obito. To speak candidly, Noera Rin discerned that Uchiha Obito seemed intent on brushing matters aside, prompting her to adopt a more serious demeanor. Just as Obito stammered, at a loss for words, the observing Qianshuang came to his rescue. "Over the past few days, Obito has been training with me to strengthen himself. Perhaps the intensity of the training has taken its toll, causing him to grow weary and thin. He will adapt in due time." "Is that so? I see." Noera Rin did not question the veracity of Qianshuang's words. Upon learning that Obito was diligently training, she offered her encouragement. "Obito, make sure to put in the effort during your training." "Oh, absolutely," Uchiha Obito exclaimed, his spirits visibly lifted, casting a grateful glance towards Qianshuang. Qianshuang shook her head, inwardly mocking. Young man, it's no wonder you remain single. With your stammering and inability to express yourself, it would be a miracle if anyone were to pursue you." Of course, Uchiha Obito was oblivious to her words. Had he heard them, he would undoubtedly retort, "And what of you? You are single as well." Qianshuang found herself at a loss for words. As the three entered the Ninja Academy, a green figure suddenly charged towards them, stirring a cloud of dust and capturing the attention of countless onlookers. "Ha, Qianshuang, you truly have arrived. I never imagined you would graduate early as well. You truly are my eternal rival, Guy. Come, let us engage in battle once more." Mato Guy exclaimed. Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito stared in astonishment at Mato Guy, seemingly taken aback by Qianshuang's unexpected connection with him. Qianshuang wore a troubled expression, pondering the strange turn of events. Why did it feel like trouble was brewing anew? Chapter 28. Grouping up. Speaking of the graduation exam day, I didn't see Guy there. Did you also graduate? Noera Rin asked first. Mato Guy's expression quickly shifted to one of embarrassment. Well, I mistakenly remembered the exam date. I took the makeup test a few days ago. But that is not important. What truly matters is that we settle this rivalry, Qianshuang. This time, I shall not be defeated. Mato Guy's fighting spirit reignited. His gaze fixed on Qianshuang with an intensity that seemed as if he were about to unleash flames. Guy, mind the occasion, Qianshuang said, feeling a bit helpless. Being the center of attention felt like being on display as a spectacle. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Exactly. Who starts off with a duel? That's quite odd, especially since we still need to form our groups. Uchiha Obito chimed in. Mato Guy faltered for a moment, tilting his head as if contemplating the logic of their words. Eventually, he relented. Since that's the case, let us have our match after we finish grouping. It's settled then. Without giving Qianshuang a chance to respond, he dashed back to the classroom with remarkable speed. Why does he always act this way? This time. Even Noera Rin found the situation somewhat troublesome. Uchiha Obito agreed. Indeed, he should consider his own capabilities. How could he possibly be a match for Qianshuang? By the way, Qianshuang, how did you come to know this peculiar fellow? I met him a few years ago during training. For these past years, I've been training in taijutsu alongside Mato Guy and his father, Qianshuang explained. Is that true? I heard his father is merely a lower-ranked ninja. What could you possibly learn from them? Uchiha Obito asked, incredulous, with Noera Rin also struggling to comprehend. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Qianshuang found it difficult to elaborate, as it was best for fewer people to know about the forbidden techniques. He could only cryptically remark, you must not underestimate Guy. Especially you, Obito. Me? Uchiha Obito replied. Puzzled. Why? Qianshuang curled her lips. It wouldn't he do to reveal that you would be unceremoniously kicked twice by Might Guy in the future? With that thought, she chose silence and quickened her pace towards the classroom. Hey, Qianshuang, elucidate your words. Uchiha Obito grumbled as he trailed after her, while Noera Rin followed helplessly behind. As anticipated, several graduates had already gathered in the classroom, engaged in casual chatter in small groups. With a creak, the classroom doors swung open abruptly, creating a loud noise that drew the attention of most. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was Uchiha Qianshuang, their expression shifted to one of reverence before gradually averting their gazes. After all, aside from the peculiar Might Guy, who among them had not witnessed the clash between Qianshuang and Shisui? Anyone daring to provoke her would only be inviting trouble. Qianshuang, along with Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin trailing behind, paid no heed to the gazes upon them. As Qianshuang surveyed the surroundings, she finally spotted Uchiha Shisui, encircled and cherished by a throng of admirers in a distant corner. As Qianshuang was about to step forward, a sudden voice from behind captured his attention. Nanny? Kakashi. You bastard. What are you doing here? Uchiha Obito shouted. Following the direction of Obito's finger, Qianshuang beheld a cool-looking boy with white hair and a mask. Is this Hitaki Kakashi? It was indeed as expected. What a fade. Noera Rin approached Hitaki Kakashi to greet him, but he merely responded with indifference. As for Uchiha Obito, Kakashi did not even spare him a glance throughout the encounter. Ah, you really infuriate me. Uchiha Obito seethed, feeling utterly disregarded. Come on, Obito, calm down. Noera Rin quickly intervened as Obito seemed ready to charge forward. Hitaki Kakashi continued to ignore Obito, casting only a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze toward Qianshuang. Locking eyes with him, Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. It was surprising to encounter someone here who made even him feel a sense of trepidation. He believed his instincts to be accurate. This individual before him must possess formidable strength. Qianshuang observed the contemplative expression of Hitaki Kakashi and chose not to engage further in conversation. She offered a slight nod as a gesture of goodwill before walking towards Uchiha Shisui. Who is this person? Kakashi remarked coolly. Before Noera Rin could respond, Uchiha Obito interjected. What is the matter? Are you intimidated? Qianshuang is a prodigy who graduated early. You might not stand a chance against him. Humph, fool. Kakashi shot a cold glare at Obito, his eyes resembling dead fish. Hey, you insolent Kakashi, dare to insult me again? Obito fumed, ready to seize Kakashi by the collar. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks echoed from the podium, causing Obito, who had just grabbed Kakashi's collar, to turn in suspicion. The middle-aged teacher, who had previously overseen their assessment, had mysteriously appeared at the podium, his gaze sharp. Students, I shall now announce the group assignments. Please take your seats. Though addressing the entire class, the teacher's eyes were fixed on Obito, who had displayed the most exaggerated posture. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Obito released his grip and sat alongside Rin next to Kakashi. Kakashi, with a haughty snort, settled down as if everything was as he had anticipated, further aggravating Obito, who clenched his teeth in frustration. The middle-aged teacher scanned the now quiet classroom, nodding with satisfaction. Next, I will call out names. Those whose names are mentioned should step forward and proceed to the designated classroom to await your instructor. Guy Mato, Ebisu, and Noera Hiruzen, step forward. Three individuals of varying heights, weights, and appearances promptly stood in unison, awaiting the teacher's command. You three will form a team and head to classroom 1 to meet your instructor. They acknowledged and strode out of the classroom. Next group, Uchiha Obito, no Rin. And at this moment, Obito was nearly bouncing with excitement. Teaming up with his dream girl, Rin, was precisely what he had been longing for. However, the next word struck him like a blow. And Tataki Kakashi. Nanny? Isn't he already a CH-nin? Why is he still in the same team? Obito exclaimed in panic. The middle-aged teacher, unperturbed by Obito's interruption, patiently explained, such arrangements are determined by Lord Hokage. I have no authority to intervene. Ultimately, Obito had no choice but to reluctantly follow Kakashi and Rin to the designated classroom. In the back row, Qianshuang thoughtfully observed the scene. Realizing that her arrival had not disrupted the trio's pairing, indicating that future endeavors might prove challenging. Simultaneously, she was quite curious about who her teammates would be. As if perceiving Qianshuang's concerns, Uchiha Shisui teased, "What's the matter? Are you beginning to worry about your team-ups? Do you not care?" Qianshuang replied with a slight pout. "Of course, I care, but more than that, one's own strength is paramount. It is also the only aspect we can truly control, wouldn't you agree?" Shisui smiled. Qianshuang nodded slightly, not denying it. This thought indeed resonated with him. Chapter 29, Moonlit Night. In Classroom 7, Saratobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Uchiha Qianshuang awaited their instructor. Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. Qianshuang recalled the youth who had provoked him on graduation exam day, as well as the shy girl who seemed hesitant to speak. After greeting Shisui, who had yet to be called, Qianshuang rose and walked outside, accompanied by a displeased youth and a somewhat blushing, excited girl. Upon arriving at Classroom 7, the trio fell into silence. Qianshuang and Saratobi Asuma were at odds, though it was merely that Asuma bore no goodwill towards Qianshuang, while Yuhi Kurenai was at a loss for words. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to sit apart, quietly awaiting their instructor. How desolate it was. Without a sound, not even Qianshuang noticed when a tall figure entered the classroom, yet this suited my temperament perfectly. Qianshuang focused her gaze, observing a tall, slender middle-aged man clad in the standard green vest of a Konoha ninja. He bore a ninja blade on his back, his appearance rather unremarkable. Yet his eyes possessed an extraordinary sharpness. What struck Qianshuang as particularly peculiar was the man's pallid complexion and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. She might easily mistake him for an ailing individual. This image inevitably reminded Qianshuang of someone, the Moonlight Gale, who had been slain by the sand hidden during the CH-nin exams. "Are you our instructor?" asked Kurenai, her large eyes wide with curiosity. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moonlight Knight, a jonin of Konoha. I harbor neither particular likes nor dislikes, but I excel in the art of the blade. My aspirations are not grand. I merely wish for Konoha to continue to thrive." Moonlight Knight? Qianshuang delved into her memories from a past life, recalling that Konoha had once boasted 8 distinguished ninjas, collectively known as the 8 Colors of Konoha, due to their formidable prowess. Among them, the Night Dancer bore the surname Moonlight and was also the father of Moonlight Gale. It seemed that this individual before her was indeed the same. However, Qianshuang's knowledge of him was limited. She only knew that Moonlight Knight was composed and proficient in swordsmanship. A versatile ninja at best. Moonlight Knight shifted his gaze to each of the 3 in turn. "It is now your turn." Kurenai was the first to rise. Perhaps due to her excitement, a faint blush graced her youthful cheeks. "I am Kurenai, a genin of Konoha. My favorite food is wasabi octopus, and I detest cake. I specialize in genjutsu, and my dream is to become an exceptional ninja." Asuma Saratobi remained seated, leaning on the table with his arms crossed, adopting a cool demeanor. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. "I am Asuma Saratobi. My preferences," at this point, he subtly glanced at Kurenai before quickly averting his gaze, "are non-existent. What I loathe are egotistical individuals." Asuma then cast a glance at Qianshuang, who seemed worlds away. A large question mark loomed over Qianshuang's head. "Arrogant and conceited? Are you referring to me? How unjust. This is clearly envy, unabashed envy. Proficient in physical techniques, my aspiration is to protect this nation in my own way." After speaking, Asuma Saratobi turned his head away, choosing not to utter another word. It was Qianshuang's turn. There was no need for any embellishments in such a self-introduction. "I am Uchiha Qianshuang, skilled in, well, let's say fire techniques for now. My dream is to safeguard those I wish to protect. As for my likes and dislikes, it seems I have yet to form any." Qianshuang has always been a discerning youth who does not waste food. At that moment, he genuinely struggled to comprehend the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Yu Guangai nodded slightly. "I have a general understanding of your situation. Yet the extent of your abilities remains unclear to me. What does teacher Yu Guang mean?" Qianshuang inquired, perplexed. "Quite simply," Yu Guangai replied, his hands clasped behind his back. And the icy glint in his eyes sent shivers down one's spine. The oppressive aura he exuded resembled a ferocious flood, starkly contrasting with his seemingly frail appearance. "If you wish to join my team, you must demonstrate abilities that earn my respect. Should you comprehend this, make your way to the training ground." With that, Yu Guangai departed the classroom without a backward glance. Impressive, Qianshuang thought, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation akin to that experienced by Asuma Saratobi. One must truly confront such pressure to grasp the formidable strength of a jonin. Mere presence alone suffices to overpower the weak. Beside him, Hinata Yui fared even worse. Her body trembling uncontrollably, her pallor betraying that she had yet to recover from the recent shock. Qianshuang gazed at the vibrant hues of the setting sun. A sense of concern creeping into her thoughts. The sheer aura emanating from the scene was intimidating enough, should a confrontation ensue. She feared she would be unable to intervene effectively, although she was also a jonin and possessed considerable combat prowess against her mentor, Fugaku. She was acutely aware that her opponent was one of Konoha's elite, the 8 colors, and thus she did not dare underestimate him. Shaking her head, she approached and gently patted Hong's back. The latter trembled slightly and turned in haste, exhaling in relief upon recognizing Qianshuang. What shall we do now, Qianshuang-jun? In the eyes of the young girl, Qianshuang embodied an exceptionally powerful genius, now transformed into her lifeline. Observing Hong's fragile demeanor softened Qianshuang's heart. She comforted her by saying, "Fear not, we are merely students. Teacher Tsukikage will not make things excessively difficult for us." As Saratobi Asuma watched Qianshuang's calm and composed demeanor, it was evident that she remained unperturbed by the earlier pressure. His heart swelled with humiliation, yet he felt a deeper sense of self-doubt. Just how formidable was Uchiha Qianshuang? What was the true extent of their disparity? Having soothed Hong's anxieties, the trio arrived at the training ground. "You're here sooner than I anticipated," Tsukikage remarked. Having seemingly emerged from nowhere. "You have 5 minutes to strategize. After that, the 3 of you will face me together." He strolled to the side, granting them ample space. And then added a final reminder, "You would do well to prepare yourselves for the possibility of killing me. Otherwise, be ready to face your own demise." A solemn expression simultaneously crossed the faces of Qianshuang and the other 2, indicating that this moonlight teacher had no intention of showing mercy. Nonetheless, Qianshuang was equally eager to assess the extent of her disparity compared to the renowned night dancer of the shinobi world. Having experienced the earlier excitement, Saratobi Asuma had temporarily set aside his competitive spirit. His sole focus now was to prove himself and narrow the gap with Qianshuang. "I excel in taijutsu," he declared. "I shall take the lead, and you all should seize the opportunity to strike." With that, Saratobi Asuma retrieved his self-crafted chakra blade from his ninja tool pouch. Qianshuang nodded, neither affirming nor denying the proposal. The moonlight teacher excelled in swordsmanship. Accordingly, we could employ illusions to restrain him. At this point, Qianshuang turned her head towards Sunset Hong and inquired, "Hong, can I entrust you with the task of casting the illusion?" Upon hearing that her illusionary skills would be put to use, Sunset Hong's eyes sparkled with joy, curving into crescent moons as she eagerly replied, "Leave it to me." Qianshuang smiled, harboring no doubts. "Thus, I would stand by to support Asuma with ninjutsu." The other 2 nodded. Having witnessed Qianshuang's techniques, they naturally held no objections. Chapter 30. The wager. The 5-minute mark had arrived. Moonlight Knight emerged slowly from the shadows. "Are you prepared?" "We are ready, Teacher Moonlight," Asuma Saratobi replied, grasping his chakra blade with vigilance. Qianshuang and Yuhi Kurenai likewise assumed battle stances. "Excellent." Moonlight Knight expressed satisfaction at the trio's demeanor. He produced an hourglass, presenting them with a chance. If anyone remained standing before the sands had fully trickled down, they would be deemed successful. Without allowing the 3 to voice any further thoughts, Moonlight Knight flipped the hourglass and set it aside. When he turned back to face Qianshuang and the others, the blades at his back had already been unsheathed. Qianshuang's hands were poised in a delicate grip, several shurikens materializing within her grasp. With exceptional throwing prowess, she launched the shurikens at various unconventional angles towards the Moonlit Knight. The Moonlit Knight remained still, a glimmer of approval gracing its features as it effortlessly deflected the incoming shurikens with a gentle flick of its ninja blade. Without granting the Moonlit Knight a moment to react, Saratobi Asuma surged forward, wielding his sharp weapon. Clang! The clash of chakra blade against ninja sword resonated powerfully. Saratobi Asuma staggered, a sharp pain radiating from his palm, as if he had not collided with a mere human, but rather a being of solid steel. Before he could recover from the sting, the blade of the Moonlit Knight struck again, relentless in its assault. Despite Qianshuang's support, Saratobi Asuma found himself retreating under the continuous onslaught. "If this is all the strength you possess, perhaps a return to the Ninja Academy for further training is in order," the Moonlit Knight proclaimed, sending the weary Saratobi Asuma flying with a single decisive strike, a result of restraint, for had it been otherwise, the battle would have concluded far more swiftly. But the encounter was not yet over. Seizing the opportunity amidst the Moonlit Knight's taunts, Yuhi Kurenai finally made her move, illusionary tree bind kill. Without warning, a tree sprouted from beneath the Moonlit Knight, ensnaring it in an instant. Is this truly a technique of true crimson? The Moonlit Knight mused, surprised. As the illusion took effect, Yuhi Kurenai vanished from sight, only to emerge from the foliage moments later, a shuriken in hand. Her crimson eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of triumph, exuding an air of confidence as she lunged toward the Moonlit Knight. However, there was no sensation of penetration as her shuriken made contact. The bound figure of the Moonlit Knight dissipated into a cloud of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Before Yuhi Kurenai could comprehend the turn of events, she was unexpectedly sent flying by a sudden kick. The Moonlit Knight emerged from behind her, acknowledging, "To master the tree bind kill to such an extent, you deserve commendation. But if your father were here, he would not allow you a moment to bask in pride." Qianshuang hurriedly caught Hong, noticing the expression of pain on her face. indicative of the severity of the kick she had just received. With her hands forming seals, she channeled healing techniques, which finally brought some relief to Zai Hong. However, even so, her body remained somewhat weak, prompting Qianshuang to gently assist her to the ground. Is this the healing technique? Yu Guanggai remarked with surprise, as he had never encountered a Uchiha ninja proficient in medical ninjutsu before. You certainly pique my curiosity. Qianshuang glanced back at her two defeated comrades, quietly sighing within her heart. Indeed, the Jonin is worthy of the title. They are truly beyond the reach of such trivial tricks. Now, it is just you left. Uchiha Qianshuang, what will you do? Under the moonlit night, Jukiyama approached Qianshuang step by step, wielding a ninja blade. Qianshuang turned her head to glance at the hourglass, which had barely shed a third of its sand. A sudden inspiration struck her. Moonlight teacher, how about we make a wager? Oh? Moonlight Knight's interest was piqued. What do you propose to wager? Qianshuang pointed to the hourglass nearby and proposed, let us wager whether I can endure until the last grain of sand falls. If I prevail, I desire nothing more than for teacher Moonlight to impart your swordsmanship to me. Moonlight Knight did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he contemplated the pros and cons. In truth, even if Qianshuang had not initiated this wager, the effectiveness of Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai in their current state was nearly negligible. Thus, Qianshuang seized this opportunity, hoping to secure an advantage, knowing that even in defeat, the repercussions would fall solely upon her, allowing her companions a little more time. However, Moonlight Knight clearly recognized this as well. He was not inclined to let Qianshuang gain the upper hand so easily. A wager is acceptable, he declared, but should you lose, all three of you shall be eliminated. This move was undeniably cunning. Any discerning observer could see the underlying tension between Sarutobi Asuma and Qianshuang. Moonlight Knight was certainly aware of it, which is precisely why he proposed such a condition, rendering Qianshuang's wager futile. Upon hearing these words, Qianshuang was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing Yu Guanggai for his cunning and shrewdness. Yet, she found herself powerless, for no one truly wishes to entrust their fate into the hands of another. Just as Qianshuang was ready to abandon the wager, a voice interjected, no problem, we shall accept this bet. Qianshuang turned in surprise, only to find Ziyurong gazing at her with unwavering trust. Qianshuang, you can do it. I believe in you. Even Sarutobi Asuma, who had previously harbored no fondness for Qianshuang, unexpectedly tilted his head and declared with a hint of arrogance, if you fail to win the wager, I shall not spare you. Feeling the faith bestowed upon her by both, Qianshuang instinctively clenched her fists, a surge of inexplicable power coursing through her body. Yu Guanggai, too, had not anticipated the scene before him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Though somewhat unexpected, he thought, let me see if you possess the qualifications to inherit my swordsmanship. With that, the sharp blade surged towards Qianshuang, who, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly drew her kunai to defend herself. Qianshuang's mastery of swordsmanship was undoubtedly inferior to that of Moonlight Knight. Yet, armed with the formidable insight of his three-tomo Sharingan, Qianshuang successfully intercepted Moonlight Knight's assault. As Qianshuang remained focused on the confrontation, Moonlight Knight, observing the three tomos in Qianshuang's eyes, felt a surge of unease. Remarkably, this child, at such a tender age, had cultivated the Sharingan to three tomos. Truly, he was a child deserving the attention of even the Hokage. As moments ticked away, the sand in the hourglass accumulated, and Qianshuang began to feel the strain of fatigue. Meanwhile, Moonlight Knight, with time slipping by, could no longer maintain his earlier composure. After all, the stakes were high, and he had no right to casually divulge the techniques of the Leaf Village. Moonlight Knight swung his blade once more, retreating to create distance from Qianshuang. Uchiha Qianshuang, I must concede that you are the most exceptional newly appointed genin I have ever encountered, without exception. However, this battle must come to an end. Indeed. It was time to conclude. Qianshuang nodded in agreement, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he declared, I am prepared to learn from teacher Moonlight's swordsmanship. Do not get too cocky. Moonlight Knight scoffed, refraining from further words as he raised his ninja blade before him, a chilling glimmer flashing from the blade's edge. Chapter 31. The debut of Chidori, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Moonlight Knight summoned two shadow clones, and three identical figures wielding blades simultaneously charged at Qianshuang from three directions, their speed overwhelming the already weary Qianshuang. After merely a brief exchange, Qianshuang bore the marks of battle upon his arms. After one encounter, Moonlight Knight had already left Qianshuang at a loss. Now, with three opponents, the coordination among them surpassed mere addition, rendering any direct defense by Qianshuang hopeless. Shadow Clone Technique. Realizing he could not withstand Moonlight Knight's onslaught alone, Qianshuang summoned his own shadow clones. The three shadow clones rushed forward, attempting to obstruct Moonlight Knight's advance, but in an instant, they were vanquished, dissipating into a cloud of smoke as if they had never existed. Moonlight Knight and his clones, blades in hand, pressed on relentlessly. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, witnessing the rapidly diminishing distance between Moonlight Knight and Qianshuang, felt a sense of foreboding. Asuma sighed in resignation, sensing imminent defeat, while Kurenai anxiously covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight before her. It was evident to all that if Qianshuang were to be approached closely by Moonlight Knight, even 10 of him would not suffice to withstand the assault. Qianshuang was acutely aware of this as well, although his previous shadow clones shattered like moths to a flame. They had successfully bought him precious time. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. For blazing, vibrant fire dragons erupted from Qianshuang's mouth, hurtling towards Moonlight Knight from all four directions, leaving him no room for evasion. As Asuma and Kurenai beheld this imminent reversal of fortune, they were struck with astonishment. Asuma clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a yearning for power, while Kurenai, at some point, had removed her hands from her eyes, gazing in disbelief at the fire dragons unleashed by Qianshuang. Moonlight Knight, equally taken aback by the dazzling spectacle, could hardly fathom that an 8-year-old child could wield such a level of ninjutsu. However, despite his astonishment, he understood that recklessly charging forward could result in injury, not to mention, his shadow clones were likely to be obliterated, making it an unwise endeavor. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to retreat. Moonlight Knight swiftly distanced himself from Qianshuang, and before the fire dragons reached him, all three figures simultaneously formed seals. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water, astonishingly wide, rose up, seemingly intent on severing the two worlds apart. However, the ferocious fire dragons paid no heed to such barriers, crashing relentlessly into the water barrier. In the next instant, a thick steam enveloped the area, rendering everything beyond Qianshuang's keen eyesight a mere blur. Yet, as a seasoned jonin, Moonlight Knight, despite his limited visibility, maintained extraordinary perception. With a slight awareness, he once again locked onto Qianshuang, and the three figures surged forth at incredible speed. Although employing ninjutsu conferred some advantage, Qianshuang's situation was far from optimistic. Having already expended a significant portion of his chakra in the prior physical confrontation and barely managing to sustain the recent fire release, Qianshuang's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Nevertheless, Moonlight Knight had no intention of granting Qianshuang any further opportunities. With a ruthless glint, his blade sliced through the haze, cleaving the air mercilessly toward Qianshuang. Even as Qianshuang approached the brink of exhaustion, he resolutely raised the kunai in his hand, striving to buy himself a moment longer. However, in the next instant, two cold glimmers surged from either side, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes along his exposed flanks. Blood flowed freely from Qianshuang's wounds, yet he remained half-kneeling on the ground, summoning all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing. Uchiha Qianshuang, your ability to contend with me at such a young age to this extent has earned my respect. I am willing to rescind the conditions of our wager, but let this battle conclude here. Your injuries require immediate attention. Yu Guanggai refrained from striking again, instead gazing with admiration at Qianshuang's unwavering form. It was only at this moment that a brilliant smile broke forth on Qianshuang's otherwise stoic face, a smile that, to Yu Guanggai, carried an unsettling aura. Qianshuang, unaware of the source of his newfound strength, thrust his hands against the ground with such force that his lowered head was abruptly raised, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan. At that very moment, Moonlight Knight seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet it was evidently too late. A deafening rumble of thunder echoed, severing his connection with his two shadow clones. No longer preoccupied with the bloodied Qianshuang before him, Moonlight Knight sensed the imminent danger behind him. He swiftly turned, drew his blade, and struck, executing these three actions in a seamless flow, integrating the edge of his sword with his formidable aura. The speed and force he exhibited had reached an extraordinary zenith. However, this singular strike was effortlessly countered the very next second. Before Moonlight Knight stood another unscathed Qianshuang, whose right hand was enveloped in a multitude of lightning arcs, resembling spider legs. This was evidently the result of Qianshuang's diligent study over the past few days, culminating in the initial success of his Chidori technique. As Moonlight Knight's formidable slash descended, Qianshuang extended his right palm, unleashing the destructive lightning to meet the ninja blade with overwhelming force. A piercing sound of cutting filled the air as Qianshuang astonishingly cleaved Moonlight Knight's ninja blade in two with his bare hand. The Chidori's momentum unabated as it surged towards Moonlight Knight's head. Although taken aback by the power of Qianshuang's lightning release technique, Moonlight Knight's innate qualities as a formidable ninja came to the forefront in this critical moment. He instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading Qianshuang's thrust, and then, utilizing the momentum, kicked out with his right foot. Qianshuang, unable to evade in time, could only raise his left arm to block the impending strike. Qianshuang involuntarily retreated several meters before coming to a halt, feeling a sharp, searing pain radiate from the wound on her left arm. She clenched her teeth, stifling any sound of discomfort. Under the moonlight, she seized the opportunity to examine her beloved sword, only to discover that the blade had been reduced to a mere half, with the other half quietly resting on the ground. A pang of guilt washed over her as she gently caressed the remaining blade, as if apologizing to her old companion. Moonlight Knight carefully sheathed the broken sword before meeting Qianshuang's gaze. At that moment, the steam generated from their earlier clash had dissipated significantly. As Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi anxiously searched through the mist for their figures, relief flooded over them upon seeing Qianshuang standing unharmed. Moonlight Knight's gaze swept across the surroundings, catching sight of an hourglass that had run out of sand. He hesitated for a moment, then redirected his attention to Qianshuang, whose expression now held not only admiration but also a hint of complexity. He sighed, acknowledging the passage of time, and conceded, "The bet is settled. You have triumphed." Chapter 32. The shock of Saratobi Hizashi time has elapsed, and with it, the resolution of their wager. You have emerged victorious. The previously anxious Kurenai and her companion instantly beamed with joy, with Kurenai even exuberantly exclaiming her delight as she eagerly trotted towards Qianshuang. Qianshuang revealed a smile of relief. Her exhausted body could no longer sustain the depletion of energy, and the 1,000 birds in her hand had vanished entirely. The tension that had gripped her suddenly eased, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead in an instant, causing her to stumble and lose consciousness. This startled the nearby Sharingan, who hurriedly rushed to support the slumping Qianshuang with her small hands. However, as a girl majoring in illusion techniques, she struggled to bear Qianshuang's weight. It was not long before she too nearly toppled over. In that critical moment, it was Yue Guangyi who stepped forward and caught Qianshuang, preventing both of them from falling. Seeing the situation escalate, Sarutobi Asuma quickly approached. Yue Guangyi steadied Qianshuang with one hand while the other examined her condition. Noticing Yue Guangyi's prolonged silence, Shiri Hong's anxiousness grew. Her small fist clenched tightly. Yue Guang-sensei, what is wrong with Qianshuang-kun? Is she all right? Yue Guangyu cast Shiri Hong a meaningful glance, causing her to avert her gaze slightly, and slowly replied, she is fine. She merely fainted from exhaustion compounded by some injuries. A bit of rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, Shiri Hong's anxious heart finally settled. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma, observing Shiri Hong's concern for Qianshuang, felt a wave of irritation. After confirming that Qianshuang was not in serious danger, he exchanged a few words with the two alert individuals before departing. Yue Guangyi then lifted the unconscious Qianshuang and began walking toward the training grounds, with Shiri Hong trotting eagerly behind. In the Hokage's office, a series of knocks pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen from his thoughts, diverting his attention from the documents in his hands. Enter, he called, setting the papers aside. A tall figure, clad with a ninja blade, pushed the door open and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, bowing respectfully. Hokage-sama. Upon recognizing the visitor, a faint smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He picked up his neglected pipe and took a couple of puffs. Have you paid a visit? How's the child? Yue Guangyu nodded in acknowledgement. A hint of admiration in his eyes as he responded, yes, I have seen her. The child is remarkable, possessing exceptional talent. Not just her. The other two are also quite outstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a fleeting glance at Yue Guangyi and waved his hand dismissively. Let us not exaggerate. I cannot speak for Akamatsu's daughter, but I am well aware of my own son. While he does possess some talent, he pales in comparison to Qianshuang. Yue Guangyi offered a token smile in response to this. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not push the matter further. What do you think of this child's character? The implication of the inquiry was clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely sought to ascertain whether Qianshuang held any allegiance to the village, and if she could be of use to him. I cannot say for certain, Yue Guangyi mused, resting his chin on his hand. During our introduction, she mentioned her dream was to protect those she cherishes. Coupled with my earlier observations, it is evident she interacts harmoniously with her peers, indicating the village holds significant importance in her heart. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, his resolve to bring Qianshuang under his wing firming up further. By the way, Hokage-sama. A rare look of guilt and unease crossed Yue Guangyi's otherwise calm face. There is a matter I must report to you, as well as apologize for. Oh? Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest was piqued. Intrigued that a seasoned elite Jainin had found himself in a predicament merely by taking a stroll around the village. What is it? This morning, I intended to assess the abilities of these 3 children, and Qianshuang challenged me to a wager. Oh? What was the wager? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The bet was whether she could endure my attacks until the sand timer ran out. If she won, I would teach her my swordsmanship. Yue Guangyi admitted, a hint of regret coloring his voice. I thought that by proposing the condition that the loser would have to return to the ninja academy together, it would deter her. But unexpectedly, the other 2 children were willing to stake their fates on her. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, understanding the implications. So, you lost the wager due to your underestimation of Qianshuang's abilities, correct? Yue Guangyi nodded, a sense of shame washing over him. After all, most of his sword techniques were crafted by the second Hokage, and even he lacked the qualification to impart them freely. The fact that he had unwittingly lost to a child left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, he expelled a cloud of smoke, allowing a moment of silence to pass. After a while, he sighed, seemingly having made a decision. Well, since you lost, you might as well teach her. Yue Guangyi's eyes widened in surprise. Others may not understand, but he was acutely aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's wariness towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, he had still made such a decision. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for silence, interrupting Yue Guangyi. I know what you were about to say, but Qianshuang is different. I want her to become a member of our Konoha Uchiha clan. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes held profound meaning as he gazed at Yue Guangyi, although somewhat puzzled. Yue Guangyi nodded in understanding. With the issue of Qianshuang settled in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a palpable lightness in his heart, even allowing a gentle smile to grace his features. Now, tell me about the battle you had. I'm quite curious about how this child managed to withstand your onslaught. Yes. Yue Guangyi replied respectfully as he began to recount the events of the morning's confrontation. Even you were unable to see through the illusion. And she was capable of channeling lightning in her palm with her lightning-release ninjutsu? Upon hearing Yue Guangye's narrative, Sarutobi Hiruzen's composure wavered. The shock Qianshuang had instilled in him was immense. He could not help but question whether he would truly be able to keep this child under his control. Indeed, the former must be an illusion technique from the Sharingan. It is impossible she could have caught me off guard otherwise. As for the latter, Yue Guangye's voice faltered momentarily. Even now, the astonishment in his eyes remained. If I am not mistaken, it should be a self-created ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of such a technique even in his vast experience. This Uchiha Qianshuang is indeed an exceptional talent. Knight, indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused thoughtfully. This child exceeds my expectations. We must cultivate her into a true inheritor of the will of fire. Chapter 33, a visit as consciousness slowly returned. Qianshuang felt her mind was blank. Struggling to open her eyelids, she was greeted by an unfamiliar white ceiling, accompanied by the familiar scent of disinfectant. Shaking her head gently, she tried to recall what had transpired earlier and remembered that she had likely fainted due to excessive energy depletion. It was likely that Yue Guang-sensei had brought her to this place. Where am I? Ah, Qianshuang-kun, you are finally awake. Shiri Hong's voice came from beside her, tinged with weariness. You are in the hospital. The doctor said you exhausted yourself too much, so for now, please refrain from moving around too much. Your wounds have been treated, and you will heal in a few days. Is it you, Hong? Due to just awakening, Qianshuang found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the control of her weary body. Struggling to turn her head, she fortuitously caught sight of Zhairong, who gazed at her with evident concern. Thank you. Observing the fatigue reflected in Zhairong's eyes, Qianshuang realized that this girl had been attentively caring for her, a fleeting warmth blossoming in her heart. It's nothing. Zhairong replied with a gentle smile upon noticing Qianshuang's stable condition. You should rest here. I will fetch a doctor for you. With that, Zhairong briskly departed. Qianshuang watched as he departed, gently moving his somewhat sore arms. He had gradually acclimated to this sensation, cautiously propping himself up, leaning against the headboard. He began to reminisce about the battle with Moonlight Knight that occurred earlier that day. For the past 3 years, he had diligently trained, and the visible improvement had led him to believe he was not far from the level of a jonin. However, in the face of true strength, Qianshuang truly felt his own helplessness. In terms of physical technique and the precision of ninjutsu, he was unequivocally overwhelmed, managing only to hold his ground due to the advantages bestowed by his innate bloodline. This ignited a renewed fervor within him to grow stronger. Yet, the path to strength was no simple endeavor. Unwavering determination and formidable talent were both indispensable. While he possessed an abundance of these qualities, what he lacked most was time, the time to grow stronger. It was crucial to remember that despite his heavy thoughts, he was still merely a boy of under 9 years old, and reaching his current level had already left the high-ranking officials of Konoha dumbfounded. Then, he contemplated another avenue, his bloodline limit. Yes, if he could evolve his Sharingan to the level of the Meijiki Sharingan, he would instantly possess power rivaling that of a Kage. But how could he achieve this? By eliminating a significant friend? Such a heartless act was beyond Qianshuang's capacity, not to mention the aftereffects of awakening the eyes, which posed a significant issue. After all, he was an only child, rendering this path unfeasible. Alas, the road to strength is arduous and fraught with challenges. As Qianshuang pondered fruitlessly, he could only lean against the headboard and lament. Before he could dwell on his burdens, he was beckoned to undergo a checkup. Following the sound, he saw a familiar blonde woman enter, the pharmacist, Nanoyu. Behind her was Hinata. Sister Nanoyu, you're here too? Qianshuang exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Indeed. I just arrived at the hospital and saw a certain unfortunate child being carried in, Nanoyu replied, approaching him while conducting the examination, her tone tinged with annoyance. Qianshuang's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily defended herself. This is unavoidable. Teacher Moonlight is indeed a jonin. Ah, why hi Karinai, who had been trailing behind, observed the lively exchange between the two, and, glancing from Qianshuang to the pharmacist Nanao, queried with suspicion, do you two know each other? Indeed. I met Sister Nanao by chance when I previously visited the hospital, Qianshuang replied, scratching her head sheepishly. The palm technique I used on you before was also taught to me by Sister Nanao. I see, why hi Karinai nodded in understanding. Before long, the examination for Nanao concluded. All done. Your health appears to be in good condition. However, please ensure to rest adequately in the coming days, avoid engaging in strenuous activities, and pay attention to your diet by consuming lighter meals. Qianshuang nodded in understanding, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Pharmacist. In response to Qianshuang's thanks, the pharmacist, Yena, smiled and shook her head, saying, since all is well, I shall not intrude upon you any longer. After uttering these words, she cast a lingering glance at Sunset Red before turning to depart. Sunset Red felt her cheeks warm at that fleeting gaze. And with only herself and Qianshuang remaining in the room, she found herself momentarily at a loss, a delightful blush gracing her face. Qianshuang gazed at the flustered appearance of Shiri Hong as the sun set, unable to suppress a laugh. She patted the empty space beside her bed and said, You've exerted yourself quite a bit this morning. If you don't mind, please take a seat and rest for a while. Blushing, Shiri Hong nodded and settled down beside Qianshuang's bed. As Qianshuang was about to speak, a voice interrupted her. Qianshuang, are you all right? Your instructor has gone too far to have sent you to the hospital. Even before the figure appeared, Uchiha Obito's voice resonated through the hospital walls. You fool, Obito. There are patients here, and Qianshuang is quite fragile. How can you speak so loudly? Yawahara Rin scolded Obito in a hushed tone. In the next moment, 3 figures emerged before them, Uchiha Obito, Yawahara Rin, and Might Guy. My apologies, I was too excited, Obito said, his face awash with remorse. Upon seeing Qianshuang lying on the hospital bed, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Qianshuang, you're incredible. I heard you fought for such a long time against a Jonin. Truly worthy of being my rival. After inspecting her closely, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, his enthusiasm surged again. But I won't fall behind. One day. Whether it's you or those Jonin, I will defeat them all. By the way, when will you fulfill your promise to duel with me? Might Guy looked at Qianshuang with eager anticipation, wishing she would immediately rise from her bed to battle him. Initially touched by their visit, Qianshuang felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. You fool, look at me in this state. All right, Guy, can't you see Qianshuang is still in bed? Yuhi Kurenai quickly stood up, shielding Qianshuang as if she were a mother hen protecting her chick. Might Guy felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Sorry. I got a little carried away. You really should be more careful, Qianshuang. Uchiha Obito and Yawahara Rin approached, with Rin placing a basket of fruit on the bedside table. Qianshuang, is your health all right? Rin asked with concern. I'm fine, just some superficial injuries. Thank you for the fruit basket. Qianshuang replied with a smile. Hey, I helped pick that fruit basket too. Why don't you thank me? Obito grumbled, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that Qianshuang only thanked Rin. Yes, thank you too. My future Hokage. Qianshuang had long understood Obito's temperament. Hiki. Obito smiled sheepishly yet with a hint of pride. Chapter 34, Future Hokage? Nanny? Obito. Will you really be Hokage? Might Guy gazed at Obito in utter disbelief. I always thought you were weak. Who knew you were this strong? It was evident that apart from the self-satisfied Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, who only understood combat, had failed to grasp the deeper meaning in Qianshuang's words. What do you mean? How dare you underestimate me, Guy? Obito retorted, instantly displeased. Who's weak? Since you're so strong, Obito, let us have an exhilarating youth duel right now. Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes filled with fervor, eager for a challenge. Obito, feeling cornered yet determined not to lose face, replied defiantly, Fine, bring it on. I'm not scared of you. To be young is truly wonderful. A familiar yet aged voice interjected. Although Qianshuang couldn't immediately identify the speaker, she mused about her good fortune in having so many visitors during her hospitalization. Everyone turned to see an elderly man in a white robe accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed as a Jonin at the door of the ward. However, this is a hospital, a place for healing and rest. If you wish to spar, it would be better to go to the training ground. Is that you, Teacher Moonlight? Yawahara Rin recognized the elderly man, but the other 3 were still unfamiliar with him. She gazed in astonishment at the elder being so respectfully followed by a Jonin. What kind of person could command such respect? In the next moment, Qianshuang provided the answer. The Hokage. Just as Qianshuang attempted to rise from her bed, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to stop her. You're still injured. It's best to lie down and rest. Hiruzen looked at Qianshuang with a gentle expression. I'm merely here to visit, and I wouldn't want to worsen your condition. The Hokage? The 4 children were simultaneously taken aback, rendered speechless. Who could have imagined that the kind elderly man before them was the renowned 3rd Hokage? There's no need to be tense. I am here simply as a private citizen. Not as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, gesturing for everyone to relax. However, the 4 of them were noticeably more restrained than before, even Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, who had been clamoring for a duel, fell silent. Qianshuang symbolically stirred with emotion, while the younger generation felt a sense of trepidation at the thought of the Hokage deigning to meet them. Observing Qianshuang's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he kindly remarked, My dear child, regardless of the circumstances, we have crossed paths before. And you are indeed a promising sapling within our village. Yes, I shall strive to live up to the expectations of the Hokage. Qianshuang replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Following this, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered words of encouragement to the other 4 young individuals before he and Moonlight Knight gradually took their leave. As they departed, Moonlight Knight, who had remained silent for quite some time, addressed Qianshuang and Yuhi Kurenai, saying, We shall convene at the training grounds the day after tomorrow in the morning. Once the 2 had left, the atmosphere in the hospital room noticeably relaxed. Is this truly the Hokage? He is more approachable than I had imagined. Yamanaka Rin was the first to express her thoughts. Is that so? I find the Hokage's presence quite intimidating, Might Guy admitted. Noting how he often felt tense even in the presence of his own teacher, let alone the Hokage, he still had not fully recovered from the earlier tense atmosphere. Indeed. He is the Hokage. I aspire to become such a person in the future. Uchiha Obito's eyes gleamed with longing. However, he then pondered aloud. But how does Qianshuang know the Hokage? At this remark, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Qianshuang. Qianshuang had no choice but to present her identification. And then she recounted the incident of her chance encounter with Sarutobi Izashi. How infuriating. How can you be so fortunate, Qianshuang? Uchiha Obito exclaimed indignantly. Why was it not I who encountered the Hokage? Upon hearing these words, Qianshuang's gaze became somewhat peculiar. How can you blame me for not being favored by others? To her astonishment, Qianshuang had actually gained the acknowledgement of Hokage. Contemplating this, Might Guy eagerly glanced at Uchiha Obito, exclaiming, "Let us hasten to find a place to commence our duel." Inspired by Might Guy's enthusiasm, Uchiha Obito's fighting spirit ignited as he impatiently retorted, "Are you afraid of me? Let us step outside and practice right now." With that, the two made their way out of the hospital room. "Hey, you two." Noera-rin, observing the pair disappearing through the doorway, turned to Qianshuang with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Qianshuang-kun. I shall go check on those two." Qianshuang hurriedly nodded, indicating that there was no need to concern himself with her. He understood well that if he did not find someone to keep an eye on these two individuals, it was likely that trouble would ensue. Without a doubt, Noera-rin was a highly suitable candidate for the task. Having contemplated this, Qianshuang refocused his gaze on the hospital room, which once again seemed to contain only himself and Sunset Red, both of whom sat in silence for an extended period. "Red." Qianshuang broke the silence first, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of me all this time." Sunset Red promptly waved her hand dismissively. "I haven't done much. I was merely here to watch over you. It was Teacher Moonlight who brought you here. Regardless, I must express my gratitude." After a brief pause, Qianshuang inquired about a lingering curiosity that had occupied his mind. "I recall that during the graduation examination, you seemed to have something you wished to convey?" Upon hearing this, Sunset Red appeared to recall some unpleasant memories, her eyes dimming slightly as she wrestled internally, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Qianshuang did not urge her. She simply gazed quietly at Xiarong, patiently awaiting her decision. After a considerable time, Xiarong finally mustered the resolve to meet Qianshuang's gaze once more. "I wanted to consult you about your training methods. How have you attained such remarkable prowess?" In Xiarong's eyes, Qianshuang had become a genius capable of rivaling, if not surpassing, the illustrious Kakashi Hitaki. Although Xiarong often appeared delicate, being the daughter of the renowned Jinjutsu master, Zai Zhenhong, she possessed an indomitable spirit. However, due to her father's demanding profession and lack of personal instruction, she had to rely on self-study. While she excelled at the Ninja Academy, her achievements remained within the realm of the ordinary, far from the extraordinary levels of Qianshuang and Shisui. During her recent battle with Moonlight Yi, she found herself unable to intervene, further highlighting the vast disparity in their abilities. Qianshuang gazed at the defiance in Shiyu's red eyes as a hint of amusement flickered through her calm demeanor. "She truly is a spirited young woman." Qianshuang gently ruffled the hair of the blushing Hong, who responded with a flustered demeanor. "Hong, you must understand." Qianshuang asserted earnestly, the relationship between effort and reward is proportional. While the baseline of this ratio may vary due to innate talent, if one exerts sufficient effort, even a genius like Kakashi can be surpassed. Conversely, without diligence, even a prodigy such as Kakashi will be outstripped by others. This is the essence of hard work compensating for lack of talent. Hong nodded in a mix of understanding and confusion. "So, does that mean Qianshuang-kun works exceptionally hard in his training?" "It's manageable." Qianshuang commenced a modest display of virtuosity. "I merely refine my chakra for 2 hours daily, accompanied by 5,000 squats and 5,000 push-ups." Hong's reaction was one of disbelief. In Chapter 35, Determined Obito, under the care of the healer Naneo, Qianshuang made a swift recovery and returned home that very evening. To spare his grandmother any worry, he refrained from mentioning his injury, instead claiming he had passed his instructor's assessment. The following day, as Qianshuang moved about, gradually regaining his strength, he opted against his usual training routine. Still in the recuperation phase, a leisurely stroll was all he could manage, but unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar figure. "Obito? What brings you here?" Qianshuang spotted a blue silhouette assisting an elderly lady across the street, instantly recognizing him and approaching with a friendly greeting. However, when Uchiha Obito turned around, Qianshuang could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter after a prolonged effort to suppress it. Before him, Obito bore bruises on his left cheek and a purple mark on the right, with a slight swelling around his left eye. Given the events of the previous day, it was evident that he had been thoroughly beaten by Might Guy. Observing Qianshuang's unabashed mockery, Obito retorted angrily, "What's so funny? I was merely having an off day. Just an off day. Next time, I will make him eat dirt." As he spoke, he menacingly waved his fists. "Obito." Qianshuang patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder, employing a healing technique to mend the wounds on his face. Though his laughter ceased, the corners of his mouth remained uplifted. "I warned you long ago not to underestimate Guy." "Wow, I had no idea you possessed such impressive medical ninjutsu," Obito exclaimed, gingerly touching the now painless area on his face, clearly impressed. "But wait, did you ever say that? I don't recall you mentioning it," he mused, trying hard to remember but ultimately appearing perplexed after much contemplation. Qianshuang's lips twitched slightly, realizing that my reminder had fallen on deaf ears. Before the group division, when they had just entered the Ninja Academy, Qianshuang pointed out with a hint of irritation. Uchiha Obito suddenly smacked his forehead in realization, understanding that it was indeed from that time. Noticing Qianshuang's somewhat helpless expression, he awkwardly chuckled. "Well, I must have forgotten due to the tension during the grouping. But that's of little consequence now." Uchiha Obito straightened his chest, placing his hands on his hips, declaring, I have decided to diligently train alongside you, Qianshuang. I shall definitely make that bushy-browed fellow look good. Oh, have you truly made up your mind? Qianshuang responded with surprise, for Obito had always appeared rather lackadaisical. If one were unaware, they might think the sun had risen from the west upon hearing his sudden desire to train diligently. However, to avoid dampening his enthusiasm, Qianshuang kindly cautioned, let me make it clear, my training is quite arduous. Are you certain you can endure it? Do not underestimate me. Uchiha Obito retorted haughtily, dismissing Qianshuang's training as inconsequential. Seeing that Qianshuang was about to say more, Obito hurriedly pulled her along. All right, enough of the nagging. Let us focus on our training. 2 hours later. Damn it. I refuse to train any longer. I won't do it even if it kills me. Uchiha Obito, drenched in sweat and resembling a tattered sack, plopped down onto the ground, looking utterly defeated. I had warned you long ago that my training is quite demanding, but you chose not to listen. Qianshuang sat leisurely in the shade of a large tree, comfortably leaning back and smiling as she gazed at Uchiha Obito. When Qianshuang remained silent, it was for the best. However, upon speaking, Obito was once again ignited with frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? With so much training material, how could one possibly complete it? You must be deceiving me, without a doubt. If Uchiha Obito possessed even a modicum of strength, he would have lunged at Qianshuang without hesitation. Yet, he did not, instead. He yearned to remain firmly bonded to the earth, never to part again. Is there any necessity for me to deceive you? There is no advantage in it. Qianshuang appeared genuinely innocent, yet Uchiha Obito remained obstinately skeptical, leaving him utterly at a loss. If it is indeed true, then why not train together with me? Hey, use your brain for a moment. I just emerged from the hospital and am still in the recovery phase. Qianshuang shrugged, conveying his helplessness. After much contemplation, Uchiha Obito found himself at a loss for words to counter Qianshuang's logic. Ultimately, he surrendered to the moment, collapsing onto the ground. I refuse to train any longer. No matter what you say. Thus, the two remained, one seated and the other reclined, enveloped in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Hey, Qianshuang, Uchiha Obito said, resting his arms behind his head. Now that we have become Jinin, do you think we might find ourselves on the battlefield someday? Oh, I didn't expect you to ponder such matters. Qianshuang replied, somewhat surprised. I thought your mind was solely occupied with helping the elderly and Rin. I can think of trivial matters too. Uchiha Obito retorted, a mixture of indignation and concern washing over him. But I can't help but wonder if that time comes. Will we all return safely? Qianshuang gazed at Uchiha Obito, and images of the future flickered through her mind. She encouraged him, saying, thus, you must start strengthening yourself from this moment onward. You are absolutely right, Qianshuang. Obito exclaimed as he sat up abruptly, his fist clenched. No matter what. I will protect Rin and safeguard my comrades. Qianshuang gazed at the radiant figure of Dato before her, a medley of emotions swirling in her eyes. She resolved silently that she would never allow the tragic fate of the original narrative to repeat itself. A day later, Qianshuang awoke from her slumber, feeling that her physical condition had returned to its former state, signifying that she was nearly fully recovered. Stretching her somewhat stiff limbs, Qianshuang arrived early at the training ground, anticipating the arrival of her instructor and 2 teammates. Unlike the original narrative's Kakashi Hitaki, Tsukiyomi Yura was a punctual individual. There was none of the cliché wait that extended for an entire morning. After a brief moment, the other 3 had arrived in succession. It seems you all are quite punctual. Tsukiyomi Yura remarked with satisfaction as he observed the trio lined up before him. He then turned his attention to Qianshuang. How's your injury? It's nothing to worry about now. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Tsukiyomi, Qianshuang replied with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Tsukiyomi Yura said no more. Now that we have formed our team, it is imperative that we undertake our responsibilities. His gaze swept across the 3 of them. Therefore, I will be leading you to accept our first mission. Upon hearing this, both Yujito Ni and Asuma Saratobi displayed simultaneous excitement. After all, who among those aspiring to be ninjas had not dreamed of the glamorous life of undertaking missions and earning rewards? However, unbeknownst to them, this so-called mission might deviate somewhat from their expectations. Qianshuang naturally contemplated this, her expression reflecting hesitation. After all, in this critical moment where every second counts, how could she find the inclination to engage in such trivial tasks? Yet, she found herself lacking a compelling excuse to decline. Chapter 36, The Leaf's Flowing Blade Technique. Excuse me, Teacher Moonlight, might we participate in the Chunin exams? Qianshuang raised her hand to inquire, hoping that this opportunity could extend their training time. Moonlight Knight shifted his gaze to Qianshuang, seemingly piercing through her thoughts. To partake in the Chunin exams, one must possess a recommendation from a guiding jonin. Whether I choose to recommend you hinges entirely upon your performance during this period. Recognizing the profound implication in Moonlight Knight's expression, Qianshuang understood her intentions had been discerned. Indeed, it appeared she had no choice but to dutifully comply with the tasks at hand. Meanwhile, Yui Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma's eyes gleamed at the mention of the Chunin exams and recommendations. Rest assured, Teacher Moonlight, we shall accomplish the tasks with excellence. Saratobi Asuma proclaimed confidently. Moonlight Knight nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile gracing his lips. Since there was such enthusiasm, let us commence our tasks at once. With that, he took the lead towards the mission assembly point. Moonlight Knight accepted 3 D-rank missions and, accompanied by the eager Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, along with the reluctant Qianshuang, they set off to tackle their assignments. Though D-rank missions were ostensibly simple, they proved to be quite time-consuming. For instance, a task involving the capture of a stray kitten required them to gather information on its frequent haunts before embarking on a systematic search. While devoid of life-threatening risks, it undeniably posed a significant test of patience. As the sun began to set, the trio managed to complete the 3 D-rank tasks. This is not quite what I envisioned. Yuhi Kurenai panted, leaning against a tree, clearly exhausted from the consecutive assignments. How infuriating. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists, muttering in frustration. I cannot believe we were assigned such menial tasks. Enough. You have all worked hard. We shall conclude for today and reconvene tomorrow. Moonlight Knight, despite having endured a full day of missions, exhibited no change in his pallid complexion, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. What? More tomorrow? Sarutobi Asuma could no longer contain his discontent. Teacher Moonlight, we did not become ninja merely to engage in these trivial pursuits. Trivial? Moonlight Knight's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as the blade he wielded. A ninja must cultivate their skills step by step, and tasks, no matter how insignificant they may seem, are the foundation upon which greater challenges are built. If you believe you possess the capability to undertake perilous missions, then by all means, feel free to attempt them. Under the weight of Moonlight Knight's piercing stare, Sarutobi Asuma felt a chill run down his spine, though defiance lingered in his eyes. He opened his mouth yet found no words to retort. If you cannot, then accept these so-called trivial tasks with obedience, or perhaps reconsider your desire to become a ninja. Moonlight Knight's tone dripped with disdain. Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward, gently tugging at Moonlight Knight's sleeve. After a day of tasks, she no longer feared this teacher as she once had. Teacher Moonlight, we understand your intentions. Please do not be angry. Sarutobi Asuma, however, clenched his fists in silent humiliation, his resolve unbroken. Qianshuang also echoed to ease the situation. Indeed, Teacher Moonlight has a point. If we cannot even manage these D-rank missions, taking on higher-level tasks would only lead to our demise. Asuma Sarutobi lowered his head, a vague understanding of Moonlight Knight's intentions beginning to dawn on him. Yet his stubborn nature compelled him to remain silent. At this moment, Moonlight Knight regained his composure, as though the previous words had not escaped his lips. All right. That's enough for today. You may all head home now. After a brief pause, Qianshuang remained. Asuma Sarutobi left with an expression of displeasure. Kurenai Yuhi cast a worried glance at Qianshuang, but upon receiving a reassuring look from him, she bid farewell to the other two and departed for home. What is it? Teacher Moonlight? Why have you kept me back? Qianshuang pondered, unable to decipher the reason for Moonlight Knight's request. Moonlight Knight shot him an exasperated glare and remarked, Are you not interested in learning swordsmanship anymore? Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, are you truly willing to teach me? Initially, he believed the likelihood of Asuma Sarutobi agreeing to pass on the Leaf Village sword technique was exceedingly slim, almost negligible. His earlier wager had merely been an attempt to test the waters. Who would have thought that such an agreement would be granted so readily? Am I dreaming? Qianshuang hastily pinched his thigh, and only upon feeling the ache did he realize the surprise was genuine. I have always been a man of my word, he declared, though even he was astonished by the third Hokage's consent to teach him swordsmanship. So what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to learn the sword techniques. Qianshuang took the lead towards the training ground, fearful that his companion might change his mind. Moonlight Knight shook his head in resignation and followed closely behind. By the way, Teacher Moonlight was not genuinely angry just now. He was merely scaring Asuma, wasn't he? Qianshuang remarked unexpectedly during their journey. How did you perceive that? Moonlight Knight inquired with interest. Well, it's just a feeling. After all, Teacher Moonlight, you wouldn't truly become enraged over his words, would you? Qianshuang shrugged. Moreover, given Asuma's character, he wouldn't heed you even if you spoke to him kindly. As Moonlight Knight listened to Qianshuang's analysis, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. If he understood it so clearly, why even question it? Before long, the two arrived at the training ground, where Moonlight Knight produced a ninja sword from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Qianshuang. Qianshuang hurriedly accepted the blade, drawing it forth to feel its edge. As he gazed upon the sharp, snow-white blade, a radiant smile spread across his face, clearly enamored with the weapon, though he reluctantly set it down. Qianshuang, listen carefully. What I am about to teach you is the Konoha-style swordsmanship passed down from the second Hokage. However, before we proceed, you must promise me that you will never impart this knowledge to anyone else. Can you do that? Yu Guanggai stated solemnly. I can. Qianshuang replied earnestly. After all, having the opportunity to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship was a rare privilege, and only a fool would refuse. Satisfied, Yu Guanggai nodded and said, Very well. Watch closely. With that, he drew a pristine new ninja sword from his back and began to demonstrate the techniques. Qianshuang has activated the Sharingan and emulated the movements of Moonlight Knight with a blade in hand. It must be said that the Sharingan is indeed a remarkable learning aid, as Qianshuang quickly memorized all of Moonlight Knight's techniques. However, despite the advantage of the Sharingan, Qianshuang has merely grasped the form of the swordsmanship, the underlying momentum. And the experience of adaptability, he is still at the very beginning of his journey and must diligently learn from Moonlight Knight in these aspects. Nevertheless, this marks a promising start. Even Moonlight Knight, who instructs Qianshuang, cannot help but marvel at his almost monstrous learning capabilities. It is no wonder that even their fellow villagers regard the Uchiha clan's power with apprehension, for such abilities are truly extraordinary. Chapter 37. C-Rank Mission. With the guidance of the Jonin Moonlight Knight, Qianshuang's swordsmanship practice has become quite proficient, and his life has regained a sense of order. However, compared to before, Qianshuang now spends the majority of his time alongside his teammates, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and their instructor, Moonlight Knight. During the day, they gather at the assembly point to receive missions. At this stage, Moonlight Knight only accepts suitable D-rank tasks, and despite Qianshuang's and his companions' entreaties, this has not changed. The remainder of their time is devoted to completing these tasks. It is noteworthy that since being reprimanded by Moonlight Knight, Sarutobi Asuma's attitude towards missions has significantly improved. He no longer complains in front of the others and has become much more proactive during their assignments. As for Yuhi Kurenai, she appears to be enjoying herself lately, seemingly relishing the daily tasks of capturing small cats and dogs. She often seeks Qianshuang's advice on illusion techniques, citing Moonlight Knight's lack of proficiency in that area. This leaves Sarutobi Asuma with a mix of envy and frustration, as he too cannot perform illusions and can only watch the two engage in animated conversation. In contrast, Qianshuang has been feeling somewhat disheartened during this period. Each day is filled with these unfulfilling tasks, which are both time-consuming and mentally exhausting. To avoid disrupting his normal training schedule, he has been forced to move his practice to the evenings. However, even so, the mental fatigue from daytime missions has greatly impacted the effectiveness of his night training, resulting in minimal progress over the past few months. The only silver lining is that under Moonlight Knight's tutelage, Qianshuang's swordsmanship has seen noticeable improvement. He now carries a ninja blade with him, but unlike Moonlight Knight, Qianshuang prefers to keep it at his waist. Moreover, through Kurenai's occasional inquiries, he has inadvertently learned a few illusion techniques passed down from her father, though he keeps this knowledge confidential and will not utilize it unless absolutely necessary. Good morning, Qianshuang. It is yet another day of routine missions. And as Qianshuang arrives at the training ground, he hears Kurenai greeting him. Through months of camaraderie, the relationship between Qianshuang and Kurenai has evolved from awkwardness to familiarity. She no longer addresses him with the honorific Kun. Good morning. Qianshuang waves back. You certainly arrived quite early. Kurenai glances at the time and playfully scolds him. It's not that early. We departed at this time yesterday. Is that so? Qianshuang chuckles sheepishly, scratching his head. Owing to the daytime exertion, he has been somewhat inattentive during his evening training sessions, leading to poor sleep quality and causing him to wake up late. Humph, you are indeed unreliable. Sarutobi Asuma leans against a large tree with his arms crossed, sporting an air of nonchalance. Not at all. I find Qianshuang to be quite reliable. Kurenai blinks her large eyes. He often teaches me about illusion techniques. Sarutobi Asuma feels a pang of envy, as if his heart is bleeding. It seems everyone is here. Moonlight Knight silently approaches the group, a faint smile gracing his lips, perhaps due to a shift in his role. The once meticulous Moonlight Knight has begun to exhibit a touch of warmth after spending time with Qianshuang and the others, albeit just a little. It appears your spirits are high, Moonlight Knight observes with a smile as he surveys the trio. Now, let us commence today's mission. Yes, Kurenai responds with enthusiasm, while Qianshuang and Sarutobi Asuma's replies are somewhat lackluster, almost reluctant. However, Moonlight Knight pays little mind to their demeanor and retrieves the predetermined mission scroll. Just as Qianshuang closes his eyes, bracing himself for yet another mundane task of assisting or retrieving pets, Moonlight Knight's words abruptly snap him back to attention. Have you not been yearning for a task with a bit more challenge? Sensing the trio's eager gazes, Moonlight Knight waves the scroll in his hand. This mission was originally classified as B rank, but due to its relatively easy nature, it has been downgraded to C rank. Would you like to give it a try? Is that even a question? Of course we will. Sarutobi Asuma is brimming with excitement. Had the scroll not been in Moonlight Knight's possession, he might have lunged to snatch it away. Upon hearing that he would no longer have to continue with the tedious tasks, Qianshuang felt a surge of joy. However, he managed to suppress his excitement and inquired of Moonlight Knight, Teacher Moonlight, you have yet to disclose the details of the mission. Moonlight Knight, noticing the curious gazes of the three, decided to reveal the information without further delay. The task is quite simple. We are to escort an individual safely to the Land of Waterfalls. The Land of Waterfalls. Among the genin present, apart from Qianshuang, who possess some knowledge of other nations, the remaining two, having never ventured beyond their village since childhood, were naturally unfamiliar with foreign lands. Qianshuang pondered for a moment, momentarily unable to recall any details about the Land of Waterfalls. She only remembered that it was home to a Jinchuriki with 7 tails, but according to her current timeline, that individual had not yet been born. The Land of Waterfalls is nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, said to be composed of countless majestic waterfalls. It is precisely because of this unique geographical advantage that the Land of Waterfalls has managed to endure through numerous wars. Yue Guangyi, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "Oh, waterfalls? I have never seen one. The eyes of Yuhi Kurenai sparkled with excitement. It seems you all are quite eager for this mission. Yue Guangyi observed the group's enthusiasm and smiled gently. Without further ado, let us meet the individual we are to escort. Yue Guangyi led the trio to the residence of the client. Teacher Yue Guang, are we certain we are seeking the client and not Lord Hokage? Unbeknownst to them, Yue Guangyi had already brought them to the front of the Hokage building. Could it be that the client resided within the Hokage building? Maintaining his steady pace, Yue Guangyi pointed towards the Hokage building and replied, the client resides there. Really? Sarutobi Asuma was the first to inquire. Those who lived in the Hokage building were significant figures in the nation. To escort such an individual for what was deemed a C-rank mission seemed rather astonishing. The specifics are somewhat intricate. In any case, let us enter first. Yue Guangyi waved his hand to the three and led the way into the building. Our task is to escort a senior official from the land of waterfalls. However, due to its status as a small nation, the associated risks are significantly lower, which is why it has ultimately been classified as a C-rank mission. Yue Guangyi explained softly. By the way, the remuneration will be based on B-rank standards, approximately 50,000 ryo. What? 50,000 ryo? Upon hearing this, even the second Hokage, who had little concept of money, was taken aback. It was worth noting that the highest payment they had received for D-rank missions over the past few months was only 3,000 ryo, which had required considerable effort. Who would have thought that escorting someone on a journey would yield more than 10 times that amount? Qianshuang couldn't help but marvel at how profitable it was to possess formidable strength. Upon arriving at a room, Yue Guangyi politely knocked on the door. After a voice from within invited them to enter, he led the trio inside. Hello, Mr. Shichuan. I am Yue Guangyi, and these three are my students, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Uchiha Qianshuang. We will be escorting you back to the land of waterfalls, Yue Guangyi greeted courteously. The occupant of the room was a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged man, slender and somewhat short. It is Lord Yue Guang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Shichuan welcomed them warmly, though he furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing the three young children accompanying Yue Guangyi, yet still invited them to take a seat. Is teacher Yue Guang really that renowned? Even the elders from other villages have heard of him? Kurenai whispered to Qianshuang, observing Shichuan's respectful demeanor towards Yue Guangyi. Of course, teacher Yue Guang is a powerful figure, comparable to the Konoha White Fang. Before Qianshuang could respond, Sarutobi Asuma, feeling slighted that Kurenai was whispering to Qianshuang instead of him, interjected quickly. Qianshuang nodded slightly in agreement, stating, Indeed, it is said that Lord Moonlight once held the title of Dancer of the Night. Lord Moonlight, time is of the essence. So I shall be straightforward. As soon as he took his seat, Shichuan began to speak candidly. This mission may differ significantly from your understanding. Although Lord Hokage has classified it as a C-rank task, we are likely to encounter adversaries. Your students. He refrained from finishing his thought. Yet everyone present grasped his implication. It was evident that Shichuan held little faith in these inexperienced genin. However, the crux of Moonlight's inquiry lay elsewhere, as he questioned. You mentioned the likelihood of facing enemies? While you are a senior member of Takinen village, the deterrent of Konohagakure should prevent any outsiders from daring to attack you and risk offending Konoha. So who exactly are the foes you speak of? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Shichuan's face, and a sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead, suggesting he was concealing something. My apologies. Shichuan lowered his head slightly, leaning on his legs. I cannot disclose the reasons behind my speculation. However, I implore you to trust my words. Then I ask you, Mr. Shichuan, to trust my words as well, Moonlight replied, gazing intently at Shichuan. My students are no longer fledglings. They possess the ability to confront adversaries. Very well. Ultimately, Shichuan chose to concede. He had no other option. He was pressed for time to return to Takinen village. And refusing Moonlight might lead to a team far less capable than this one, especially since this team included Moonlight himself. After agreeing on a departure time for the afternoon, Moonlight led Qianshuang and the others out of the room. Who would have thought that Lord Moonlight holds us in such high regard? Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed joyfully. For there is no greater motivation than the approval of a mentor. A faint smile graced Moonlight's lips as he lifted his hand to pat Kurenai's head. Then you must not betray my trust. Qianshuang interjected, rest assured, Teacher Moonlight, we will not disappoint you. As she spoke, she mimicked Might Guy's gesture by giving a thumbs up to Moonlight Knight. Regardless of Qianshuang's maturity, this was her first venture outside the village, and it was natural for her to feel a surge of excitement and curiosity about the world beyond. As the four of them stepped out of the Hokage office, Moonlight Knight halted and addressed Qianshuang and the others with a serious tone. You have half a day to bid farewell to your families. We may be gone for an extended period, so meet me at the entrance of Konoha this afternoon. With that, Moonlight Knight vanished in an instant. The trio parted ways, and Qianshuang hurried home. Grandma, I'm back. Upon seeing Qianshuang return early in the morning, her grandmother's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something, but she quickly regained her smile. She set down her sewing and walked over to Qianshuang, gesturing for her to sit. Qianshuang, why are you back at this hour? It's like this, Grandma. I have a mission to escort someone and may be away for a few days. A hint of regret flickered in Qianshuang's eyes. As she had never been away from home before, both she and her grandmother would likely find it difficult to adjust. To Qianshuang's surprise, her grandmother didn't seem overly shocked, as if she had anticipated such a moment. Is that so? It seems our Qianshuang has grown into a reliable ninja, just like your parents. Her grandmother's face radiated pride, though a trace of melancholy lingered in her gaze. You go ahead, but remember to take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for your return. Yes, I will return safely. Qianshuang replied with a smile, not wanting her grandmother to see her emotional struggle, so she masked her reluctance with cheerfulness. In the afternoon, the group gathered at the village entrance. Aside from the adults, Moonlight Knight and Qianshuang and her companions bore traces of reluctance on their faces. Having just parted with their families, which left them feeling a bit heavy-hearted, Qianshuang was no exception. All right, from now on, set aside your emotions and remember your mission. We must depart. Moonlight Knight, having noticed their demeanor, issued the reminder. As he observed them compose themselves, he nodded in satisfaction and turned to the still concerned Qianshuang. Mr. Qianshuang, let us set off. With a sigh, Qianshuang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, by a secluded waterfall in Takigakure, two shadows merged together. There's news. It seems the leader intends to return to Takigakure from Konoha. One shadow reported respectfully to the other. Oh, returning is he? Find out who will accompany him back. The voice of the other shadow was chilling. It has been confirmed that the leader issued a B rank mission in Konoha, but due to its relatively low difficulty, it was downgraded to a C rank, taken on by a team of 3 led by a Jounin. Who is this Jounin? Clearly, the 3 Genin were not regarded as significant by this individual. This person may prove troublesome. It is the night dancer, Moonlight Knight. Damn it. Notify everyone to be prepared. Are you sure about this? What if we cannot hold him back? Then we shall call upon the Rain Village. I believe those fellows will not refuse my goodwill. Understood. Just as the shadow was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and added, Oh, there's one more piece of news you might find interesting. Oh, do tell. The other shadow's interest was piqued. Among those 3 children, one bears the Uchiha surname. The Uchiha, you say? How intriguing. A cold, sinister laugh echoed around the vicinity of the waterfall, but due to the remote location, no patrolling ninja noticed the unusual activity. Chapter 39. Temporary Captain. The climate in this country is truly unique. The 5 traversed mountains and rivers, and not long after crossing the border of the Land of Fire. Upon entering the Land of Waterfalls, Qianshuang was astonished to find the humidity in the air had noticeably increased, even in this relatively peripheral region. Several waterfalls had begun to appear. As a coastal nation, the Land of Waterfalls boasted high humidity and abundant rainfall, resulting in the formation of spectacular waterfalls. Qianshuang patiently explained, a hint of pride sparkling in his eyes, for the ninjas of Takigakure relied on these unique waterfalls to conceal themselves and survive through countless wars. Look, this waterfall is significantly larger. After walking a bit further, they encountered more than 10 waterfalls, and while they shouldn't have been surprised anymore, the sight before them made Kurenai exclaim in awe. Before them stood a waterfall that was entirely different from the others, both in height and width, far surpassing the latter. Rushing torrents cascaded down from nearly 100 meters high cliffs, crashing into the churning waters below with a thunderous roar, evoking the sensation of water flowing down 3,000 feet. Upon reaching this point, Qianshuang, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped. He turned to the group, bowing slightly. This is far enough. There should be no danger ahead. Thank you for escorting me. I shall continue alone from here. That won't do. Since we accepted the mission, we must escort you back to the village. Asuma Saratobi insisted. Indeed, this place does not appear to be inhabited. What if you encounter trouble? Kurenai nodded in agreement. Qianshuang cast a somewhat troubled glance at Moonlight Knight. Ahem. Moonlight Knight understood immediately. Since the client has made such a request, our mission can be considered accomplished. Let us return. He turned first, heading back the way they came, with Qianshuang deep in thought following closely behind. Asuma Saratobi opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by a glance from Moonlight Knight, reluctantly trailing behind. Teacher Moonlight, why aren't we continuing to protect him? This place is clearly not Takigakure. Not long after, Asuma began expressing his dissatisfaction to Moonlight Knight. Before Moonlight Knight could respond, Qianshuang interjected. Teacher Moonlight previously mentioned that the Land of Waterfalls relies on its waterfalls for survival, so Takigakure is likely hidden by one of them. Such crucial strategic information cannot be casually disclosed. Is that so? Kurenai, who had also been puzzled, suddenly understood, her eyes filled with admiration for Qianshuang. Moonlight Knight looked at Qianshuang with surprise, then nodded. Indeed, they likely do not wish for us to know the exact location of Takigakure, which is why they asked us to conclude our mission early. Is that truly the case? Konoha and Takigakure are allies, yet they hide such things. Asuma scoffed in dissatisfaction. However, judging by Qianshuang's earlier demeanor, we should be near Takigakure. Moonlight Knight casually pocketed his hands. Well, our mission is complete, and that is what matters. Qianshuang and the other 2 nodded in agreement, a sense of unreality washing over Qianshuang. It was astonishing that her first venture beyond the village for a mission had proceeded so remarkably smoothly. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle shattered the tranquility, drawing everyone's attention. Upon spotting the ninja eagle, Yuguangai appeared taken aback, swiftly extending his right arm, upon which the eagle gracefully alighted. "Teacher Yuguang, what is this?" Shiri Hong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the majestic creature. It is common for young women to be enamored with such charming animals, and Shiri Hong was no exception, while Qianshuang remained perplexed by the excitement. "This is a ninja eagle trained by Konoha for the transmission of intelligence," Yuguangai explained, deftly removing the scroll secured to the eagle's leg. With a flick of his arm, he released the eagle back into the sky. As the three watched, he read the contents of the scroll, his brow furrowing with concern. "What is it, Teacher Yuguang? Has something happened?" Observing the troubled expression on Yuguangai's face, Qianshuang sensed that the situation was serious. "Indeed, there has been a complication. The border tensions have escalated once more. I must return immediately to attend an emergency meeting," Yuguangai revealed, candidly disclosing the scroll's content before lapsing into contemplation. After a moment, he scanned the faces of the trio, finally fixing his gaze on Qianshuang. "Time is of the essence. I must hurry back, and it seems I will have to part ways with you for a while. During my absence, Qianshuang will assume the role of temporary leader. We shall reconvene in Konoha." "What? Why should that fellow Qianshuang be the leader?" Sarutobi Asuma protested, his discontent evident. "Qianshuang is strong and intelligent. If not her, then who else should take charge?" Shiri Hong retorted dismissively, casting a derisive glance at Sarutobi Asuma. Upon hearing her words, Asuma appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt, his face paling, revealing the telltale signs of inner turmoil. Qianshuang never anticipated that Sunset Red would be so unyielding towards Sarutobi Asuma, striking directly at his vulnerabilities. This left her feeling somewhat guilty, as in the original narrative. These two were a pair. If her presence were to inadvertently sever their bond, it would indeed be a grave misdeed. As for the notion of deceiving Sunset Red into becoming his wife, Qianshuang had not yet entertained such thoughts, partly due to his youth, and partly because he was uncertain of his own survival, leaving little room for such aspirations. With this in mind, Qianshuang shook his head in despair, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Under the moonlit night, he observed Sarutobi Asuma, who appeared to be heartbroken, and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of solace before turning and vanishing from sight. Qianshuang felt a twinge of compassion and said to Zairong, "Rome, your earlier remarks were rather excessive." Zairong nodded with a hint of remorse, seemingly aware that her words had been somewhat harsh. She stepped forward to apologize to Asuma Sarutobi, which finally eased the tension in the air. Nevertheless, Asuma still appeared despondent, enveloped in silence, his demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts. "Well, Qianshuang, since we've made the effort to venture out, why don't we take a look at the waterfalls around here?" Zairong suggested, her eyes taking in the magnificent scenery, utterly devoid of any desire to return home. Qianshuang did not readily accept nor outright refuse. Instead, he fell into contemplation. As he reflected on the journey, a vague recollection surfaced of something known as the Water of Heroes from the village of Tekinen. Although it bore side effects, it possessed the remarkable ability to exponentially enhance a ninja's chakra tenfold. This could serve as a formidable trump card. Having come this far, Qianshuang felt a twinge of reluctance to forego the opportunity to acquire such a treasure. Yet, as the captain, he bore the responsibility of his team's safety, which left him in a state of profound indecision. Chapter 40. The surprise attack of the Rain Ninjas. Boom. As Qianshuang pondered, a thunderous sound abruptly captured his attention, startling the two individuals beside him as well. It appeared to emanate from the direction of Asuma Sarutobi, who expressed his astonishment. "It is indeed from the direction of that great waterfall," replied Yugao Yuzuki. Indeed, this resounding noise undoubtedly originated from the very spot where the four had just parted ways with Shichikawa. A flicker of concern crossed Qianshuang's heart, as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind, and she secretly chuckled. "Just when I was pondering how to find a reason to linger, you have inadvertently provided me with one." Immediately, she turned to the two individuals beside her and cautioned, "Stay here. I shall investigate the situation over there." With that, she dashed towards the direction of the explosion. Naturally, Xie and Hong could not allow Qianshuang to venture alone. They disregarded her words and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Shichuan watched as Qianshuang and the others receded into the distance, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief before turning towards the waterfall. However, in the next instant, three figures surged forth from behind the waterfall, all clad in gray cloaks, wooden hats, and half of their faces obscured by black cloth, an unmistakable image of Rain Shinobi. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio launched their pre-prepared shurikens at Shichuan from various tricky angles. Although he swiftly drew his kunai to defend himself, he was still struck by several shurikens he had failed to notice, sustaining injuries. Ninjutsu, Rain's Thousand Petals. One of the Rain Shinobi unfurled an umbrella strapped to their back, which opened rapidly, releasing a barrage of densely packed shurikens aimed directly at Shichuan. Water release, water barrier. Shichuan, of course, could not afford to remain passive. He immediately formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of water before him to intercept the oncoming storm of shurikens. Yet, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, the other two range shinobi had stealthily appeared on either side of him. Success. The range shinobi on both sides bore sinister smiles, brandishing their iron chains. In such close quarters, Sichuan had no time to evade. He could only watch in horror as the chains were poised to ensnare him. The ferocity in the eyes of the two rain shinobi intensifying. At the critical moment, a figure, slightly smaller than the three rain ninjas, appeared before Shuan, effortlessly grasping two iron chains with both hands. The two rain ninjas were taken aback. They could scarcely believe that this young lad could seize the chains they had swung with all their might. Just as they were about to pull the chains back forcefully, Qianshuang would not allow them to have their way. Lightning release, 1,000 birds, streams of electrical currents, resembling spider legs, erupted from Qianshuang's hands, accompanied by a thunderous crackle. In the blink of an eye, the energy raced along the iron chains and surged towards the two rain ninjas. A sudden wave of pain and numbness engulfed their bodies, prompting them to instinctively relinquish their hold on the chains, narrowly escaping disaster. At that moment, a rain ninja, previously hindered by the water barrier, finally broke through. Upon seeing Qianshuang standing before Shuan, he momentarily froze in disbelief. Panic flickered in his eyes as he swiftly hurled his umbrella once more, unleashing a torrential barrage of shuriken. The plan had changed. Retreat was imperative. Thinking of escaping? Qianshuang sneered at the three would-be fugitives. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest swept through, scattering the incoming shuriken as the fierce wind surged towards the rain ninjas. Strangely, none of the three rain ninjas seemed inclined to cease their defensive maneuvers. Despite the grotesque wounds etched across their backs, they continued to flee frantically, as if pursued by some monstrous calamity. The battle unfolded swiftly, a whirlwind of chaos completed in the blink of an eye. Are you both all right? Qianshuang, Mr. Shuan, Y High KD, who had arrived late with Sarutobi Asuma, inquired with genuine concern for the two. Qianshuang and Sichuan shook their heads simultaneously. Mr. Sichuan, did you not assert that there would be no further danger? Qianshuang inquired, turning her gaze towards Sichuan with a serious expression. Sichuan's countenance bore a hint of guilt and impotence, coupled with the lingering dread of having just faced a life-and-death situation. I sincerely apologize for causing you all concern. And I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, Sichuan said, bowing deeply to Qianshuang. It is of no consequence. Qianshuang waved her hand dismissively, her eyes sharp. However, Mr. Sichuan, what are your intentions moving forward? What do you mean? Having witnessed Qianshuang's formidable abilities, Sichuan could no longer regard her as a mere child. Thus, upon perceiving the underlying implications in her words, he humbly sought her guidance. Qianshuang, with an air of seriousness, pondered aloud. Why would those range shinobi choose to ambush you in such a place? If Master Moonlight were by your side, even if the enemy were to come tenfold, they would likely still be unable to harm you. Yet, knowing this, they deliberately chose to lie in wait, and you coincidentally dispersed us at this very moment. Do you not find that rather fortuitous? Guided by Qianshuang's insight, Sichuan began to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that they are aware of the location of Takinan village? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Qianshuan feigned deep contemplation, yet inwardly mused. Guess away, indulge in your imagination, and then we can enter under the guise of aiding. At that point, we might also demand some form of recompense. Surely that is not too much to ask. How could this be? The location of Takinan village is scarcely known to outsiders. As Sichuan dwelled on this thought, a sense of dread enveloped him. Unless, perhaps, there is a traitor within the village? Upon hearing this, Qianshuang pretended to ponder deeply, nodding slightly. If that were the case, there might indeed be some truth to it. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to uncover and eliminate this traitor. Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed indignantly. Qianshuang secretly gave Sarutobi Asuma a thumbs up in her heart, yet outwardly displayed a troubled expression. This is a personal matter for the Takinan, and it may not be appropriate for us to intervene. Moreover, with Teacher Moonlight absent, it would not be wise for us to act unilaterally, would it? What? Teacher Moonlight is not here? Upon hearing Asuma's words, Sichuan's face immediately fell, his glimmer of hope extinguished. Indeed, Teacher Moonlight had to leave due to urgent matters. Qianshuang replied truthfully. Don't worry, Mr. Sichuan. Even if it is just us, we are more than capable of helping you unearth the traitor. In a spirited manner, Yugao offered reassurance to Sichuan. Qianshuang gazed at Sichuan, who seemed somewhat stirred, and no longer feigned uncertainty. Mr. Sichuan, as the saying goes, the one in the game is often perplexed, while the bystander sees clearly. Perhaps we can indeed assist you in unearthing the traitor. Does the bystander truly see clearly? Sichuan pondered. Yet, if they had truly allied with Yurin, given our strength, it seems that if the traitor wishes to avoid chaos in Takinan village, he could hardly muster many accomplices. As for the few minions, Qianshuang displayed her 3-tomo Sharingan without the slightest hesitation, declaring, I should still be able to handle them. Sichuan looked into Qianshuang's blood-red eyes, which filled him with awe. And as he listened to the confidence in her words, an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped him. Then, esteemed colleagues, I have finally made up my mind. I wish to entrust this mission to you all. Qianshuang exchanged a glance with the two individuals beside her and nodded slightly. We accept your request. However, we have one condition. Upon sensing that her objective was achieved, a faint smile appeared on Qianshuang's face. Please speak, as long as it is within my capability. She continued. If we successfully expose the traitor, may we choose our own reward? Qianshuang cast a reassuring glance at the bewildered Asuma and Hong. Of course. If we fail or our assumptions are incorrect, we shall not demand a reward. A look of inner conflict crossed Qianshuang's face. He hesitated to gamble on whether the others knew about the treasure of Tekinan village, yet ultimately, his inclination towards hope prevailed. Very well, I agree. Chapter 41. Misty Smoke. Mr. Qianshuang, since we have accepted your request, may we now visit Tekinan village? Qianshuang surveyed the waterfall before her, recalling that the entrance to Tekinan village was supposedly hidden within. Hearing this, Asuma and Hong regarded her with curiosity. Of course, earlier it was for self-preservation. I hope you understand. Qianshuang replied with an apologetic chuckle. Please follow me. I shall lead you to Tekinan village. With that, he stepped towards the waterfall. In astonishment, Asuma and Hong watched as the four of them walked straight through the waterfall, arriving at a vast, serene pool. Through this pool, we can reach Tekinan village, Qianshuang explained. Gesturing towards the water, he then leaped in first. This, Asuma and Hong hesitated, seemingly unable to believe that the entrance to a village could be a mere pool of water. He is not lying. Let us go, Qianshuang declared, following suit. Seeing her leap into the water, the two cast aside their doubts, gritted their teeth, and jumped in after her. You three useless fools. Unable to capture even one person together. Can you be any more incompetent? Perched atop a large tree, a slender female ninja glared furiously at the three kneeling figures before her, the very three rain ninjas who had attacked Qianshuang. All right, Bingshui. Calm down and let us hear their explanation, said a casually dressed man beside her, sporting the Tekinan headband. Bingshui shot him a dismissive glance, but turned her attention back to the three rain ninjas, clearly eager to hear their account, relieved that their superior had cooled her temper. The lead rain ninja quickly spoke. It's like this, Lady Bingshui. We were on the verge of success, but due to the commotion, those leaf ninjas returned, forcing us to retreat. What? The previously relaxed Tekinan man widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you saying that the leaf ninjas returned? The three rain ninjas nodded. Did they enter Tekinan village? The Tekinan man's heart still held a glimmer of hope. He wished that Qianshuang had not brought the outsiders into the village. For if the leaf ninjas got involved, his plans would be delayed indefinitely. We do not know, the lead rain ninja said after a moment of contemplation. We saw the leaf ninjas turn back and leave. What happened afterward is unclear to us. This is unacceptable. The Tekinan man's expression darkened. I must return to investigate. Hey, no need to rush. If the leaf ninjas have arrived, they won't leave anytime soon, Bingshui remarked. A smirk of schadenfreude playing on her lips as she observed the agitated Tekinan man. The Tekinan man shot her a glare. We are on the same side now. If I cannot obtain that item, you will also have difficulty. With that, he leaped down from the tree and vanished in an instant. Oomph, what an arrogant fool. Bingshui scoffed, clearly displeased with the Tekinan ninja. All right, Bingshui, let us focus on the mission. A masked rain ninja beside her patted her shoulder, reminding her. I know. No need for your input, Bingshui. Bingshui retorted, shaking off his hand before following the others as they departed the scene. The once bustling tree fell silent again, as if no one had ever been there. Wow, is this really Tekinan village? It's beautiful. So different from Konoha, Hong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she took in her surroundings, utterly enchanted by the scenery. In Tekinan village, every street was adorned with a flowing stream, and the villagers lived harmoniously with the water, creating a picturesque water town ambience. At the heart of the village lay a vast, crystal-clear lake, from which numerous tributaries branched out, serving as the source of the streams that ran through the streets. In the center of the lake stood a small island, home to a single towering tree, its lush branches casting a significant shadow over the waters. Even Qianshuang, who had come prepared, was awestruck by the sight. As for Asuma and Hong, they were left utterly speechless. Look, isn't that Lord Qianshuang? Lord Qianshuang has returned. Who are those accompanying him? Noticing the leaf headbands, the villagers quickly recognized Qianshuang and approached him with excitement, greeting him warmly, revealing his esteemed status among them. Meanwhile, the glances directed at Qianshuang and her companions were filled with curiosity. Despite having just endured a life-threatening battle, Qianshuang exhibited no signs of panic, instead responding to the villagers with genuine warmth. Make way, please. A stern voice emerged from the gathering crowd, which parted to create a path. A young ninja, around 20 years old and adorned with a Tekinan headband, approached, flanked by two capable-looking ninjas. Welcome back, Leader Qianshuang. May I ask who these three are? The young ninja's demeanor was somewhat haughty, yet he bowed respectfully before Qianshuang. Ah, it's Misty Smoke. Thank you for making the trip. These three are leaf ninjas who escorted me back. I would appreciate it if you could arrange accommodations for them. Qianshuang replied, turning to introduce Qianshuang with a hint of pride. Allow me to introduce you. This is our village's most outstanding young ninja, Misty Smoke, who is now a special jonin. The three nodded amicably at Misty Smoke, who, though slightly disdainful at first, acknowledged them with a nod in return. His gaze then began to wander, searching the area. Though subtle, Qianshuang noticed this movement and inquired, "What is it, Misty Smoke? Are you looking for something?" The sudden sound startled Shui Yan, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, yet she forced herself to regain composure and responded calmly, "Ah, I see. These three Konoha ninjas appear quite youthful, likely having just recently become ninjas. Given this, they should indeed be accompanied by a supervising teacher." Upon hearing this, Qianshuang hesitated. He was uncertain whether to divulge the news of Tsukikage's departure. However, before he could contemplate further, Qianshuang had already preemptively replied, "Our supervising teacher has already left ahead of us. We have only just received Mr. Qianshuang's invitation to visit the Takinen village and shall depart in a few days." Upon learning that Tsukikage had left, a wave of relief washed over Shui Yan, and even the corners of her tightly pressed lips began to curve upwards. Qianshuang cast a puzzled glance at Qianshuang, who responded with a slight nod. "That being said, it is still early. Shall we explore a little?" Qianshuang suggested, glancing at the sky. "Of course," Shui Yan eagerly offered. "Leader Qianshuang, you have labored throughout the day. Please return to rest while I entertain our three guests." The latter part of her statement was clearly directed at Qianshuang. Qianshuang looked at Qianshuang and nodded, harboring a degree of trust in Shui Yan. With Qianshuang's consent, Shui Yan led Qianshuang and the others on a tour of the Takinen village. Chapter 42. Slander as night enveloped the landscape. The trio returned to the lodgings arranged by Shui Yan, their expressions weary after their exploration of Takinen village. "Aren't we here to investigate the traitor? Why are we wandering around instead?" Sarutobi Asuma remarked, fatigue tinged with dissatisfaction, entirely forgetting his own enthusiasm during the earlier tour. "To locate the traitor, we must first familiarize ourselves with the surroundings." Qianshuang waved his hand dismissively. "Let us rest for tonight. We shall take action tomorrow." The three had already grown quite fatigued after their lengthy explorations, and upon hearing their temporary leader's words, they nodded in agreement and returned to their respective rooms. Qianshuang watched as the two individuals entered the room. Just as she extended her hand to pull the door open, she hesitated for a moment, and then, with an air of nonchalance, slowly withdrew it. The weariness in her gaze vanished in an instant, replaced by a keen sense of vigilance and caution. Qianshuang attentively sensed her surroundings, only relaxing slightly after confirming that there were no anomalies. Shadow clone technique. Qianshuang conjured a shadow clone, and the two exchanged a knowing nod. The original Qianshuang utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from the spot, while the shadow clone stepped into the room in his stead. Due to their brief separation, Qianshuang swiftly located Shui Yan, who had previously guided them through the Takinen village, and stealthily trailed behind him. Having perused the original text, Qianshuang had a vague recollection of Shui Yan. If memory served him correctly, this individual was the traitor colluding with the Rain Ninjas. However, Qianshuang's immediate task was to gather evidence. Given Qianshuang's evident trust in Shui Yan during the day, he would never believe Qianshuang without substantial proof. This was also the reason Qianshuang had deliberately mentioned that Moonlight Knight was absent earlier. Only by alleviating their unease would they dare to act again, otherwise. If the mere name of Moonlight Knight instilled fear, not only would Qianshuang fail to fulfill his commission and receive his reward, but it would also lessen Qianshuang's vigilance against the traitor in the village, an outcome fraught with peril. "Leader, Shui Yan requests an audience." After parting ways with Qianshuang and the others, Shui Yan arrived at the residence of Qianshuang, the leader of Takinen village, and called out to the interior. After a brief pause, the door opened, and Qianshuang emerged. "Ah, Shui Yan? What brings you here at this late hour?" Qianshuang inquired, perplexed. "Leader, I have matters I wish to discuss with you," Shui Yan began but hesitated. Casting a pleading glance at Qianshuang, understanding the unspoken request, Qianshuang pondered for a moment before allowing Shui Yan entry. As the door closed, Qianshuang, silently observing from the shadows, lost the ability to overhear their conversation. However, he refrained from intervening or eavesdropping further. Shui Yan's intent was likely to malign him and his companions, attempting to shift the blame onto others. Yet, baseless accusations would only sow seeds of doubt in Qianshuang's mind, and Qianshuang remained unperturbed. The primary objective was to trace Shui Yan's movements, overhear his discussions with the Rain Ninjas, and obtain evidence to formulate a preemptive strategy. "Lord Qianshuang, I recently discovered traces of the Rain Ninjas within the village, yet I failed to apprehend them. I humbly request your leniency." Upon entering the room, Shui Yan immediately knelt and pleaded for forgiveness, a decision reached after considerable deliberation. With the leader having been attacked at the village gates, it was inevitable that the village ninjas would be questioned. Thus, it was wiser to take the initiative rather than face judgment. Moreover, by bringing up the Rain Ninjas, he could significantly boost Qianshuang's trust in him, truly a double-edged sword. Indeed, upon hearing Shui Yan's self-incrimination, Qianshuang was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand to assist him to his feet, his gaze now considerably less skeptical. "The Rain Ninjas have indeed infiltrated the village. Earlier today, I was assaulted by them outside the village. Were it not for the aid of the Konoha ninjas, I fear. Qianshuang candidly recounted his assassination attempt to Shui Yin without reservation. What? They dared to attack you, the leader? Truly audacious. Shui Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation, as if flames would burst forth. However, his expression quickly calmed. Lord Qianshuang, do you not find this matter rather suspicious? Who could have informed them of Takinen village's location? Qianshuang nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity. Indeed, something is amiss. I suspect there may be a mole within the village. While Xian's countenance remained unchanged, his heart raced with relief. Had he not come today, he might have found himself under suspicion, a risk that could reveal his own treachery. Thus, he began to manipulate the conversation. While that is a possibility, I believe the likelihood is low. After all, those within the village are our own, while the outsiders from Konoha are far more dubious. Observing Qianshuang deep in thought, Shui Yin quietly relished the opportunity and pressed on. Although the Land of Fire is the foremost nation, its continuous wars have burdened them significantly. They might well consider plundering resources and jinchuriki from smaller nations like ours. Especially given that you were attacked during their escort mission, clearly an attempt to gain your trust. But who informed the rain ninjas of Takinen village's location? Qianshuang questioned. It is quite possible that the higher-ups in Konoha received information about our village's whereabouts from the previous generation. Such matters are difficult to ascertain, Shui Yin replied ambiguously. I believe those individuals are targeting the resources of Takinen village. Enough, Shui Yin. Let us not pursue this matter further, Qianshuang interjected sternly. Konoha and Takinen currently share a cooperative relationship. You must not make unfounded accusations. My lord, it is better to be cautious than to regret. If they truly succeed, it may be too late. Shui Yin understood that Qianshuang would not easily heed his words, yet he still wished to press his case. Enough for today, you have labored enough. Return and rest, Qianshuang said, showing signs of annoyance yet also a hint of conflict. As the leader of Takinen village, though he had entrusted Qianshuang and his companions to help him identify the traitor, he would not tolerate any threats to his village. Tomorrow, continue to accompany those Konoha ninjas, he instructed. In his eyes, Shui Yin had become a trustworthy ninja of Takinen village, making him well-suited to monitor the Konoha ninjas. Upon hearing these words, Shui Yin's expression shifted with surprise. He understood the implications behind them, excitement flickering in his eyes. This not only provided him the opportunity to surveil those troublesome Konoha youths, but also signified Qianshuang's trust in him. With both points secured, how could he not feel elated? He respectfully bowed in acquiescence and exited the room. Once outside, Shui Yin's mood visibly brightened. He hastily glanced around, noticing no one, before vanishing into the darkness. Qianshuang, concealed in the shadows, keenly observed his movements and followed closely behind. Chapter 43. Eavesdropping. Qianshuang followed the wispy smoke, meandering through the shadows to evade the numerous patrolling ninjas of Takinen village. Ultimately, she arrived at a dilapidated shack on the outskirts of the village. Inside, there was no illumination. The walls were battered and worn, cloaked in dust. Passers-by merely regarded it as a forsaken dwelling, long abandoned, paying it no heed whatsoever. Qianshuang's eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps this was indeed the gathering place of Shui Yin and Yunren. Shui Yin entered the small cottage and firmly shut the door behind her. Qianshuang waited outside the door for a moment. Noticing that no one was entering or exiting, she finally approached the house, pressing her body against the wall and crouching down. Qianshuang has yet to fully develop. In comparison to adults, he is already somewhat diminutive. Furthermore, as he squats down in this darkness, one would truly struggle to discern that there is indeed a person crouched in the corner. Qianshuang concentrated her chakra near her ears, pressing against the wall, allowing her to hear the sounds from within the door with clarity. Since Moonlight Night had not arrived, what were we afraid of? We should directly seize Qianshuang and capture that Uchiha boy as well, Bing Shui urged eagerly. Clearly, during the time Qianshuang had been waiting, Shui Yin had already briefed the rain ninjas on the situation in the village. No, we cannot act yet, Shui Yin replied gravely, rejecting Bing Shui's proposal without a moment's hesitation. What? Are you afraid? Bing Shui's mocking voice echoed. You should refrain from asking such trivial questions. Since I chose this path, I have never regretted it. Only I can lead Takinen village to glory. Shui Yan's demeanor remained unshaken by Bing Shui's taunts, maintaining an air of tranquility throughout. There are two reasons we cannot act now. At this point, Shui Yin paused, contemplating before continuing. First, we cannot yet ascertain whether Moonlight Night has truly returned to Konoha. After all, this is merely the word of a few leaf children, and we need to verify the information before making any plans. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Ning Shui, who had been quietly listening from the corner, suddenly inquired. Just now, Qianshuang entrusted me with the task of monitoring those leaf kids. Tomorrow, I will gather intelligence from them. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang was taken aback. She had considered that Shui Yin might implicate them in Qianshuang's room, but she had not anticipated that after entrusting them with the task of identifying traitors, Qianshuang would also issue a command to monitor them. It was even more unexpected that this order would fall upon Shui Yin, leaving Qianshuang momentarily unsure whether to commend Qianshuang's cunning or chastise his foolishness. However, this also indicated that Shui Yin held a considerable level of trust in Qianshuang. Without substantial evidence, it would indeed be difficult to bring him down. And what is the second point? Bing Shui urged impatiently. Qianshuang ceased her contemplation, perking up her ears to listen intently. The second point is that we cannot take action while those three little brats are still in Takinan village. Otherwise, if the news reaches Konoha, it would be a tremendous blow to both Takinan village and Rain village. Shuein bluntly articulated the second consideration. What? Are you suggesting that we must watch that Uchiha brat return unscathed? Regardless of who it is, forcing him to abandon his carefully laid plans would leave anyone feeling discontented. Especially Bing Shui. Since we must obediently wait for the Konoha members to leave before taking action, why bother attempting to extract information from them? This would, in fact, increase the likelihood of exposure. Ning Shui, whose thoughts were far more meticulous than Bing Shui's, immediately identified the crux of the matter and pointed it out succinctly. Clap, clap, clap. A flurry of applause erupted, followed by Shui's voice. As expected of Ning Shui, you noticed so quickly, didn't you? Could it be that you were trying to? Shui's words seemed to confirm Ning Shui's suspicion, and Ning Shui suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, while we cannot act within the village once they leave, who can predict what unforeseen events might transpire? Shui's tone carried a fierce edge. When something occurs then, it cannot be attributed to us. After we resolve them, we will return to deal with Sichuan properly. Ning Shui concurred. That is indeed a splendid idea. Surprisingly, Bing Shui did not refute this. Hey, how shall we divide the Sharingan later? Bing Shui's voice brimmed with greed, clearly coveting Qianshuang's Sharingan. The usual rule applies. Each person receives half. However, Bing Shui was clearly unwilling to concede, arguing, the interception is primarily the effort of the Rain Shinobi. Without me, you wouldn't even have made it in. Shuiyin retorted, unwilling to back down. You. Bing Shui was infuriated, yet at that moment, he had no suitable retort. Had it not been for Shuiyin leading them in, they likely wouldn't even have known of the existence of the hero's water, let alone the Sharingan, which was an extra bonus for them. All right, Bing Shui, half it is. Let us prioritize the mission. Ning Shui interjected, prompting Bing Shui to cease his argument with Shuiyin. Ning Shui then addressed Shuiyin. In that case, we shall await your news tomorrow. Shuiyin nodded, as everything they had just discussed hinged on the absence of Moonlight Night, thus confirming this information was their top priority. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang withdrew his ear from the wall, for he could clearly hear footsteps approaching the door. It seemed Shuiyin was about to exit. Without lingering any longer, Qianshuang immediately rose and performed the body flicker technique, swiftly distancing himself from the small hut. He had gathered sufficient knowledge regarding Shuiyin and the Rain Shinobi's plans, and further tracking was rendered meaningless. In contrast, devising a counter-strategy was of utmost urgency, so Qianshuang did not pay any more attention to Shuiyin exiting, instead returning to his dwelling. After dispelling the shadow clone left in the room, Qianshuang searched through its memories, confirming that no one had discovered his absence during this time, which put his mind at ease. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the bed, recalling the recent discussions and falling into deep contemplation. The following day, Shuiyin arrived early at the residence of Qianshuang and his companions, his demeanor remarkably calm and natural. On the surface, no one could discern his ill intentions towards the trio. May I inquire what brings you to us? Although Qianshuang was already aware, he feigned an expression of innocence. Upon seeing the three approaching, Shuiyin greeted them with a broad smile. How did you rest last night? I come on behalf of Chief Sichuan to assist you in gaining a better understanding of Takinan village. So that is the case. We are truly grateful for Chief Sichuan's concern. Qianshuang regarded Shiyin's face, which bore a certain smugness, and inwardly scoffed. Yet he responded with enthusiasm. Then we will trouble you to show us around Takinan village today. Shuiyin nodded with a smile, turning to lead the way, while secretly mocking them. Enjoy your time now. Soon, you shall have no such opportunity. Chapter 44. The Sacred Tree. Along the way, many passers-by evidently recognized Shuiyin, each greeting him with warmth. Shuiyin nodded in response, yet the pride and disdain in his eyes did not escape Qianshuang's notice. I recall seeing a massive tree in the center of Takinan village yesterday. What exactly is that? Qianshuang inquired. Oh, you mean that? Shuiyin smiled slightly. Yet a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. That is the sacred tree of Takinan village. If you are interested, I can take you to see it. Since it is a sacred tree, it must hold great significance. It would probably be inappropriate for us to just walk over there, would it not? Yue Hong furrowed her brow, her expression somewhat hesitant. Saratobi Asuma nodded in agreement, also feeling that it was rather inappropriate. Shiyin's smile momentarily stiffened. He had not anticipated that these Konoha youngsters could think this far, which truly surprised him. However, he quickly began to explain. It is all right. You are the great contributors who escorted Chief Sichuan back. Chief Sichuan has already instructed me that you may freely explore any location. Yue Hong and Saratobi Asuma exchanged knowing glances, recalling how Chief Sichuan had entrusted them with locating the traitors, and connecting this with Shiyin's previous statement. They both believed this was Chief Sichuan facilitating their investigation. Only Qianshuang, who observed all this with a discerning eye, understood that Sichuan, who had sent Shuiyin to monitor them, could not possibly be so benevolent. The latter part of his statement was clearly fabrications of Shuiyin himself. Yet, he chose not to expose this. He was also curious about this so-called sacred tree and what extraordinary qualities it possessed that could give birth to such miraculous substances as the hero's water. Seeing that the three accepted his explanation, Shuiyin inwardly sighed in relief. not daring to allow them further time for inquiries, and hurried ahead to lead the way. Wow. What a massive tree. Even though they had seen the scale of the giant tree from a distance as they approached, Yue Hong could not help but exclaim in awe. Qianshuang meticulously observed the sacred tree, compelled to acknowledge that it was the largest tree he had ever encountered, without exception. Its trunk was remarkably robust, and it would likely require the embrace of a dozen individuals to encircle it. The branches and leaves above were lush, with each leaf roughly the size of a human head. Beneath the expanse of foliage, the sunlight struggled to penetrate, rendering it a true canopy of shade. In Qianshuang's memory, perhaps only the legendary chakra god tree could rival its grandeur. As the three of them remained immersed in their awe, Asuma Saratobi was the first to regain his composure, inquiring how they were to proceed. Upon uttering these words, Qianshuang and Yu Gao realized they had reached a dead end. Beyond lay the waters encircling the sacred tree. Moreover, a glance around revealed no boats or bridges to facilitate their passage. Noticing the perplexity in the eyes of the two, Shuiyin explained that no structures had been established for crossing. Their only option was to control their chakra to walk on water or, for those adept in swimming, to traverse it that way. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's expression remained unchanged, yet Yu Gao and Asuma's countenance suddenly stiffened, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. It was evident that, having only recently become ninjas, they were not as adept as Qianshuang, and the requirement for precise chakra control to walk on water was beyond their current capabilities. Shuiyin observed their discomfort, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes, yet her face maintained a guise of ignorance as she suggested. Shall we approach a little closer to take a look? Qianshuang observed the two individuals whose gazes wandered, still oblivious to the situation at hand. It was evident that their delicate sensibilities made them hesitant to voice such matters. How about this? You both should venture to a more populous area. The holy tree here is rather secluded. I shall investigate on my own, Qianshuang promptly offered, seeking to alleviate the tension. Zairong and Saratobi Asuma nodded in relief, turning towards a bustling street, while Qianshuang exchanged a nod with Shuiyin and stepped onto the surface of the lake. Shuiyin, witnessing Qianshuang's natural ability to ease the atmosphere, refrained from further commentary, pursing her lips as she followed suit. Not good, leader. Those three from Konoha seem to be heading towards the holy tree, a Takinan ninja exclaimed, half kneeling before Sichuan, urgency lacing his tone. What? Sichuan's expression darkened, a myriad of thoughts swirling within him. Where's Shuiyin? Isn't she accompanying them? Indeed. Shuiyin was near them, yet for reasons unknown, she chose not to intervene. Sichuan pondered. Perhaps Shuiyin wished to discern their true intentions. Continue to observe, but do not engage. Report any developments immediately. Understood. Beneath the shade of the tree, Qianshuang gazed at the exposed roots, each as thick as his waist, before lifting his gaze to the lush canopy overhead. Before this colossal tree, he felt insignificantly small, akin to an ant. What astounded him further was that even without activating his Sharingan, he could still sense the immense chakra emanating from the holy tree at such proximity. It was remarkable. Considering he was not a sensory-type ninja, merely relying on his body's instinct to perceive chakra of such magnitude was beyond his imagination. No one knew precisely how many years this holy tree had endured. It was said that since the establishment of Takinan village, the holy tree had stood sentinel over the village. Observing the astonishment in Qianshuang's eyes, Shuiyin too exhibited a sense of pride, conveying, this tree has been a guardian for ages. However, he refrained from mentioning unnecessary details, such as the waters of heroes, for it was better that fewer people were aware of such matters. Qianshuang nodded slightly, raising her hand to caress the trunk of the sacred tree. After pondering for a considerable time, she remained utterly perplexed by its presence. Let us depart, Qianshuang declared, turning on her heel and departing with a nonchalant air, leaving Shuiyin momentarily stunned. Is this truly the end? The time they spent before the tree was even shorter than their journey across the river. Is she not going to take another look? Shuiyin hastily caught up to Qianshuang, yearning for her to linger a moment longer, for it would only amplify Sichuan's suspicions towards Mai. Though Qianshuang was well aware of Shuyin's subtle intentions, he remained indifferent to his mischief. He understood that lingering any longer would yield no benefit. Rather than squander time, it would be more prudent to attend to meaningful matters. Subsequently, Qianshuang swiftly reunited with Zirihong, and under Shuyin's guidance, the trio wandered aimlessly for half the day, only to return to their lodgings in the afternoon empty-handed, while Shuiyin departed to report the situation to Sichuan. Chapter 45 Departure. How exhausting. After a whole day's effort, not a single clue to be found. When will we uncover anything? Asuma Saratobi slumped wearily into his chair, a pervasive sense of helplessness enveloping him. Indeed, I too have made no discoveries whatsoever. What about Qianshuang? Zirihong, equally fatigued, cast a hopeful glance towards Qianshuang. Asuma Saratobi also directed his gaze towards Qianshuang, though he was reluctant to admit it verbally. He was aware that Qianshuang excelled in every aspect compared to himself. At this moment, Qianshuang was leisurely seated in a chair, indulging in the fruits delivered by the ninjas of Takinan village, her face devoid of any trace of worry. Upon witnessing this scene, the two observers immediately brightened with keen interest, assuming that Qianshuang had made a significant discovery. They strained their ears to listen, only to be met with a lack of revelation. It appeared as if Qianshuang had completely disregarded their anticipatory gazes, shrugging her shoulders and continuing to savor her fruits. Discoveries? The person they sought was right beside her, so of course, there was nothing to uncover. In Qianshuang's original plan, the daytime investigation was merely a formality. Any substantial evidence regarding the water smoke would necessitate clandestine gathering. However, the pressing issue now was that the daytime charade was proving to be quite taxing. The trio had barely spent a full day into Keenan Village, yet they had nearly traversed the entire settlement. If this continued, Qianshuang would lack the necessary vigor to discreetly collect evidence by nightfall. Despite her outwardly relaxed demeanor, Qianshuang's mind was racing, contemplating various strategies. Yet none seemed suitable to justify the cessation of this seemingly futile inquiry. As for divulging the entire truth, she was reluctant to do so unless absolutely imperative, after all. The more individuals privy to the information, the greater the risk of exposure. Moreover, given that the two were merely chunin, their emotional management might not match that of a seasoned ninja capable of remaining unflustered under pressure. Seeing that Qianshuang was at an impasse, Yui Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma's expressions visibly dimmed. Continuing our search this way is not a viable solution, Saratobi Asuma remarked. Indeed, this is not an effective approach, Qianshuang concurred. Nodding in agreement, she turned her gaze towards her companion seated nearby. Do you have any worthwhile suggestions? This piecemeal investigation is truly draining our energy. Qianshuang can only place her hopes on these two individuals to conjure some novel ideas. Yet, hope arrives swiftly, and disappointment follows just as quickly. After much contemplation, the duo ultimately shook their heads in dismay. Qianshuang let out a bitter laugh, his face revealing a hint of helplessness. Was this truly the only path forward? Just as he was about to resign himself to fate, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped a crucial point. From the very beginning, Shuyan's objective had been the hero's water, without a doubt. However, since Qianshuang's team became entangled in this matter, Shuyan's goal had subtly expanded to include another target, his own Sharingan. If that were the case, why could he not turn this to his advantage? With this thought, Qianshuang felt his mind clear, and soon he reached a conclusion. Shuyan, you must be aware that the sacred tree is a forbidden area within the Keenan village. Why did you not prevent those 3 Konoha ninjas from approaching? I wish to hear your reasoning. In the room, Shituan occupied the highest seat. His gaze towards Shuyan filled with scrutiny and anger. Although these 3 Konoha ninjas were brought back by him, Shuyan's unilateral decision to take them to such an important location without permission ignited his fury. Lord Shituan, I did attempt to stop them when they expressed their desire to visit the sacred tree, but they refused to listen, insisting on seeing it for themselves. Moreover, considering their life-saving debt to you, I felt compelled to accompany them and keep watch. On the floor, Shuyan knelt. His head bowed as he displayed an acting prowess rivaling that of a seasoned performer, his expression a mask of sorrow as he spoke. Please punish me. For this was my unilateral decision. I, Shuyan, dare not voice any complaint. At this moment, Shuyan wore an expression of resigned acceptance, as if he had been dealt a heavy blow, unable to fight back or retort. Witnessing this scene, Sichuan's heart softened as expected. Very well. After all, I am the one who allowed you to accompany them, thus I share some responsibility. However, remember this, no matter who it may be, the sacred tree must not be approached indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Shuyan immediately expressed profound gratitude, tears of appreciation welling in his eyes. Yes, thank you for your leniency. Leader Shituan. Shituan waved his hand dismissively, and Shuyan hastily rose, filled with gratitude, and exited the room. As soon as he stepped outside, the tears he had feigned in his performance were still unwashed, replaced almost instantaneously by a sinister smile. Just wait. Soon you will have no opportunity to act so imperiously here. A cold glare was cast back at the closed door before Shuyan departed. After Shian's exit, Shituan, who had been seated, finally allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation. Since returning to the Keenan village the previous day, he had been preoccupied with village affairs, investigating intelligence related to the Rain Ninjas, and various responsibilities left him no time for respite. Furthermore, the news of Qianshuang and his companions visiting the sacred tree only deepened his anxieties and speculations, leaving him utterly perplexed. Was there a traitor in his village? Or were the Konoha ninjas plotting something against the Keenan? Knock, knock, knock. Just as his thoughts were spiraling, a knock at the door interrupted his musings. Was there something else Shuyan had failed to report? Speculating thus, Shituan called out, "Enter." The door opened, revealing a figure considerably shorter than he had anticipated. The newcomer wore a deep blue long-sleeved shirt, a ninja blade at his waist, and a prominent red and blue emblem on his chest that unmistakably indicated his identity. Uchiha Qianshuang. Shituan regarded the handsome youth who had saved his life the previous day, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Shuyan's words had taken effect. He now harbored significant wariness towards Qianshuang as well. Qianshuang naturally noticed the wary expression in Shituan's eyes, yet he merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Mr. Shituan, I believe it is time for us to take our leave. Take our leave? A quarter of an hour later, Shituan escorted Qianshuang out of the room. As Qianshuang was about to turn and leave, she suddenly recalled something and turned her head to say, Mr. Shituan, tomorrow is likely to be quite extraordinary. You must prepare yourself adequately. Shituan nodded thoughtfully, watching Qianshuang depart. He found it somewhat hard to believe that someone so young could possess such fortitude. He could scarcely fathom the impact this young individual from Konoha might have on Qianshuang village and the broader shinobi world. Upon returning to his residence, Qianshuang exchanged brief greetings with the other two before retreating to her room to meditate, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Qianshuang roused the still slumbering Hinata and Asuma. The trio quickly tidied themselves and stealthily departed from Qianshuang village. Qianshuang, even if we have not completed our mission, must we leave without a word? Hinata questioned, blinking her heavy eyelids in confusion. Qianshuang extended her hand and playfully pinched the rosy cheeks of the setting sun, prompting her companion to regain her composure under a gaze of mild reproach. Do not forget, there are hidden rain ninjas lurking in Qianshuang village. No one can guarantee they will not ambush us along the way, Qianshuang remarked solemnly. Our success or failure hinges upon this very moment. Chapter 46, Surprise attack. The fierce wind howled, whipping the strands of hair at her temples back behind her, and in the midst of her movements, glistening beads of sweat seemed to dance in the air. The sky had fully brightened, and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds. After 2 relentless hours of travel, Qianshuang and her companions finally beheld, at the horizon's edge, a dense expanse of forest, unmistakably marking the border between the two nations. The terrain within the land of waterfalls is predominantly characterized by mountains and rivers, and it is precisely the undulating landscape and abundant water that give rise to the breathtaking spectacle of waterfalls. While water inevitably nurtures the growth of trees, in the land of waterfalls, the trees merely encircle the rivers, serving as little more than a backdrop to the flowing waters and rugged mountains. In stark contrast, the land of fire can rightly be deemed a realm of trees, a fact that is evident even from the border of the two nations. Look, we have finally reached the border, Sunset Red exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Having harbored concerns about an ambush by rain shinobi, she now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. How could she not be thrilled? Who could fathom how they had endured those 2 arduous hours? A flicker of joy also danced in Asuma Saratobi's eyes, yet Qianshuang remained grave, for she was acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, an unexpected event was imminent. Although the sun was high in the sky, the area at the border was oddly serene. A sweeping gaze revealed no other figures, and apart from the rush of wind created by their swift movement, the only sounds were the sporadic calls of birds and the subtle rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Qianshuang's footsteps abruptly halted as his gaze fell upon a sturdy tree trunk to his right front. Although he had not often faced the brink of life and death, his combat experience was far from negligible. In that fleeting moment, he detected a subtle shift in the atmosphere, however faint it may have been. Was this the presence of murderous intent? The very next instant, Qianshuang's entire being quaked as he realized that the minute aura he had just sensed had suddenly surged to its zenith. The attack was imminent. At the moment Qianshuang noticed the situation, his body had already reacted. He immediately extended his hands to grasp the bewildered Yuhi Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma, forcefully pulling them backward as they retreated under his guidance. Just as Qianshuang made his move, a line of kunai embedded with explosive tags accurately and swiftly landed where they had just been. The next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a thick cloud of smoke billowing into the air. Enough with the hiding, come out. Having narrowly evaded the barrage of explosive tags, Qianshuang steadied himself, shielding Kurenai and Asuma behind him as he called into the dense fog. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause rang out from within the smoke, followed by a sharp female voice. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is not to be underestimated, even at such a young age. As the smoke began to clear, 5 figures emerged, among whom was the lone female, Hayaka. She was observing Qianshuang with a voracious gaze, as if she longed to devour him whole. Uchiha boy, how about this? Hand over your Sharingan, and we shall grant you and these 2 little ones a chance at survival. Though she was confident in her ability to capture Qianshuang and his companions, she still proposed a condition, wary of the possibility that Qianshuang might retaliate. However, before she could hear Qianshuang's refusal, another voice interrupted. Why waste time talking to these kids? Just eliminate them. A 6th figure suddenly appeared beside the 5. And as Qianshuang and his companions turned their attention towards him, they immediately recognized him. Shuyen, what are you doing here? Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed in shock from behind Qianshuang. Saratobi Asuma, with a face filled with anger, added, You scoundrel, I should have guessed you were no good. Ha ha, you have no chance left now. But don't worry. Once I've dealt with you, I'll take care of that old fool, Shichuan, so you can keep each other company in the afterlife. Shuyen had shed his previous demeanor. He appeared frenzied, with eyes filled with malice and greed. As Asuma listened to Shuyen's words, his eyes burned with fury. He despised those who repaid kindness with malice. Shuyen, you beast. Are you even human? Takigakure is your home, and Mr. Shichuan values you so much. How can you betray him like this? Do you have no conscience? Conscience? It is precisely because I have a conscience that I intend to replace Shichuan. Only under my leadership can Takigakure shine brightly. Shuyen's eyes widened, and as he spoke, his excitement became uncontrollable. What do you fools understand? That old man Shichuan knows nothing. He possesses something so precious yet seals it away? What a waste. By the end of his tirade, Shien's voice had escalated to a near roar, leaving Asuma and Kurenai horrified by the grotesque scene before them. It was Qianshuang who turned and softly called to them, bringing them back to their senses. Can we still fight? Qianshuang asked, a hint of concern in his voice. The two responded with determined gazes. Very well. You deal with those 3 lackeys. I will handle the remaining 3. The lackeys Qianshuang referred to were the 3 ranged shinobi who had initially ambushed Sichuan. The two nodded gravely, understanding their limited strength. Assisting Qianshuang in dealing with these 3 was their utmost limit. Qianshuang, you must also be careful. Karina expressed her concern. Qianshuang nodded slightly, returning a reassuring glance. So, have we reached an agreement? Seemingly aware of her earlier lapse, Shuiyin restrained her emotions, regaining her usual composure. In light of this, for the brighter future of Takinan Village, I must regrettably ask you to temporarily embrace death. Shuyin's gaze darkened, as if she were poised to strike at any moment. Beside her, Yunan remained silent, equally prepared for action, even with the pretext of serving Takinan Village. It could not conceal the greed and malevolence within your heart. Qianshuang ruthlessly taunted, her eyes filled with disdain. You are truly a pitiable creature. Lost to the allure of power. Silence. Unable to contain her murderous intent any longer, Shuiyin lunged at Qianshuang before Yunan could react. Sharp-tongued brat, perish. Shuyin's right arm was enveloped in a torrent of water, swiftly transforming into a blade forged from liquid. Consumed by rage, she thrust the weapon mercilessly towards Qianshuang. However, Qianshuang was unfazed by Shuyin's ferocity. Instead, a barely perceptible cold smirk played at the corners of her mouth. Witnessing this, a shiver of foreboding coursed through Shuiyin. Just as she intended to retreat, she inadvertently locked eyes with Qianshuang. It was too late to escape now. A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in Qianshuang's eyes. Illusory binding technique. Shuiyin felt the world spin around her. Before she realized it, her body was bound to a pillar, her limbs securely pinned, leaving no possibility of escape. An overwhelming wave of pain surged through her, and before she could scream, her head drooped, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a discarded sack. Chapter 47. Technique of the Black Rain Shock. The entire arena was engulfed in astonishment. With a single move, the most talented genius of Takinan Village was dispatched in an instant. Is this all the resolve you possess? A genius, indeed? Qianshuang kicked the fallen Shuiyin. Noting her complete lack of response, a trace of disdain in her eyes, she then seized Shuiyin by the collar and cast her aside, for a fierce battle was imminent. And she needed to preserve this wretch's life for the time being. In her mind, Qianshuang had anticipated that, although Shuiyin would be weakened by her illusion, she would still possess some fighting capability, requiring effort to subdue her. To her surprise, this individual could not withstand even the illusion, and she was indeed a special jonin. Unbeknownst to Qianshuang, her illusion had become remarkably potent under the tutelage of Uchiha Fugaku. Previously, her opponents had either been equally skilled in illusions like Fugaku or had defenses against the Sharingan, which had limited her opportunities to demonstrate her abilities. How is this possible? How can this child be so formidable? Exclaimed one of the ranged shinobi, incredulous. That is the illusion of the Sharingan. Calmly, Ning Shui, more knowledgeable than the others, discerned Qianshuang's technique at a glance. Remember, do not make eye contact with that child. Impressive, indeed. Qianshuang is remarkable. Karina stood behind Qianshuang. Having witnessed the entirety of the battle, her gaze towards Qianshuang was akin to that of an ardent fan admiring their favorite star, filled with admiration and fervor. Seeing this scene, Asuma Saratobi, who had intended to praise Qianshuang, silently retracted his words of commendation. Altogether now, do not afford that child the chance to defeat us one by one. Having lost one member, the remaining 5 in the team were now wary, and at Icewater's signal, they charged towards Qianshuang and her companions. Red, Asuma. Be sure to protect yourselves. Qianshuang cautioned the 2 behind her before drawing her blade to confront the oncoming rain shinobi. Do not be so arrogant, Uchiha brat. Do you truly believe you can impede us alone? Icewater's eyes reflected humiliation as they approached the 10-year-old. In a swift motion, Icewater began forming hand seals. Water release, water whip. A long, serpent-like water whip coalesced in his hand, and with a flourish of his arm, it lashed through the air like a dancing dragon. Rapidly advancing towards Qianshuang, Qianshuang remained utterly composed, brandishing the kunai in her hand as she struck towards the advancing water whip. Humph. Does she truly believe that a mere broken blade can thwart my torrent of water? Such naivety. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Bing Shui's lips as she envisioned the scene of Qianshuang being pierced by the water whip. Uchiha style, sword leap of flames. In an instant, the ninja blade in Qianshuang's hand radiated a brilliant crimson light, as searing flames engulfed the entire blade. The fiery edge of the sword clashed fiercely against the water whip, producing a piercing sound. The icy, aqueous lash dissipated into the air, accompanied by a rising plume of steam, while the flames upon Qianshuang's blade were equally extinguished. To the untrained eye, it appeared that the two were evenly matched, however. Qianshuang alone understood that he had exerted every ounce of his strength in that moment, barely managing to sever the water whip. After all, water conquers fire. And Qianshuang's fire techniques were inevitably subdued by the Rain Ninja's mastery of water. Had he employed Chidori instead of the sword leap flame, the outcome would likely have been vastly different. Regrettably, Qianshuang had only practiced Chidori for a mere few months, and reaching his current level was already a testament to his limits. He had yet to manipulate the properties of lightning chakra to the extent that it could adhere to his ninja blade. Thus he was left to rely on the fire element. Water release, water severing wave. As the icy strike failed, another aqueous assault swiftly followed. He expelled an exceedingly fine, ultra-high-pressure water column from his mouth. Though it appeared inconspicuous, its speed was astonishingly swift. Qianshuang had no doubt that a direct hit from this would pierce him through. Qianshuang's pupils constricted as the Sharingan activated instantaneously. With remarkable dynamic observation, he swiftly anticipated the trajectory of Suobanduo's attack and deftly sidestepped it. This is the three-tomo Sharingan. Both Bingshui and Ningshui spoke in unison, their voices laced with unmasked greed. Earlier, when Qianshuang utilized the Sharingan's genjutsu, the mist of water obscured his eyes, preventing them from witnessing the true nature of his gaze. Upon reflection, it seemed that only the three-tomo Sharingan could effortlessly dispel a genjutsu as formidable as that of Sui Shan, a special jonin. However, contemplating this was one thing, witnessing it was an entirely different matter. They could hardly fathom that someone as young as Qianshuang had evolved his Sharingan to such an extent. This realization only intensified their resolve to eliminate him. Together, they charged at Qianshuang, fully convinced that even a prodigy like him could not withstand the combined might of five. Don't forget us. Do not underestimate our numbers. Yue Hong and Saratobi Asuma would not allow Qianshuang to fall victim to the five-man assault, though their strength was not particularly formidable. They exerted every effort to restrain two of the rain ninjas, aiding Qianshuang in his struggle. The burden on Qianshuang's shoulders instantly lightened. Initially flustered by the onslaught of the three opponents, he gradually adapted, skillfully wielding his blade and leveraging his keen insight to deftly fend off their attacks, even identifying openings for counterattacks. This only served to further infuriate the trio of rain ninjas. Shisui, do not delay any longer. Execute that technique. As the icy waters raised a hand to unleash a whip of water, it was once again intercepted by Qianshuang's ninja blade, prompting an impatient remark directed at Shisui. Realizing the challenge posed by Qianshuang, Shisui nodded resolutely, forming hand seals while shouting, "Everyone, step back." Upon hearing this, both the two engaged in combat with Qianshuang, and the pair held at bay by Yue Hong and Saratobi Asuma quickly withdrew to Qingshui's side. This is dire. Qianshuang, without a moment's hesitation, recognized the significance of their retreat. It was clear they were preparing for a formidable technique. Refusing to relax, he swiftly positioned himself in front of his two teammates, vigilantly observing Qingshui's movements. Not that he was reluctant to disrupt Qingshui's casting, but the presence of four individuals providing close protection made it exceedingly difficult to interrupt the technique before it was completed. Rather than risk a direct confrontation, he decided to focus entirely on defense. Water release, black rain technique. Shisui completed the ninjutsu, and the three of them cautiously scanned their surroundings. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no substantial changes occurred. Saratobi Asuma wore a smirk, poised to mock Shisui for being unable to execute the technique, when he suddenly felt droplets falling from the sky, soaking his hair and attire. Strange, how can it rain on such a clear day? Be cautious, this is not rain, it is oil. Qianshuang, detecting the oily scent wafting through the air and observing the inky droplets landing on him, wore an expression of utmost gravity. He promptly pulled his companions and dashed toward the perimeter of the black rain. Chapter 48. Reinforcements thinking of escaping? Not on our watch. Shisui bore a cat-and-mouse smirk, as if Qianshuang and his companions were already ensnared. It seemed this was a tactic frequently employed by the five, as Shisui and the three rain ninjas simultaneously produced explosive tags and hurled them in the direction of Qianshuang and his fleeing companions. Damn it! Qianshuang watched as each kunai exploded nearby, creating fiery chaos around them. He realized they could not afford to continue this way, or they would surely be reduced to ashes before the explosive tags ran out. With this thought, Qianshuang halted. You two, leave this area. I will hold them off. Yet, Yue Hong's anxious gaze remained fixed on Qianshuang. Obey. This is a command from your captain. In the face of urgency, Qianshuang was compelled to invoke his authority as captain. Yue Hong seemed poised to protest, but was forcibly pulled away by Saratobi Asuma. Qianshuang sensed that the two individuals behind her had retreated, yet there was no time for contemplation, for yet another round of explosive tags was upon her. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest erupted from Qianshuang's mouth. The fierce winds forcibly blew back a multitude of shurikens, which subsequently fell before the five rain ninjas. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous explosion resounded, conjuring a considerable cloud of smoke. Seizing this moment, Qianshuang swiftly performed the body flicker technique, evading the range of the black rain. Upon witnessing Qianshuang's safe return, Yui Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma felt their anxieties dissipate. Kurenai anxiously grasped Qianshuang's arm, inspecting her from all angles, fearful of any injuries. Qianshuang gently patted the hand that clutched her, offering a reassuring glance. However, the fatigue etched upon her face betrayed the toll her ordeal had exacted. At present, the chakra within Qianshuang was at best slightly above that of a chunin, barely reaching the level of a special jonin. Having consecutively executed numerous techniques and engaged in a prolonged hand-to-hand battle against three opponents, both her stamina and chakra reserves were stretched thin. As the smoke gradually cleared, the figures of the five rain ninjas re-emerged, their appearances disheveled, clearly having endured considerable hardship from the explosive tags blown back by Qianshuang. Kid, I can see that you are a prodigy, managing to force us into such a predicament. Time and again, you have thwarted our assaults. Ice Water is now infuriated to the utmost. Given your current exhaustion, how much longer can you endure? Qianshuang remained silent. Yet the gloom etched upon his face betrayed the turmoil within his heart. His mind raced with frantic strategies. Otherwise, his very life might be at stake. Just as Qianshuang was engulfed in desperation, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him. The sorrow etched on his visage dissipated in an instant, and the corners of his mouth even hinted at a subtle smile. The 5 individuals standing opposite him keenly observed this transformation. One moment, his expression was shrouded in darkness, and the next, it radiated a sudden clarity, leading them to mistakenly believe that the boy had lost his wits. Hey, what's wrong? Have you been frightened into a stupor? Ming Shui mocked, casting a sardonic glance at Qianshuang. Meanwhile, Ming Shui, standing nearby, urged, enough of this nonsense. We must act swiftly. Indeed, Ming Shui replied dismissively, yet the ferocity in his gaze towards Qianshuang intensified, as he queried, so, are you prepared to face your demise, little brat? Qianshuang observed the 5 individuals gradually encircling him, his expression devoid of any trepidation, instead revealing a hint of derision. Are you so certain that you have me at your mercy? Ming Shui, witnessing Qianshuang's audacious demeanor, felt a surge of unease. Do not grant him any further opportunity. Act swiftly and subdue them. With that, Ning Shui took the lead and advanced towards Qianshuang. As Ning Shui drew closer, Qianshuang remained motionless, his smile widening with each passing moment. Water style, water barrier. A sudden voice echoed, and water began to coalesce from thin air. Before anyone could react, a thick curtain of water enveloped the 5 rain ninjas. The momentum of Ning Shui's charge was abruptly halted by the unexpected barrier. What is happening? Ning Shui and the 4 others behind him stared in astonishment at the water curtain, failing to comprehend that Qianshuang's earlier confidence was undoubtedly based on the anticipation of reinforcements. However, the pressing question loomed. In this desolate borderland, devoid of any nearby settlements, where could such allies possibly emerge from? The answer to their unspoken query arrived in the next heartbeat, along with a grim fate for them. At last, Mr. Sichuan has arrived. Had you delayed any longer? I might not have held out. Qianshuang's gaze fell upon Sichuan, who had just joined him with 5 shinobi from Takigakure by his side, a breath of relief escaping him. His tone inadvertently tinged with mockery. Apologies for the distance. I feared detection, Sichuan replied, his eyes reflecting gratitude and a touch of remorse. He could not allow the 3 to perish within the borders of Takigakure, not only due to Qianshuang's past kindness, but also because of the potential repercussions from Konoha. Those must be the rain ninjas infiltrating Takigakure, Qianshuang remarked, gesturing towards the 5 individuals trapped within the water barrier. Understanding the situation, Sichuan signaled, and the 5 ninjas behind him surged into the water curtain, engaging the rain ninjas in combat. The 5 ninjas brought by Sichuan were of at least special jonin caliber, and against the rain ninjas, who had already been significantly weakened by Qianshuang, they advanced with overwhelming force, swiftly defeating them one by one. Observing this, Qianshuang finally allowed himself to relax, having feared that Sichuan's reinforcements might falter against these adversaries. Should they have escaped, it would have been a significant predicament. Fortunately, the situation had been resolved smoothly. In truth, Sichuan also felt a sense of relief. He could not ascertain whether his group was sufficient. Yet he had to remain vigilant regarding the village's safety, which had led him to bring only these 5. This was evident from the tightly held water gourd in his arms. Mr. Sichuan, what brings you here? Qianshuang's 2 companions, still oblivious to the unfolding events, were clearly aware of their salvation but found their minds momentarily incapacitated. Allow me to elucidate your predicament. Qianshuang turned to the 2, clarifying his thoughts and explaining, in truth, I had long suspected that Shui Yin was up to no good. What? Saratobi Asuma expressed his dissatisfaction. If you had discovered this, why did you not inform us? Had we captured him sooner, we would not have needed to endure this ordeal. Qianshuang shook her head and countered. Do you possess any evidence? Without proof? What do you have to apprehend? This left Saratobi Asuma momentarily speechless. Hence, I devised this strategy to lure the snake out of its den, aiming to compel them to reveal themselves. Lure the snake out of its den? What does this mean? Asked Sunset Red, her face adorned with curiosity. As it was the first time she had encountered such terminology, Qianshuang's lips twitched slightly, and it dawned on him that idioms seemed to be a foreign concept here. The gist was to tempt them out with what they desired, and then seize the opportunity to capture them, Qianshuang explained. I see. Zhairong exclaimed in realization. They covet your Sharingan, Qianshuang, which is why you allied with Mr. Sichuan to lure them here. Precisely, Qianshuang replied, his fingers brushing against his nose, a hint of self-satisfaction gracing his features. Chapter 49, The Reward. By the way, Mr. Sichuan, Qianshuang suddenly recalled something. Activating his Sharingan, he transmitted the memories of their encounter with the Rain Ninja and Shui Yin to Sichuan. He then gestured toward Shui Yin, who lay discarded like a puddle of muck, saying, You may handle this fellow as you see fit. A segment of unfamiliar memories materialized in Sichuan's mind, initially startling him. However, upon perusing them, a look of rage directed at Shui Yin overtook his expression. He bowed deeply to Qianshuang, expressing his gratitude. Your Excellency Qianshuang, I am thankful for your contributions to the Kenan village. If you require assistance, we shall do our utmost to help. Qianshuang has rendered immense assistance to Takinan village, prompting Sichuan to elevate his address to Your Excellency. Upon hearing the phrase to do one's utmost, Qianshuang felt a surge of joy within. After exerting such effort, was this not the very acknowledgement he had awaited? Yet, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no need for such formality. Simply ensure that the promised reward is delivered. What is it that you desire as your reward? Sichuan inquired, his heart racing, instinctively clutching the gourd nestled in his arms. Sunset Red and Saratobi Asuma exchanged curious glances, pondering the nature of Qianshuang's desired recompense. I seek. Qianshuang's gaze subtly flickered towards the water gourd in Sichuan's grasp. The water of heroes. The water of heroes? This was yet another term unfamiliar to them. Sunset Red pouted slightly, vexed that this was the second esoteric phrase to escape Qianshuang's lips that day, casting doubt upon her education at the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Saratobi Asuma began to contemplate deeply, piecing together the earlier rationale behind the water smoke's betrayal. He began to suspect that the water of heroes was the precious substance mentioned by the water smoke, for it would be unthinkable to squander such a significant favor otherwise. But when had Qianshuang first learned of the water of heroes? If he had indeed orchestrated everything prior to his arrival at the Takinan village, from whence did his intelligence originate? The more Saratobi Asuma pondered, the more ominous the implications became, as if a vast enigma loomed behind Qianshuang's presence. Qianshuang vaguely sensed that Saratobi Asuma's gaze towards her was somewhat scrutinizing and perplexed, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that this fellow has discerned something? It seems that I must continue to deceive him for the time being. In contrast to the reactions of Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, Sichuan felt a tightening in his throat upon hearing Qianshuang's words. His eyes immediately filled with suspicion as his mind raced. The 5 ninjas he had brought were currently engaged in the aftermath of battle, though they were not far away. He felt uncertain about being able to thwart Qianshuang before they could come to her aid. I'm sorry, but I cannot grant your request. The hero's water is the most precious resource of Takinan village. Even if you have shown kindness to me or to Takinan village, I cannot hand it over to you. Sichuan's expression was resolute, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Now, Mr. Sichuan, please calm yourself. Qianshuang waved her hand, understanding that engaging in a conflict now would likely lead to more losses than gains, so she opted for a more reasonable approach. I am not asking for all of your hero's water. A small portion as compensation would suffice. Sichuan felt a flicker of doubt within him, although he was extremely reluctant. The two had indeed made a prior agreement. As the leader of a village, he found it difficult to go back on his word. Moreover, it was merely a small portion of the hero's water. Surely that would not cause too much trouble. Qianshuang observed Sichuan's face, which was contorted with conflict, and sensed an opportunity. Seizing the moment, she quickly pressed on, Mr. Sichuan, we assure you that aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, we shall not disclose the secrets of Takinan village to anyone. After saying this, Qianshuang turned back to her 2 companions, signaling them with her eyes. They understood her intent, and their shared curiosity about the so-called hero's water prompted them to echo her promises. Well, since I previously agreed to assist you, I shall provide some. Sichuan conceded at last, though his demeanor grew serious. However, I must forewarn you. His expression turned grave as he stated. The hero's water is a sacred liquid produced by the holy tree once every century. Consuming it can amplify one's chakra tenfold, but it is exceedingly rare. So I cannot part with too much. Pausing for a moment, Sichuan reluctantly retrieved a water gourd from within his garments. The trio's eyes immediately fell upon it. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what made the liquid within so extraordinary. The reason we have preserved it rather than consumed it is twofold. Its scarcity is one reason, but the other is that the hero's water has side effects. Side effects? Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma suddenly found the hero's water less appealing. Such a rare and miraculous substance, while beneficial, naturally harbored drawbacks. Qianshuang, seemingly unfazed, maintained her composure and inquired, Mr. Sichuan, what exactly are these side effects? In an effort to avoid any discrepancies with her memory, she humbly sought clarification. Seeing that the side effects had not deterred Qianshuang from her resolve, Sichuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but patiently explained, the hero's water consumes the life force of the user as the price for the chakra enhancement. The more one drinks, the greater the depletion of vitality. This method of augmenting chakra, he concluded, ultimately veered into dangerous territory. The most prudent approach remained the gradual accumulation of strength. Having listened to Sichuan's account, Saratobi Asuma could not help but scoff at the notion of the hero's water. I find Asuma's perspective quite valid, Yuhi Kurenai chimed in. Unusually supportive of Asuma's viewpoint. She gently tugged at Qianshuang's sleeve, saying, let us focus on our own training instead. We should forego the hero's water. She genuinely feared that Qianshuang might recklessly consume such a perilous substance in her quest for power. Rest assured, Kurenai, Qianshuang replied, touched by her concern. She warmly patted Kurenai's hand and assured her, I understand what must be done. The hero's water is merely a contingency plan, after all. Sacrificing a portion of life is preferable to having no life at all. I believe that Chief Sichuan and his predecessors share this sentiment. The final words of Qianshuang were directed towards Sichuan. Initially, Sichuan was consumed by fury upon hearing Asuma Saratobi's disparaging remarks about the hero's water. However, upon receiving Qianshuang's statement, his demeanor softened somewhat, as he feigned profundity with a nod. After listening to Qianshuang's explanation, Zhirhong remained skeptical, yet refrained from intervening, her gaze fixed intently upon Qianshuang. Observing the shift in Sichuan's expression, Qianshuang found it amusing but chose not to elaborate further. In that case, Mr. Sichuan, you may now provide us with some of the hero's water. With all that needed to be said articulated, Sichuan had no choice but to acquiesce. He gingerly uncorked the water gourd, meticulously pouring a portion into the container that Qianshuang had prepared in advance, before hastily recapping the gourd and tucking it away. Fearful of any potential theft, API call failed with status code 400. Error. Code 400. Message. User location is not supported for the API use. Status. Failed precondition. Under the crimson gaze of the setting sun, Qianshuang carefully stowed away the jar, her mission accomplished, and her spirits soared. Thank you, Mr. Sichuan. Sichuan, feeling a tinge of helplessness, waved his hand dismissively. He was the first to bestow the heroic water upon another. Yet he now felt a sense of guilt towards the ancestors of Takinan village. Chapter 50. The Return Leader. All the ninjas from Rain Ninja Village have been eliminated. What shall we do with Shuiyan? As Qianshuang and Sichuan concluded their transaction, the battlefield was also nearing its end. Listening to the report from the ninja beside him, Sichuan cast a casual glance at the still unconscious Shuiyan. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, Shuiyan conspired with Rain Ninja and betrayed Takinan village. Find him and bring him back for questioning. The ninja at Sichuan's side, lacking the insights that Qianshuang had shared, could only surmise a fraction of Shuiyan's situation. Initially taken aback by Sichuan's orders, he quickly regained composure and departed to fulfill his duty. 3 of you. Sichuan observed as the ninjas of Takinan village swiftly secured Shuiyan with ropes. He then turned back to Qianshuang and her companions. Your entrusted task has been successfully completed, and we are about to depart. If you have no further matters, why not join us for a celebration? Though he had relinquished some heroic water, the resolution of a potential crisis within Takinan village left Sichuan in a generally cheerful mood. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Sichuan, but it is unnecessary. Qianshuang declined without a second thought. Who knows if he is merely seeking to reclaim the heroic water? We have been away from the village for some time. If we delay any longer, teacher Yueguang will surely grow anxious. Upon hearing Qianshuang invoke the name of Yueguang Yi, Sichuan no longer insisted on retaining them, responding amicably. In that case, I shall not keep you. Should you require anything, feel free to visit Takinan village at any time. Qianshuang smiled and nodded, engaging in casual conversation with Sichuan for a few moments before continuing her journey with Shirihong and Saratobi Asuma. Remarkably, without the lurking threat that had previously shadowed them. The trio felt a noticeable uplift in their spirits as they entered the land of fire. Even the air seemed to possess a sweeter fragrance. Saratobi Asuma, unable to suppress his curiosity, finally inquired, when did you first learn of the existence of the hero's water, and how did you come to know about it? Still bearing the innocence of youth, he was unable to keep secrets, nor did he possess the subtlety to probe for information. He simply voiced his questions directly. In truth, after noticing the peculiar behavior of Shuiyan, I had discreetly followed him, gleaning his plans and the details regarding the hero's water through eavesdropping. Qianshuang calmly recounted the half-truths she had meticulously concocted in advance. Oh, is that so? Sunset Red mused, her finger resting thoughtfully on her lips. I recall that there has always been someone in Qianshuang's room, hasn't there? Qianshuang gently tapped the adorably naive forehead of Sunset Hong and remarked, of course. That was merely a shadow clone. Sunset Hong, realizing the truth, stuck out her tongue in response. However, her previous comment about choosing a reward from Asuma Saratobi lingered, though she was interrupted by Qianshuang. Oh, that. I simply hadn't decided on an amount at the moment, so I spoke offhandedly. She laughed, faced with Qianshuang's insistent reasoning. Asuma Saratobi ultimately had no choice but to yield. As the trio focused intently on their journey, they finally returned to Konoha in the afternoon. Upon their arrival, technically, while still outside the village gates, they unexpectedly encountered a pale-faced ninja bearing a shinobi sword. Yueguang-sensei, how did you know we were back? Did you come specifically to greet us? Qianshuang exclaimed, feeling an inexplicable warmth towards Yueguang Yi and teasing him lightly. Don't flatter yourself. Yueguang Yi showed no leniency towards Qianshuang, delivering a swift chop with his hand. If you had taken any longer, the Hokage would have sent someone to retrieve you personally. Upon reflection, this seemed quite reasonable, although the three were merely genin. Their backgrounds were anything but ordinary. The daughter of the elite Jonin, the apprentice of the Uchiha clan leader, and the child of the second Hokage should anything happen to them. The Hokage's office would undoubtedly be in an uproar. Follow me. Initially intending to search for them, Yueguang Yi felt relieved upon seeing their safe return and led them to the Hokage's office. That is the situation, Hokage-sama. Upon entering the office, Qianshuang recounted the events following Yueguang Yi's departure and the exchanges between him and Asuma Saratobi, responding to the Hokage's inquiries. Sunset Hong trailed behind Qianshuang, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Although this was not her first encounter with the Hokage, anxiety still gnawed at her. As for Asuma Sarutobi, he maintained his usual defiant demeanor in the presence of his father, resembling a rebellious child. I see. A look of surprise flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He had not anticipated such occurrences in the small village of Takigakure. Yi cast a worried glance at Qianshuang. From her words, he had learned of the effects of the hero's water. Despite Qianshuang being merely a student he had known for a few months, an unsettling tension gripped his heart. Qianshuang naturally noticed the worries of Moonlight Knight, yet he felt no stirring of emotions within him. For he was now compelled to present the jar containing the essence of heroism. This was the entirety of the heroic water, to be entrusted to the Hokage for distribution. Standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen, Qianshuang resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Though his heart ached at the thought of relinquishing his hard-earned spoils, he had no choice but to surrender them. According to Qianshuang's plan, he initially intended to secretly stash away some of the heroic water before meeting the Hokage, ensuring that even if he had to hand over the rest, he would not leave empty-handed. However, the presence of Asuma Sarutobi along the way, and his subsequent forced arrival at the Hokage's office by Moonlight Knight, left him with no opportunity to conceal anything. Qianshuang felt as though her heart was bleeding. The trump card she had painstakingly acquired had vanished just like that. However, to her astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take the jar, but merely nodded symbolically. Speaking with profound earnestness, since this is the reward you obtain through your commission, I am not in a position to claim it for myself. You may divide it among yourselves. However, I must caution you not to engage in actions that would lead to self-destruction. Initially engulfed in despair, Qianshuang was momentarily taken aback by his words. Turning to glance at Moonlight Knight, she regained her composure upon receiving a knowing look from him. With the jar now in hand, she exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Thank you, Lord Hokage. We understand what we must do." Qianshuang felt that this was the most genuine expression of her emotions in the presence of Sarutobi Hizashi, still reeling from the exhilaration of regaining something precious. "Now that you have concluded your matters, might it be time for me to share my own?" Sarutobi Hizashi leisurely took a puff of his cigarette, his gaze laced with a hint of amusement directed at Qianshuang. Your matters?" Qianshuang was unnerved by Sarutobi Hizashi's mischievous eyes, sensing that something unpleasant was about to be revealed. "Uchiha Qianshuang, as the temporary leader of the night shift, you accepted a high-difficulty mission without regard for your team's safety. Do you recognize your mistake?" Sarutobi Hizashi's demeanor shifted suddenly, his gaze sharp, piercing through Qianshuang like a blade. Chapter 51. Punishment. No, Hokage-sama. This was a collective decision, not solely Qianshuang's fault. Although filled with trepidation, Yuhi Kurenai resolutely stepped forward to shield Qianshuang. Even Asuma, who had often clashed with Qianshuang, joined in the defense. Indeed, if punishment is to be meted out, let it be shared among us all. "Kurenai, Asuma, do not be disrespectful to Hokage-sama." Mizuki tried to pull Kurenai back from in front of Qianshuang, but was halted by Sarutobi Hizashi's raised hand. "Do you understand why the captain is called the captain?" Sarutobi Hizashi remained unfazed by their insolence, imparting a lesson. The captain is the one who makes decisions within the team, regardless of team members' opinions. Once a decision is made, no one has the right to dispute it. Conversely, if the captain's decision leads to an error, the corresponding consequences must also be borne by the captain. That is the burden of leadership. Yet, Kurenai wished to argue further, only to be stopped by Qianshuang's hand on her shoulder. "Enough, Kurenai, I appreciate your defense." Qianshuang gently pulled Kurenai behind her once more, "But since I am the temporary captain, allow me to take responsibility. Hokage-sama, this was my mistake, and I am willing to accept the punishment. I have yet to declare the punishment, and you are already ready to accept it?" Sarutobi Hizashi regarded Qianshuang with a penetrating gaze. Qianshuang respectfully stated, "I trust the decision of Lord Hokage. Please elucidate, Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. After a moment's pause, he spoke in a measured tone. "Though you possess remarkable talent, your youth necessitates further refinement of your character. Henceforth, I must revoke your eligibility for this Chunin exam." "What? Does that mean I will have no teammates alongside Hong?" Asuma Sarutobi expressed his discontent, for it was customary for participants in the Chunin exam to form teams of 3. Being inexplicably removed from his group left anyone in a foul mood. Rest assured, someone will surely take Qianshuang's place. Sarutobi Hiruzen, resigned to his son's temperament, shifted his gaze back to Qianshuang. "In addition to this, I have another task for you. Please, Lord Hokage, instruct me." Qianshuang's face bore no trace of dissatisfaction, which further pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Asuma, Hong, this matter no longer concerns you. Please return and rest." After dismissing Asuma Sarutobi and Yi Kurenai, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a dossier from the table and handed it to Qianshuang. Qianshuang took the document and merely glanced at its contents, yet his heart was already overwhelmed with astonishment. Lulan, the dragon vein? Memories buried deep within his mind surged forth once more. If he recalled correctly, in this mission, Naruto would briefly traverse to this era. However, with his own involvement, would the plot unfold as it did in the original narrative? Qianshuang found himself at a loss for words, and it seemed no one could provide answers. In light of this, he resolved to seek the truth himself. If Naruto were indeed to return from the future, he might also glean insights regarding his own circumstances and the status of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Qianshuang's prolonged silence, mistakenly assumed he was intimidated by the intelligence in his possession. If you are reluctant to proceed, I shall not compel you. After all, this may be too soon for you. No, Lord Hokage, I shall accept this mission, Qianshuang replied, eager not to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He promptly agreed, only to be reminded by Sarutobi Hiruzen not to divulge the task's secrets, and to gather at the Hokage's office the following morning before departing. Lord Hokage, might this mission be excessively perilous? After Qianshuang's departure, Tsukiyomi Yoru picked up the intelligence report, his expression growing solemn. Even he found the situation somewhat daunting. The power of the dragon vein was extraordinary, and it was preferable for fewer individuals to be aware of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out at the azure sky, contemplating that this mission would likely necessitate Qianshuang's Sharingan. Rather than entrust it to members of that clan, he felt more assured placing it in Qianshuang's capable hands. Under Qianshuang's exceptional performance, Sarutobi Hiruzen had begun to nurture him as a successor of the Will of Fire, thereby fostering greater trust in him compared to the Uchiha clan. Yet, perhaps I am being overly reassured, Yoru. Before Tsukiyomi Yoru could complete his thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, this time, I shall assign Minato to accompany him. There shall be no danger. Upon hearing the name Minato, Tsukiyomi Yoru felt a wave of relief wash over him. He held great respect for Namake's Minato's prowess, especially given Minato's mastery of space-time ninjutsu, which would more than suffice to ensure Qianshuang's safety. Meanwhile, as Qianshuang exited the Hokage building, he hurriedly made his way home, concerned about how his grandmother might have worried during his absence of several days. Upon returning, he was greeted by the familiar face of his grandmother, stirring a wave of excitement within him. He eagerly recounted his recent adventures, albeit a considerably softened version of the perilous events. His grandmother, maintaining her ever-present smile, listened attentively to Qianshuang's narrative. Grandmother, I must visit my teacher's house once more. I shall return later. After spending some time conversing with his grandmother, Qianshuang noticed the sky darkening and recalled that he had yet to visit the Fugaku residence. Go ahead, but do remember to return for dinner. His grandmother chuckled with a hint of exasperation before rising to prepare the evening meal in the kitchen. Upon agreeing with a soft voice, Qianshuang stepped outside and arrived at the home of the Fujiwara family. Qianshuang, my elder brother, you have returned. The one who opened the door for Qianshuang was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who hastily ushered Qianshuang inside. I heard you had ventured out of the village for a mission these past few days. Did you return just today? Qianshuang nodded as she listened to Itachi's words. Is the teacher at home? She inquired. Yes, father is in the courtyard, he replied. Qianshuang gently patted Uchiha Itachi's head, saying nothing more as she swiftly made her way to the courtyard. Teacher. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Qianshuang found Uchiha Fugaku still seated in his usual spot. You're back? Please, have a seat. Uchiha Fugaku's expression betrayed no surprise. It was evident that he had received word of her arrival prior to Qianshuang's coming. It seems there were some complications with your recent mission? Qianshuang did not conceal anything. She recounted the entire process with utmost clarity. After listening, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to speak, yet ultimately refrained. I understand you are a child who knows restraint, so I shall refrain from excessive admonitions. However, your unilateral decision in undertaking such a significant action may not escape the scrutiny of the Hokage, who is likely to seize this opportunity to undermine you. Indeed, nothing escapes the watchful eyes of a teacher. The third Hokage revoked my eligibility for the Chunin exam. Although Qianshuang did not place much importance on this trivial qualification, the sting of punishment was nonetheless unpleasant. Uchiha Fugaku gently placed his hand on Qianshuang's shoulder and said earnestly, this may not be entirely unfavorable. Attracting too much attention is ultimately detrimental. Qianshuang nodded in agreement. By the way, teacher, I have been studying the Konoha-style swordsmanship with Teacher Moonlight during this period. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He truly did not expect that old man, the Hokage, would consent to pass this on to you. It seems he indeed has plans for your development, which is certainly not a bad thing. Chapter 52, Minato Namake's. After engaging in casual conversation with Uchiha Fugaku for a while, Qianshuang was just about to leave when Uchiha Makoto called out to her. Qianshuang, are you not going to eat before you leave? No, thank you, auntie. My grandmother is still waiting for me at home. Qianshuang politely declined. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto understood and did not insist on keeping Qianshuang any longer. Qianshuang, big brother. Just as Qianshuang was about to step out, Uchiha Itachi called out to her. Do you have any time recently? Aye. Qianshuang observed the other's bashful demeanor and instantly discerned his intentions. With a gentle prod of her fingers against Itachi's forehead, she expressed her apologies. I am sorry, Itachi. I have a mission to attend to during this period, perhaps next time. Under the gaze of Uchiha Itachi, who appeared somewhat disheartened, Qianshuang departed from the Uchiha Fugaku's residence. In her conversation with Uchiha Fugaku, after considerable contemplation, Qianshuang refrained from divulging any information regarding the dragon vein, merely indicating that she would be undertaking an unspecified mission the following day. This was not due to a lack of trust in Uchiha Fugaku. On the contrary, he was both a mentor and a friend, having secured a significant place in her heart. However, to ensure that Naruto could return to the past as intended, she had to minimize her influence on the unfolding narrative of the future. After all, she could not guarantee how Uchiha Fugaku might react upon learning of the dragon vein's power. Any rash actions on his part could jeopardize Naruto's mission in Lulan. If Naruto were not to come, it remained uncertain whether Qianshuang could extract information regarding the future, let alone ensure the success of this mission. After all, Qianshuang mused. She lacked Naruto's charming eloquence, and without him, the likelihood of the Queen of Lulan rising to the occasion was far from assured. It seemed everyone had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as usual, puffed on his pipe, yet his gaze lacked the usual warmth, replaced instead by gravity. This mission bore immense significance, capable of directly influencing the trajectory of the ongoing conflict, thus necessitating your utmost caution. He regarded the 4 individuals lined up before his desk, his tone earnest. Indeed, if the intelligence proved accurate, the immense chakra of the dragon vein, comparable to that of tailed beasts, must not fall into enemy hands. Otherwise, it would spell catastrophic consequences for us. Standing beside Qianshuang, a charming and affable young man with golden hair nodded with conviction. In that case, prepare yourselves. We shall depart the village this evening. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze back to Qianshuang, explaining that the purpose of summoning them so early was to facilitate their introduction to one another, as there was a new face joining this mission. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals nearby turned their attention to Qianshuang. Delighted to meet you, Uchiha Qianshuang. I am Namikaze Minato. The blonde youth offered a polite yet warm smile. I have often heard Obito speak of you. Seeing you in person is indeed a pleasure. Hello, I am Uchiha Qianshuang. Although she had prepared for this moment, encountering Naruto's father made her inexplicably nervous. I have also frequently heard Obito mention you. Oh, what did Obito say about me? Namikaze Minato inquired with genuine curiosity, making Qianshuang's skin prickle with discomfort. Over the past few months, she had been immersed in missions with Yagami Yoru, leaving little time to cross paths with Uchiha Obito. Even if they had coincidentally met, their exchanges had merely consisted of lamentations regarding the arduous nature of their tasks. Who could fathom how he might have spoken of Minato? What should have been a simple pleasantry turned into a conundrum for Qianshuang. Straining her memory for a coherent response, she stammered, Obito mentioned that teacher Minato is very gentle and an exceptional teacher, among other things. As Qianshuang struggled to fabricate further, a voice from behind Namikaze Minato came to her rescue. Well, Minato, please do not put this child in a difficult position. API call failed with status code 400. Error. Code 400. Message. User location is not supported for the API use. Status. Failed precondition. Qianshuang was taken aback. Had it not been for his voluntary appearance, she might have completely forgotten the existence of this individual. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable stealth abilities of the Oil Woman clan. Qianshuang greeted the two with kindness. I am merely driven by curiosity. Why must it be a source of discomfort? Although Minato Namikaze appears gentle and affable, when faced with such matters, he exhibits a sincerity akin to Naruto's. Given that we are about to embark on such a significant mission, why not indulge in a grand meal together at noon? Akimichi Choza, choosing to divert from the topic of Minato, rubbed his ample belly and made the suggestion. I apologize, Choza-senpai, but I have prior commitments at noon, so I must decline. Qianshuang was the first to voice his refusal. He intended to deliver the hero's water to Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi while he still had time in the village. Their departure the previous day had been too abrupt for him to distribute it. Minato also expressed his regrets. I'm afraid I won't have time either. My apologies, Choza. Meanwhile, Shimi Oil Woman simply stated, I'm not going. Choza's expression fell instantly. Hokage-sama, I have a request. Minato redirected his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could Kakashi also be involved in this mission? Ultimately, Hiruzen acquiesced to Minato's request. After exiting the Hokage's office, the four exchanged farewells and parted ways. Strangely enough, Qianshuang and Minato were headed in the same direction. Minato-senpai, are you also going to that newly opened noodle shop? Qianshuang vaguely recalled that Asuma would dine there, and he decided to test his luck. I'm going there to find Kakashi. You must have met him before, right? Minato and Qianshuang walked side by side, both wearing smiles that radiated warmth. I suppose we've met briefly. I remember he is also one of your students, Minato-senpai. If he hadn't mentioned it, Qianshuang might have forgotten that high-profile white-haired boy from the team assignment. Indeed. However, I'm not much older than you. Could you refrain from calling me senpai? Minato felt a bit bashful at being addressed so formally by Qianshuang and hastily requested a change in appellation. Then I shall call you Minato-sensei, just like Obito and the others. Qianshuang was indifferent to the title. After all, it was merely a name. Minato nodded in acknowledgement of this title. A prolonged silence ensued between them as they neared their destination. By the way, Qianshuang, are you headed to the new ramen shop for ramen? Minato suddenly inquired. Qianshuang shook her head, expressing that she merely wished to deliver something. Is that so? After all, there seemed to be quite a number of people over there. Even from a distance, they could sense the lively atmosphere emanating from that direction. Chapter 53. A chance encounter with Jiraiya. Ah, isn't that Minato? At that moment, a lewd, gravelly voice drifted from beside them. Qianshuang and Namikaze Minato turned in unison to find a tall, middle-aged man with spiky white hair, resembling a hedgehog. Minato's eyes lit up as he hurried forward, exclaiming, Jiraiya-sensei, you're back from your trip? Indeed. I have a surprise for you. Jiraiya replied, his face brimming with pride. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Qianshuang, who was observing him intently. He pointed and inquired, who is this little brat? Minato slapped his forehead. He had been so excited that he had momentarily forgotten about the person beside him. Jiraiya-sensei, allow me to introduce you. This is Uchiha Qianshuang, an exceptionally talented ninja. Minato quickly pulled Qianshuang forward for the introduction. Although Qianshuang harbored a rather unfavorable first impression of the lecherous elder, she still deemed it necessary to maintain the appropriate decorum. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Lord Jiraiya, I am Uchiha Qianshuang. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, and then suddenly realized, you must be the apprentice recently taken under Fugaku's wing. Qianshuang nodded slightly. This matter had almost become common knowledge, and there was no need for him to conceal anything. Being accepted as a disciple by Fujiyama must mean that this little brat possesses some remarkable qualities. Jiraiya curiously examined Qianshuang from all angles, while bluffing Shuemin cast an apologetic glance in Qianshuang's direction, seemingly wishing to express regret for his mentor's rudeness. After scrutinizing for a while without discerning much, Jiraiya lost interest in Qianshuang. Where was I? He pondered briefly, and then it struck him. Oh right, surprise, surprise. With that thought, Jiraiya once again displayed his characteristic flair. His right hand raised as chakra began to coalesce in the air, rapidly intensifying before ultimately forming a sphere in his palm. What do you think? The spiral sphere you've diligently studied has now been completely mastered by me. Truly, I am the esteemed Jiraiya. Although bluffing Shuemin responded respectfully, it was evident that his mind was elsewhere. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He had just sensed the presence of Hatake Kakashi nearby, prompting him to depart hastily, leaving behind an awkward Jiraiya, seemingly frozen in place, and Qianshuang, who was entirely fixated on the spiral sphere, oblivious to the conversation between the two. Is this the spiral sphere? It truly is marvelous. Qianshuang gazed in astonishment at the sphere in Jiraiya's hand, growing more mesmerized by the moment. He could distinctly perceive the exceptionally high density of chakra within the sphere, which was perpetually in rapid motion, yet astonishingly maintained a spherical trajectory. It was hard to fathom what kind of individual could conceive such a ninjutsu. Qianshuang understood the difficulty of creating one's own techniques through personal experience. How about it, little brat? Impressive, isn't it? Jiraiya, noticing that his surprise had failed to astonish bluffing Shuemin, who had been awkwardly seeking an escape, suddenly realized that there was yet another audience present. Qianshuang did not deny it. She nodded in acknowledgement, stating, this technique is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Qianshuang commend the technique rather than the person behind it, Jiraiya, who had been smiling broadly, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, causing him to disperse the Rasengan. Hey, you little brat, who asked about the technique? I was inquiring whether I am impressive. Qianshuang observed Jiraiya, who appeared somewhat exasperated, and felt a twinge of incredulity within. How trivial it was for him to fuss over such minor matters. Truly, it echoed the adage that a man remains a boy until death. When I speak of a technique's prowess, it is tantamount to extolling the skill of its practitioner, Qianshuang replied with a smooth demeanor. Upon hearing her explanation, Jiraiya's expression softened considerably, and a sense of pride returned to his countenance. Indeed. So, how about I teach you a thing or two? He proposed. Teach me? Qianshuang pondered, slightly bewildered. Was he merely boasting? To her knowledge, this technique belonged to teacher Minato, and was it truly appropriate for Jiraiya-senpai to so casually impart it to another? Jiraiya, with a proud smirk, retorted, Minato is my disciple. Naturally, my words carry weight. Qianshuang gently rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat at a loss against the obstinate elder. However, the intricacies of the situation rendered any hasty decisions impossible. I see. Nevertheless, I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again, Senior Jiraiya. Without waiting for a response, Qianshuang swiftly departed, leaving Jiraiya alone and frozen in place. In truth, being well versed in the training methods of the spiral sphere, Qianshuang did not require guidance from anyone. He could master it independently if he wished. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Minato Namikaze had long since pioneered this technique. Utilizing it without proper instruction could easily invite scrutiny or doubt. To wield it with integrity, he would need the approval of Minato. However, for Qianshuang, this was not an urgent concern. He already possessed a considerable arsenal of offensive techniques and intended to wait until this tense period had passed before learning the skill. taking the opportunity to experiment with an upgraded version of the spiral shuriken. Is this indeed Ichiraku ramen? Qianshuang gazed at the bustling noodle shop before him, involuntarily swallowing hard. After all, this was the establishment highly esteemed by the protagonist Naruto, and coupled with the enticing aroma wafting through the air and the throngs of patrons. Even Qianshuang's steadfast resolve began to waver, igniting a desire to savor the delicacies within. Nonetheless, he remained acutely aware of his current purpose. Following the long queue that spilled out from the entrance, Qianshuang soon spotted Asuma Sarutobi at the corner, patiently waiting in line, accompanied by Might Guy. "Qianshuang, over here," exclaimed the observant Might Guy, waving his arms vigorously, eager to ensure he was noticed. Qianshuang felt the gazes directed at her from all directions and quickly approached. "Qianshuang, have you come specifically to duel with me?" Mithrayakai sensed the surge of battle intent upon seeing Qianshuang, yet this time he calmed himself without needing anyone to intervene. However, he thought, not now. I have made plans with Asuma to enjoy ramen together. Qianshuang felt a sense of helplessness. What are you rambling on about all by yourself? I haven't said anything, all right? I am here to seek Asuma. Qianshuang clarified her purpose. Looking for me. Sarutobi Asuma was somewhat perplexed. His demeanor towards Qianshuang had never been particularly amiable, so it was indeed puzzling why she would come to him with a matter of importance. Qianshuang extracted 2 slender glass vials, each no larger than a pinky finger, from her ninja tool pouch and handed them to Asuma Sarutobi. The total amount was already meager, and dividing it into 3 portions rendered it pitifully scant. Nevertheless, this very limitation prompted Qianshuang to place it in smaller containers for ease of transport. Asuma, somewhat bewildered, accepted the vials, only to hear Qianshuang elucidate, "This is your hero's water. I have a mission in the coming days. Please pass the red vial on." "Thank you." Asuma stammered, his face tinged with a faint blush as he carefully stowed the vial away. "Hero's water? What is that?" Might Guy inquired, casting a curious glance at the vial until Asuma had tucked it away. "Let Asuma explain that to you." With her objective accomplished, Qianshuang slipped away, leaving behind the inquisitive Guy and the perplexed Asuma. Guy directed his gaze towards Asuma, who, with a twitch of his lips, averted his eyes, choosing silence. Chapter 54. The trust of Sarutobi Hizashi. That evening, Qianshuang rendezvoused with Minato Namikaze and others outside the village. The 5 of them departed quietly, embarking on their journey to Lulon. "Teacher Minato, I recall that Lulon seems to border the Land of Wind. If we are to go there, mustn't we first traverse through the Land of Wind?" Kakashi Hitaki inquired, his curiosity piqued as they moved through the woods. Minato shook his head. "No. This time we shall circumvent the Land of Wind. Given the ongoing war, it is prudent to avoid encounters with the Sand Shinobi. That may prove challenging." Qianshuang expressed her concern. At this stage, the Land of Wind is likely to deploy numerous personnel to guard the borders. Evading them safely will not be an easy feat. Indeed, Minato nodded gravely. Thus, everyone must strive to remain in optimal condition, prepared for any impending crisis. Yes, Minato's words bore an unusual resonance, prompting a unified response from the group. "By the way, Qianshuang, what is that on your ear?" Inazuka Kiba asked with curiosity, prompting attention from Minato, Shimi Yamanaka, and even Kakashi, who instinctively turned their gazes toward her. Today, unlike yesterday, Qianshuang sported an apparent adornment on her left ear, resembling an earring, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be a charm. "Oh, this?" Qianshuang touched the object dangling from her ear. "This is merely my portion of the hero's water. For convenience, I decided to hang it on my ear. It can easily be mistaken for an ornament, serving to confuse our enemies." She deftly evaded revealing its secret, offering only a vague explanation. Minato and the others nodded, not probing further, and redirected their focus back to their journey. Thanks to Qianshuang's Sharingan, the group was consistently forewarned of any approaching Sand Shinobi, allowing them to evade detection. Although the Sharingan lacked the perceptiveness of the Byakugan, it still surpassed the capabilities of anyone without the Byakugan in terms of insight. With a seamless journey, the 5 traveled at speed for several days until they reached the juncture between forest and desert, the essential route to Lulon. "Stop!" Qianshuang halted, prompting the other 4 to come to a stop as well. Along the journey, aside from Minato providing general direction, Qianshuang had guided the group in avoiding nearby Sand Shinobi. Over time, the others had come to trust her commands implicitly, raising no questions. Qianshuang gazed intently into the distance, and after a brief moment, she slowly retracted her Sharingan, her expression betraying a semblance of gravity. "What has transpired, Qianshuang?" Minato Namikaze inquired, his heart tightening at the sight of her troubled countenance. "It seems we are likely on the brink of battle." Qianshuang pondered for a long while, finding no viable solution. Reluctantly, she conveyed her observations. A squad of Sand Shinobi was stationed at the junction ahead, and judging by their demeanor, they were unlikely to depart in the near future. Minato's expression darkened. Should the squad of Sand Shinobi remain, their only recourse for passage would be to force their way through, necessitating the complete annihilation of their adversaries. Furthermore, they could not afford to let a single one escape, for that would undoubtedly compromise their location. With this in mind, Minato swiftly inquired, Qianshuang, can you discern how many there are? Qianshuang nodded slightly, once again activating his Sharingan, the three tomo in his pupils slowly rotating. After observing for a long while, he finally closed his eyes wearily. There were 13 individuals in total. Based on their chakra levels, 8 were Nin, while the remaining 5 possessed strength exceeding that of Nin. Is that so? Upon hearing that the enemy outnumbered them more than 2 to 1, the gravity on Minato Namake's face intensified. He raised his gaze toward the dimming sky and solemnly addressed the others. It seems we must swiftly deal with these foes under the cover of night. As Qianshuang and Minato Namake's made their way, an unexpected visitor appeared in the Hokage's office back in Konoha. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced in surprise at the figure before him, whose body was entirely swathed in bandages. What brings you here instead of managing your route from your own lair? We are old friends. Do I need a reason to visit? Danzo Shimura casually took a seat on the sofa. You remain as cryptic as ever, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a cold laugh, clearly unconvinced by Danzo's words. Danzo shot a gloomy glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, smirking as he decided to drop the facade. I've heard that Uchiha Qianshuang has returned? Upon hearing Qianshuang's name, a flicker of understanding crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, yet his expression remained calm. He has indeed returned, though he was dispatched on a mission not long ago. Oh, this caught Danzo off guard. Before arriving, he had received clear reports about Moonlight Knight's presence in the village. If Moonlight Knight had not left, it could only mean that this mission was specifically assigned to Qianshuang by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What sort of mission is it? His curiosity piqued. Danzo, that's confidential. It's best you refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. Be wary of ears in the walls. Sarutobi Hiruzen had deliberately sent only those from his faction to avoid certain individuals in the village from gaining intelligence, Danzo included. Should he learn of the existence of a dragon vein, his actions would likely prove more terrifying than those of the Uchiha. Upon realizing that even he could not easily disclose this mission, an overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger surged within Danzo. Hiruzen would rather entrust such an important task to a mere Uchiha brat than divulge its contents to him. He felt a stab of betrayal from a longtime friend. Hiruzen, that boy is an Uchiha, and moreover, a disciple of Fugaku. Is it truly appropriate for you to assign such a significant mission to him? There was a hint of ire in Danzo's voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unperturbed by Danzo's indignation. As Hokage, he possessed his own authority. Danzo, I have informed you before. Qianshuang is the inheritor of the will of fire and a member of Konoha. Foolishness. Danzo slammed his hand on the table. How can you be sure this boy 1T relay the secrets he acquires from you back to the Uchiha? He 1T. Like Shisui? He is a good child who has inherited the will of fire. They would never betray the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly refuted Danzo, his gaze resolute. He had clearly assessed Qianshuang and found that he had never made a choice to disappoint him, allowing him to stand firm against Danzo. Who can say for certain? Even if his ties to the Uchiha clan are tenuous, he is now Fugaku's disciple. Who knows when he might return to the Uchiha fold? It would be better for me to take action now. As Danzo spoke, his expression hardened, his left hand slowly rising to make a gesture across his throat. Upon hearing Danzo's intent to eliminate the person he deemed worthy of protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper flared, disregarding their long-standing friendship as he sternly admonished, Enough, Danzo. Suppress your insidious thoughts. I am the Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen truly enraged, Danzo, though reluctant, did not reveal his discontent. After all, as Hiruzen had just stated, he was the Hokage. However, Danzo silently placed Qianshuang on his blacklist. I have warned you. Do not regret this in the future. Recognizing that he could not achieve his aims this time, Danzo huffed, leaving with a threatening remark, his anger palpable. Left alone in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Chapter 55. Confrontation back on his own turf. Danzo seethed with anger, wishing to immediately oust Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Hokage position and take it for himself. Why couldn't he have been more decisive back then? If he had suggested staying before Hiruzen, wouldn't he be seated in that position now? Each time he pondered this, an endless tide of resentment and regret washed over him. Where's Orochimaru? From a shadowy corner of the room, a ninja with a mask obscuring his features stepped forward, respectfully kneeling on one knee to report. Orochimaru-sama has already proceeded to the front lines some time ago. The front lines? Danzo mused, realizing the scale of the impending conflict. Even Orochimaru had been sent. He initially hoped to enlist Orochimaru's help in eliminating the troublesome Uchiha Qianshuang, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Uchiha Qianshuang, the brutality of war awaits. May you not perish within it. A cold, rasping laughter echoed in the empty room, lingering long after it ceased. At the border of the Wind Country, where desert met forest, a makeshift camp stood. As evening descended, the large bonfires in the camp had already extinguished, and apart from a few sentinels, the rest had drifted into slumber. Qianshuang, what is the strength of those 3 sentinels? Not far from a large tree, Minato Namake's and the 5 others gathered together, observing the 3 patrolling ninjas within the camp. Though it was a camp, it consisted merely of 3 tents and a few piles of recently extinguished bonfires. The 3 sentinels merely circled around the tents. One was AJ Nin, and the other 2 were CH Nin. As they drew nearer, Qianshuang merely lifted his gaze and effortlessly discerned the chakra levels of the trio, noting that one possessed chakra even greater than his own, marking him as AJ Nin. Minato Namikaze contemplated for a moment before reaching a decision. In that case, we shall act simultaneously. I will handle the patrolling J Nin, while Qianshuang and Kakashi will take care of the other 2 CH Nin. He then turned his attention to Shimi Yamanaka and Dingzu Akimichi. As for you 2, I entrust you with eliminating those inside the tents. If they awaken altogether, we will be in serious trouble. With their objectives clarified, everyone nodded gravely. Ah, Minato Namikaze added suddenly. We must ensure that no one escapes this time. Otherwise, the risk of information leakage is significant. Understood. The group comprehended the importance of this mission and dared not to be negligent. Satisfied with their responses, Minato Namikaze declared, "Let us commence our operation." With that, as the J Nin turned, Minato Namikaze seized the opportunity, moving with ghostly swiftness to engage. Qianshuang and Kakashi followed closely behind, while Akimichi Dingza and Yamanaka Shimi stealthily approached the tent. Amidst the frantic pace, Minato Namikaze observed the increasingly near sand ninja, his expression grave, as he swiftly hurled the kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. A subtle sound sliced through the air, although faint. The keen senses of a ninja allowed the sand ninja to instantly detect the anomaly behind him. He hurriedly turned around, only to see the incoming kunai, and with a slight sidestep, effortlessly evaded the attack. Noticing that the ambush was executed with a thrown kunai, the seasoned jonin regarded Minato with a hint of disdain, ready to mock him with a few words. However, in the blink of an eye, Minato's figure had vanished from sight. Yet, being a jonin, his wealth of experience was invaluable. Sensing the chilling presence behind him, he instinctively leaped forward, narrowly avoiding a grievous wound as the sharp kunai grazed his neck. The camp was relatively small, and the sounds of the skirmish could not escape the notice of the 2 patrolling ninjas. They immediately shouted, rushing to assist, but were intercepted by 2 somewhat shorter figures. Meanwhile, a chorus of insects began to chirp near the tents. Rasengan. Minato did not achieve the instant kill he had envisioned. Instead, he formed the Rasengan in his hand and charged forward. Due to the close proximity between them, the Sand Jonin had no time to form hand seals and could only infuse chakra into his kunai in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, a mere kunai stood no chance against the Rasengan, which effortlessly shattered the weapon upon contact. The swirling chakra within the Rasengan struck the Sand Jonin squarely in the chest, obliterating his ribcage and sending his body hurtling backward, ensuring his grim fate. Minato paid no further heed to the fallen jonin. He was acutely aware of the Rasengan's devastating power. A direct hit to the chest meant that, regardless of physical resilience, survival was impossible. Just as he intended to assist Qianshuang and Kakashi, he was interrupted by Qianshuang's voice. "Teacher Minato, we can handle this. You should go help Dingza-senpai." After a moment of hesitation, Minato nodded and sprinted towards the direction of the tent. Such a mere child dared to speak with such arrogance. The words of Qianshuang were clearly audible to the sand ninja across from him, who felt entirely belittled by this young Konoha brat, his heart swelling with indignation. Wind release, great breakthrough. Previously, the sand ninja had been suppressed by Qianshuang's swordsmanship, unable to utilize his ninjutsu. However, seizing the opportunity while Qianshuang was distracted by Namikaze Minato, he, consumed by rage, recklessly unleashed his ninjutsu toward Qianshuang. A flicker of mockery glimmered in Qianshuang's eyes. In the next instant, a tempestuous whirlwind, akin to countless blades of wind, shredded Qianshuang's form into mere fragments. Even the towering trees nearby were not spared, reduced to splintered remnants. The audacious little specter. Do you now comprehend the chasm between us? Before Sharon could finish his utterance, the sound of a piercing weapon entering flesh interrupted his speech. How could this be? Sharon, in bewilderment, lowered his gaze, staring vacantly at the kunai that had pierced through his chest. He remained perplexed as to how he had been so utterly vanquished. As you have stated, you should now be aware of the disparity that lies between us. Qianshuang's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated from behind him. Why? Did you not witness me, Qianshuang, forcefully extracting the kunai? The excruciating pain surged through every nerve in Sharon's body, and before he could utter another word, he coughed up a fresh spurt of blood. From the very moment our eyes met, your demise beneath my illusion was sealed. A chill enveloped Sharon completely. The last sight his eyes beheld before succumbing was a pair of icy, emotionless blood-red orbs. In the following moment, he felt a coldness at his neck, and after a dizzying whirl, tranquility descended once more. Chapter 56. The dismayed Kakashi on the other side. Hatake Kakashi lacked the swiftness exhibited by Qianshuang. He was engaged in a fierce clash, wielding his white blade against the equally matched Sharon. Although Sharon was taken aback by Kakashi's prowess, being merely a child, he clearly outmatched Kakashi in both stamina and strength, gradually beginning to overpower him. However, the smug grin that crept across Sharon's face was abruptly shattered by the thunderous sound of an explosion emanating from the tent. The violent detonation unleashed a tempestuous gale, obliterating the tent in an instant, and the ground in that vicinity was left with a gaping crater littered with fallen debris. At this moment, Qianshuang had just dispatched the jonin before him, gazing in astonishment at the scene. Even he felt a tinge of trepidation at the sheer force of such ninjutsu. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Minato Namikaze. Nevertheless, Qianshuang swiftly gathered his thoughts. His immediate priority was to assist Hatake Kakashi. Not a single sand ninja must be permitted to escape this place. Is this a ruse? What ninjutsu possesses such overwhelming power? The sand ninja, facing Kakashi, shared the same astonishment. He could scarcely believe that anyone within his team could wield such formidable jutsu. If it were not an ally, then it must be the enemy. The earlier yellow-haired ninja had swiftly dispatched one of their jonin. Could it possibly be him? The thought sent a chill through Sharon, igniting a flicker of retreat within him. Yet, amidst his momentary daze, Kakashi remained undistracted. His white blade, guided with precision, pierced through Sharon's shoulder. Sharon winced in pain, snapping back to reality. Raising his kunai to deflect Kakashi's blade, his eyes narrowing with venomous intent, wishing nothing more than to consume Kakashi whole. However, he quickly regained his composure, driven by the agony in his shoulder. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Sharon swiftly distanced himself from Kakashi, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Kakashi, intending to pursue the retreating Sharon, was obstructed by the oncoming wind blades. Reluctantly, he was forced to adopt a defensive stance. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth, inscribed with a canine visage, erupted before Kakashi, successfully shielding him from the ferocious wind blades, yet it also delayed his advance. Frustrated, Kakashi clenched his teeth, preparing to chase after Sharon, only to be intercepted by Qianshuang, who had arrived at his side. Leave this to me. Qianshuang positioned himself before Kakashi, rapidly forming hand seals, lightning release, earth walk. Qianshuang pressed her hands against the ground, channeling her lightning chakra into the earth. Under her deliberate guidance, it swiftly pursued the fleeing sand shinobi. At that moment, the sand shinobi, reveling in his imminent escape, suddenly felt a tingling sensation coursing through his feet. In an instant, visible currents of electricity enveloped his entire body, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Despite his frantic attempts to move, his body remained immobile under the electrical influence. Perfect, Qianshuang thought, observing the incapacitated sand shinobi. She clasped her left hand firmly around her right wrist, allowing her chakra to surge toward her right hand. Lightning release, Chidori. The surge of lightning erupted, illuminating the night with its brilliance, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight. To ensure the successful elimination of the sand shinobi before her, Qianshuang decisively employed this technique. Standing at a distance, Kakashi Hatake gazed at the lightning in Qianshuang's hands, his heart filled with indescribable astonishment. Although both Obito Uchiha and Minato Namikaze had previously told him that Qianshuang was a prodigy equal to himself, he had never taken this younger individual seriously, thinking her merely a scion of a clan relying on her bloodline limit. Yet, it was only today that he realized how ludicrous his previous assumptions were. Her exceptional swordsmanship, formidable jinjutsu, and mastery of ninjutsu were likely on par with his own. What intrigued him most was that he felt an inexplicable connection to her lightning technique, stirring within him a latent desire to learn it. Qianshuang's toes suddenly pressed down, and she seemed to transcend time and space, her speed akin to that of a sharp sword, arriving before the sand ninja in an instant. The blinding lightning pierced through the sand ninja's body unimpeded, the rampant currents mercilessly ravaging his insides. After a harrowing scream, the sand ninja gradually lost his breath. Qianshuang coldly withdrew her hand, and the pierced body immediately collapsed to the ground, a steady stream of crimson blood flowing from the wound, staining the surrounding weeds in a vivid red. Qianshuang glanced once more at the hollow gaze of the sand ninja before turning her attention to the somewhat bewildered Kakashi Hatake. All right, Kakashi, the situation here has been resolved. Let us rendezvous with Lord Minato. Kakashi, evidently still processing the sequence of moves Qianshuang had just executed, had yet to grasp her intent, and he unconsciously nodded. It was only after Qianshuang had walked a considerable distance that he regained his senses. Observing her silhouette, he felt a profound sense of defeat wash over him, a hint of despondency etching itself upon his face. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and set off in pursuit. Upon their arrival, they found that the last remaining sand ninja had fallen to the blade of Minato Namikaze. Thus, Qianshuang and her companions had successfully completed their mission to annihilate the sand ninja squad. How is the situation on your end? Qianshuang inquired. The closest to her, Akimichi Choza, replied with a cheerful demeanor. Fear not. With Minato here, we have dealt with everyone in the tent, and no one has managed to escape. Qianshuang nodded in agreement. For after all, with the space-time ninjutsu at his disposal, Wave Wind Minato could effortlessly deal with a mere handful of sand shinobi. As Minato turned to face them after dispatching the last enemy, he observed the composed Qianshuang and the somewhat dejected Kakashi Hatake. How did things fare on your end? He inquired. Just 2ch Nin, already taken care of by Kakashi and me. Qianshuang replied, mindful of Kakashi's mood, refraining from divulging the detailed account. Is that so? That's good to hear. Minato responded without suspicion, glancing at the silent Kakashi, lost in thought. Minato, what are our plans moving forward? After the battle had concluded, Aburame Shimi had gone to handle the bodies, while Akimichi Choza, feeling idle, patted his somewhat less rounded belly with a forlorn expression. The five of them had waited from sunset until midnight, having consumed not a single grain of rice. Although they had soldier pills to replenish energy, it was evident that such provisions could hardly satisfy his appetite. Minato understood Choza's predicament and chuckled softly. It's quite late. Let's rest here for the night and resume our journey at dawn. Perhaps we can also enjoy a midnight snack. Choza added eagerly. Chapter 57. Enlightenment. Though the tents at the Sand Shinobi camp had been thoroughly destroyed during the recent skirmish, a few campfires still flickered. Soon, the five of them gathered around one of the fires, with Choza delightedly roasting some wild rabbits he had caught. Before long, the scent of sizzling rabbit meat wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Choza gulped in anticipation and eagerly picked up a roasted rabbit. Are you really not going to eat? Choza asked, going around to each of them. After receiving a chorus of refusals, he wasted no time in indulging himself. By the way, Qianshuang, it's quite impressive that you and Kakashi managed to take down 2ch Nin at your age. Choza remarked, his mouth smeared with grease. It's nothing extraordinary. It's all thanks to our teacher's guidance. Qianshuang replied humbly, scratching his head. There's no need to belittle yourself. At our age, we certainly did not possess such prowess. Aburame Shimi, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his shaded eyes fixed on Qianshuang, perhaps offering encouragement. While the three engaged in conversation, Minato beckoned Kakashi aside. What's the matter, Minato-sensei? Kakashi asked, somewhat perplexed as he was drawn away. Kakashi, you've been acting a bit off since earlier. Is there something troubling you? As a guiding Nin, Minato could not overlook any abnormality in his students. Feeling somewhat guilty, Kakashi lowered his gaze, wrestling with his thoughts before ultimately shaking his head. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Minato had already formed a conjecture. It must be about Qianshuang. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Minato would so easily see through his thoughts. No, Minato-sensei, I'm fine. He wanted to argue, but the image of Qianshuang executing the Chidori against the Sand Shinobi flashed in his mind, rendering his words feeble. He had to admit, he was indeed shaken by Qianshuang's formidable strength. Minato understood, smiling as he placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Did I not tell you before? Qianshuang is an extraordinary genius. Even though he is merely a genin now, his abilities are not inferior to yours. Despite this, Kakashi still harbored a flicker of hope that he could surpass Qianshuang. Yet, contemplating various aspects, he realized he had no certainty of being stronger. Not even with the knife techniques he inherited from his father. The glimmer of determination in his eyes dimmed once more. What's wrong, Kakashi? This is not the demeanor you should exhibit, Minato remarked, noticing Kakashi's despondency, his own expression growing somber. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei, for disappointing you. No, Kakashi. If you continue in this state, that would truly be disappointing. Minato grasped Kakashi's hand firmly, compelling him to meet his gaze. Qianshuang is 2 years your junior. Have you considered that he might have grown up hearing tales of you? At that moment, Kakashi paused, clearly having never contemplated such profound implications. Minato continued, thus, transient strength means little. Only unwavering resolve and an indomitable spirit constitute true strength, all of which originate from here. He pointed to Kakashi's left chest. Heart? Kakashi asked, bewildered. Minato nodded, then shook his head. It's about character. Do you know how Qianshuang has trained up to this point? Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. He sensed this would be the key to surpassing Qianshuang. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Qianshuang had undoubtedly engaged in rigorous physical training daily. As a genin, he must have devoted every moment to studying the sword techniques of his predecessors, coupled with his formidable ninjutsu, possibly even practicing late into the night. Kakashi was struck speechless. He could hardly fathom how demanding Qianshuang must have been with himself. Therefore, Kakashi, Minato said earnestly, no one is born a powerhouse. Whether genius or ordinary, one must possess a steadfast heart and endure sufficient trials to transform into a true strength. Is that so? Kakashi finally grasped the absurdity of his long-held arrogance as a prodigy. But soon, he regained his composure. I understand now, Minato-sensei. I will not fall behind. Seeing Kakashi's spirit rekindle, Minato beamed with satisfaction. Since you've come to this realization, let us seize the moment to rest. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. After a brief pause, Minato added, by the way, it seems today you and Qianshuang are on night watch. As they extinguished the campfire, Minato, Choza, and Shimi settled beside the still warm ashes to rest. The night grew quiet once more, leaving only Qianshuang and Kakashi vigilant in their watch. Kakashi, you seem as though you have something on your mind, Qianshuang noted, observing Kakashi, who appeared hesitant to speak. Initially somewhat anxious, Kakashi felt a wave of calm wash over him upon hearing Qianshuang's inquiry. Qianshuang, I want to ask, why do you set such rigorous demands on yourself? Despite having spent several days together, both were not particularly loquacious, resulting in a somewhat restrained conversation. Initially taken aback, Qianshuang quickly comprehended the situation. It was evident that after Kakashi Hatake had whisked him away, he had spoken of his own rigorous training, for otherwise, there would be no way for Kakashi to know of such matters. However, considering that he was the future instructor of his master's second son, Qianshuang felt no hesitation in sharing a few insights. He then feigned profundity and remarked, "It is only when one has truly lost something of great significance that one becomes acutely aware of one's own helplessness. At that juncture, regardless of the path before you, you will ardently pursue any means to attempt to reclaim what was lost." The notion of losing something precious? Observing a fleeting glimmer of vulnerability in Qianshuang's eyes, Kakashi found himself somewhat perplexed, sensing that Qianshuang's words bore the weighty gravitas of seasoned shinobi, cryptic and elusive. After all, Kakashi's father was still alive, and he had yet to experience the profound anguish of losing both parents, rendering Qianshuang's sentiments somewhat incomprehensible to him. Kakashi pondered Qianshuang's words for a considerable time, remaining silent, while Qianshuang, unhurried, lifted his gaze to the silvery moonlight illuminating the night. Perhaps inspired by his earlier reflections, he found himself unwittingly reminiscing about his childhood, recalling his deceased parents, with an unbidden pang of sorrow stirring within him. Chapter 58. The Teachings of Chidori. After much contemplation, Kakashi could only grasp the literal meaning of Qianshuang's words, shaking his head in mild frustration, choosing to set aside his musings. Instead, his thoughts drifted back to the peculiar lightning technique Qianshuang had previously demonstrated. Despite his internal conflict, he could not suppress the query that arose in his mind. Qianshuang, was that lightning technique you employed earlier a jutsu of the Uchiha clan? In his memory, such a technique did not exist within the confines of Konoha, leaving only the possibility that it was a technique passed down within the Uchiha lineage. As for the notion of Qianshuang having created it himself, he dared not entertain such a thought. Upon hearing this question, Qianshuang felt a flicker of surprise. Although he had indeed created Chidori prior to his encounter with Kakashi, it was not unexpected that Kakashi, as an original character, would express interest in a jutsu he had developed. Understanding this, Qianshuang sensed Kakashi's eager gaze and waved a dismissive hand, replying, "It has no connection to the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a technique inherited from a clan, it meant he had the opportunity to learn it. However, Qianshuang's subsequent revelation struck him anew. "In fact, this is a technique of my own invention." While this was indeed the truth, conveying such a statement to a genuine original creator made him feel somewhat insecure. "What? Of your own creation?" Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had thought he had grasped the entirety of the situation, yet after their exchange, the chasm between them seemed to widen rather than close. Despite the enlightenment provided by Minato Namikaze, he still felt a sense of imbalance within him. Furthermore, given that this was Qianshuang's original technique, it was unlikely that someone he had only known for a few days would willingly share it. This realization left Kakashi feeling somewhat dejected. Qianshuang noticed the shift in Kakashi's expression, instantly understanding his thoughts, which amused him somewhat. After a moment's consideration, he recognized that Chidori was indeed Kakashi's technique, and teaching him could serve as a way to forge a bond. He then resolved to proceed. "Kakashi, what do you think of this technique of mine?" Qianshuang began, adopting a guiding tone. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi replied, "It possesses tremendous explosive power and penetrating capability. It's a remarkable jutsu." Yet internally, he added, "But it seems I am not destined to master it. Would you like to learn this technique from me?" Qianshuang asked, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he observed Kakashi's expression shift from confusion to astonishment, eventually culminating in excitement. "Such an important technique. Can I truly learn it?" he questioned, barely able to believe his own ears. Qianshuang nodded without hesitation. "Of course, this is my ninjutsu, and I can teach it to whomever I choose. However, we have only known each other for a few days." Hatake Kakashi hesitated. It was a hesitation that he could not afford. After all, who would casually impart their ninjutsu to others? The worthy recipients of such teachings were typically disciples or close family members, and he feared that Qianshuang might make an unreasonable request. Observing Kakashi's clear uncertainty, Qianshuang silently lamented, "You doubt the generosity of this gift? I cannot reveal that this ninjutsu is destined to be yours in the future." In exasperation, Qianshuang raised her arm and draped it over Kakashi's shoulder, beginning to persuade him. "Consider this, after our recent mission, we have become comrades who have faced life and death together. As partners, sharing a ninjutsu is merely a matter of trust. You can learn it without worry." Listening to Qianshuang's coaxing words, Kakashi's doubts miraculously diminished by more than half. For the allure of Chidori was simply irresistible. "Thank you, Qianshuang." Kakashi's heart brimmed with excitement, his gratitude and affection for her reaching unprecedented heights. Of course, had he known that Qianshuang was using his own ninjutsu to curry favor, the outcome would have been entirely different. As time passed, Qianshuang began to teach Kakashi Chidori. While Kakashi listened intently to her explanations, not daring to miss a single word, though it was during their night watch, they engaged in this other activity without any danger befalling them, and gradually the sky brightened. It must be said that Hatake Kakashi was indeed a remarkable genius. In just one night, he had fully grasped the nature of Chidori. His exhilaration was palpable, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. On the other hand, Qianshuang bore faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly exhausted from imparting her ninjutsu to Kakashi throughout the night. Good morning, everyone. The three, who had rested the entire night, began to awaken one by one. Just rousing from slumber, Minato Namikaze rubbed his still sleepy eyes, then focused his gaze on the visibly excited Kakashi, puzzled by the situation. He glanced at the somewhat fatigued Qianshuang. Though he did not know the details, his intuition suggested that Kakashi's renewed vigor was undoubtedly linked to her. He then offered Qianshuang a gentle smile tinged with apology. Thank you, Qianshuang. After all, guiding and assisting students was, by right, the responsibility of a teacher. Qianshuang responded with a kind smile, shaking her head gently. Minato Namikaze, with a hint of concern, remarked, I noticed that you seem to be in less than optimal condition. Do you require a moment to rest? Apologies, Qianshuang, for causing you to delay your recuperation. It was only upon hearing these words that the excited Kakashi Hatake finally recognized Qianshuang's fatigue, and his gratitude towards her deepened significantly. No need, Teacher Minato. Although Qianshuang appreciated Minato's thoughtfulness, she firmly declined his suggestion, stating that she could not allow her situation to hinder the progress of their mission. Furthermore, she could take brief moments of respite while on the move, thus not encroaching on their travel time. Minato, albeit reluctantly, nodded and replied, Very well, but should any unusual circumstances arise, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall moderate our pace as we continue our journey. In Qianshuang's heart, a warmth surged within him, for he had finally begun to perceive the charismatic persona of Minato Namikaze. This meticulous warmth was undeniably endearing, and it was no wonder he had garnered a multitude of followers in Konoha, ultimately ascending to the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi, who were entirely oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, could only gaze at Qianshuang's somewhat fatigued demeanor. Given Minato's words, they felt no inclination to refuse. After a brief respite, the five companions resumed their journey towards the kingdom of Lulan. As they traversed the boundary between forest and desert, they soon found themselves upon an expanse of endless golden sands. The vast desert resembled a shimmering sea of gold, sparkling under the sun's rays, with countless points of light twinkling as far as the eye could see. After wandering through the relentless sands for several days, Qianshuang felt as though he might be sun-dried. At last, guided by the map, a magnificent structure appeared as if it had materialized from thin air, capturing the attention of the group. Oh, it seems we have arrived at Lulan. Kakashi Hatake remarked lazily, his voice weary. The excitement of mastering the body flicker technique had long been extinguished in the desert's swelter, and he had returned to a state of normalcy. All right, let us commence. We are about to embark on our true mission. Minato waved his hand, signaling the group to gather. According to the intelligence we have gathered, there exists a rather ambitious minister in Lulan named Lushan. He will likely be our primary adversary in this undertaking. Minato's expression was notably grave, yet the extent of his abilities and trump cards remained a mystery to them all. Therefore, we must first endeavor to gather as much information as possible, Kakashi interjected, having discerned the crux of the matter. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed, henceforth, we shall split into two teams for intelligence gathering. After a moment of contemplation, Minato formed one group consisting of himself, Choza, and Shimi, while Qianshuang and Kakashi made up the second team. Once arrangements were finalized, Minato retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch. After a moment's hesitation, he presented it to Qianshuang. This kunai bears my flying thunder god seal. Should you encounter peril, infuse it with your chakra, and I will arrive post-haste. Minato chose to entrust the kunai to Qianshuang, recognizing his superior strength. If danger arose, Qianshuang would be better equipped to create an opportunity to activate the kunai. With everything organized, the five donned masks at Minato's request, and then commenced their separate missions. Qianshuang, where shall we gather our intelligence? Since the incident involving the teaching of the body flicker technique, Kakashi had fully acknowledged Qianshuang, and their relationship had flourished, evolving into a genuine friendship. Qianshuang pondered for a moment before arriving at a decisive conclusion. Let us proceed to the square and inquire among the people. From a distance, one could observe a throng gathered at the square, previously the site of the construction center, indicating that the coronation ceremony of the new queen was imminent. Although Kakashi Hatake was somewhat taken aback by Qianshuang's audacious decision, he ultimately chose to acquiesce, recognizing it as the most straightforward approach. Moreover, with the presence of Minato Namikaze and his flying thunder god technique, they had a means of escape should they encounter insurmountable danger. After a round of inquiries, they learned of a minister named Infiltration. Infiltration had emerged 6 years prior, and under his auspices, the once barren Lulan had transformed into a bustling metropolis adorned with towering buildings. However, not long ago, the previous queen had passed away under mysterious circumstances, and as Qianshuang had anticipated, the welcome ceremony for the new queen was currently underway. Suddenly, a melodious tune began to resonate, and from the heights of the central edifice, an elegant figure emerged amidst a throng, revealing a woman clad in resplendent attire. As she made her entrance, the crowd erupted into a thunderous ovation and jubilant cheers. Qianshuang gazed intently at the unfolding scene, sensing that an unexpected turn of events was imminent. As anticipated, a mysterious hand emerged from behind the woman, pushing her down, causing the ground beneath her to collapse, and in an instant, she plummeted from the heights of the building. At the critical moment, a vague yellow figure caught it, only to lose balance and tumble downwards. Qianshuang's gaze sharpened. Despite the swiftness of the moment, he discerned the figure before him, a youth of around 16 or 17, with the same golden hair as that of Minato Namikaze. Who else could it be but Naruto Uzumaki? Qianshuang's heart raced as he saw Naruto, unable to suppress the dread of an uncertain future that loomed ahead. He feared he might not be able to accept the future that Naruto spoke of. Nevertheless, fear must give way to confrontation. Thus, Qianshuang swiftly led Hitachi Kakashi towards the place where the two had landed. Meanwhile, Naruto caught the falling woman, but the sudden increase in weight caused him to lose his balance and nearly topple backward. Just then, a hand reached out from behind, steadying him before he fell. Sighing in relief, Naruto turned with a smile and said, "Thank you." However, his expression soon soured as he noticed two familiar masks. "You two aren't with those three, are you? Who are you?" Naruto asked, his vigilance palpable as he shielded the rescued woman behind him. Standing opposite him were Qianshuang and Kakashi, and it was evident from Naruto's words that he had already encountered Minato's team. "You, as a Konoha ninja, why are you here?" Kakashi remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. To him, Naruto bore a striking resemblance to Obito, clumsy and carefree. "Ah, what's going on?" Naruto scratched his head in frustration. "Where exactly is this place? I just found myself here inexplicably." "This is the kingdom of Lulan." The woman, sheltered behind Naruto, replied suddenly. After introductions, they learned that she was the newly appointed queen of Lulan. Naruto was baffled, pondering why Lulan, which had merely been ruins moments ago, had transformed into what they now saw. "Minato-sensei." Following Kakashi's call, Minato's team arrived at the scene. "I didn't expect you to be here." Minato initially looked surprised at Qianshuang and Kakashi before turning his attention to Naruto. "We meet again. It seems you did not adhere to our agreement." "Of course not. How could I leave without understanding the situation here?" Naruto retorted, still suspicious. "You aren't here to harm the queen, are you? Fool, if we were here to kill her, do you think you would have time to chatter?" Qianshuang replied, exasperated. Minato nodded in agreement. "We are not here to assassinate the queen. On the contrary, we have been tasked to protect her." "Protect her?" Naruto asked, his skepticism evident. Minato promptly removed his mask, revealing the Konoha forehead protector on his head. Upon seeing Minato's face, Naruto felt a sense of déjà vu and pondered deeply. "Ah, I remember now." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Minato. "Your face resembles that of the fourth Hokage on Hokage Rock." Hearing this, Qianshuang shuddered. It seemed Naruto was unaware of Minato's identity, implying that Minato and Kushina would perish on the night of the Ninetales attack. Despite deducing this information, Qianshuang remained calm, as it bore no direct relation to the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, on the night of the Ninetales attack, the entire Uchiha clan would receive orders to refrain from action, making his inaction reasonable. However, the uncertainty lingered. Would the one unleashing the Ninetales still be Obito, or had Madara found someone else? Chapter 60. Sasuke, has he defected? Fourth Hokage? Akimichi Choza scratched the back of his head in confusion. But wasn't the Hokage only at the third? These matters could wait until after the mission, Minato thought. Already formulating some guesses, but the immediate priority was to resolve the crisis in Lulan. "By the way, Minato-sensei, do you have any leads?" Kakashi inquired, as he and Qianshuang had gathered information that was common knowledge among the locals, lacking any critical insights. "Ah," Minato nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Naruto. "It is said that 6 years ago, a ninja named Baizu suddenly appeared in the kingdom of Lulan, using the power of Lolan's dragon veins to develop puppet weaponry." "Oh, right," Naruto exclaimed, slapping his forehead in excitement. "Our mission is to capture this Baizu. Please do not lie here." Queen Sarah, who had been quietly listening, interjected angrily. "There is no one named Baizu in Lulan. Only an exceptional minister named Infiltration came 6 years ago." Observing the Na'vi woman unwittingly defending someone, Qianshuang sighed in pity. "Isn't it possible that this person is deceiving you? Such words are utterly unconvincing. It is you who arrived suddenly and are far more suspicious. Is that truly the case?" Qianshuang's gaze pierced through his mask like a sword. "Since your fall, has anyone come to seek you?" Sarah was taken aback, and even Naruto, who had been attempting to persuade her, was stunned. They had been preoccupied with the matter of Infiltration, neglecting these subtle details. At that moment, doubt finally emerged on Sarah's face for the first time. No, I must return to confirm. She abruptly turned and walked away. Hey Sarah, where are you going? Naruto shouted, hastily chasing after her. Minato watched Naruto pursue Sarah without intervening. If so, let Naruto protect the queen. As for Kakashi and Qianshuang, he had a special task to assign. Minato-sensei. Qianshuang realized Minato was about to delegate tasks, but this meant he could no longer stay close to Naruto. Without that proximity, how could he extract information? I believe that Naruto fellow is somewhat unreliable. Let me assist instead. After a moment of contemplation, Minato agreed. Very well, then the task of protecting Her Majesty the Queen will be entrusted to you. Qianshuang felt a surge of joy within her heart as she solemnly nodded and pursued the direction in which the two had departed. Hey, Naruto. Utilizing her utmost skill in the body flicker technique, Qianshuang swiftly caught up with Uzumaki Naruto, only to find that Sarah was not by his side. Ah, it's you, little brat, exclaimed Naruto, pointing at Qianshuang with a look of astonishment. Qianshuang forcibly suppressed her fury, refraining from unleashing her tightly clenched fist upon Naruto's face. For reasons unknown, being referred to as little brat by a junior ignited an inexplicable ire within her, despite the undeniable fact that she was indeed younger in years. Have you yet to locate Sarah? Naruto nodded in response, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Qianshuang gently patted his arm, intending to tap his shoulder, but due to their height difference, she could not reach it. In that case, allow me to assist you in searching, she offered. As they sought traces of Sarah, Qianshuang feigned nonchalance, engaging Naruto in casual conversation. Naruto, it appears you have become separated from your companions, haven't you? Indeed, he replied, a hint of melancholy and concern flickering in his eyes. While I was in pursuit, a sudden flash of white light enveloped me, and then I found myself here. Qianshuang gazed at his expression and smiled gently, saying, You seem quite concerned. I presume you share a strong bond with your teammates. Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly perked up. Of course, we are the finest team. Yet, almost immediately, as if recalling a sorrowful memory, his spirits dampened once more. However, there was one individual who silently departed without uttering a word. With a jolt, Qianshuang realized that Sasuke had departed. Logically, if she had altered the fate of his clan, he should have had no reason to abandon the village. Could it be that the entire Uchiha clan had defected? Or perhaps, she dared not contemplate the subsequent events. Despite her mind racing with deductions, she could not halt the nails digging ever deeper into her palm. Ah, she had found it. Naruto's exclamation diverted Qianshuang's attention, revealing that he had spotted Sarah within a building. Qianshuang forcefully suppressed her uneasy emotions and followed closely behind. Hey, Sarah. As they approached within mere meters of Sarah, Naruto called out with excitement. Before Sarah could respond, a hand suddenly emerged from the door beside them, pulling Sarah into the room without warning. Not good. Sarah's figure vanished from sight, and both of them instinctively became alert. Due to her current state of distress, Qianshuang swiftly executed the technique of instant movement, vanishing into the room in the blink of an eye. Naruto promptly followed suit, and upon entering the chamber, he beheld Qianshuang with her long blade unsheathed at her waist, protecting Sarah behind her. The blade was enveloped in searing flames, causing the masked figures before them, armed with mere sticks and forks, to tremble in fear. Who are you? Even through their masks, Naruto could sense the icy chill in Qianshuang's gaze, reminiscent of ancient frozen glaciers. Please, don't kill me. We're not bad people. A stout individual in the forefront cried out with a somewhat juvenile voice, laced with palpable panic, evidently intimidated by Qianshuang's imposing presence. The leader among the masked figures was the first to remove the cloth covering his face. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Yako. We merely wish to make a request of Her Majesty the Queen. One by one, those behind her also unveiled their identities, revealing an elderly man in his 60s and children not yet 10 years old, indeed bearing no semblance of malice. Qianshuang slowly sheathed her blade, and only then did the terrified crowd exhale in relief. Sarah inquired about the situation and learned that Lushan had taken their families under the guise of the Queen's orders for forced labor, and they had not yet returned. They had intended to accompany Sarah and her companions to the square to uncover the truth, but Qianshuang intervened, cautioning that too many individuals venturing forth could lead to danger, advising them to remain hidden here. Faced with this not particularly tall, yet formidable wood-leaf ninja, the people dared not voice their objections, fearing a swift retaliation. Sarah, considering Qianshuang's perspective, acquiesced to his judgment. However, before departing, she assured the villagers, rest assured, I will certainly bring your families back to you. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, the trio successfully emerged into the square via the tunnel excavated by the villagers. Chapter 61. The Sermon. Wow. It's so beautiful. Upon reaching the surface, Sarah gazed joyfully at the floral parade in the square's center, her eyes wide with wonder, seemingly oblivious to her original purpose. Haven't you noticed? Qianshuang's voice came from behind. Noticed what? Sarah turned, a hint of confusion on her face as she regarded Qianshuang, finding his words perplexing. Naruto, equally curious. cast an inquisitive glance towards Qianshuang. Qianshuang helplessly shook her head, turning her gaze towards Sarah. You fell from the heights in full view of the crowd. And instead of expressing concern for you, they are here enjoying the parade. Do you not find that peculiar? Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Naruto scratched his head, his eyes beginning to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fixated in a particular direction. Look over there. What is that? He exclaimed uncontrollably. Both Sarah and Qianshuang followed Naruto's line of sight, and there, on the platform where Sarah had previously stood, was an unforgettable scene. A puppet resembling Sarah stood atop the platform, receiving the waves and cheers of the gathered crowd. In that moment, Sarah's complexion turned ashen. As the intentions of Lushan became painfully clear, he intended to replace the queen with a mere puppet. Qianshuang unsheathed her and gently drew it across the forehead of the nearest commoner, causing him to instantly collapse, his body rendered limp. Qianshuang, quick-witted and agile, swiftly caught the body and then tossed it before Sarah. Upon closer inspection, it was astonishingly a puppet. Is this truly a puppet? Naruto's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the vibrant scene before him was entirely orchestrated by puppets. Is this a trick? How could Lushan engage in such antics? The reality was undeniable, and Sarah felt as though everything in her mind had crumbled. Ignoring all else, she fled outside. Hey, where are you going? Naruto attempted to call out to Sarah, but it was futile. He hurriedly followed her. Qianshuang, feeling helpless, rubbed her temples and eventually decided to follow. After all, if this queen did not muster her strength, they would stand no chance against Lushan. The two followed Sarah to a secluded corner of the square, where Sarah finally halted, curling up despondently and humming an unknown tune. Under Naruto's comforting words, Sarah finally revealed the deep-seated anguish of losing her mother. Observing Sarah's pitiable state, Qianshuang couldn't help but reminisce about her own past, a time when she too felt isolated and helpless, stirring a wave of sympathy and reflection within her. In this world, she was not the only one to have lost a loved one. Her parents had departed from her life at a tender age as well. Previously an indifferent observer, Qianshuang stepped closer to Sarah, slowly removing her mask. Both Sarah and Naruto were struck by her beauty, momentarily taken aback. Her fair visage and distinct features, though still youthful, were imbued with an inexplicable allure reflected in her dark, profound eyes. A pendant dangling from one ear added an air of enigmatic elegance and severity to her presence. Sarah felt her cheeks flush slightly, and upon realizing her reaction, she discreetly pinched herself, chastising her lack of composure. Meanwhile, Naruto's face bore a nostalgic expression, as if he were recalling some cherished memories. Noticing the varied expressions on their faces, Qianshuang continued, speaking to herself as much as to them. Though they have perished, the will of the deceased shall eternally reside within my heart. I shall safeguard my family and kin in their stead. With that, her piercing gaze turned towards Sarah. And what of you? What is it that you must do? Will you allow yourself to remain in this state of despair? Though Qianshuang expressed sympathy, she nonetheless admonished the other with stern words. Under Qianshuang's gaze, Sarah felt an inexplicable trepidation, but after a moment's reflection, her eyes regained their resolve. You are right. I must inherit my mother's will. She finally stood tall, vowing to protect her people. Observing Sarah's renewed fighting spirit, Qianshuang felt a sense of relief, quickly followed by a twinge of peculiarity. Perhaps due to a shared resonance, Qianshuang had become somewhat emotionally charged and inadvertently delivered a lecture, almost usurping Naruto's role. Could it be that she possessed a hidden talent for verbal sparring? She glanced at Naruto, who, at that moment, seemed utterly absorbed in scrutinizing Qianshuang rather than paying heed to their previous conversation. Why are you looking at me? Qianshuang asked, a hint of irritation in her tone. You remind me of someone I know, Naruto mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, though he soon dismissed the notion. But I must have been mistaken. How could you possibly be connected to that person? Qianshuang was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Naruto's cryptic musings. However, given the urgency of the situation, she had no time to ponder further. Sarah promptly led the two towards the power tower where the pipelines converged, skillfully evading the patrolling mechanical soldiers. The trio successfully infiltrated the tower's base. Upon witnessing the citizens toiling away like slaves, both Sarah and Naruto were filled with immense indignation. Guilt and regret shone vividly in Sarah's eyes as she severed the energy flow from the dragon vein to the factory. This should suffice. I have halted the energy supply from the dragon vein to the factory. Yet, Qianshuang sensed it would not be that simple. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the numerous parts of mechanical soldiers fabricated by the factory, as well as the significant arsenal of weapons produced. Sarah recognized this predicament as well. What do we do now? Facing such a plethora of war machinery, her heart was gripped by anxiety. Having read the original text, Qianshuang was aware of the solution and directly conveyed it to her. The only way to truly stop him is to completely seal the dragon vein and sever Lushan's connection to it. Excellent. Sarah, without a hint of doubt, nodded resolutely. I shall proceed immediately. Where do you intend to go, my esteemed queen? Before anyone could respond, the scattered parts around them began to assemble under the intricate control of chakra threads. Atop the railing, a rotund, bearded man appeared, exuding an oily demeanor. "And Lushan, you scoundrel, it is indeed you, Baizhu." Although Lushan had transformed from a mere twig into this portly figure, Naruto recognized him instantly. A trivial leaf brat. And Lushan merely cast a disinterested glance at Naruto before turning his attention to Qianshuang, appearing contemplative. "I did not expect you to grasp things so clearly." It was evident that Qianshuang's recent words had reached in Lushan's ears, and while he was surprised by her insight, it only solidified his resolve to eliminate Sarah. "And Lushan, as your queen, I command you to cease your plans and release the citizens you have enslaved." At this moment, a flicker of hope lingered in Sarah's heart, wishing Lushan might reconsider his path. Alas, reality stood in stark contrast to her hopes. Chapter 62. And Lushan's menacing words. "It appears you have gleaned quite a bit." And Lushan's gaze darkened ominously. "Then it is even less permissible." "Ah, is it time for you to start making threats?" "How unoriginal," Qianshuang interrupted, not indulging him in his tirade. While she feigned disdain for his verbosity, only Qianshuang understood that allowing Lushan to continue would surely lead to the revelation that Sarah's mother had fallen victim to his machinations. This would inevitably plunge Sarah into despair, necessitating Naruto's comforting words to lift her spirits once more. Such complications were too cumbersome for Qianshuang. She preferred to address the issue at its roots and silence Lushan. "Sarah, you must go and seal the dragon vein. This task is solely yours. As for Lushan, I will keep him occupied. Indeed, we shall take it upon ourselves to hold this scoundrel back." Naruto chimed in, his eagerness palpable. "No, it is I, not we." Qianshuang shot Naruto a disdainful glance, adding, "There is a crucial task I must entrust to you." Upon hearing crucial, Naruto disregarded Qianshuang's peculiar look and eagerly inquired, "What is this task?" Qianshuang nonchalantly pointed at the citizens bound by chains in the center and calmly exclaimed, "Save them." "What?" Naruto felt deceived and was somewhat enraged. Why should this task be assigned to anyone else? "Why not you? Are you confident in your ability to hold him off?" Qianshuang inquired. "Are you certain of yourself?" Naruto retorted defiantly. Observing the two engaged in a heated argument over task allocation before a battle had even begun, Sarah, who had just witnessed Lushan's betrayal, felt her momentary disappointment vanish and swiftly intervened. "Enough of your bickering. Our immediate priority is to thwart Lushan's plans." "Indeed, I will stop him." "Naruto, you should hurry and save the enslaved citizens." Qianshuang promptly echoed Sarah's sentiments. Naruto gritted his teeth, but ultimately rushed off to rescue the oppressed populace. Meanwhile, Sarah turned and dashed toward the outside of the power tower. "You shall not disrupt my plans." Lushan's face darkened, and with a sweeping gesture, countless puppets surged forward to obstruct Sarah's path. "Your opponent is me," Qianshuang declared as she swiftly severed the puppets blocking Sarah's way, reducing them to mere fragments. Lushan's assaults were far from over. The number of puppets only seemed to multiply, yet all were systematically cut off from their controlling chakra lines by Qianshuang. Sarah proceeded unobstructed out of the factory. Witnessing his army of puppets falter against Qianshuang, Lushan's expression turned vicious as he saw Sarah slip away right beneath his nose. Sarah was the sole entity capable of restraining him. He would not permit her to survive. "Damn little brat. Allow me to unveil my ultimate form." He transformed, and the shattered remnants of the puppets rushed toward him, coalescing into a grotesque, massive spider puppet in the blink of an eye. He raised its sharp limbs and began to slash at Qianshuang with ferocity. Qianshuang was acutely aware of her inability to confront him directly. Instead of meeting Lushan's strike head-on, she deftly evaded his powerful blow. With a flourish, she unleashed the Uchiha technique, Sword Leap of Flames. The flames enveloped her blade as she seized the fleeting opportunity while Lushan was momentarily regaining his strength, swinging the searing weapon towards his massive spider-like legs. The destructive power of her flame-imbued ninja sword was formidable. In a mere exchange, she severed two of Lushan's forelimbs. The gleam of the Thousand Frost blade flashed once more, and in the same manner, the remaining 6 limbs of Lushan were severed, transforming him into a creature utterly at the mercy of others. "Futile. In Lulan, my power is boundless." A terrifying and somber voice echoed from the colossal spider once again. As the severed 8 limbs instantaneously regenerated, the sharp spider legs lunged at Thousand Frost anew. Yet this time, Thousand Frost chose not to retaliate, but to evade. Fully aware that until Sarah sealed the dragon vein, he stood no chance of inflicting genuine harm upon this behemoth. At that moment, Lushan's immense form suddenly erupted in a violent explosion, shattered limbs flying in all directions amidst a cloud of black smoke. Sensing something amiss, Thousand Frost looked up to see 3 figures swiftly descending beside him, namely, the trio of Namake's Minato. "Are you all right, Thousand Frost?" Minato inquired with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on Lushan at the center of the explosion. Akimichi Dingju approached, patting Thousand Frost's shoulder with his robust hand. "Well done. This fellow cannot be defeated in Lulan. The only solution lies in having Sarah seal the dragon vein," Thousand Frost solemnly explained. "Thus, we must do our utmost to stall this creature until then. Is that so?" "I understand." Minato nodded gravely, then turned his attention skyward as another wave of explosions erupted. debris raining down like raindrops upon the spider puppet. It seems Kakashi's side is progressing smoothly. Above, Kakashi was frantically applying explosive tags, igniting them in rapid succession, while the once mighty factory lay in ruins. Do not hinder me, you detestable leaf ninjas. And Lushan's voice emerged once more from the haze. But this time it bore a hint of panic. Dingzhu Shimi, Minato called out sharply, and the two instantly understood. Multiplication technique. Akimichi Dingzhu raised his enlarged arm and delivered a powerful punch, sending the rejuvenated and Lushan crashing into the wall. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of dark and parasitic insects surged forth from all directions, enveloping the massive puppet in an attempt to drain its chakra completely. The puppet, now entirely covered by the insects, collapsed like a heap of mud, its immense weight crashing through the tower's base, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Have we succeeded? Dingzhu asked, gazing at the dark pit. It may not be that simple. Thousand Frost replied with a grave expression. As anticipated, in the next moment, countless parts reassembled around Lushan, visibly enlarging his form, an unparalleled aura of malice radiating from him. Allow me to present to you my brand new physique. The colossal puppet now dwarfed its previous spider form, rendering Thousand Frost and his companions akin to mere ants before it. And Lushan's gigantic body leaped forth, disregarding the four and landing upon the ground. Sarah, where have you fled to? And Lushan's resentful voice echoed throughout Lulan, for he could not allow Sarah to seal the Dragon Vein. Meanwhile, thanks to Thousand Frost's foresight, Sarah had already reached the Dragon Vein summit. Upon hearing Lushan's shout, she dared not linger. This is bad. An ominous premonition struck in Lushan as he scanned for Sarah's presence, prompting him to hastily pursue the direction of the Dragon Vein. Chapter 63. Delay. There is no way I will allow you to succeed. Naruto, in charge of the rescue, had appeared in the square, witnessing Lushan's approach towards Sarah. He could not permit the enemy to achieve their goal, swiftly conjuring a Rasengan to hurl at him. Yet the enormous puppet merely lifted an arm, effortlessly swatting Naruto away, ignoring him entirely as it charged again toward the Dragon Vein. Are you all right? The four who had been at the tower's base rushed out, spotting Naruto, who had been flung aside. I'm fine. The civilians have been relocated to safety. We must stop the centipede. It must be said, Naruto was remarkably resilient, standing up as if unscathed despite being thrown so far. Was it the influence of the tailed beast? Thousand Frost mused. They all understood the importance of buying time for Sarah to seal the Dragon Vein. Thus they pursued Lushan without pause. I will absolutely not let you. Just as Naruto, leveraging his agility and small stature, approached Lushan, he was promptly halted by Akimichi Dingzhu. Wait, this is our responsibility. Oil Woman Shimi interjected. Stepping past Naruto. Let us split up. You go protect Sarah. It will save us time. Naruto hesitated to argue, but was stopped by Minato. They are correct. We shall head to Her Majesty the Queen. But Naruto hesitated, yet ultimately relented. Very well, I leave this to you. He then followed Thousand Frost and Minato toward the Dragon Vein. You wretched lot. I shall never allow you near the Dragon Vein. And Lushan bellowed in desperation, maneuvering the puppet toward them. Such words can wait until after you have defeated us. As he spoke, Shimi and Dingzhu took their stances. Secret technique. Insect deception technique. Countless parasitic insects surged forth from beneath the puppet, halting its movements, a dark pillar of insects rising to engulf it. The rest is in your hands, Dingzhu. Leave it to me. Dingzhu tossed a pill into the air, his corpulent form leaping high with surprising agility, swallowing the pill, and transforming into a giant in an instant. The enlarged Dingzhu wasted no time, swinging the puppet's tail in a mighty throw, and as the dust settled, the puppet lay motionless in the crater it had created. However, the anticipated scene of the insects draining the puppet's chakra did not occur. A bolt of lightning struck down, and immense chakra surged back into the puppet's form. An inexhaustible energy that even the Oil Woman clan's insects could not fully consume. This level of chakra can be provided in endless supply. And Lushan boasted triumphantly, causing the expressions of the two adversaries to grow increasingly grave. Puppet spiral fist. And Lushan wasted no time, commanding the puppet's enormous fist to swing towards Dingzhu. Bolstered by the puppet's boundless energy, the two swiftly found themselves overwhelmed, the raging energy creating a massive wave that shattered the area above the Dragon Vein. Just having entered the Dragon Vein, Naruto and his companions instantly spotted Lushan descending through the newly formed hole. I will not allow you to pass here, Naruto declared, summoning shadow clones to create a Rasengan, aimed once more at the puppet. Yet this was in vain, with a flick of its tail. And Lushan sent Naruto flying back at an even faster pace. Minato observed Naruto's Rasengan with surprise, but quickly regained his focus. You all go protect the queen. I will find his weakness. No way, this guy is too dangerous, Naruto retorted. Enough with the hesitation, let us make haste. Qianshuang found it increasingly difficult to endure the situation. At such a critical juncture, there was still time for bickering. He reminded Naruto with irritation, what are you saying? You insufferable brat, Naruto retorted, his words laced with exasperation. Being referred to as a brat by his junior made Qianshuang's lips twitch, yet recalling his mission, he grasped Naruto and continued their descent towards the Dragon Vein. Wolfing Shuemin observed the two squabbling with a wry smile, then cast his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. The kunai multiplied in mid-air, transforming into countless shards that rained down mercilessly upon the puppet. The sound of impact echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The puppet's form was battered, its massive body momentarily faltering, revealing a gaping hole from which the spider puppet, previously embodied by Lushan, emerged. It seems this is your weakness. Just as Wolfing Shuemin was about to take action, a bolt of lightning struck down, engulfing the puppet in a surge of energy, instantly mending the wounds inflicted. The puppet roared, noticing that Sarah had drawn near to the dragon vein. It disregarded Wolfing Shuemin, Qianshuang, and Naruto, charging towards the dragon vein with reckless abandon. Qianshuang, Naruto. Wolfing Shuemin called out, pursuing them, yet for a moment, he found himself distanced by Lushan. Fire style. Great fire extinguishing technique. Qianshuang leapt high, as torrents of flames cascaded down like a waterfall, surging towards the puppet, instantly engulfing it in a fiery embrace. Yet, the puppet remained unfazed, its massive jaws slightly agape, devouring the flames that enveloped it whole. With a swift flick of its tail, it sent Naruto, who was charging forward once more, flying through the air. Indeed, was this level of assault insufficient? Qianshuang felt no surprise, without closing the dragon vein. And Lushan was utterly invulnerable. Is this the extent of your fire techniques? And Lushan's mocking voice echoed from within the puppet. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of my fire techniques. Dragon vein, grand dragon fire. A thick nozzle emerged from the puppet's gaping maw, unleashing a scorching wave akin to a fiery serpent, but its trajectory was not aimed at Qianshuang. Rather, it was directed towards Sarah, who was nearing the dragon vein. Sarah! Naruto bellowed, but he was already at the end of his strength, incapable of halting the lightning-fast inferno. In the distance, Sarah seemed to have noticed the impending danger. Yet her resolve remained unshaken. Though fear gripped her, she did not falter. In this critical moment, Minato Namikaze finally arrived. Earth-style, earth-flowing wall. A towering earthen wall rose up, meeting the oncoming flames head-on, fortuitously blocking the assault just in the nick of time. Naruto's worried expression began to ease, for he had exhausted much of his energy and was struggling to maintain his balance, his body heaving as he gasped for breath. Is it over so soon? And Lushan, who was perilously close, would not let such an opportunity slip away. His tail swiftly coiled around Naruto, seeking to strangle him. Suddenly, Qianshuang appeared beside Naruto, pulling him to execute the body flicker technique, narrowly evading the puppet's tail. Chapter 64 End. Are you alright? Qianshuang looked at Naruto with concern. Naruto weakly shook his head, struggling to stand upright. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, approached the two. Naruto. He fixed his gaze on him. I will create an opportunity. You must find the chance to finish him with the Rasengan. Naruto, feeling helpless, shook his head, but I can no longer gather chakra. No worries. I shall lend you my strength. Minato's eyes were filled with warmth. That won't do. The Rasengan is a technique of the fourth Hokage. Only I and the perverted sage can use it. But I can use it too. Minato smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering with an ambiguous meaning. Qianshuang, observing from the side, was momentarily stunned. Could this person have figured out that Naruto is his son? However, since both shared the same blonde hair, it wasn't entirely unexpected. As she pondered, Naruto, under Minato's urging, extended his right hand. With Minato's assistance, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his palm. Immediately, Minato crafted one as well, prompting Naruto to exclaim in astonishment. The two Rasengans drew closer together, gradually showing signs of fusion. What on earth is happening? Naruto marveled at the expanding spheres, intrigued, after years of using the Rasengan. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement as he solemnly explained, when chakra of the same nature draws near, it resonates, and upon merging, it creates the most powerful Rasengan. As he spoke, the two spheres completely merged, and the energy swirling around them formed a protective shield. What is this? Naruto stood agape, realizing that such power was beyond that of a mere Rasengan. Uncertain of when Minato had coined the name, he declared brightly, this is the most powerful Tai Chi Rasengan. What kind of technique is this? Noticing the Rasengans in their hands, and Lushan immediately shifted his focus to Naruto. Another bolt of lightning struck, and immense chakra surged, elevating the puppet to its peak once more, with energy converging toward its mouth. Let me show you my strongest technique. And Lushan roared, Dragon Vein Super Fire Technique. A fire serpent, twice as large as before, erupted forth, the violent impact creating a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, and Lushan gazed at the spot where Naruto and the others had stood, now devoid of any trace, and chuckled mockingly before turning his attention back to Sarah. To his astonishment, the three, who should have been reduced to ashes by his jutsu, stood there unharmed. Meanwhile, with the delay caused by the Konoha ninjas, Sarah had successfully sealed the dragon vein. It's time to end this. Minato was about to rush in to create an opening for Naruto when a figure blocked his path. Sensei Minato, leave it to me. You stabilize the Rasengan for Naruto. Qianshuang stepped forward, willingly taking on the task of creating the opening. Minato was taken aback for a moment but then nodded. Very well, just be careful. With that, he returned to Naruto's side. Qianshuang sheathed the hidden blade and retrieved a shuriken from the ninja tool pouch, imitating the recent technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As he launched it forward, could it be that he intends to? Observing his technique, Minato seemed to perceive something. Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken. The shuriken instantly multiplied into thousands, shooting forth with great velocity. However, in comparison to Minato, there appeared to be a slight shortcoming. Despite the fact that it left the puppet riddled with wounds, the core of Infiltration remained concealed within its chest. Having just witnessed Minato-sensei's execution of the technique, Qianshuang could not help but turn his head to explain that he had merely replicated it using his Sharingan, and thus his execution was not yet proficient. Minato's expression gradually shifted from surprise to a wry smile. He had taught it, after all, and he could hardly expect Qianshuang to forget it. Moreover, it was not a technique of paramount importance. Qianshuang once again turned his gaze towards the puppet, without the enhancement of the dragon vein. The speed at which his wounds healed had significantly diminished. In that case, Naruto, stay close to me. Qianshuang spoke in a low voice. Naruto, somewhat bewildered, complied. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing bird cry erupted, and Naruto stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Is that Chidori? He wondered. Rubbing his eyes, yet he could distinctly see the lightning in Qianshuang's hand. Hey, who taught you Chidori? Such inquiries could wait until they resolved the immediate peril. Ignoring Naruto's question, Qianshuang unleashed the sharp currents of electricity, which seemed poised to tear through the very fabric of space, darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. You rascal! Not receiving a response from Qianshuang, Naruto felt a surge of frustration, yet he understood the gravity of their situation and followed, wielding his taijutsu spiral shuriken. Qianshuang forged ahead, with Naruto closely following in his wake. Infiltration, intent on thwarting Qianshuang with the remnants of his strength, found his efforts futile as each attempt was effortlessly countered by the Chidori in Qianshuang's grasp. Witnessing this scene, the ever-watchful Minato Namikaze, positioned at a distance, could not suppress a smile of satisfaction, uttering a phrase laden with significance. It appears these young ones have truly matured. As Qianshuang and Naruto drew ever nearer, Infiltration, despite his desire to obstruct their path, found himself a mere fish on the chopping block, bereft of the power of the dragon vein, and thus vulnerable to their onslaught. At last, a blinding flash of lightning pierced through the chest of the puppet, wreaking havoc and destruction, swiftly revealing the figure of Infiltration within. In that moment, however, Qianshuang's Chidori had been nearly exhausted. Qianshuang gazed somewhat reluctantly at the fading thunder in her hand, pondering that the might of Qianbird seemed to fall short. Were this statement to reach the ears of the ninjas who perished under this very strike, they would undoubtedly rise in indignation. Lacking power? That would depend on the target. Against puppets, perhaps its efficacy waned, but when wielded against a living foe, it would surely pierce with lethal precision. Dismissing this line of thought, Qianshuang swiftly withdrew her hand, propelled herself with a push from her feet, and executed a graceful backflip to return to the ground. After Qianshuang's exit, Naruto swiftly followed, launching his Rasengan with precision at Infiltration, who was exposed to the air. Thanks to Qianshuang's path-clearing efforts, Naruto's advance was remarkably unhindered. Boom. The violent energy ruthlessly tore through the puppet's body, completely piercing the massive figure. No. The historical trajectory of the 5 great ninja nations should flow as I desire. Infiltration bellowed in defiance, his inner resentment reaching a boiling point. I will obliterate you along with the dragon vein. In the next moment, his body unhesitatingly plunged deep into the dragon vein, erupting violently, the powerful shockwave triggering the entire vein, causing terrifying energy to spiral out of control. The dragon vein appears to be beyond control. Qianshuang observed the ground, which was showing signs of collapse, though he knew he could not perish here. A twinge of anxiety gripped his heart. Sarah! Naruto shouted across to Sarah, who stood on the opposite side, as the ground began to crumble. Hurry over. Chapter 65. Missing? Ultimately, Sarah lacked the strength of a ninja, and his running speed could not match the collapsing ground. Seeing him on the brink of falling, Naruto instantly leaped forward to rescue him. Wufing Watergate also rushed over without delay. Qianshuang helplessly rubbed her forehead, ultimately deciding to follow. As expected, Sarah had yet to be rescued, and the entire stone bridge had completely collapsed. Just as the four were about to plummet, Yamato unexpectedly intervened. Utilizing would release to transport them to the heart of the dragon vein. Captain Yamato! Naruto exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Yamato safe and sound. However, the falling debris from above served as a stark reminder to everyone that the imminent danger had not yet passed. Minato Namikaze turned his gaze towards Qianshuang. Qianshuang, could you please hand me the flying thunder god kunai I entrusted to you earlier? Qianshuang retrieved the kunai stored in his ninja tool pouch and handed it back to Minato Namikaze. Upon receiving the kunai, Minato swiftly ascended the platform. Seal. With a brilliant flash of azure light, the dragon vein was completely sealed by Minato, and the subterranean instability began to stabilize. At that moment, a soft white glow began to emanate from Naruto and Yamato. What is happening? Naruto raised his hands, gazing at the radiance enveloping him. With the demise of the 100-footed beast, the jutsu has reverted. It is time for you to return to your respective eras. Minato slowly descended from the platform. He then turned his attention to the 2 youngest individuals present, Qianshuang, Kakashi. You have both performed exceptionally well. Naruto, in disbelief, listened to Minato's words, staring at the two with astonishment. Kakashi-sensei? And Qianshuang and I, you are Qianshuang and I? You know me? Qianshuang looked at Naruto with surprise, not expecting his future self to have the inclination to bond with Naruto. Of course, we share a great relationship. As he spoke, Naruto seemed to recall a poignant memory, lamenting, but ever since that incident, Qianshuang and I, you vanished. Where did you go? Boom. Qianshuang felt as if struck by lightning. He had never sensed such a mental disarray. He had disappeared? Why? What had happened to the Uchiha clan, his grandmother, and his master? What was that incident? A barrage of questions engulfed Qianshuang's mind, suffocating him with anxiety. At that moment, Minato regarded Qianshuang with calmness. Qianshuang, remain composed. This pertains to the future, which is not our concern. However, Qianshuang was in no mood to heed his words. He was consumed by an urgent desire for answers. The subsequent conversation went unnoticed by him, as his mind was ensnared in relentless speculation. To avoid altering history, it is best to erase our memories of this encounter. Minato cast a worried glance at Qianshuang. I have devised a jutsu that will render us all forgetful of one another. In stark contrast to Qianshuang's tranquility, Naruto was much more vociferous. After soothing Naruto's emotions, Minato swiftly executed the jutsu. Eradicate. As his gentle command resonated, the blinding light instantaneously enveloped the entire core area. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a figure had evaded the area just before the light cascaded down, only to return to its original position the moment the brilliance dissipated. Minato felt a momentary dizziness, his chakra becoming disordered as he instinctively tried to break free from the illusion. But the scene before him remained unchanged, leading him to question his own perceptions. Strange. I am not ensnared by the illusion. But what was that sensation? Minato murmured, inadvertently glancing at Qianshuang, who appeared unfazed, dismissing it as mere fatigue-induced hallucination. He did not dwell further. At that juncture, the memories of the group had been successfully erased. Minato observed the jutsu beneath his feet, lost in thought for a moment, before breaking into a carefree smile. Though I do not comprehend the reasons, I am certain there is a purpose behind it. In any case, our mission has been splendidly accomplished. With the crisis in the kingdom of Lulan resolved, Sarah, with the support of the populace, ascended to the throne as queen, governing the nation. Having witnessed all of this, Qianshuang and the others soon embarked on their journey back to Konoha. What troubles you, Qianshuang? Kakashi inquired. Noticing Qianshuang's slightly furrowed brow, his typically indifferent gaze betraying a hint of concern. You have seemed preoccupied since earlier. Upon hearing these words and feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Qianshuang felt a twinge of embarrassment and managed to force a smile. You're overthinking it, Kakashi. I was merely lost in thought. If you have something weighing on your mind, it's best to express it. Bottling it up can lead to complications. Akimichi Dingswa chuckled, patting his belly. Qianshuang's gaze appeared somewhat dim, yet she shook her head in refusal of Xiudao Dingswa's goodwill. Her heart was undoubtedly burdened by thoughts of her future, and the prospect of impending disappearance filled her with a sense of suffocation. During the process of erasing memories, Qianshuang deliberately employed an illusion to disrupt Bofeng Shuimen's perception, seizing that fleeting moment to evade the technique's coverage. Bofeng Shuimen, however, was indeed perceptive. Even while clearing memories, he could sense Qianshuang's illusion. Yet, the illusion persisted only briefly, and by the time Bofeng Shuimen disrupted his chakra, the effect had already dissipated, leading him to mistakenly believe he had misperceived. Against all odds, Qianshuang managed to preserve this memory, determined to unravel the truth before these events transpired, with the intention of altering their course. Although her resolve was strong, she found herself utterly at a loss, inducing a headache that nagged at her. Fortunately, time was on her side, allowing her to ponder slowly without urgency. The journey back was considerably smoother than the outbound trip, as they encountered no ill-fated sand ninja along the way. Upon reaching the border where desert met forest, they returned to the previously raided camp, which remained desolate. Clearly, after such an extended period, the sand ninja had not yet realized that a small team had been annihilated here. This suited Qianshuang perfectly. They rested well at the camp for one night before setting off again. After several days of travel, the five of them finally returned to Konohagakure without obstruction. Under Bofeng Shuimen's guidance, they promptly arrived at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed to see them return and hurriedly inquired about their situation. However, due to the technique Bofeng Shuimen had employed, everyone, aside from the fallen Xiudao Dingswa and Yunyushimi, retained only a hazy recollection of the mission's events. Qianshuang was feigning her amnesia. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only glean knowledge of the earlier part of their undertaking and the successful completion of the mission, leaving the rest shrouded in mystery. Chapter 66. Letting go. It appeared that some extraordinary events had transpired. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, could not suppress a flicker of concern in his eyes. Yet he was relieved by the positive outcome. Indeed, Bofeng Shuimen noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's lingering unease. Although the details were forgotten, the dragon vein had been securely sealed. and Her Majesty had led her people to rebuild their homeland. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Bluffing Shumen's words brought him a sense of reassurance. With the mission report concluded, there was no reason for Qianshuang and her companions to linger. Just as they prepared to leave the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to Hatake Kakashi. You all may go. Kakashi, please stay behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen first waved farewell to the other four, and then set down his pipe, his gaze turning serious. Laden with numerous unspoken emotions directed at Hatake Kakashi, Qianshuang and the others exchanged knowing glances and departed, leaving Kakashi Hatake in a state of bewilderment. What do you suppose the Hokage wished to convey to Kakashi? The four descended the staircase, and ever since exiting the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze had been wearing a furrowed brow. Akimichi Sage, however, had no inclination to ponder such matters. Having just concluded a mission, he yearned for a hearty feast. How could we possibly fathom the Hokage's thoughts? Let us heed my advice and abandon such musings. After all, we have returned at last, and ought to indulge ourselves. Isn't it only natural to be a little concerned? Minato remarked, his serious demeanor softening at Sage's optimistic words. I merely harbor a sense of foreboding. Sometimes, it is best not to overcomplicate matters. Qianshuang interjected abruptly, a sentiment directed not only at Minato but also at himself. Throughout the journey, he had been speculating about the future as described by Naruto, yet the outcomes he envisioned were less than favorable. Moreover, if that is indeed the so-called future, does it hold any significance to strive for change? Having contemplated these thoughts, Qianshuang resolved to relinquish his fixation on the future. If destiny had already been written, then all he could endeavor to do was to shape that future into something more promising. Perhaps Kakashi's exceptional abilities will lead the Hokage to promote him to Jonin. Qianshuang teased with a smirk. Minato pondered Qianshuang's statement carefully, yet he shook his head, deeming it somewhat premature for Kakashi. As they conversed, the four had already exited the Hokage building. Having been away for so long, I ought to return home. Thank you, Minato-sensei, CHZ, Senpai, and Shimi-senpai, for your care during this time. Until we meet again. Qianshuang politely inclined her body towards the three individuals, exchanging a few courteous words before leisurely returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. Having returned to the village after a perilous mission, Qianshuang felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation within her heart. Even the burdensome worries that had accompanied her along the journey seemed to have been cast aside. A gentle, warm breeze caressed her, while soft, down-like willow catkins brushed against her cheeks, eliciting a slight itch, accompanied by the rich fragrance of flora. Immersed in this tranquil atmosphere, Qianshuang experienced an unprecedented calmness, her eyes gently closing, wishing that time could forever remain suspended in this moment, free from the concerns of the ongoing war outside. Is that Qianshuang, my elder brother? Two exclamations echoed from behind her, startling Qianshuang from her reverie as she turned to look. You are Shisui, and Itachi is here too. Upon seeing the familiar faces, the tranquility that had enveloped her moments ago was instantly replaced by a feeling of joyful reunion, particularly with Shisui. Ever since he became a genin, their encounters had become rare. Now, seeing his honest face brought a profound sense of warmth to Qianshuang. Elder brother Qianshuang, have you completed your mission? Itachi, following Shisui, stepped forward. Although his expression remained largely impassive, the faint glimmer in his eyes betrayed his emotions. In his heart, Qianshuang had come to embody a fraternal role akin to that of an older brother, and for Itachi, who held familial bonds in high regard, it would be disingenuous to say he was not concerned for Qianshuang. After not seeing him for over 10 days, his heart swelled with joy at Qianshuang's safe return. Yes, my mission has been accomplished. Qianshuang habitually patted Itachi on the shoulder, noticing that the sensation felt somewhat different than before. By the way, have you grown taller? It seems you have not neglected your training. Observing the deep brotherly bond between the two, Shisui interjected with a smile. During your absence, Itachi requested me to train with him. This guy is indeed quite diligent. That's nothing. Itachi, slightly embarrassed by Shisui's praise, turned his head away with a faint blush. Shisui chuckled at Itachi's bashfulness, his eyes gleaming with a sense of mischief, before shifting his gaze back to Qianshuang. Speaking of which, how come there's something new adorning your ear? Shisui pointed towards Qianshuang's ear. Itachi, curious as well, turned his head to examine the pendant on Qianshuang's ear. Having noticed it earlier, but not finding the opportunity to inquire amidst their conversation about training, Qianshuang raised her hand to touch the pendant on her ear. Perhaps only Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi from the entire village truly understood its genuine purpose. It was merely a decorative piece. Although Qianshuang appeared sufficiently composed, Uchiha Shisui could not suppress his doubts. Was it truly so simple, just a decoration? He scrutinized Qianshuang with a look of skepticism, as if attempting to discern some hidden clue. However, he soon relinquished his inquiry, for there was simply nothing to uncover. Qianshuang helplessly spread his hands, his voice tinged with innocence. It truly is just like this. Well, I suppose I shall trust you. Shisui waved his hand, despite his understanding of Qianshuang's character, which did not seem to align with such frivolous matters. He would not press further, for everyone harbors their own secrets. By the way, did Did you two just finish training? Qianshuang hurriedly changed the subject. Itachi nodded. We were just about to head back to rest. Perfect, it's quite a distance from here to the clan's territory. We can go together. With that, Qianshuang, without waiting for Itachi and Shisui, began to stroll leisurely. Suddenly recalling something, Qianshuang slightly turned his head and caught a glimpse of Shisui, who had approached him, his eyes displaying a hint of peculiarity. Why are you so idle? Does your team have no missions? It was worth noting that when Qianshuang had just become a genin, he was perpetually burdened with tasks by Tsukuyami, leaving him no time to spare. Seeing Shisui so relaxed stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Chapter 67. Trouble at Kakashi's home. Don't you know? Shisui looked at Qianshuang with some surprise. Itachi remained quietly attentive to their conversation, not wishing to interrupt. Know what? Qianshuang felt somewhat bewildered. Shisui slightly furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious. Recently, battles between Konoha and Iwa have commenced. A second battlefield has already been established at the border of the two nations. What? Although Qianshuang had anticipated such a day, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. This meant that the conflict among the fire, wind, and rock nations had officially begun. Itachi, too, wore a contemplative expression, despite having a clan leader for a father. Fugaku would not divulge such matters of state to a child, making this his first encounter with events beyond the village. Observing the shock on Qianshuang's face, Shisui was not at all surprised and paused before continuing. Some of our genin teams have already begun undertaking logistical tasks. Is that so? Qianshuang instinctively touched his earlobe and the pendant hanging from it, suddenly recalling his own team. What about Hong and Asuma? I just returned a few days ago, Shisui said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Qianshuang nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing the current situation, the Third Great Ninja War had finally commenced in earnest. This thought inevitably led Qianshuang to recall the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, where Obito began his gradual transformation into a mere pawn of Uchiha Madara. In this lifetime, based solely on his relationship with Obito, he could never allow that innocent and kind-hearted friend to descend into the depths of a ruthless puppet. With this realization, Qianshuang instinctively clenched his fists tightly. After parting ways with Shisui at the fork in the road, Qianshuang returned home to reunite with his grandmother, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Naturally, the two engaged in an extensive conversation. Following their heartfelt talk, Qianshuang resumed his training. Although he had not practiced during the majority of the past half-month spent on missions, it did not take him long to regain his rhythm. After completing his physical training, he continued to develop the derivative techniques of the Chidori. Through the recent missions, he could clearly sense the formidable strength of his enemies. While he was virtually invincible among his peers, he felt overwhelmed when faced with true power or in situations where he was outnumbered. Thus, continually enhancing his abilities and refining his control over chakra became an essential undertaking for him. Prior to this, he had also purchased several water balloons and rubber balls from the shop. Admittedly, witnessing the power of Naruto's Rasengan had stirred a sense of envy within him. Regardless, even if he mastered it, he would not use it frivolously. Hence, he decided to practice in secret. Thus, Qianshuang spent the remainder of his time immersed in training. The following day, he arrived early at the forest where he usually trained in physical techniques with Might Guy and Might Dai. However, as the sun climbed high in the sky, neither of them had yet appeared. Alas, it seems Guy and Uncle Dai are also out on missions. Qianshuang sighed in disappointment, as he had hoped to seek their guidance during this leisurely time, only to find them occupied on the battlefield. With a resigned sigh and a glance at the time, he knew he had to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a cheerful youth adorned with orange goggles. Upon noticing Qianshuang, he too recognized him. Their eyes met, revealing mutual surprise. Qianshuang, when did you come back? Obito exclaimed joyfully, bounding forward to pinch Qianshuang's cheek, confirming his presence. You should have let me know you were back. Clearly, Qianshuang had not anticipated encountering Obito here. Nonetheless, upon seeing this mischievous individual before him, he could not help but smile genuinely. I just returned yesterday, Qianshuang remarked, brushing off Obito's hand. And what about you? Shisui and the others are on missions. While you seem to be idling away, have you been frightened to the core? As he spoke, Qianshuang adopted a scrutinizing expression. Upon hearing Qianshuang's skepticism, Uchiha Obito immediately retorted. Nonsense. How could I possibly be afraid? It's simply because Teacher Minato is absent that we have not ventured out. Ah, that makes sense, Qianshuang acknowledged. Realizing that both Namake's Minato and Hatake Kakashi were on missions with him, and without a guiding instructor, they truly lacked the means to proceed to the front lines. So what brings you here? Qianshuang inquired, noting that this desolate place was nearly devoid of life, save for himself and the Might father-son duo engaged in physical training. Upon hearing Qianshuang's question, Obito instantly lifted his head, a proud expression illuminating his face, his chin nearly reaching the heavens. Of course, I came to train. I am indeed putting in the effort. Qianshuang suddenly recalled that she had indeed brought Obito here not long ago. However, Qianshuang glanced at the sun, which was already high in the sky, and then turned to the smug Uchiha Obito. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she remarked, You can't possibly have just woken up, can you? Upon hearing Qianshuang's skepticism, Obito's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, he explained, I lost track of time while refining chakra last night and ended up sleeping late. Yes, very late. His large eyes darted as he clumsily articulated a reason that was evidently concocted just moments ago. Qianshuang replied, her demeanor suggesting disbelief. Well, you should focus on your training. I shall take my leave now. Given that this fellow was rarely so industrious, she certainly did not wish to disrupt his newfound motivation and began to stride towards the edge of the forest. Wait a moment, Qianshuang. Uchiha Obito hurriedly called out, stopping her in her tracks. Qianshuang gazed at the other person with a look of confusion. What is the matter? She inquired. It was then that Obito, appearing somewhat furtive, glanced to his left and then to his right, ensuring that no one else was around. Only after confirming their privacy did he turn his attention back to Qianshuang and, lowering his voice, remarked, I recall that Kakashi was assigned to a mission alongside you. Am I correct? Qianshuang instinctively nodded, yet at that moment, he still failed to comprehend why Obito was inquiring so cautiously. Observing Qianshuang's expression of utter bewilderment, Uchiha Obito elucidated, you were unaware, having just returned, that Kakashi's father has encountered a tragic incident. Qianshuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Who met with misfortune? Kakashi's father? Isn't Kakashi's father the renowned White Fang of Konoha? Could it be? Her thoughts raced toward Obito. Eager to confirm her suspicions, she pressed urgently, could you recount the specific details of what transpired? Observing Qianshuang's intense concern for the affairs of the Hokage household, Uchiha Obito was somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded in acquiescence and proceeded to relay all that he knew. Chapter 68. Conflict. Truthfully, my knowledge is limited, Obito admitted. I only know that Kakashi's father, during a mission, chose to protect his comrades at the cost of abandoning the objective. Rumor has it the mission was of great importance, and as a result, his reputation has suffered greatly in recent times. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang stiffened, realization dawning upon her. This aligns precisely with the events leading to the demise of Hitachi Tsukumo in the original narrative. The failure to complete the mission. The relentless condemnation from the villagers, even the very comrades whose lives he had saved turned against him. Thus, although Qianshuang had never seen Hitachi Tsukumo in person, she had learned that he had made considerable contributions to the village and was known for his integrity and decisiveness. There were even rumors that he would succeed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. However, with the recent events, even if the rumors were true, the likelihood of their realization seemed diminished. Yet, one must question why such a confidential mission was now being widely discussed, without anyone to incite the flames of gossip. Who would dare to openly criticize Hitachi Tsukumo, a man who had selflessly served Konoha? After much contemplation, it became evident to Qianshuang that someone was orchestrating this from the shadows, with the apparent intent of tarnishing Hitachi Tsukumo's reputation. This thought inevitably led her to the unsavory figure of Danzo Shimura lurking in the depths of Konoha. Given Hitachi Tsukumo's illustrious record, even with the emergence of the talented Minato Namikaze, the rightful claim to the position of fourth Hokage remained uncertain. Thus, in Danzo's mind, where ambition to ascend to Hokage was paramount, Hitachi Tsukumo naturally became his foremost adversary, providing him with all the justification he needed to act. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intervene to sway public opinion, Qianshuang speculated that he might not wish for Hitachi Tsukumo's reputation to eclipse his own, fearing that he would then have to relinquish the title of Hokage. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Hitachi Tsukumo was not only a formidable asset to Konoha but also Kakashi's father. Qianshuang could not bear the thought of such a man perishing not on the battlefield, but within the very village he had dedicated his life to protect. Resolute in her decision, she strode purposefully towards the forest's edge, undeterred. Ever since Obito had recounted the tale of Kakashi's father, Qianshuang had remained silent, her brow furrowed in thought, while Obito refrained from calling out to her, understanding that such weighty matters required time to process. However, upon witnessing Qianshuang's sudden departure, Obito could not contain his concern and called out, Qianshuang, where are you headed? Where else but to Kakashi's residence? Without glancing back, Qianshuang continued her march outward. Alarmed, Obito hurried to catch up with her, grasping her arm. Wait, there will be many people gathering at Kakashi's door during this time. I advise against going, lest you become a target for their frustration. His face bore the shadows of past encounters, clearly indicating he had faced such hostility before. Indeed, ever since the news of Hitachi Tsukumo had spread, he had been voicing his support for him, believing that Tsukumo had done no wrong. Yet, in the face of the village's collective judgment, the majority had aligned against Obito. Qianshuang gently patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder and smiled reassuringly, fear not, I merely intend to take a look. He had no intention of taking any drastic action. Setting aside the insignificance of his own strength, his very identity precluded him from acting recklessly. Otherwise, the hard-won reputation of the Uchiha clan in the eyes of the common people would be irrevocably tarnished by his own folly. Is that so? Uchiha Obito relaxed his grip on Qianshuang's arm, yet a hint of concern lingered on his face. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, I shall endure the effort and accompany you on your journey. Qianshuang cast a dubious glance at Obito. his suspicions mounting that this fellow was merely seeking an excuse to evade training. It is getting rather late. Perhaps we should depart early and return promptly. Obito swiftly interrupted Qianshuang, grasping his arm and leading him away, as if it were his own initiative to visit Kakashi's residence. You rascal, Qianshuang thought. Observing Obito's overly eager demeanor, he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, allowing him to proceed. As they journeyed, Obito's true nature resurfaced, and he began chattering incessantly, which irked Qianshuang, who could only muster vague responses to his inquiries. By the way, what mission are you undertaking this time? This question had been posed by Obito countless times before. Qianshuang felt a profound numbness enveloping her entire being. Her face animated only by the movement of her lips. I cannot disclose this. It is confidential, and revealing it would strip it of its secrecy. What? How can this be? Obito Uchiha expressed his dissatisfaction, on the verge of voicing his thoughts when he noticed the throng of people ahead suddenly intensifying. The atmosphere palpably more vibrant than moments before. Is this the place? Though she had never set foot here before, Qianshuang's mind engaged in conjecture. Recognizing the glaring crowd blocking the entrance of a residence, it was evident this was their destination. Why are there just as many people as before? At that moment, Obito Uchiha had lost the spirited demeanor he once possessed, fixating on the throng before him while the sounds of reprimands and insults intermittently reached his ears. An unbidden surge of anger swelling within him. These detestable individuals. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Obito rolled up his sleeves, only to be yanked back by Qianshuang. You really are lacking composure. Listening to the scornful remarks, Qianshuang felt a similar indignation, yet her rationality far surpassed Obito's. Had he forgotten his earlier words? With Qianshuang's intervention, Obito regained a semblance of composure, though the worry etched on his face remained evident. These individuals had behaved this way just days prior. Were they intent on driving Kakashi and his father to madness before they would relent? As he spoke, Obito's eyes once again brimmed with fury. Qianshuang understood Dato's feelings. After all, how could he not feel that the fate of Hatake Tsukumo was unjust? The person he once risked his life to protect now turned against him with harsh words, all due to a single mistake. Anyone in such a situation would surely be driven to despair. At that moment, a rotund man on the periphery of the crowd suddenly turned, his squinty eyes obscured by excess flesh, fixating on Qianshuang and Dato. Were you just defending the ninja inside? The man's expression was menacing, as Dato's earlier words had not gone unnoticed, drawing hostile glances from those nearby. So what if I did? Am I wrong? Though he spoke defiantly, the intense scrutiny from the crowd made Dato break out in a cold sweat. Yet, it was evident that his words had once again ignited the public's fury. Chapter 69. Summons what could a mere child possibly understand? Do you have any idea of the losses he has inflicted upon Konoha? Indeed. To jeopardize the safety of the entire village for the sake of one individual, does such a person even deserve to be called a ninja? This inexperienced brat should return home to suckle and refrain from meddling here. Amidst the clamor of surrounding voices, Hatake Tsukumo's act of saving his comrades had become a display of negligence towards the village's safety. In Qianshuang's eyes, a profound disappointment was evident. These individuals, engaged in lofty discussions about the faults of others, had long since cast aside the merits he once achieved. Qianshuang began to doubt for the first time whether such a person was truly worthy of his protection. You scoundrels! How could the naive Dato possibly contend with these individuals? His face flushed with humiliation, he raised his fist, ready to strike the rotund man before him. Qianshuang, quick-witted and agile, promptly seized hold of Obito, thus averting a potential calamity. Obito, though deep within, Qianshuang harbored a desire to deliver a sound reprimand. Reason prevailed, urging restraint. He lowered his voice, casting a stern gaze upon Obito, reminding him that they were merely ordinary individuals. The onlookers, while noticing the forehead protectors atop Qianshuang and Obito's heads, regarded them as mere fledgling graduates and paid little heed. As the two appeared to be embroiled in a dispute, the crowd's attention shifted back to the estate. Seizing this opportunity, Qianshuang managed to pull the emotionally volatile Obito away to a more secluded spot. What of ordinary people? Do they possess the right to recklessly cast aspersions upon others? Obito, filled with indignation, shrugged off Qianshuang's grasp. That is not at all my intention. Yet one cannot employ the tactics of a ninja against the villagers, Qianshuang admonished earnestly. What do you propose? Having distanced themselves from the throng, the flush on Obito's face gradually faded, and his composure was restored. Qianshuang pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking her head. The power of public opinion is immensely formidable, far beyond the resolution of merely two individuals. Moreover, strictly speaking, the actions of Kakashi Hatake do not possess an inherent right or wrong. It merely depends on one's perspective. The populace, considering the interests of the nation and the duties of a ninja, naturally concludes that his actions disregard the safety of Konoha. Conversely, Obito, from the standpoint of a comrade, certainly deems Kakashi's endeavor to save his allies as entirely justifiable. Each side stands firm in their beliefs, and to dissolve the prevailing discourse, they must encourage the other to view the situation from an alternative perspective. Yet, while this notion is simple to articulate, the execution is fraught with complexity. For once a mindset is entrenched, altering it becomes an arduous task. As the two wrestled with the dilemma before them, a figure adorned with a mask suddenly materialized. Qianshuang's pupils constricted. Despite being in the village, she remained vigilant. Are you two Uchiha Qianshuang and Uchiha Obito? A voice devoid of emotion emanated from behind the mask, the only visible eyes glinting with an icy gaze fixed upon them. Qianshuang nodded slightly, while Obito Uchiha remained oblivious to the circumstances at hand. The Hokage summons you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office at once. With that, the Umbu ninja showed no hesitation and vanished in the blink of an eye. The Hokage, you say? Qianshuang found it somewhat peculiar, sensing that, for some reason, Hiruzen Sarutobi's summons was somehow related to Kakashi Hitaki. Meanwhile, Obito, upon hearing that the Hokage had called for him, was overwhelmed with excitement, seemingly having forgotten the recent unpleasantness. Qianshuang, is this true? The Hokage wishes to see me. Qianshuang observed the exuberant Dato, her lips twitching as she marveled at his ever-optimistic disposition, which seemed to transition without a hint of hesitation. Nevertheless, she decided to await the words of the esteemed Hokage. With one last glance at the throng still congesting Kakashi's doorstep, she resigned herself to follow the eager Dato. As Qianshuang and Obito entered the Hokage's office, they immediately noticed two figures standing side by side before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Minato and Rin, you are all here. Obito exclaimed, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. Obito and Qianshuang. It has been a long time. One of them was unmistakably Namikaze Minato, who wore his characteristic gentle smile. Qianshuang curled her lips, having seen them just the day prior. However, she merely voiced this sentiment internally, greeting them with the utmost respect. On the other hand, Noera Rin appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly preoccupied with worries for Kakashi. Throughout the encounter, she had been somewhat absent-minded, offering only a polite greeting to Qianshuang and Obito before lapsing back into silence. It seemed that all had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had summoned the four, finally spoke. I trust you are all aware of Kakashi's father's circumstances. His gaze dimmed, concealing whatever thoughts lingered deep within his heart. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, both Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito looked on with eager anticipation for what was to follow. Approximately a month ago, we noted a contingent of elite ninjas from Iwagakure appearing at the border, establishing a camp that showed no signs of departure. As expected, shortly thereafter, Iwagakure declared a full-scale war against us. Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally puffed on his pipe, reflecting. Consequently, I dispatched Tsukumo to covertly infiltrate the Iwagakure camp to gather intelligence regarding the distribution of their ninjas and supply routes. However, at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. The four standing in unison bowed their heads slightly. They were already aware of the subsequent events through rumors. Tsukumo had forsaken his mission to save his comrades and was still being criticized by the villagers. That is the general situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious once more. Following this infiltration mission, Iwagakure has evidently intensified their patrols around the camp, making it increasingly challenging to employ the same tactics again. Indeed, it is implausible for Iwagakure to err in the same manner twice. Attempting to extract intelligence from them is nearly impossible now. Minato Namikaze rubbed his chin, pondering aloud. It appears we have no choice but to confront them head-on. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in resignation, remarking, Indeed, at this juncture, it can only be this way. However, I have summoned you here for another significant task. Upon hearing the word task, Obito's eyes brightened instantly. During the interim when Minato was assigning missions, he had been idling in the village, so the prospect of a mission invigorated him. Lord Hokage, please proceed, Minato said earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused briefly, surveying each of them in turn. I require you to scout the path for the army. Scout? Minato stared blankly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Precisely. Although Tsukumo's mission was unsuccessful, he reported that there are no less than 500 ninjas in the Iwagakure camp. However, due to the ongoing conflicts in the Sand Village, the number of available fighters from Konoha is dwindling. Thus, this battle cannot afford any missteps. Otherwise, Konoha will. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave, even showing hints of fatigue, suggesting he had been preoccupied with battlefield matters for quite some time. For this reason, I need you to investigate in advance, ensuring that the information Tsukumo provided is accurate and to identify any potential ambush sites set by Iwagakure. As Minato, adept in space-time ninjutsu, was the most suitable candidate, I deliberated for a considerable time before deciding to assign this task to your team. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Qianshuang. Regarding Kakashi's situation, as you are aware, he has already gone to the front lines with the Sand Village. Therefore, I have decided that Qianshuang will temporarily join Minato's team to substitute for Kakashi until the conclusion of this task. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression turned peculiar. He was concerned about Kakashi's condition while simultaneously feeling genuine joy at the prospect of undertaking a mission alongside Qianshuang. We understand, Lord Third. Minato nodded gravely. When do we depart? The army is already assembling, and Iwagakure is showing signs of restlessness at the border. You are to depart tonight. Yes. The four accepted the task without hesitation. Now, prepare quickly. After the mission concludes, proceed directly to join the army. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to dismiss them, only to be interrupted by Qianshuang's voice. Please hold on a moment, Lord Hokage. I have a request. The three individuals beside Qianshuang turned their gazes towards him in surprise, unsure of what he intended to convey at that moment. "Do tell," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with keen interest. Qianshuang met Sarutobi's gaze with unwavering determination. "I wish to request the Hokage's permission to meet with Kakashi before our departure." Since the news of Hatake Tsukumo abandoning his mission had circulated, Sarutobi had quietly issued orders to prevent anyone from entering or leaving Kakashi's residence, which was why those who harbored animosity towards Hatake Tsukumo merely lingered at the doorstep. Qianshuang wished to prevent Kiki Mochizuki from taking his own life. Changing the villagers' perceptions had become an impractical approach, especially since she would soon be departing again, leaving her uncertain whether Mochizuki would still be alive upon her return. Thus, she resolved to pursue a secondary option. If she could not alter the opinions of the populace, perhaps she could attempt to persuade Mochizuki himself. Might this lead him to reconsider his choice of suicide? Qianshuang expressed uncertainty, yet felt compelled to attempt it nonetheless. Sarutobi Azashi slowly shook his head and remarked, "You are aware of the circumstances at Kakashi's home. He likely will not be in the mood to see you." However, his words evidently did not dissuade Qianshuang from her intention. "Precisely for that reason, I must meet him. I do not wish for him and his father to harbor regrets over this matter for the entirety of their lives." Qianshuang's words were resolute, her tone so unwavering that even Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help but feel a stir within them. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera stepped forward, their expressions filled with urgency. They had deciphered Qianshuang's intentions from her recent remarks. "Lord Hokage, I implore you to grant Qianshuang's request." Rin exclaimed. "Indeed, Kakashi is an exceptionally talented ninja. I wouldn't want him to miss out on his future due to his father's legacy." Minato gazed upon the three earnest youngsters before him, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face as he glanced apologetically at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "They speak without restraint," he remarked. "Enough. Minato, I comprehend their sentiments." Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the trio before finally resting on Qianshuang. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, the extent of your success will depend solely on your own efforts." In truth, he too harbored hopes that Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi Hatake could surmount this challenge. After all, Konoha had endured successive battles, and exceptional ninjas like them, without familial ties but solely belonging to Konoha, were becoming a rarity. Perhaps his initial allowance of Danzo's information leak was partly intended to undermine Tsukumo's reputation, but that was the extent of it. He did not wish to witness Konoha lose a valuable asset. Yet, some matters, once set in motion, became irretrievable. The power of public opinion was formidable, especially when the rumors were rooted in truth. Even if he wished to remedy the situation now, it would be a mere drop in the ocean. After contemplating Qianshuang's request, he ultimately acquiesced, harboring a flicker of anticipation for what this young girl might accomplish. Meanwhile, far away in the land of Earth, a broad-faced man with a worried expression was anxiously gazing at the diminutive elder before him. "Father, it has been an eternity. Why have we yet to receive the order to attack Konoha? If we delay any longer, we shall lose the initiative." Inoki waved his hand nonchalantly. "I am aware of your concerns, but do you think Konoha is so easily dealt with? You may possess considerable talent and training, but your leadership skills still require refinement." The young man, Kuratsuchi, pouted, having received this lecture countless times. He plopped down onto the sofa in the office. "So what are you waiting for? Not long ago, didn't some Konoha ninjas infiltrate our ranks?" Inoki countered. Kuratsuchi nodded thoughtfully. Such a significant event was certainly memorable. "I recall that among them was the White Fang of Konoha. Fortunately, they did not manage to steal any of our intelligence. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." He still felt a twinge of anxiety when recalling that incident. "Indeed, it was quite perilous," Inoki remarked, gazing out the window towards Konoha. "However, given that Konoha is currently restrained by Sunagakure, they should have no surplus manpower to counter us." At that moment, a sly grin spread across Inoki's face. Kuratsuchi rolled his eyes at his father, who was clearly contemplating something mischievous. "Very well, Kuratsuchi, we must give our all in this upcoming battle. This will also be an excellent opportunity for you to gain experience on the front lines." With that, Inoki produced a sealed letter. "And hand this letter to the Eastern Shinobi. You will know what to do." Kuratsuchi took the envelope, examining it with curiosity before departing the office at Inoki's urging. Shortly thereafter, he left Iwagakure, heading toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Chapter 71. A Visit of Guidance. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi Hatake stood outside Tsukumo Hatake's room, glancing at the untouched food that had remained on the floor since morning. His already forlorn expression deepened with concern. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a knock at the door. With a sigh, Kakashi reluctantly approached to open it. "What brings you here?" he inquired as he peeked through the door. In his view, the only individuals who would arrive at this hour would be Umbu, dispatched by the Hokage. So he had no intention of putting on a pleasant demeanor, his voice icy and devoid of warmth, clearly harboring no fondness for those who had barred entry to his home. "Ah, Kakashi. Long time no see." A cheerful voice came from outside the door. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed his eyes to confirm what he was seeing. "Qianshuang? What brings you here?" He could hardly fathom encountering her in this setting. His previously frigid tone was now imbued with warmth. "Given the tumult that has befallen your family, How could I not come to check on you? Qianshuang shrugged. Will you not invite me in for a visit? Clearly still taken aback by Qianshuang's unexpected arrival. Kakashi paused for a moment but eventually opened the door wider to allow her entry. Once inside, Qianshuang surveyed the desolate room before making her way to the living area. Seating herself without hesitation, her gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. In contrast, Kakashi did not follow her but instead approached Tsukumo's room. Father, we have a guest, my friend. He called out. When silence lingered from within the room, Kakashi felt a pang of disappointment and returned to Qianshuang's side. Qianshuang meticulously noticed the food at the door and inquired, Has your father always been like this, never coming out? Kakashi Hatake nodded helplessly. Deeply troubled by the despondent state of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, yet his inability to articulate his feelings left him in a state of anxious frustration. Qianshuang, do you have any way to assist my father? He implored, his hopes resting solely upon her. Kakashi, have you ever contemplated what might occur if the one shunned by everyone were not your father but Guy? How would he respond? Qianshuang did not answer Kakashi directly but posed a thought-provoking question instead. Guy? Kakashi Hatake clearly struggled to keep pace with Qianshuang's sudden shift in focus. After a moment of reflection, he replied honestly, if it were him, he would probably exert every effort to prove himself, even knowing it might be in vain. Indeed. If it were him, he would likely act just so. At that moment, a stubborn figure naturally emerged in Qianshuang's mind. Then why are you telling me this? Kakashi gazed at Qianshuang, puzzled. Have you not considered why he might have made a different choice than your father? Qianshuang began to guide him gently toward understanding. Kakashi paused. For in his eyes, Guy was a complete fool. How could he ever contemplate such matters? Because that guy is nothing but an utter imbecile, he scoffed. Perhaps he truly is blissfully ignorant, but at the very least, he did not resign himself to despair, did he? Qianshuang smiled, raising her voice slightly, confident that her words could reach Tsukumo's ears. Or, do you genuinely believe your father's actions were justified? Kakashi hesitated, at this moment. He had not yet endured the trauma of his father's suicide and had not firmly embraced the belief that missions took precedence above all else. Nevertheless, under the weight of public opinion, he found himself leaning toward that perspective. I don't know, but as those outside say, missions determine the fate of the entire village. Perhaps the task outweighs the life of an individual. Is that truly your belief? Qianshuang anticipated Kakashi's response. For anyone who had faced such monumental events would likely question their convictions. Yet I disagree. If a ninja's sole focus is the mission, how is that different from a beast that knows only to fight? As she spoke, Qianshuang rose to her feet and walked toward Tsukumo's room under Kakashi's astonished gaze. Pausing momentarily, she invoked Obito's formula. Regardless of what those outside may say, in my heart, Konoha's White Fang is a true hero, perhaps in the world of ninjas. Those who break the rules are deemed worthless, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Qianshuang spoke with fervor, utilizing every bit of her eloquence acquired from her past life as recitations. Beside her, Kakashi Hatake stood in stunned silence, his mind replaying Qianshuang's words incessantly. After a prolonged wait, no sound emerged from the room of Tsukumo Hatake. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Qianshuang's face, but it was overshadowed by a profound sense of disappointment. It seemed that despite her efforts, she had failed to sway Tsukumo Hatake. Her persuasive skills still lacked refinement. However, having exhausted her thoughts on the matter, she resigned herself to the outcome, especially since she had a mission to attend to and no time to waste. Before departing, Qianshuang felt compelled to address Tsukumo's room once more. Senior Hatake, I do not believe you have erred in your convictions. While some may dissent, I hope you remain steadfast in your beliefs and disregard the opinions of others. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito are awaiting you. Do not keep them waiting too long. With that final remark, she turned to leave. At that moment, Kakashi remained lost in his own reverie, but upon hearing Qianshuang's parting words, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. After a brief pause, the door creaked open. Father! Kakashi exclaimed, startled from his contemplation. Tsukumo Hatake paid no heed to his son. His gaze thoughtfully fixed on the receding figure of Qianshuang, murmuring softly, a hero, is it? Apologies for the wait, Sensei Minato, everyone. Upon leaving the Hatake residence, Qianshuang hurried to the village entrance. How is the situation? Rin Noera, who had been anxiously awaiting her arrival, could hardly contain her eagerness, her eyes fixed intently on Qianshuang. Had it not been for the third Hokage's agreement to allow only Qianshuang to meet Kakashi, Rin and Obito Uchiha would have insisted on seeing him regardless. Now, with Qianshuang finally in sight, they rushed forward, eager to glean information about Kakashi's condition, with Minato Namikaze joining them without exception. Qianshuang felt a shiver from the three hopeful gazes upon her, and truth be told, she too felt a twinge of anxiety. After all the words she shared at Kakashi's abode, she remained uncertain of their impact. Yet, for the moment, she could only strive to pacify the emotions of the trio before her. Please, let us remain calm. Kakashi's situation is not dire. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's taut heart began to ease slightly. Minato Namikaze, standing nearby, comforted Obito and Rin, saying, since Qianshuang has reassured us, we need not worry about Kakashi. Our priority now is to complete our mission, and upon our return, we shall surely reunite with him. Inspired by Minato's words, Obito and Rin immediately regained their spirits. igniting a fervent determination in the face of the uncertain road ahead. You all seem to be in good spirits. Minato smiled as he surveyed the three. Then let us set forth. Chapter 72. Anomaly: The Land of Grass. This small nation finds itself nestled between the two formidable powers of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Though its strength pales in comparison to the 5 great nations, the existence of the hidden grass village allows it to scrape by, serving as a bridge for communication between the two larger nations. However, amidst the current turmoil of war, this role has inevitably transformed the nation into a battleground. Since relations between the two countries soured, the inhabitants of the Land of Grass seemed to sense impending danger, retreating into the hidden grass village, fearful of becoming mere fodder in the conflict. It should be around here. Minato raised his hand, signaling the three behind him to halt. They had ventured deep into the Land of Grass over the past 3 days, and according to their travel calculations, they were now quite close to the borders of the Land of Earth. Contemplating this, a wave of gravity washed over Minato. Despite his formidable strength, he was still outnumbered. And with 3 genin by his side, he could not guarantee their safety in a critical moment. It was best to avoid danger altogether. With this thought in mind, Minato turned his head and instructed, "We are nearing our objective. You must stay close to me." The 3 nodded in agreement, even the typically impulsive Obito behaving with unexpected decorum. Qianshuang. Upon hearing Minato's call, Qianshuang instantly understood his intent and activated her Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. Internally, she felt a hint of frustration. Despite possessing the Sharingan, she was often relegated to the role of a Byakugan user. Why can't the 3rd Hokage spare a Hyuga ninja? She mused. Nevertheless, she channeled her grievances into diligent action. Simultaneously, Minato closed his eyes, bending his legs and placing his fingers on the ground, fully unleashing his sensory ninjutsu. "I have not detected anything." Qianshuang shot a questioning glance at Minato. Standing upright, Minato shook his head, indicating that neither had found anything suspicious. "Strange," he pondered. "We should be very close to the rock village's main camp. Why is there no one around?" The serene environment only heightened Minato's suspicions, an unsettling premonition lingering without any tangible evidence. Is safety truly assured? Upon hearing the mutual confirmation from the two, Obito's wariness evaporated entirely. "Stop being so paranoid, Minato-sensei," he exclaimed. "Obito." As Obito began to gloat, Rin placed her hands on her hips, reminding him, "The mission is perilous, and Minato-sensei is concerned for our safety." "I know," Obito conceded, chastened by Rin's reprimand. "Well then, let us seize this moment of safety and press onward. Who knows what may transpire if we delay?" Qianshuang harbored the same doubts as Kakashi Hatake. Yet with a mission at hand, certain matters, even when recognized as traps, compelled them to plunge forward with resolute determination. Kakashi halted his futile reflections, pressing his palms against the ground, imprinting a flying thunder god mark. He then led the group of 4 with utmost caution. Along their journey, though not entirely devoid of presence, they encountered a pitifully scant number of rock shinobi, merely a few large and small cats, far from the reconnaissance expected of a major military camp. It was only when they could clearly see the rock-hidden camp that sentinels began to appear more frequently. The situation outside starkly contradicted what Lord Hokage had described. Even the typically slow-witted Obito sensed something amiss. Kakashi quickly stepped forward, covering Obito's mouth while signaling for silence with his other hand. The trio pressed closely against a large tree, their forms concealed by the surrounding underbrush. Even nearby patrolling rock shinobi, unless particularly perceptive, would find it exceedingly difficult to detect their presence. At that moment, 2 patrolling ninjas passed nearby. Had Kakashi not intervened in time, Obito's voice would have certainly drawn their attention. As Obito fell silent, the conversation between the 2 rock shinobi became distinctly audible. "Captain, why haven't there been any patrols around the camp lately?" "Idiot," the ninja addressed as Captain immediately slapped his companion, casting a wary glance around. "Didn't I tell you not to mention this outside?" The rock shinobi rubbed his stinging cheek, expressing his discontent, "But there is no one else here." "Enough of your chatter." The captain, showing clear impatience, continued, "I heard that the Tsuchikige's son, Lord Lus, visited the front lines a few days ago. Rumor has it that the supplies are arriving soon, so keep your eyes peeled during patrols. If we let someone slip through and the Tsuchikage finds out, we'll all be in hot water." Upon hearing the captain invoke the high-ranking Tsuchikage, the accompanying rock shinobi broke out in a cold sweat, instantly more concerned about his face than the pain. "Yes, Captain, rest assured." Witnessing the subservience of his companion, the captain's vanity was greatly stroked. He patted the rock shinobi on the back. "Keep up the good work, and once we capture the Land of Fire, I'm sure we'll be awarded positions of power." The mention of potential promotion lit a spark in the rock shinobi's eyes, and he eagerly flattered his captain, who grinned widely, unable to suppress his delight. Once the 2 had moved on, the 4 emerged from their concealment. Such scum thinks they can rise through the ranks." Obito scoffed at the retreating figures of the rock shinobi. In his view, to attain any status within a village, one must have experienced the trials of battle. Those who merely daydreamed would remain at the bottom, whether in Konoha or Iwagakure. Little did he know, however, that there existed individuals who ascended through connections alone. From their dialogue, Qianshuang discerned critical information indicating that supplies were imminent for the camp. "Shun Tiwi," she began, but was quickly interrupted by Kakashi's firm refusal. "No, Our mission is solely reconnaissance. We only need to ascertain the route of their supplies. We mustn't delve into extraneous matters. By the way, who is this Lord Lus they mentioned? Lin inquired, puzzled by a name she had never heard before. My knowledge of Lus is limited. I only know he is the pride of the current Suchikage, said to have mastered all techniques except dust release, making him a true prodigy of a Wagakure. Kakashi's expression darkened at the mention of Lus, as he hadn't anticipated the involvement of such a prominent figure in a Wagakure's assault on Konoha. Chapter 73. Sage Mode. It seemed they were quite sensitive about the absence of patrols around the camp, as the two rock shinobi faded into the distance. Obito finally returned to his thoughts. Indeed, after the incident involving Kakashi, patrols around the Wagakure camp should have intensified. Why then had patrol personnel been withdrawn? Qianshuang shared his confusion, sensing that something significant was at play. Lin, with a quirk of her mouth, blinked and suggested, could it be to protect those supplies? Qianshuang contemplated for a while and found some merit in the words of Naira-rin. At this moment, as the Wagakure camp remained vigilant against potential foes, the notion of withdrawing all patrolling ninjas from the perimeter seemed plausible only if it involved the safe return of supply reinforcements to the main camp. After all, supplies are the foundation of an army's survival. If provisions are inadequate, the frontline ninjas cannot possibly exert their full combat potential. Thus, it is understandable to prioritize logistics. After much deliberation, Namikaze Minato could not devise a more compelling rationale and ultimately acquiesced. What shall we do next? With Qianshuang's inquiry, the other two turned their gazes towards Namikaze Minato. Ultimately, he was the leader of the mission, and they were obligated to heed his command. First, we must ascertain the number and strength of the ninjas within the Wagakure camp. With that, Namikaze Minato settled himself down on the ground in a meditative posture. Qianshuang, with a perplexed expression, inquired, isn't the goal to gather intelligence? What are you doing, Teacher Minato? In his understanding, the reconnaissance task that Minato Namikaze mentioned was typically entrusted to him, utilizing his Sharingan, especially since the mission in Lulan. However, this time, Minato shook his head. No. Whether it is my sensory ninjutsu or your Sharingan, to accurately probe such a vast area requires not only a reduction in distance but also a significant expenditure of chakra. Surely, Teacher Minato must possess a superior method? Lin Yuyuan, standing nearby, asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Qianshuang appeared to have an inkling, having gleaned from Minato's actions and recent words what he intended to do. As the father of Naruto Uzumaki and a disciple of Jiraiya, it was only natural for Minato to have mastered the sage art passed down from Jiraiya. It was said that in Sage Mode, one could perceive external chakra through natural energy. Undoubtedly, Minato was planning to enter Sage Mode. This approach was undeniably a strategy of waiting to take advantage, potentially saving considerable time, yet the drawbacks were equally apparent. Minato would require a substantial duration to absorb natural energy and must remain still and focused during this period, lest he risk backlash. It is crucial to note that they were near the encampment of the rock-hidden village, with countless patrolling ninjas traversing the area, making it quite a challenge for Qianshuang and his companions to remain undisturbed during this time. As anticipated, Minato's subsequent words confirmed Qianshuang's thoughts. I am about to enter Sage Mode. In this state, I can effortlessly perceive all nearby chakra. However, before I do so, I require a period of preparation, during which I must not be disturbed. With this, Minato's resolute gaze fixed upon Qianshuang, clearly indicating that among the leaf ninjas present, besides Minato himself, Qianshuang possessed the greatest capability. Qianshuang shrugged his shoulders. In order to expedite the completion of the task, he found himself with no alternative. We shall do our utmost, he stated, but it is imperative to clarify beforehand that if we truly find ourselves unable to continue, I shall immediately cease the absorption of natural energy. Before Qianshuang could elaborate further, Namikaze Minato comprehended his intent and resolutely interjected. Qianshuang nodded, choosing not to utter another word. All that needed to be said had been articulated. His immediate task was to endure until Namikaze Minato succeeded. Minato, without hesitation, closed his eyes and swiftly entered a state of meditation, allowing the strands of natural energy to surge into his being. Witnessing this spectacle, Qianshuang was filled with awe. Even without direct experience, he could faintly perceive the ferocity of this natural energy. It was likely that a moment's inattention could lead to being overwhelmed by such formidable force. This realization prompted him to marvel at the few individuals in this world capable of entering the Sage Mode. He himself would never dare to absorb such power without proper guidance. Before long, another IWA ninja approached their vicinity, different from the previous two. In the earlier encounter, they had concealed themselves in the shadows, effectively masking their presence, even from skilled sensory ninjas. However, this time was distinct. Minato's process of absorbing natural energy was conspicuous, and any ninja capable of sensing chakra in the vicinity would easily detect their presence. Consequently, Qianshuang and his companions made no effort to conceal themselves, which led to the approaching rain ninja spotting them immediately. Uchiha Obito quickly positioned himself in front of Qianshuang and Noera-rin, hands forming seals. Just as he began to invoke the fire release, great fireball technique, Qianshuang seized his crossed hands, halting his actions, leaving Obito in a state of confusion. Qianshuang reasoned that Obito's large-scale fireball could attract nearby IWA ninjas. Thus, he opted for a straightforward close-quarters resolution to buy them more time. Qianshuang offered no explanation. In truth, he had no time for such matters. At that moment, his Sharingan had already been activated, ensnaring the IWA shinobi and Jinjutsu the instant their gazes met. In the next heartbeat, Qianshuang decisively drew his blade, and the IWA shinobi met his end. Qianshuang wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it anew. The entire sequence transpiring in a mere flash. It was only now that he had the opportunity to elucidate. However, as he turned, he discovered the pallid faces of the two behind him, seemingly in great distress. What is the matter with you? Qianshuang's mind was awash with questions. A significant query hovering above him. The rock ninja had been silenced before he could utter a word. There was no conceivable time for him to perform any ninjutsu. Was there? Could there be others lurking about? Realizing this, Qianshuang scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance, aware that anyone capable of evading his keen perception must be formidable. Just as he prepared to seek an opening to disrupt Namake's Minato, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin could no longer contain themselves, erupting into fits of retching. What a foul stench. It's unbearable. Qianshuang's expression stiffened as he observed the reactions of the others. It was evident to him that they were experiencing the instinctive aversion that accompanies witnessing death for the first time. A feeling he himself had not been much better at handling in the past. With this realization, he exhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, yet relieved that the outcome was favorable. Chapter 74, Siege Cough. Uchiha Obito pressed his hand against his chest, struggling to suppress the rising bile within him. Could it be that this individual perished so easily? Clearly, he found it hard to believe that Qianshuang, with whom he shared a close bond, could be so decisive and ruthless when it came to taking a life. Yahiko Rin gazed at Qianshuang with a hint of trepidation. Enough of that look, Qianshuang said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. When I first faced such a situation, I was much like you. However, his tone shifted to one of gravity as he cautiously surveyed their surroundings. If they wished to return alive, they must remain ever prepared to eliminate their foes. Otherwise, it could very well be their own lives at stake. Obito and Yahiko Rin, clearly unprepared, understood that the arrow was already drawn and could not be unloosed. Qianshuang could only do his utmost to alert them. Although their faces remained pale, they recognized the wisdom in Qianshuang's words and steeled themselves. Standing vigil alongside him by Minato Namake's. We must solidify our defenses here. The chakra of that ninja vanished in this very spot. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from afar. Though subtle, it was perceptible to the keen senses of Qianshuang. This is bad, he exclaimed, his face paling. From the brevity of the utterance, it was clear that a Wagakure had detected their presence. As anticipated, mere moments later, 3 IWA ninjas appeared before them. Their intentions unmistakably aimed at the now exposed group. Intruders. Capture them. Doton gun. The 3 IWA ninjas did not lower their guards simply because their opponents were children. They executed the same ninjutsu in unison, launching 3 sharp earthen spears from various directions toward the quartet. Obito, Rin, protect teacher Minato. Qianshuang did not choose to retreat. Instead, he advanced towards his opponent's ninjutsu. It was not that he wished to evade, but rather because behind him stood the charged figure of Minato Namake's, compelling him to withstand the imminent assault. Lightning release, Chidori stream. At this moment, Qianshuang had abandoned any notion of conserving chakra, as the swift currents of electricity radiated from him, shattering all in their path, be it rock spears or the very ground beneath. In the realm of elemental ninjutsu, lightning release inherently possesses an advantage over earth release, and when wielded at full strength in the form of the A-rank technique, Chidori stream, the earth spears crumbled to dust upon contact. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, standing before Minato Namake's, wore expressions of deep concern, although they yearned to assist. The overwhelming display of Qianshuang's formidable ninjutsu rendered them mere spectators, powerless to intervene. The 3 rock ninja were equally astonished, as their anticipated offensive was single-handedly thwarted by this young prodigy. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Qianshuang unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, without hesitation. In an instant, the 3 rock ninja were reduced to charred remnants. Even those fortunate enough to survive had lost their capacity to fight. It is worth noting that while Qianshuang had achieved proficiency in the elements of fire, wind, and lightning, it was the Uchiha clan's pride, fire release, that he truly mastered above all. Qianshuang, too, had reached a level of mastery in fire release that was not inferior to his mentor, Fugaku. This prowess allowed him to effortlessly dispatch his enemies with a single great fireball in their recent skirmish. Although Qianshuang had swiftly eliminated 3 rock ninjas, the looming threat was far from over. Their earlier commotion had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the ninja camp at Wagakure, and in an instant, a significant number of ninjas rushed towards them. Observing their forehead protectors, it was evident they were from Konoha. Without further ado, the assailants declared, "Those who have slain our comrades shall pay with their lives." A formidable wave of at least 10 rock ninjas surged forward. Despite the distance, a barrage of shuriken and kunai rained down upon them like a violent storm. Fire release, great fireball technique. Suddenly, Obito, who had been spectating, leaped into action. His fireball, though smaller than Qianshuang's, surged forth, engulfing the projectiles aimed at the four of them in searing flames. "Well done, Obito," Qianshuang remarked with a hint of surprise, generously bestowing his praise. "Of course," Obito replied, pride evident as the remnants of flames danced at the corner of his mouth. "These two youngsters possess surprising capabilities. No wonder they could take down four of us." The rock ninjas sneered at the Konoha ninjas before them, as if they were already in their grasp. Yet, despite their taunts, the rock ninjas showed no mercy in their assault. The foremost ninjas drew their kunai and lunged toward Qianshuang's vital points. "Obito, be careful," Qianshuang warned, shifting his focus entirely as he unsheathed his long blade and engaged in battle. With his exceptional swordsmanship, he held his ground against multiple attackers. Meanwhile, Obito found himself in a dire situation, being relentlessly beaten back by a group of assailants who left several cuts on his body. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, wielding a kunai in each hand, his eyes wide and unyielding as he parried the incoming strikes. "Obito," Lin Yahara exclaimed softly, unable to bear witnessing Obito's injuries. Though she yearned to assist, her duty was to remain by Minato's side, ensuring his safety. One of the rock ninjas, having heard Lin's voice, glanced at her and the seated Minato with a peculiar expression before vanishing silently from view. "Obito." Qianshuang noticed the unfavorable situation on Obito's side and, without hesitation, activated his Sharingan. The cold and malevolent power surged forth, catching the rock ninjas off guard. "What?" Those eyes, a panic shout echoed, but it was already too late. The overwhelming gaze penetrated their minds, effortlessly breaching their mental defenses. They felt as if shackles had bound their bodies, rendering them immobile despite their desperate struggles. With the enemies incapacitated, Qianshuang refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. Instead, he utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly appear before Uchiha Obito, his blade radiating a searing aura as it swung downwards. Uchiha style, sword leap blaze. The intense heat wave caused the rock ninjas to turn pale and caught unprepared. They dared not confront the attack head-on, hastily retreating from the two. In this moment, Obito, no longer facing a life-threatening situation, found a brief respite. He leaned on his knees, gasping for air, his face marked with trepidation. Chapter 75. Sage Art. Having successfully repelled the rock ninjas, Qianshuang showed no signs of halting. He plunged his long blade into the earth and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. An immense torrent of chakra surged within him, unleashing a terrifying inferno that roared forth like a tsunami. The seasoned rock ninjas, despite their experience, could not help but swallow hard at the sight. Though they found the spectacle of a young boy conjuring an ocean of fire somewhat absurd, there was no time for disbelief. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The trained rock ninjas, after a brief moment of shock, coordinated their efforts to erect a robust earthen wall, successfully isolating the inferno from their ranks. Yet, Qianshuang's fire release was not so easily contained. The raging flames crashed against the earthen barrier, swiftly melting away the chakra-scarce sides and encroaching upon the wall. "This won't hold. Quickly, use water release." The flames seeping through the gaps ignited cries of despair among the rock ninjas, particularly those still ensnared by Qianshuang's genjutsu, helplessly watching as the fire consumed their immobile forms, enduring the mental torment without any means of escape. Gradually exhaling a breath of scorching air, Qianshuang's complexion paled slightly. His recent exertions had drained a significant amount of chakra. Despite being born into the Uchiha clan with an array of techniques at his disposal, his chakra reserves were not much different from those of ordinary ninjas. Utilizing numerous high-cost jutsu left him vulnerable, unable to sustain prolonged combat. A stark contrast to those from the Uzumaki or Senju clans, who possessed vast reserves of chakra. In this fleeting moment, Qianshuang had no expedient method other than to continue refining his chakra. As the sea of flames dissipated, it revealed the charred remains of the fallen rock ninjas. More than half had perished in Qianshuang's onslaught, and those who remained suffered grievously, their skin blistered and burnt, eliciting pain cries even from seasoned warriors. At that moment, none dared to confront Qianshuang. Impressive. Obito seemed to forget to breathe, his eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. Although he had witnessed Qianshuang's battles before, this time was different. It was only at such close range that he truly grasped Qianshuang's formidable strength. The vast, scorching inferno was something he felt he could never hope to match, even if he exerted all his effort. Has Qianshuang truly reached such heights? Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice jolted him back to reality, the voice he cherished most dearly. "Lin," Obito exclaimed, turning anxiously. At the same moment, Qianshuang also glanced back. However, no matter what they did, it seemed too late. An unseen rock ninja had appeared behind Minato. Lin, sensing the danger, raised her kunai to strike. But such a feeble attack could hardly deter the rock ninja. He had already discerned the precarious position of the four Konoha ninjas. These three youngsters were evidently focused on protecting the seated blonde youth. Although he did not know what great move Minato was concocting, one thing was certain. Interrupting him was imperative. With renewed determination, the rock ninja tightened his grip on the kunai, aiming directly for Minato's vulnerable neck. Minato-sensei. Qianshuang dared not be negligent, relentlessly squeezing the chakra within her body as the lightning flickered in her hands. At that moment, the figure of Minato Namikaze vanished without warning, halting Qianshuang's actions and rendering her kunai ineffective. Confused by the absence of anticipated sensation in her hand and witnessing the fleeting golden light, the rock ninja was thoroughly bewildered. Unable to comprehend the situation, he attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. The space before him twisted once more, and another flash of gold appeared. The once sitting yellow figure was now crouching in front of him, right hand raised, forming a familiar yet significantly larger spherical jutsu. Sage Art, super large Rasengan. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato brought the Rasengan crashing down upon the rock ninja's abdomen, the violent force seeming to tear everything apart, sending the rock ninja hurtling away. Thank you for your patience. Minato turned around, and only then did the onlookers notice the two orange-yellow markings that had appeared around his eyes, with his pupils transforming into a shape resembling that of a toad. Minato-sensei, your eyes. Lin Yawara, standing closest, looked at him in astonishment. Obito Uchiha also noticed the change. His eyes filled with envy. Only Qianshuang maintained her composure, having anticipated this transformation. Well, I'll explain later. Minato was aware of what Lin was referring to, awkwardly touching his eyes, but he prioritized dealing with the rock ninjas first. He directed his gaze towards the rock village camp, where a second wave of ninjas had just arrived in a matter of minutes. Let us take them down together. The rock ninjas, disregarding their fallen comrade who had been reduced to charred remains by Qianshuang, charged at the fore with reckless abandon. To them, the presence of these four-leaf ninjas infiltrating their camp and wreaking havoc was infuriating. If glares could kill, Qianshuang and her companions would have been slain countless times by the piercing looks directed at them. As the rock ninjas advanced ferociously, Qianshuang quickly supported the unsteady Obito and retreated beside Minato, her expression unusually grave. Minato-sensei, what should we do next? I've gathered nearly all the information we need. For now, we must leave this place. A strange glimmer appeared in Minato's eyes as he mentioned the intelligence, but it vanished quickly. Understood. I'll stabilize Obito. Qianshuang began to move when Minato stopped her. Qianshuang, take Obito and Lin and leave first. I will hold them off. Minato's gaze remained locked on the approaching rock ninjas, exuding intense confidence. He raised his right hand, and as chakra surged, a Rasengan, significantly larger than before, materialized in his palm. The moment Minato lifted his hand, Qianshuang understood the battle's outcome. One Minato was already too formidable for these minor foes, and with Sage Mode activated, she felt no concern for their safety. She promptly led Obito and Lin away from this perilous place. Minato noticed the trio's departure from the corner of his eye, and a fierce determination flashed in his gaze towards the rock ninjas. Sage Art, ultra-large Rasengan. The rock ninjas sensed impending doom and attempted to evade. But with Minato's precision, escape was impossible. A violent hurricane tore through, silencing any screams before they could escape their lips. Chapter 76. The confidence of East Deadman within the main tent of the Rock Village camp. Report, Lord East Deadman, Lord Yellow Earth. Leaf ninjas have appeared near the camp, killing over 10 of our ninjas, and they have safely escaped not long ago. A rock ninja hurried into the tent, his head bowed low, his demeanor cautious, afraid to meet the eyes of the two formidable figures before him, fearing their wrath. After all, their forces were attacked before even reaching the battlefield, resulting in significant losses. Anyone would find it hard to remain calm. As expected, upon hearing the report, Yellow Earth lost his composure, slamming his palm upon the table to vent his fury. How outrageous. Are you all useless? Allowing them to escape right under your noses? I apologize, Lord Yellow Earth. One of the leaf ninjas possessed exceptional wind release techniques, utilizing a jutsu we have never encountered, making it difficult for us to respond. We have already dispatched pursuers. The rock ninja spoke increasingly softly, instinctively lowering his head further. Enough. Given that they are a reconnaissance team from the leaf, it is only natural that they would not be easily captured. Sitting calmly, East Deadman intervened, attempting to defuse the situation, his composed gaze fixed on the reporting ninja, causing the latter to feel a sense of unease. Recall those who have pursued. Our immediate priority is to secure supplies. We must ensure that there are no issues with the supply line. The reporting ninja nodded heavily, feeling relieved as he exited the tent upon East Deadman's gesture. Watching the departing ninja, Yellow Earth's anger remained unresolved, redirecting his frustration towards East Deadman. You still have the mind to sit here while the enemy has breached our camp. His eyes widened in fury, his frustration had reached a boiling point. Feeling more humiliated than ever in his life, his dissatisfaction with East Deadman's command reaching its limit. East Deadman shook his head at Yellow Earth's overreaction, seemingly accustomed to it. You are always so impulsive. East Deadman retrieved an unsealed letter from his robe, presenting it to Yellow Earth. It was the correspondence that Anoki had entrusted to him. Yellow Earth glanced at the letter, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Although he was the son of the Tsuchikage, even he dared not casually examine a sealed letter. Thus he had not seen its contents since Anoki handed it to him until now. Given the humiliating situation, East Deadman's lack of worry piqued Yellow Earth's curiosity about the letter's contents. After a moment of hesitation, Yellow Earth accepted the letter and began to read. East Deadman observed him with a hint of a smile, and as Yellow Earth opened the letter, his expression swiftly transformed from curiosity to shock. Is this the reason for the temporary change in the supply route? Yellow Earth looked at East Deadman again, his previous dissatisfaction evaporating. Ah, East Deadman smiled confidently, his deep gaze drifting towards the outside, as if he could see the distant Leaf Village. This time, we will surely succeed in defeating the Leaf in one fell swoop. All right, we should pause here. There are no more pursuers. In the outskirts, far from the rock-hidden camp, Bo Feng Shui Min, after surveying his surroundings, finally felt at ease to exit the Sage mode. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Already injured, the prolonged exertion had drained him of all energy. Seeing that Obito remained exposed to the elements with his wounds now dried, Noira Rin swiftly retrieved a roll of bandages from her pack and approached him, taking the initiative to tend to his injuries. Qianshuang initially intended to utilize the healing technique on Obito, yet upon witnessing the sheer delight on his face as he was bandaged by Noira Rin, he abruptly dismissed the thought, his lips twitching in response. Turning his gaze, Qianshuang noticed the peculiar expression and contemplative look on Minato Namikaze's face. Curiously, he approached, inquiring, "Sensei Minato, how is the information gathering from Awagakure progressing?" The voice of Qianshuang reached his ears, pulling Wave Wind Watergate out of his contemplative state. After entering Sage mode, I had already perceived the entirety of the rock-hidden camps area. I discovered that the chakra distribution in the northwest direction was significantly higher in both quantity and intensity compared to other areas. Surely, that must be the location where the rock ninjas receive their supplies. Wave Wind Watergate's revelation brought a surge of joy to Qianshuang. All her efforts to delay time had not been in vain. However, observing Watergate's peculiar demeanor, Qianshuang still felt a sense of confusion. What are you thinking, Teacher Watergate? Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to ascertain the supply routes of the rock hidden? Watergate shook his head, expressing his frustration and truth. My reconnaissance revealed that the number of rock ninjas in the camp is only around 200, which is in stark contrast to the intelligence brought back by Senior Kakashi. While this may not be a significant issue, perhaps Senior Kakashi's information was simply flawed. There is an unsettling feeling in my heart that I cannot shake off. 200? Qianshuang was taken aback. Although the original work did not elaborate extensively on the Third Shinobi World War, it was evident from the duration of the conflict and the heavy casualties that Awagakure could not possibly have dispatched merely 200 personnel. He firmly believed that with Namikaze Minato's sensory abilities in Sage mode, it was inconceivable for anyone to remain concealed from him. Thus, it could be definitively asserted that there were indeed only 200 individuals in the main camp. Where, then, were the additional forces that ought to have been present? Were they being summoned from Awagakure? Furthermore, why did the intelligence brought back by Hatake Sakomo indicate an excess of 300 soldiers? Qianshuang felt a flicker of an answer surfacing in her mind, yet when she tried to grasp it, that fleeting insight vanished once more. Looking at Qianshuang, who was troubled by his words, Bluffing Shuemin couldn't help but smile wryly at his own sensitivity, choosing not to delve deeper into the source of his unease. In summary, we must venture to the southwest of the camp to ascertain the situation, if all is confirmed. We must investigate the supply routes of Awagakure as thoroughly as possible. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's wounds had been tended to by Noira Rin, and as the two approached, they overheard Bluffing Shuemin's statement. "Are you serious? We have to go?" Upon hearing the news that they were to traverse Awagakure's territory again, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of resistance. While Rin said nothing, her pallid expression betrayed her inner turmoil. Though Bluffing Shuemin understood Obito's feelings, he nonetheless insisted, "There is no other choice. We must go to investigate." At this juncture, Qianshuang also emerged from her reverie. Shumen-sensei is right. We must take a look. Since contemplation yields no results, let us seek the answers ourselves. This was the truest sentiment resonating within Qianshuang's heart. Chapter 77. The Red Sand Scorpion. Thus, under Obito's profound reluctance, the four continued their journey into the land of Earth. However, this time they exercised great caution, maintaining a safe distance from Awagakure's main camp. Their progress was remarkably smooth as they encountered no IWA shinobi along the way. After several days of travel, they finally reached the area dense with chakra, just as Bluffing Shuemin had anticipated. Indeed, a steady stream of supplies was being transported into the camp. Just as expected, supplies. A faint smile graced the corner of Bluffing Shuemin's lips. If they followed this trail, they would soon uncover Awagakure's supply routes, placing the initiative firmly in Konoha's hands. What are we waiting for? After a period of recuperation, Uchiha Obito's injuries had largely healed, and he was once again full of vigor. Let us follow this path and complete our mission so we can hurry back to the village. He yearned to evade any further anxiety-inducing tasks. Bluffing Shuemin nodded and led the trio deeper into the forest, following the route taken by the supplies. Along the way, they encountered several more supply caravans. After days of reconnaissance, they finally discerned the general trajectory of the route. Excellent. The route is becoming increasingly clear. I must relay this information back to Konoha without delay. Having completed their task with minimal peril, Bluffing Shuemin felt a sense of relief. While Uchiha Obito could not contain his joy. Is it too smooth? Noera Rin wore a worried expression, her instincts telling her that something felt amiss. Despite being deep within the land of Earth, they had yet to encounter a single IWA shinobi. What could be wrong? Rin, you're overthinking it. Obito replied nonchalantly. His hands clasped behind his head, radiating a carefree demeanor as they neared their return. Watching Obito's nonchalant attitude, Rin sighed in exasperation, unsure of what to say. Hoping she was merely being overly cautious. In truth, Qianshuang shared a similar sentiment, coupled with the previous suspicions. She began to doubt whether the four had unwittingly walked into a Wagakure's trap. Shuemin-sensei, I also feel that something is amiss. Qianshuang moved closer to Bluffing Shuemin, seeking his opinion. Bluffing Shuemin, lost in thought, acknowledged her concerns. If she noticed these irregularities, surely he had as well. Although the situation felt peculiar, there was no substantial evidence to support their unease. Furthermore, considering the elapsed time, Konoha's forces likely had already set out, leaving them little time to linger. After much contemplation, Bluffing Shuemin reached a resolution. In any case, let us relay this information back to the Konoha camp before making further decisions. With Bluffing Shuemin's directive, Qianshuang refrained from further objections, and the four commenced their journey back under the cover of night. Shuemin-sensei, I'm so tired. Let us take a break. As they distanced themselves from the IWA shinobi, Uchiha Obito could no longer suppress his lament. The long journey had left him feeling despondent. In contrast, Qianshuang, hardened by rigorous training, felt no pressure from the pace. Noera Rin, though equally fatigued, rallied her spirits, encouraging, just a little longer, Obito. We're almost out of the land of Earth. Rin's words rang true. Bluffing Shuemin, observing Obito, who appeared utterly exhausted, offered him some encouragement. Hang in there. Reluctantly, Obito dragged his heavy legs to keep pace with the group. You fool, if you had trained properly. Though Qianshuang's words were sharp, her actions were kind as she gently nudged Obito from behind. Touched by her gesture, Obito felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Qianshuang, you're so kind to me. Watching Obito's foolish expression, Qianshuang couldn't help but deliver a playful kick to his back. Hurry up and keep moving. Stop being so silly. As the two shared this light-hearted moment, a genuine smile crept onto Bluffing Shuemin's face. Look, suddenly, Noera Rin's voice snapped the trio from their momentary ease, her tone tense. It seems like there's a fight going on over there. Peering into the woods, they indeed caught sight of several figures entangled in combat, moving in the direction of Qianshuang and her companions. As Qianshuang lifted her eyelids, her black pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, and three magatama began to slowly spin. It became clear to her that she was startled not by the strength of either combatant, but by the unexpected arrival of an individual she had never anticipated. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing the youth's red hair to flutter like silken ribbons. His eyes, reminiscent of an unmelting block of ice, conveyed a chilling detachment devoid of warmth, remaining unfazed even amidst battle. His prowess was equally impressive, as he single-handedly faced a squad of rock shinobi without faltering, deftly manipulating chakra threads to control puppets that unleashed a barrage of lethal techniques, leaving the opposition utterly defenseless. As exchanges ensued, Bluffing Shuemin and his companions finally grasped the full extent of the scene unfolding before them. Who on earth are you? This is the land of Earth. Do you comprehend the consequences of causing a ruckus here? A frustrated ninja from the rock team shouted, realizing they were entirely dominated by this young man. The rock shinobi, desperate, attempted to intimidate him into retreating under the pressure of a Wagakure. Yet, throughout this ordeal, the red-haired youth barely spared them a glance, as if he were determined to subjugate the entire squad. Only when he noticed the approaching quartet from Konoha did his brow furrow slightly. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he caught sight of the crimson hue in Qianshuang's gaze. Overwhelmed by greed, he unconsciously licked his lips. Observing this change in expression, the rock shinobi finally acknowledged the presence of the leaf ninjas, their despair palpable as they realized they were caught between a wolf and a tiger, likely facing their demise. Enough of this folly. We are within the borders of the land of Earth. One of the rock shinobi began to crack under pressure, rushing toward the red-haired youth. However, he received no acknowledgement. With a mere snap of the fingers, the desperate ninja met a fatal end. At this moment, the youth finally spoke. I initially considered using you as materials, but it seems I have found a more appealing option. His gaze remained fixated on Qianshuang, as if admiring a flawless masterpiece. How could Qianshuang not sense that unabashed scrutiny? Even with Bluffing Shuemin by his side, he had steeled himself for a fight to the death. For the red-haired youth was none other than the architect of this war, the infamous Akasuna no Sasori. Chapter 78. Sasori's covetous gaze. Be cautious, Qianshuang. This fellow appears to harbor ill intentions towards your eyes. Wolfing Shuimen, having sensed the malevolence in Sasori's gaze, positioned himself protectively in front of Qianshuang, warning him. Damn it, who is that guy? Uchiha Obito. Observing the ease with which Sasori dominated the battlefield, swallowed hard but gathered the courage to stand alongside Wolfing Shuimen in defense of Qianshuang. The ability to effortlessly suppress an entire squad of rock shinobi was something even the current Qianshuang could not achieve. At this juncture, news of Sasori's defection had yet to circulate widely, so Wolfing Shuimen did not recognize the red-haired youth before him. Nevertheless, he had discerned enough from his combat style to form a rough hypothesis. Puppet techniques? He must be from Sunigakure. Hey, you there, brat? Sasori's gaze flicked over Qianshuang with disinterest, barely lingering on the other leaf ninja. Are you from the Uchiha clan? He ceased his assault, causing the rock shinobi to feel a sudden lightness. The relentless onslaught had finally stopped, and they recognized that Sasori's attention had shifted entirely to the leaf ninja, prompting them to flee without a moment's hesitation. How rude. When did I grant you permission to leave? Sasori cast a dismissive glance towards the escaping rock shinobi. His objective was to find suitable shinobi to serve as materials for his puppets, and encountering a group of rock shinobi at this border was merely coincidental. Yet now, with the emergence of a squad of leaf ninja, particularly a young Uchiha who had awakened the three Tomo, he swiftly altered his target. However, even as he shifted his focus, he did not intend to let the rock shinobi escape unscathed, as doing so could potentially expose his whereabouts. He flicked his fingers, causing the chakra threads to dance irregularly, propelling his puppets toward the fleeing rock shinobi. The puppet's arms extended, revealing sharp spikes that rapidly closed the distance. Do not underestimate us. The rock shinobi, unwilling to be so easily dispatched, rallied to resist Sasori's puppets. They believed that since Sasori had only suppressed them at close range, they might stand a chance of escaping now that they were at a distance. Yet, this was a gross miscalculation. The palms of the puppets opened, and countless poison needles shot forth, accompanied by a dense purple mist, unmistakably indicating the presence of toxins. The sudden onslaught caught the rock shinobi off guard, and several were struck by the poison needles. You didn't truly believe you had the means to contend with me, did you? Sasori's voice dripped with disdain. Initially, he had refrained from causing harm to preserve his precious materials, but now, they had outlived their usefulness. Before he finished speaking, the puppets struck down the rock shinobi, leaving them lifeless in a pool of blood. Hiss. Despite having witnessed numerous killings in recent times, Obito and Noera-rin, still relatively inexperienced, could not help but gasp in horror at this chilling scene. Well then, the bothersome flies had been dealt with. In less than half a minute, Sasori's gaze returned to Qianshuang, causing her to tense up. She knew she could replicate Sasori's prior techniques, but only if she were familiar with the puppets he wielded. Though she had never seen them firsthand, she was certain that they were not the third Kazakages. Otherwise, Wolfing Shuimen would have recognized them. Who exactly are you? Wolfing Shuimen narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the terror emanating from Sasori. And he could not believe this individual was merely a nameless rogue. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I desire him. Sasori, oblivious to Wolfing Shuimen's significance, arrogantly pointed at Qianshuang. Beside him, Obito could no longer contain his anger, shouting, "You bastard! We will never allow you to take Qianshuang." It was evident to all that Sasori had fixated on Qianshuang's Kekkai Genkai. Noera-rin, mustering her courage, echoed, "Indeed. We won't let you take him." Sasori cast a cold glance at the two, his eyes reflecting resentment and a hint of jealousy, sending chills down Obito and Rin's spines. Sasori was Chiyo's grandson, revered from a young age, but the loss of his parents in the Second Great Ninja War had rendered him reclusive. Everyone regarded him as a prodigy of Sunigakure, resulting in a lack of genuine friendships among his peers. Now, witnessing another prodigy like Qianshuang with companions standing by him, a flame of jealousy ignited within Sasori's heart. This shall not be permitted. The more intense his murderous intent towards Qianshuang became, the more fervently he sought to eliminate her. The blades on the puppet's arms suddenly split apart, and with a swift motion, they shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards Qianshuang. Earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, Wave Wind Minato erected a wall of earth before him, halting the onslaught as the blades embedded themselves deeply into the barrier. A cold smirk crept across Scorpion's lips. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a tremendous force that pulled the blades out of the wall, causing the towering earth structure to collapse. 8 needle waves. The puppet's hand extended once more, launching poisonous needles with the same vicious intent. Wave Wind Minato remained unperturbed, having already devised a countermeasure upon witnessing Scorpion employ this technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce whirlwind effortlessly swept away the poisonous needles along with their toxic mist. TCH. Scorpion clicked his tongue, manipulating the puppet to advance rather than retreat, angling the blades in a cunning manner as they swung toward Wave Wind Minato. Minato raised his kunai with his right hand to defend, while his left hand began to gather chakra without hesitation. Rasengan. A sky-blue sphere of spiraling chakra coalesced in his palm, ready to be thrust toward the puppet. But at that moment, the puppet's gaping maw opened menacingly, revealing a thick pipe extending from within. This is bad. The instant the puppet opened its mouth, Qianshuang sensed something amiss. Swiftly forming hand seals, lightning crackled at his fingertips. 1,000 birds, 1,000 bodies. This newly developed ninjutsu allowed him to transform the 1,000 birds technique into a barrage of projectiles, not only delivering incredible speed but also possessing the penetrating effect of the original technique, making it perfect for this urgent situation. As expected, the sharp projectiles shot forth from the puppet's mouth were intercepted midair by Qianshuang's 1,000 bodies. Yet, instead of expressing frustration at having his lethal move thwarted, Scorpion displayed a peculiar smile. Chapter 79. Intelligence Issues Manipulation, Human Body Technique. Unbeknownst to them, Scorpion had switched to one-handed control of the puppet, while the chakra threads from his other hand had already latched onto the unsuspecting Uchiha Obito. In an instant, amidst Obito's startled cries, his body became uncontrollable. Drawing a kunai and unexpectedly turning to stab Qianshuang from behind. Qianshuang. Noera Rin's eyes widened in disbelief at this shocking scene, but she was powerless to intervene in time to stop Obito. You idiot. Obito struggled desperately against the control, but to no avail, only able to shout at Qianshuang. Get out of the way. At that moment, Qianshuang had just completed his 1,000 birds and heard the swift sound of approaching blades, leaving him with little time to react. Flying Thunder God. At the critical moment, Minato Namikaze decisively abandoned the Rasengan in his hand, activating the Flying Thunder God mark he had previously placed on Chikage, and instantaneously arrived before the two. He grasped Obito's arm with one hand, forcibly altering the trajectory of his attack, while with the other, he firmly wielded a kunai, severing the chakra threads behind him. As the kunai whizzed past her, Chikage felt as though she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, her heart racing with palpable intensity. That was close. Freed from peril, Obito collapsed onto the ground, shaken by his recent ordeal, his spine still tingling at the mere recollection. Meanwhile, Scorpion was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential Leaf Jonin would possess such swiftness. Nevertheless, despite his shock, his hands remained unyieldingly active. With Minato's obstruction removed, the puppet brandished its blades and surged forward again. Chikage, now aflame with pent-up frustration, drew her ninja blade and clashed with the puppet. Chidori. Fearing that Scorpion might unleash some unforeseen trick, she offered him no opportunity to strategize, channeling a powerful current through the chakra threads connected to the puppet, which surged toward Scorpion. Although he swiftly severed his connection to the puppet, he was momentarily stunned by the residual electricity. That fleeting moment was more than enough for Chikage to take decisive action. Minato-sensei. Understanding her intent, Minato promptly formed another Rasengan. By the time Scorpion regained his bearings, his puppet had been obliterated into fragments by Minato's attack. Damn it. The destruction of his puppet filled Scorpion with profound humiliation. Consumed by rage, he reached for the scroll in his pocket but hesitated, his hand suspended in midair. This scroll contained his ultimate trump card, his greatest secret, once utilized. It would necessitate the annihilation of the Leaf Ninjas before him, lest the news of his assassination of the third Kazekage leak, leading to a relentless pursuit from various nations. Given the remarkable speed of the Leaf Jonin, he realized it would be exceedingly difficult to ensure his escape without incurring a fatal counterattack, particularly considering that Uchiha possessed formidable lightning techniques. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, he lowered his hand, feeling the stirrings of retreat. He cast a lingering glance at Chikage and Minato, his eyes ablaze with fierce indignation. I shall remember you both. Next time we meet, you shall not be so fortunate. As Scorpion prepared to depart, Minato swiftly hurled a kunai, only for Scorpion to effortlessly catch it. In the next instant, a flash of gold illuminated the air as Minato appeared before Scorpion, his Rasengan hurtling towards his abdomen with astonishing speed. However, contrary to expectations of carnage, Scorpion's entire form disintegrated into grains of sand, the Rasengan merely scattering the remnants, while the true Scorpion had long since vanished. Is he dead? Obito, now standing, was unaware of Scorpion's transformation into sand due to Minato's presence blocking his view. His eyes burned with fury, wishing to rend Scorpion asunder. Minato turned back, shaking his head in regret. He has escaped. My final blow only struck the sand clone. Upon hearing that Scorpion had fled, Obito was consumed with rage yet felt powerless. Minato approached Chikage and inquired, Chikage, do you know who he truly is? His question was not without basis. From the moment Scorpion appeared, he had observed Chikage's expression, which bore the unmistakable mark of recognition that could not arise from mere strangers. Thus, he surmised that she must have deduced the identity of their adversary. Qianshuang did not intend to conceal the truth. She nodded and replied candidly, that is the Red Sand Scorpion of Sand Hidden Village, renowned for his exceptional talent in puppetry and is, in fact, the grandson of Chiyo. She refrained from mentioning that the Scorpion had slain the third Kazekage, as she knew she could not adequately explain it. I see. No wonder he is so formidable. Minato Namikaze understood. Realizing that the opponent was a rising star among the Sand Shinobi, which clarified why his strength was so remarkable, yet had previously gone unrecognized. What makes him so impressive? With the crisis averted, Obito Uchiha began to boast again. He was nothing but driven to flee in disgrace by our hands. As he spoke, he animatedly waved his fist. Qianshuang looked helplessly at Naira Rin, implying whether this fellow had always possessed such a thick skin. Naira Rin pouted, seemingly embarrassed by Obito, and turned her head away. Casually, she caught sight of the IWA ninja who had previously been taken down by Scorpion. What should we do about the corpse over there? Naira Rin inquired. Aware that they were within the borders of the land of Earth, and if discovered by the passing IWA ninjas, it could lead to complications. Leave it to me to handle, Minato Namikaze declared, retrieving a blank scroll from his pocket and stepping forward to the collection of IWA ninja corpses. Wait a moment. Teacher Minato. Just as Minato unfurled the scroll, Qianshuang timely interrupted his action. She quickly approached one of the IWA ninjas, crouching down, and observed through her Sharingan that this particular ninja still harbored a faint trace of chakra, indicating that he was still clinging to life. What are you planning to do? Qianshuang? Minato questioned, puzzled, as this IWA ninja, though barely alive, was clearly beyond salvation, leaving him uncertain about Qianshuang's intentions. Qianshuang did not respond, instead immersing herself in her thoughts. Her pupils constricted, and a surge of mental energy surged forth, penetrating the mind of the rock ninja in an instant. After a moment, Qianshuang, feeling somewhat disoriented, rubbed her head and gradually rose to her feet, her eyes regaining clarity once more. Indeed, with an expression of unsurprised realization, Qianshuang turned to the three individuals who had also cast their gazes in her direction, indicating that the intelligence we had gathered was flawed. Chapter 80. Qianshuang's misunderstanding what? The three were taken aback by Qianshuang's assertion. Uchiha Obito stepped closer, reaching out to touch her forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? In his mind, they had meticulously unearthed this intelligence piece by piece. How could it possibly be false? Qianshuang, could you elucidate further? Namikaze Minato, equally skeptical, felt a nagging intuition that Qianshuang's revelation held the answers he sought. With a hint of annoyance, Qin Shuing brushed away Diet's hand, her expression turning serious once more. I've just delved into this IWA ninja's memories. Some time ago, after Hu NGT arrived at the encampment, Ding-S RN dispatched nearly half of the forces and altered the supply routes. The reason remains unknown. However, judging by the anomalies along the way, he's likely trying to mislead us. BFing Shu MN's eyes lit up, and he stroked his chin in contemplation. What? ZHBD, it exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. He never imagined that the information he had painstakingly gathered was false. NUNLN chimed in, I see. Shu MN sensei, Qin Shuing said after a moment's thought. Now that we know this, I believe we should return to Konoha as soon as possible. If this is true, it proves that QM Shu MO's information was correct, and there are indeed about 500 IWA ninja. The Iwa's deception aims to have them bring false information back to Konoha, catching the village off guard. Therefore, the immediate priority is to deliver the accurate intelligence to the Konoha military camp. Since IWA has already received supplies through the temporary route, they are unlikely to reveal the true route anytime soon, so that information must be shelved for now. After some deliberation, BFing Shu MN agreed with Qin Shuing. If that's the case, we must hurry. Without delay, BFing Shu MN opened a sealing scroll and packed away all the IWA ninja corpses for Konoha's research. Afterward, the group traversed the grass country without stopping. Even Diet refrained from complaining about rest. A sense of urgency weighed on everyone until they crossed into the Land of Fire, finally easing their minds. Shortly after returning to the Land of Fire, Qin Shuing and her team located the Konoha camp, which had been preliminarily established on the border. While it couldn't compare to IWA in terms of numbers and scale, it was, after all, the greatest nation in the ninja world. And the quality and spirit of its ninja were exceptional. Upon hearing that BFing Shu MN's team had returned with intelligence, NIL-LG, the commander of the army, personally greeted them. BFing Shu MN recounted their findings, experiences, and deductions to NIL-LG. As expected of the Nara clan strategist, NIL-LG quickly grasped the situation and devised a counter-strategy. However, these matters were no longer Qin Shuing's concern. SNTUFIRZHN sent word through NIL-LG, instructing Qi and Shuing to return to the team after this mission. As Yu Guing Y had already returned to Konoha with SNTUFISM and XRHing. As for BFing Shu MN's team, they would remain on the battlefield with IWA for the time being. That night, Qin Shuing spent her most peaceful night in days at the camp. The next day, she bid farewell to the trio amidst its reluctant gaze, carrying a letter entrusted to her by NIL-LG to deliver to the Hokage, and once again embarked on the road back to Konoha. Although she was alone this time, Qin Shuing was not overly worried, as she was within the Land of Fire. Even foreign spies would have to avoid her. Upon returning to Konoha village, Qianshuang did not go home or seek out SNTUFI or Zijian. Instead, she went straight to QMKKX's doorstep. The crowds and insults from her memories were gone, and everything had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Qianshuang cautiously peered into the room, finding nothing amiss. The arrangement remained unchanged since her last visit, perpetually cold and desolate. At this moment, a chill swept over her heart. There was no one present. Could it be that Kakashi Hitaki still hadn't come to terms with his feelings? An overwhelming sense of guilt surged within her, so profound that she failed to notice the presence of another person nearby. Qianshuang, why are you standing at my doorstep? The sudden voice startled Qianshuang, prompting her to instinctively step back. Turning her head, she beheld a white-haired youth, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, clutching a basket of vegetables. Kakashi? Qianshuang momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Upon regaining her composure, she gazed at Kakashi with eyes brimming with remorse. Feeling the weight of her failure to rescue Hitaki Tsukumo, I am sorry about your father. Hitaki Kakashi, taken aback by Qianshuang's downcast demeanor, struggled to comprehend her words. It was only after she spoke that the realization dawned upon him. Ah, you are referring to my father's situation. Kakashi chuckled softly, adding, by the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for your support during my last visit to your home when you helped guide both my father and me. Qianshuang remained with his head slightly bowed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. What purpose does it serve? Ultimately, the tragic reality of Senior Chimu's suicide could not be altered. In his eyes, the smile of Chimu Kakashi had clearly been forced, masking the profound sorrow within. Chimu Kakashi was momentarily engulfed in confusion, having failed to comprehend Qianshuang's words, yet one thing resonated. Qianshuang claimed his father had taken his own life? But how could that be true when his father was alive and well? Dismissing it as mere nonsensical chatter, Kakashi felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his mouth. The flicker of gratitude he had just begun to feel for Qianshuang instantly extinguished. What nonsense are you spouting? Chimu Kakashi shot a disgruntled glare at Qianshuang. Who told you my father committed suicide? In that instant, Qianshuang's expression nearly crumbled into tears, as he suddenly grasped that he might have misunderstood something crucial. He hastily inquired, how is your father, Senior Chimu? With a casual glance at Qianshuang, Chimu Kakashi opened the door and replied, thanks to you, my father is doing well. He returned to the front line yesterday. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's eyes instantly brightened, and the earlier feelings of guilt dissipated entirely. Hitaki Shumo was still alive. He hadn't heard that Hitaki Shumo had gone to the front lines before his suicide, if that were the case. It must have been his words from that day that made an impact. Hitaki Kakashi looked quizzically at Qianshuang, whose expression had transformed from somber to cheerful, and speculated inwardly. Could it be that this fellow has lost his mind on a mission? However, Qianshuang paid no heed to Kakashi's ominous gaze. Elated by the knowledge that he had altered Hitaki Shumo's fate, he jovially patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Having received the answer he sought, he prepared to take his leave. All right, Kakashi, I must go see the Hokage, so I won't keep you. With that, he departed, leaving Kakashi with a perplexed expression. Chapter 81. Jonin, having bid farewell to Kakashi, Qianshuang, in an unusually good mood, arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A familiar aged voice echoed from beyond the door. Qianshuang did not delay. Hokage-sama, it is I, Uchiha Qianshuang. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone noticeably softened. Ah, it's Qianshuang. Please, come in. Qianshuang pushed open the door and entered the office. How are things progressing with your mission? He inquired. His tone tinged with gravity, for the matter at hand was of utmost significance to the nation's survival. Our mission is proceeding relatively smoothly, Qianshuang replied, subsequently recounting the words of Nara Shikahisa to Sarutobi Izashi, and then presenting him with Shikahisa's letter. Sarutobi Izashi took the letter, glancing over its contents, and his expression began to ease. Not only has Namaki's son Keido appeared, but even Chido's grandson has surfaced? Izashi murmured, casting a gaze filled with unreserved admiration towards Qianshuang. It seems that the unraveling of a Wagakure's scheme is largely due to your efforts, Qianshuang. Qianshuang, filled with trepidation, lowered her head humbly and said, I am unworthy of such praise, Lord Hokage. This is the result of our team's collective effort. Hearing Qianshuang attribute her achievements to the whole squad, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an even greater admiration for her embodiment of the will of fire. Do not be so modest. Your efforts are beyond question. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. You have worked hard on this mission. Now it is time for you to rest in the village for a while and take the opportunity to enhance your skills. Qianshuang was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that in such a tense period of warfare, Sarutobi Hiruzen would promptly assign him to the battlefield. To his surprise, he was granted a reprieve. Seemingly perceiving Qianshuang's bewilderment, Sarutobi elaborated. The Chunin exams are approaching, and you young ones are still lacking in maturity. It would be beneficial for you to seize this opportunity for self-refinement. Upon hearing about the Chunin exams, Qianshuang paused and inquired, but, Lord Hokage, I recall that you had cancelled my examination eligibility. Sarutobi smiled enigmatically and replied, both Yoru and Minato hold you in high regard. And I too firmly believe you have already attained a level of Jonin. Therefore, with the unanimous decision of the elders, we intend to promote you to Jonin irrespective of the usual criteria. What? Even Qianshuang, with his steadfast composure, found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. To be a Jonin, a rank held by fewer than 50 individuals in the entire village. How was it that he had, rather inexplicably, become one of them? Qianshuang felt a momentary sense of unreality. It was not that she lacked confidence in her ability to advance to the rank of Jonin. Rather, the notion of a 10-year-old Jonin was indeed quite astonishing. Even Kakashi Hatake, at this moment, was merely a Chunin. Qianshuang pondered deeply, sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly contemplating something. In truth, Sarutobi harbored personal motives as a figure of high standing. He was acutely aware of the adage that one must sometimes offer a sweet reward after administering a chastisement. His earlier decision to revoke Qianshuang's eligibility for the Chunin exams was a tactic to suppress what he perceived as the boy's audacity. However, now that Qianshuang had displayed exceptional prowess, how could he possibly relinquish the opportunity to nurture this Uchiha youth, who embodied the will of fire? With Qianshuang's formidable abilities on full display, Sarutobi, against the consensus of his peers, had secured for him the prestigious title of Jonin. In his mind, having bestowed such a significant advantage upon Qianshuang, the youth would undoubtedly be filled with gratitude and would, in due course, look to him as a guiding figure. Even if Qianshuang remained loyal to the Uchiha clan, he would surely prioritize the village, much like Shisui. Furthermore, Qianshuang was also a comrade of his son, Asuma, which would ultimately provide dual benefits by supporting his son's endeavors. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Qianshuang was internally speculating wildly about his true intentions. This situation felt rather precarious. After all, Qianshuang had some reservations, doubting whether the elders of Konoha would grant him any leniency. Before he could articulate his concerns, Sarutobi interjected, asserting that exceptional circumstances warranted exceptional policies and that Qianshuang's abilities were indeed sufficient for the rank of Jonin. Though skeptical, with such a declaration, Qianshuang composed himself, adopting an expression of heartfelt gratitude. I understand. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Ah, you have worked hard during this time. Do take some rest now. Qianshuang respectfully acknowledged and exited the office. Once outside, she wandered the streets, deeply pondering and ultimately concluding that Sarutobi Hisashi likely intended to win her over, which was why he boldly presented the title of Jonin. Had she not been a traveler from another world, she would surely have fallen into that trap. Fortunately, she was, and thus the old generation's scheme was destined to fail. I accept the title of Jonin you offered, but my loyalty is an entirely different matter. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Qianshuang's lips, giving her an air of ominous elegance from a distance. Qianshuang, from afar, a youthful figure, already possessing a hint of grace, waved excitedly in her direction. With light steps, she approached, bringing with her a faint and pleasant fragrance. Yuhong, it had been over a month since the two had last met, and Qianshuang could not deny that she had missed her companion. The satisfaction of seeing each other safely within the village was mutual. How long it has been. During their previous missions together, their bond had grown quite intimate, yet after such a long separation, Qianshuang felt an unexpected distance between them. However, this barrier was swiftly shattered by Yuhong. Honestly, you are never around when I return from missions. Yuhong feigned anger, her beautiful eyes narrowing at Qianshuang. Little did she know how unaccustomed she had become to the absence of Qianshuang during her recent tasks. When Qianshuang was by her side, she hardly noticed the comfort of having someone to shield her from danger. Faced with Yuhong's playful scolding, Qianshuang could only offer an awkward smile. Yuhong soon noticed the subtle changes in Qianshuang's appearance, her eyes lighting up as they fixated on the glass pendant dangling from Qianshuang's earlobe. Wow, how beautiful! Yuhong stared for a moment before realizing Qianshuang's almost smirking expression, causing her cheeks to flush red as she realized her words had been misinterpreted. What I meant was that the pendant is lovely, not you. She haughtily turned her face away. Qianshuang gazed at the adorable expression of the other, a genuine smile blossoming from within. How could he not comprehend the meaning behind Xirong's words? His earlier demeanor was merely a playful jest. In truth, I had once gifted you that pendant. Qianshuang raised his hand to touch the one adorning his own ear. Do I possess one as well? How was I unaware? Xirong scratched her head, a large question mark forming above her, before scrutinizing Qianshuang's pendant more closely, suddenly awakening to the realization. Ah, this is the hero you previously bestowed upon me. Before she could finish her sentence, Qianshuang swiftly covered her mouth. My dear aunt, do keep your voice down. We wouldn't want others to overhear. The two were in close proximity, and Qianshuang's warm breath brushed against Xirong's ear, instantly painting it with a delicate blush. Chapter 82, The Tranquility Before the Chunin Exam. It was not until Qianshuang distanced himself again that Xirong had yet to recover from her rosy embarrassment. Realizing her own lapse in composure, Qianshuang felt a twinge of bashfulness and said, I apologize, Hong. Xirong shot a fierce glare at Qianshuang, seemingly attempting to mask her inner shyness, and hurriedly took a step forward, avoiding his gaze as she shifted the topic. What missions have you undertaken during this period? Actually, it's quite similar to what you've been up to. I accompanied Teacher Minato and the others to the front lines of Awagakure. Qianshuang naturally fell into step beside Zhairong, walking side by side. He refrained from disclosing the inherent dangers of the mission, merely glossing over it with a casual remark. Is it truly just that? Zhairong scrutinized Qianshuang with a discerning gaze. My father mentioned that your mission seemed rather significant. Qianshuang felt a sense of unease under the gaze of Zhairong and quickly remarked, well, despite some setbacks, we have successfully completed our mission unscathed. Humph. Zhairong curled her lips. Non-committal, yet inwardly relieved that Qianshuang had returned safely. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a comfort to know that he was alive. By the way, what brings you here all of a sudden? Qianshuang inquired, puzzled. In his recollection, Zhairong's residence was not in the vicinity of the Hokage Tower. He found it perplexing that she happened to be here, and even more so that she was walking alongside him. Zhairong cast a somewhat resentful glance in his direction, silently chastising him for his lack of awareness. I heard from others that you had returned to the village, which is why I made a special trip to see you. Now, among the ninjas of Konoha, the majority were aware of Qianshuang, the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader, thus leveraging her father's connections. Zhairong easily gathered information about Qianshuang standing within the village, leading to their recent encounter. A warmth unexpectedly enveloped Qianshuang's heart. You may not be aware, but the CHNIN exams are just around the corner, which means we shall remain in the village during this period. As she spoke, Yui Kurenai suddenly appeared somewhat despondent. If only Lord Hokage had not revoked your eligibility for the exam, we could have participated together. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Qianshuang's face. Not long ago, he had been informed by the third Hokage of his promotion to J-Nin. Not only was the CHNIN exam irrelevant to him now, but he was also exempt from even the J-Nin exam. Kurenai. After some contemplation, Qianshuang decided to gently reveal the truth. I actually just met with Lord Hokage. And he mentioned, what did he say? Listening to Qianshuang's hesitant words only piqued Kurenai's curiosity further, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. He said that I performed commendably during my mission, so? Qianshuang closed his eyes, struggling to find a delicate way to convey the astonishing news. Finally, he steeled himself and declared, I have been directly promoted to Jonin. So, Qianshuang has indeed ascended to the rank of Jonin. Yugao nodded, ultimately murmuring the words again. However, as she pondered, she discerned something amiss. Jonin? What did you just say, Qianshuang? Yugao questioned, suspecting her ears had deceived her, and sought to confirm with him once more. Yet, Qianshuang's response remained unchanged. Though it was somewhat hard to believe, I was indeed informed by the third Hokage of my promotion to Jonin. Surprisingly, while Yugao's face displayed astonishment, she did not exhibit any further reaction, leaving Qianshuang somewhat perplexed. Upon inquiring about her lack of surprise, her answer left him both amused and bewildered. After all, it was Qianshuang. Even as a Jonin, I'm not particularly surprised, Yugao shrugged, a mischievous expression gracing her face. How long will you stay this time before departing? Suddenly, Yugao's smile dissipated, replaced by a cloud of worry as she gazed intently at Qianshuang. Now that Qianshuang had become a Jonin, it was evident that he could no longer linger merely for the Chunin exams. It was likely he would soon be summoned for a mission, and they might not see each other for a considerable time thereafter. Qianshuang felt a twinge of emotion. How could he not discern her reluctance to part? Observing the faint glimmer in her eyes, he instinctively reached out to tenderly stroke her head. To his surprise, Yui Kurenai did not shy away, and the two gazed at each other, lost in a moment that gradually filled the air with an undeniable intimacy. A sudden jolt brought Qianshuang back to reality, shaking off his reverie. He patted her gently once more, a soft smile gracing his lips. The Hokage has decreed that I may rest in the village until the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, Kurenai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she let out an enthusiastic cheer, wrapping her arms around Qianshuang's. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her charming smile directed at him. Then it settled. You must coach me in my training every day? Qianshuang's expression faltered. He had hoped to use this time to further his own progress. Is Yui-senpai deployed to the front lines? Although he harbored some suspicions, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. Kurenai nodded in affirmation. Qianshuang, undeterred, continued, what about Teacher Moonlight? Surely he is more suitable than I. After escorting us back, Teacher Moonlight returned to the front lines. A glimmer of cunning and the triumph of a victor sparkled in Zhaihong's eyes, as if she had already concluded that Qianshuang had no further retorts. Ultimately, under Zhaihong's relentless persuasion, Qianshuang surrendered, accepting the task of accompanying her in training each day. Thus, for an extended period, Qianshuang resumed his ordinary yet fulfilling daily routine. Beyond unwaveringly completing his training tasks, he spent his remaining time with his grandmother and occasionally visited teacher Fugaku to correct Uchiha Itachi. Of course, he did not forget to assist Zhaihong in her training. Under Qianshuang's guidance, not only did Zhaihong enhance her already proficient genjutsu, but she also made considerable progress in her previously weak taijutsu. However, this came at the cost of Zhaihong being utterly exhausted from training each day. Yet, Qianshuang aptly named it comprehensive development. Coupled with the sweetness of training, Zhaihong gritted her teeth and persevered. The two occasionally encountered Asuma Saratobi during their training. Observing their increasingly close relationship, Asuma's eyes turned red with concern. However, Recalling how Qianshuang had saved him during a mission and generously shared the precious hero's water, he could not bring himself to create trouble for him. Reluctantly, he distanced himself from them, believing that out of sight would bring peace of mind, yet this only deepened his inner turmoil, leaving him in a state of confusion and gradually contemplating leaving Konoha. Chapter 83. The Hindrance of Root Ninjas. In contrast, Qianshuang also made time to visit the Konoha hospital. During this tumultuous period of war, the number of injured patients had increased exponentially compared to before. Upon his arrival, Qianshuang was startled. The vast hospital seemed overwhelmed by the influx of patients, and the number of doctors was woefully insufficient. Realizing this, Qianshuang wasted no time and quickly found Yakushi Nanoyu, who was treating patients. Upon her recommendation, Qianshuang joined the ranks of those tending to the wounded. From that point on, he regularly volunteered at the hospital, and before long, the people of Konoha became familiar with the sight of a Uchiha youth assisting there. Moreover, during this time, he successfully developed the Chidori-derived ninjutsu and gained a firmer grasp on chakra control. Just as Qianshuang reveled in his accomplishments and prepared to press on, the Chunin exams arrived quietly, along with another summons from the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, you summon me? After receiving the permission from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Qianshuang entered the room and approached him. The Hokage's gaze was deep and grave as he took a slow drag from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him. After a prolonged moment of eye contact with Qianshuang, he finally spoke. The Chunin exams are upon us in just a few days. Qianshuang nodded slightly. From the gaze of her counterpart, she could infer much. Was the situation at the front truly dire? After much contemplation, it seemed that only the specter of war could cast such a pall over the face of the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He sighed softly, acknowledging, at present, it is not only the wind and earth countries that pose a threat. Even the cloud shinobi have begun to exhibit subtle inclinations towards aggression against us. The pressure on the front lines is indeed considerable. I have already ordered the various clans of Konoha to dispatch 100 shinobi. Qianshuang, you shall accompany them. After all, you are now a trainee. Qianshuang rolled his eyes, having anticipated the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's promotion of him to Jonin was accompanied by an implicit expectation for him to participate in battle. Thus he had mentally prepared for this eventuality beforehand. Understood. Lord Hokage, I shall return to make my preparations. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved him off without further ado. Upon returning home, Qianshuang informed his grandmother of the matter. In response to her worried gaze, he repeatedly assured her that he would take care of himself, which eventually eased her concerns about his impending deployment to the battlefield. That same day, Qianshuang penned a letter, entrusting it to Obito, who had recently returned from the Iwagakure battlefield to partake in the Chunin exams, to deliver to Yuhi Kurenai. He was apprehensive about how his absence might affect her performance. Hence he specifically instructed Obito to hand over the letter only after the exams concluded. Having settled all arrangements, the following day, Qianshuang joined a multitude of nearly 300 ninjas heading to the front lines, divided into two groups destined for different battlefields. Qianshuang's destination was the Land of Rain, where the conflict between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi was unfolding. Among his companions, even the youngest was around 20 years old, making Qianshuang, who stood noticeably shorter than the rest, appear quite conspicuous in the crowd. Who is this kid? So young and yet daring to come to the front lines. A booming voice rang out, unabashedly mocking him. We have no energy to babysit you on the battlefield. You'd be better off running home to your mother for some milk. At this, laughter erupted around him, a cacophony of derision and scorn. It must be said that compared to the frontline ninjas, these reinforcements were lacking in strength, quality, and discernment. At the very least, Qianshuang was astute enough not to provoke enmity without understanding the opponent's capabilities and background, for such folly could prove fatal. Just like now, his youth rendered him an easy target for skepticism regarding his strength, and while he had no intention of engaging with such a braggart, as he intended to silence them on the battlefield, he could not allow the mention of his mother to go unchallenged. Qianshuang's mother passed away when he was merely 3 years old. In his memories, every word and gesture of hers radiated warmth. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the memory of his gentle and affectionate mother. He simply would not permit it. A chilling intent to kill began to permeate the air, causing the lively ninjas around him to shudder involuntarily. Before they could discern the source of this frosty aura, Qianshuang had already set his body into motion. In an instant, his pupils surged with a crimson hue, and as he moved with astonishing speed, he transformed into a blur of afterimages. At that moment, the ninja who had mocked him continued to laugh heartily, only to feel a sudden chill run down his spine. By the time he attempted to react, it was already too late. A fierce gust accompanied Qianshuang's powerful punch, which landed squarely in the gut of the mocking ninja. The impact elicited a violent retch, and the immense force sent the ninja's body momentarily airborne. Except for refraining from drawing his blade, Qianshuang had nearly unleashed the full extent of his martial prowess. How could this ninja possibly respond in time? Without a thought of halting, Qianshuang extended his hand, seizing the entire visage of his opponent. With the weight of gravity amplifying his actions, he slammed the ninja's face into the ground with great ferocity. The earth fractured, with a network of cracks radiating from the pit where the ninja's head struck. The unfortunate foe was left dazed and bleeding from multiple orifices, a testament to Qianshuang's restraint. Had he not held back, he could have easily taken the ninja's life with that blow. The entire confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the surrounding ninjas in stunned silence as they witnessed Qianshuang pinning his adversary to the ground. No one could have anticipated that the boy they had just ridiculed was indeed a formidable opponent. With one hand pressing down on the ninja's head, Qianshuang finally had the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. However, after a thorough examination, he could not discern the ninja's clan. According to Sarutobi Hizashi's account from the previous day, this batch of ninjas was supposed to belong to prominent clans. If they were indeed from such clans, they ought to display recognizable traits. For instance, the Hyuga clan is known for their Byakugan, the Akimichi clan for their corpulence, and the Yamanaka clan for their dark sunglasses and low-profile demeanor. Suddenly, Qianshuang's Sharingan caught sight of a faint seal on the ninja's tongue. Could it be the curse of tongue banishing? This was a binding jutsu employed by Danzo for members of his root Umbu, designed not only to extinguish emotions, but also to ensure they remained tight-lipped about any intelligence, lest they face death. At that moment, Qianshuang finally comprehended the situation. It seemed Danzo had dispatched this individual to create obstacles for him, only to be caught red-handed. Gazing at the disoriented root ninja beneath him, Qianshuang's lips curled into a cold smirk. Chapter 84. The gaze of Orochimaru. Hey, little brat, you should know when to stop. After the initial shock, the surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions turning hostile as they regarded the ninja now pinned beneath Qianshuang. After all, they had just been mocking him. And in a sense, they had become accomplices in the jest. Qianshuang mercilessly beat the ninja before their very eyes, making them all feel as though they had been publicly humiliated by her. In an instant, all accusations were directed at Qianshuang. Despite sensing the hostile gazes surrounding her, her heart remained utterly unperturbed, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Damn it, I'm talking to you. The ninja who had just reprimanded Qianshuang was seething with rage. After all, he came from a prestigious clan. How dare this unknown brat ignore him? His fury was now mingled with unbearable shame. He lunged forward, intending to grab Qianshuang by the collar, but before he could take more than 2 steps, his hand froze midair under the weight of her piercing gaze. His face paled, and beads of cold sweat had already begun to trickle down his forehead without him realizing. Her eyes were frigid, devoid of any emotion. But what unsettled him most were the 3 tomos slowly swirling within her pupils. This is the Sharingan? Impossible. This brat was actually from the Uchiha clan. The surrounding ninjas stared in stunned silence, inwardly relieved they hadn't provoked her earlier. As for the one who had dared to confront her, his stomach twisted with regret. Everyone knew the Uchiha were infamous for holding grudges. Before leaving, his clan elders had specifically warned him not to antagonize other ninjas in the village, especially the Uchiha. Suddenly, as if struck by realization, his eyes widened in horror as he pointed at Qianshuang. Why you? Could you be Uchiha Qianshuang? His words sent another ripple of shock through the crowd. Who was Uchiha Qianshuang? As ninjas from major clans, they had all heard the rumors. The disciple of the Uchiha clan head, the one who had recently uncovered the Hidden Stone-esque conspiracy on the front lines. Calling her the top genius of the Uchiha's younger generation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Was this ruthless girl really that Uchiha Qianshuang? Their doubtful gazes lingered, but seeing her indifferent expression, their suspicions were mostly confirmed. What? You want to stand out too? Qianshuang slowly released the ninja she had been restraining, her cold eyes locking onto the one who had spoken up. She held not an ounce of goodwill toward him. Under her predatory stare, the ninja's resolve visibly wavered, his eyes flickering with unease. No one in the crowd was foolish enough to defend a stranger at the cost of offending the Uchiha's most prodigious youth. They merely watched, amused. Just as the ninja hesitated, stammering incoherently, several figures bearing the Uchiha crest pushed through the crowd. Senior Inabi? Senior Tekka? Qianshuang immediately recognized the 2 individuals at the forefront, as he frequently encountered them in the company of Uchiha Fugaku, which naturally fostered a sense of familiarity. Qianshuang, what is happening here? Uchiha Inawo inquired, his previously frigid gaze softening upon seeing Qianshuang. Upon their arrival at the assembly point, they discovered a gathering of individuals, and to their surprise, Qianshuang stood prominently at the center. They had only just joined the crowd, as the clan leader Fugaku had entrusted them with the duty of looking after Qianshuang. Moreover, even they held high hopes for this promising young successor. Qianshuang cast a cold glance at the audacious ninja, then gestured toward the root ninja still sprawled on the ground. In truth, it was nothing of great significance, merely the arrival of an oblivious fool. Qianshuang spoke with a casual demeanor, yet the Uchiha's gaze was piercingly sharp. Merely by observing expressions, they had already grasped the situation with remarkable clarity. Speaking of which, Senior Inawo and Senior Taihuo, why do you also feel compelled to venture to the front lines? Qianshuang spoke with a calm demeanor, as if oblivious to the eyes upon him, engaging naturally in casual conversation with the 2 clansmen. Uchiha Tiahua patted Qianshuang on the shoulder, regarding him with a half-smile. It is merely that the clan leader is concerned for your well-being, hence our presence to offer you some support. With that, He casually shot a glare at the ninja who appeared utterly petrified. Very well, let us discuss other matters on the way. Uchiha Dahu promptly interrupted their exchange. For their intent was solely to intimidate those with nefarious intentions. There was no need for superfluous dialogue. Qianshuang glanced around and realized that the gathering of people was nearly complete. It was not until Uchiha Inawo led Qianshuang to a nearby spot that the ninja who had scolded her finally collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. As Qianshuang departed, this farcical episode concluded with her triumphant victory. Meanwhile, the root ninja lay unconscious on the ground, utterly disregarded by all. The main force did not linger excessively due to this spectacle. Once all were assembled, they marched resolutely towards the battlefield. The root ninja, now awakening, kept his gaze fixed on Qianshuang from the periphery of the troops, his eyes filled with humiliation. However, the presence of Uchiha ninjas nearby restrained him from taking any action, leaving him merely to glare in silence. The journey from the land of fire to the land of rain was notably protracted. To pass the time, Qianshuang resorted to training. Yet the company of Uchiha clan members rendered the voyage less tedious. Upon entering the land of rain, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that of the land of fire. Day and night alike, the sky was perpetually shrouded in an inescapable gloom, as if perpetually stained by gray ink. A persistent humidity lingered in the air, frequently accompanied by rain, which rendered Qianshuang, adept in fire techniques, somewhat uncomfortable. Days passed, and Qianshuang gradually acclimated to the damp environment. At last, the main force arrived at the battlefield of the Sand Ninja. Within the main tent of the Konoha encampment, a ninja sat upright, intently studying the terrain map before him. His pale, sinister visage betraying an incongruous gravity. A ninja hastily approached from outside the tent. Lord Orochimaru, our reinforcements have arrived. Here is the list. With reverence, the ninja presented a document to Orochimaru. Upon hearing of the reinforcements, Orochimaru's previously somber expression softened slightly. He reviewed the list, dismissing the messenger with a wave of his hand. As he reached the final lines, the name Uchiha Qianshuang caught his eye, illuminating his countenance with intrigue. He recalled something significant, his tongue involuntarily licking his lips. Is this the Uchiha Qianshuang that Danzo spoke of? How fascinating, Orochimaru mused. Let me see where your winds may carry you. Chapter 85. Undercurrents. As the war escalated, the nations of fire, wind, and rock faced mounting casualties daily, while the land of rain, caught in the fray, was engulfed in relentless conflict. This situation incensed Hanzo, the current ruler of the land of rain. While he could not control the war among the three nations, their flames encroaching upon his territory was intolerable. What can be tolerated by my uncle cannot be tolerated by my aunt, he exclaimed. In response, he dispatched numerous envoys to negotiate with the various nations, imploring them not to extend the war into his domain. However, the envoys returned with alarming intelligence that only fueled his ire. An organization named Akatsuki had emerged within the borders of the land of rain, amassing a multitude of rain ninjas while promoting justice under the banner of their land. This revelation instilled in Hanzo a profound sense of being usurped. After all, he was the sovereign of the land of rain, the great demigod. How dare these inexperienced youths flaunt his name for their schemes? Although Akatsuki's strength was still negligible, he regarded the organization with great suspicion, compelling him to closely monitor their activities, even setting aside the ongoing conflicts among the three nations. Qianshuang stepped out of his tent, feeling a sense of ennui wash over him. He had been on this battlefield for several months, and he had lost count of the numerous missions he had undertaken. From the initial, straightforward reconnaissance to the ensuing brutal skirmishes, Qianshuang had come perilously close to death on countless occasions. During the most arduous battles, he had gone entire days without sleep, fighting on the front lines by day and employing medical ninjutsu to heal the wounded by night. Nevertheless, with each passing moment, countless lives faded before his eyes, imparting to him the grim realization that on the battlefield, human life was the most expendable of commodities. After enduring more than half a year of blood and fire, Qianshuang had undergone a profound transformation, both internally and externally. He now stood at approximately 1.70 meters. His demeanor subdued, the youthful exuberance he once possessed having diminished. Yet within his deep-set eyes, there resided an indescribable calmness and composure. His once boyish visage had matured, and his long, dark hair cascaded to his shoulders. Unlike the characteristic spiky hair of the Uchiha clan, his hair resembled that of Uchiha Itachi, soft and flowing. Though merely tied back, it exuded an air of competence. Are you not going to rest for a while? Uchiha Dahu approached Qianshuang, observing the young man before him, who had gradually evolved into a youth of remarkable stature. A sense of unspoken admiration welled up within him. As an observer, he had keenly witnessed the considerable transformation Qianshuang had undergone over this extended period. Many of his peers had likely not even graduated from the ninja academy, and those who had ventured onto the battlefield usually found themselves relegated to logistical roles, merely gathering intelligence. However, Qianshuang was different. On the battlefield, aside from his slightly smaller stature, he fought with a ferocity that rivaled that of a seasoned genin. With such an exceptional junior in their ranks, Uchiha Dahu felt a twinge of inadequacy, yet he was also filled with pride as a member of the same clan. Senior Dahu Qianshuang had received considerable care from his clansmen during this time. Although the Uchiha were known for their somewhat extreme dispositions, their kindness towards their own kin was truly commendable. It has been unusually calm lately. I find it rather disconcerting. Previously, on the battlefield, everyone had wished they could divide themselves into two to manage the chaos. But in recent days, an unexpected tranquility had settled over the area. Qianshuang had not received a mission for quite some time, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. After all, as the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald hidden dangers. Uchiha and Nawo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was said that the activities of the Sand Shinobi had become increasingly frequent during this period, yet there were no indications of an impending attack. Perhaps the next battle would be the decisive one. Hearing the term decisive battle, Qianshuang fell into contemplation, raising her gaze to the heavens. A raindrop, no larger than a bean, descended from the sky, followed by a second and a third. Far in the distance, at the village of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been closely monitoring the situation at the two battlefronts for the past 6 months. Compared to half a year ago, his hair had become streaked with gray, and his aged visage was marked by an increasing number of age spots. Lord Hokage, our reinforcements, along with nearly 100 medical ninjas dispatched from Konoha Hospital, are fully assembled and ready to depart at any moment. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief flickered across Sarutobi's fatigued face. Time is of the essence. The rock and sand ninjas are becoming increasingly audacious. Mobilize the reinforcements immediately, ensuring they reach the front lines as swiftly as possible. Sarutobi's commanding voice left no room for dissent. Understood. The reporting ninja strode out of the office. Sarutobi then rose and approached the window, gazing at the formidable assembly of reinforcements gathering before Konoha, his expression betraying a mix of solemnity and martial resolve. He then turned his attention toward the distant land of Rain. It appears the sand ninjas are nearing their breaking point. Do not disappoint me, Orochimaru. At that moment, within the main tent of the sand ninja battlefield, an unfamiliar face emerged. I was wondering who Sarutobi-sensei would send. I didn't expect it to be you, Tsukumo. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze regarded the man before him, who appeared to have weathered many storms. It has been a long time, Orochimaru. I come at Lord Hokage's behest to assist you. Tsukumo spoke plainly, devoid of any intention to jest with Orochimaru. In addition, the Hokage has dispatched a contingent of reinforcements, expected to arrive within a week at the latest. I see, you have worked hard. Though Orochimaru spoke with feigned sympathy, his eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he leisurely lifted his teacup to sip its contents. Noticing that Tsukumo remained silent, Orochimaru continued. I heard there were some issues during your recent mission. Being stationed at the front, I haven't had the chance to check in on you. Tsukumo remained unfazed by his words, fully aware of Orochimaru's ulterior motives. Both were prominent figures in Konoha, and though unspoken, they were each other's fiercest rivals for the position of the fourth Hokage. Now, due to the mission's circumstances, Tsukumo faced scorn from the villagers, effectively diminishing his chances of competing with Orochimaru. The latter reveled in this misfortune, his concern laced with irony. I am doing just fine, thanks to you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Tsukumo strode out of the tent, leaving behind a mocking gaze from Orochimaru. Chapter 86. Mount Kikyo. The rain fell in a gentle drizzle, scarcely impeding normal operations. After exiting the main tent, Tsukumo began to wander aimlessly through the camp. Having hurriedly arrived that day and immediately gone to see Orochimaru, he had yet to familiarize himself with the camp's layout. As he walked, the ninjas he passed clearly recognized him, their eyes widening in surprise, yet none dared approach. Some even recoiled in fear. The reasons for their reactions were well understood among them. Tsukumo, however, paid no heed to their stares and continued on his path. At that moment, he felt a gaze that distinctly differed from the others. Turning toward its source, he quickly spotted a familiar figure that brought back vivid memories. Tsukumo-senpai, I never anticipated encountering you here. The now more mature Qianshuang approached him, a smile gracing her face, her initial surprise swiftly transforming into composure. Tsukumo regarded the individual who once instilled hope in him amidst despair, a wave of emotion washing over him as a rare smile softened his typically stoic features. I've heard you have performed excellently at the front lines. It seems you have indeed grown during this time. Growth? I wouldn't say that. I've merely developed a new perspective on being a ninja. Qianshuang bitterly shook his head. Had it been 6 months prior, such praise would have undoubtedly filled him with pride. However, that was no longer the case. Since stepping onto the battlefield, he had gained profound insights into many truths. Flagwood Tsukumo wore a knowing smile as he strolled through the camp once more with Qianshuang by his side. The ninjas occasionally cast curious glances at the two, but they quickly retreated, eager to distance themselves from any association with them. Qianshuang and the other person have found their tranquility. The ninja has become resilient due to unforgettable memories. This is what we call growth. Hatake Tsukumo gazes up at the overcast sky, and what you comprehend on the battlefield is also a form of maturation, is it not? As Qianshuang's pupils constricted, Her mind swiftly processed the words of Hitaki Tsukumo. Just like that occasion when you spoke to me outside the door, it too was a form of growth for me. Hitaki Tsukumo gazed at Qianshuang with clarity. He would no longer be easily lost in confusion. Speaking of which, Tsukumo-senpai, what exactly are we safeguarding this village for? Upon hearing Tsukumo mention that matter, Qianshuang was reminded of the lingering question in her heart since then, a question that continued to cloud her thoughts even on the battlefield. Those individuals completely disregarded your past achievements due to a single mistake, even spitting upon them. Are such people truly worthy of our protection? Hitaki Tsukumo trembled. He had not anticipated that Qianshuang would pose such a question. Perhaps you were right. These people do not deserve to be protected. Yet, the duties of a ninja extend far beyond that. Protecting the village is not merely about safeguarding its inhabitants. It also involves preserving the aspirations and will of our predecessors, ensuring that they are passed down through the ages. Observing the resolute gaze of Hitaki Tsukumo, Qianshuang tilted her head slightly and replied, I see. Yet deep within, she remained noncommittal. She did not harbor such lofty ideals or aspirations. The will of her predecessors held little significance for her. Her thoughts were rather straightforward. She had no desire to protect some so-called village, but there were people she cared for within it, and now her family could reluctantly be included, which was why she was willing to step onto this battlefield. Hitaki Tsukumo, unaware of Qianshuang's internal musings, mistook her contemplative expression as her processing his words and thus fell silent. A week slipped by unnoticed, and the forces of Konoha on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja successfully expanded, providing them with the confidence to engage the Sand Ninja once more. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja were not idle. Reports from Konoha's scouts indicated that they were surreptitiously relocating troops and supplies towards Kaiki Mountain. Kaiki Mountain, located at the border of the Land of Fire, had once been a fortress of Konoha, indicating that the Sand Ninja aimed to seize Konoha in one fell swoop. Upon receiving this intelligence, a multitude of ninjas convened within the Konoha camp, engaging in spirited discussions regarding countermeasures. Among them were Hitaki Tsukumo and the recently arrived Namikaze Minato from the Iwagakure battlefield. According to intelligence, the Sand Ninja had concentrated the majority of their elite forces and resources around Kaiki Mountain. It was expected that the decisive battle would not be far off. The first to speak was Orochimaru, who succinctly and without embellishment laid bare the newly acquired information. Namikaze Minato immediately responded, I believe we should seize the initiative, otherwise, when they are fully prepared, we will face a fierce battle. At these words, most of the prominent ninjas present nodded in agreement. Even Hitaki Tsukumo slightly inclined his head, stating, while they are not completely ready, we must strike decisively to capture Kaiki Mountain, rendering the Sand Ninja incapable of posing a threat to us. Orochimaru grinned. It seems we are all on the same page. Thus, without further ado, let each of us fulfill our duties and mobilize the troops for a surprise attack on Kaiki Mountain. Yes, before long, within the vast military camp, figures began to move with clear roles, the army rapidly assembling. Simultaneously, atop Kaiki Mountain, two figures gazed distantly in this direction. According to reports, Konoha's recent activities had been quite significant. It would not be long before they discovered our situation here. One of them spoke, an elderly man, one of the advisors of the Sand Ninja, Kaiza. The other figure was Chiyo, the grandmother of the Red Sand Scorpion, and also the sister of Kaiza. Due to the importance of the mission concerning Kaiki Mountain and its implications for the war's trajectory, the two advisors had come to oversee operations, ensuring that everything was foolproof. If they discover us, so be it. We have prepared for so long, and this time we must avenge our previous disgrace. Chiyo, unhurried and composed, exuded a profound confidence and a palpable disdain for the Leaf Village ninjas through her every word. On the other hand, Ebizo let out a faint sigh. If only Lord Gaara had not gone missing. However, before he could finish, Chiyo interjected, enough. Once we defeat the Leaf, we shall undoubtedly retrieve Lord Gaara. Especially with the two of us old geezers on the job. Ebizo could only nod in silent agreement. By the way, Chiyo suddenly inquired, how has Rashi been faring lately? At the mention of Rashi, a glimmer of admiration surfaced in Ebizo's eyes. That child possesses remarkable talent. He has made significant progress in mastering the third Kazekage's magnetic release. Upon hearing of such an exceptional junior emerging from his village, Chiyo felt a fleeting sense of relief, yet he was soon reminded of his own grandson. Truly, he pondered. Where could that child scorpion have wandered off to? Chapter 87. The surprise attack on the supply station. The actions of the Leaf Ninja were indeed swift and decisive. Within mere days, the Leaf forces had established a temporary encampment around the outskirts of Kaiki Mountain. However, Orochimaru refrained from issuing immediate orders to advance, instead opting for a period of rest. All the ninjas seized every moment to recuperate, fully aware of the brutal battles that lay ahead. Although the Leaf Army's position was concealed, their sheer numbers did not go unnoticed, and soon the Sand Ninja scouts discovered their whereabouts. Upon learning of the Leaf force's arrival, the Sand Ninja stationed on Kaiki Mountain commenced their preparations. Even before the two armies clashed, the air around the mountain was thick with the scent of impending conflict. By the following day, having completed their rest, The Leaf Ninjas were ready to launch a fierce assault on Kaiki Mountain. Tsukumo, you are to lead the first and second squads in a frontal attack against the Sand Ninja. The third squad will remain with me to safeguard our rear. Minato, you will lead the fourth squad to circumvent Kaiki Mountain and strike at their supply station. Before the assembled troops, Orochimaru meticulously issued his commands. In prior reconnaissance, the Leaf had ascertained the locations of the supply stations established by the Sand Ninja, prompting the decision to have Minato lead an assault to obliterate them. Should they succeed in severing the enemy supply lines, the battle would inevitably favor the Leaf. Without hesitation, Hatake Tsukumo led half of the ninjas in a direct assault on Kaiki Mountain, while Minato, commanding the fourth squad, skillfully maneuvered around the mountain, evading sentry posts, and headed straight for the supply station hidden behind the mountain. Qianshuang was unexpectedly among the ranks of the 4th Division. Under the leadership of the illustrious Minato Namikaze, they had effortlessly evaded the gaze of the Sand Shinobi, yet a heavy weight lingered in Qianshuang's heart. If all went as anticipated, the supply station would undoubtedly be heavily guarded by the Sand Shinobi, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Minato nodded, already anticipating the challenges ahead. But for the sake of their mission, he pressed on with unwavering determination. As they drew closer, Minato could sense formidable chakra emanating from within the supply station. Everyone, take heed. We are nearing the supply station. According to our plan, we must disguise ourselves as reinforcements from the Sand Shinobi. Remain vigilant, and be prepared for battle at all times. Minato's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every ninja present, casting a grave expression upon their faces. The ninjas promptly removed their Leaf Village headbands, altering their appearances with simple disguises as they followed closely behind Minato. Who goes there? Step forward. A seasoned ninja, appearing to be a minor leader among the patrol, detected a subtle movement and quickly assumed a defensive posture. The members of his patrol tightened their grips on their weapons and advanced cautiously. After all, this was a critical period in the war between the Sand and Leaf, and they could not afford any missteps with the supply depot right behind them. A group of ninjas emerged slowly from the rain-soaked shadows. Do not be alarmed. We have been sent by the elders to assist you in guarding the supplies. The leading figure, Minato, had undergone a simple transformation, although traces of his original appearance lingered. It was insufficient for the Sand Shinobi to recognize him. However, the Sand Captain did not relax his guard in response to Minato's words. Instead, his wariness intensified. How can you prove that? Do you have an order from the elders? Minato immediately produced a scroll. The Sand Captain, half convinced, took the scroll and opened it, only to be met with a shocking revelation. In an instant, numerous specialized kunai shot forth from the scroll, compelling the Sand Captain to evade just in time to avoid being pierced. But this was precisely what Minato had hoped for. The kunai scattered at the feet of the Sand Patrol, yet they remained oblivious, their gazes filled with vigilance and hostility. Enemy attack. The Sand Captain was about to retrieve a signal flare from his waist when, in the blink of an eye, his actions came to an abrupt halt. Not only were the specialized kunai marked with Minato's insignia, but the scroll in the Sand Captain's hand bore it as well. Golden flashes darted through the crowd, and before the patrol could even utter a scream, they fell one by one into pools of their own blood. Quickly, gather the bodies. The surrounding ninjas were deeply shaken by Minato's overwhelming power, and it was only upon his command that they snapped back to reality. After the Leaf Ninjas had disposed of the patrol's bodies, Minato promptly ordered the remaining Sand Ninjas disguised as patrol members to continue their infiltration. Given the limited number of patrol members, a considerable number of ninjas from the 4th Division remained, and reluctantly, Minato commanded the others to stay hidden in the shadows. He then led Qianshuang and several other highly skilled ninjas to assume the guise of the patrol team. After agreeing to signal with fireworks, Minato, now accompanied by a group indistinguishable from the previous patrol, advanced towards the supply station. Perhaps due to this patrol's frequent presence in the vicinity, the sand guards at the supply station seemed familiar with each face, allowing the group to enter without obstruction. They were close, so very close, as Minato beheld their objective. Seemingly within reach, even his calm demeanor could not suppress the rapid beating of his heart. Halt! Who authorized your approach? Suddenly, an incongruous voice rang out. Upon closer inspection, the ninja who called out was clad in black attire, with short brown hair, and what stood out most were the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. A tightness gripped Qianshuang's heart. This familiar visage could not possibly belong to Gaara, for at this moment, he had yet to be born. Thus, only one possibility remained. This individual was the man destined to inherit the title of the 4th Kazekage, Raza. My lord, the elders speculate that Konoha might take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on our supplies, which is why we have been dispatched to investigate. Wu Feng Shuimin stepped forward, bowing his head slightly, perfectly embodying his current role, as he calmly articulated the fabricated rationale he had just concocted. Since it is the elders' command, please follow me. To Qianshuang's astonishment, Raza was surprisingly accommodating. He not only refrained from questioning their identities but also took the initiative to lead the way. This sparked a flicker of doubt within Qianshuang. Surely, even if Raza recognized the faces they were currently assuming, he should not so readily place his trust in them. Yet, with the supplies now within reach, should they let this opportunity slip by, it might be an eternity before another such chance arose. Thus, despite harboring similar doubts, Wolfing Shuimen resolutely followed in Raza's footsteps. As Raza guided the disguised Konoha members forward, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk began to manifest on his otherwise unyielding countenance. Chapter 88. Unveiling under Raza's guidance, the Konoha members navigated the obstacles with remarkable ease, soon arriving at a relatively spacious clearing. At that moment, Raza abruptly halted his steps. Qianshuang, along with the surrounding Konoha ninjas, felt a tremor of unease, their gazes laden with caution as they regarded the silhouette standing at the forefront. Some ninjas, lacking in psychological resilience, began to perspire. Luosha slowly turned his head, his expression not one of anticipated severity, but rather adorned with a hint of awkwardness. I apologize, but I neglected to inquire which elder has sent you here. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback, yet his formidable composure swiftly regained control. His mind racing to process the information. They were familiar with only a handful of Elder Sand ninjas, and based on Minato's understanding of their personalities, the one most likely to issue such a mission was none other than Lady Chiyo. Realization dawned on Luosha's face, prompting a sense of relief among the Konoha ninjas behind Minato, who silently sighed in relief at having managed to navigate the situation. However, in the next instant, their hearts sank once more. By the way, does Lady Chiyo know that you were sent to inspect the supplies? Minato felt a slight tremor coursing through him as he discerned a glimmer of mockery in Luosha's eyes. At that moment, he comprehended their exposure. Forcing himself to suppress the shock within, Minato, as the leader of the team, understood he must maintain his composure. When did you realize? He endeavored to pose the question with a calm demeanor, his azure gaze fixed intently on Luosha. Hearing this, even the slowest of the Konoha squad recognized the shift in the atmosphere, their eyes now brimming with murderous intent as they turned their focus back to Luosha. The surrounding ninjas remained acutely vigilant. As anticipated, they were soon encircled by numerous sand ninjas, enveloped in layers. Luosha spoke nonchalantly. Indeed, you are correct. The elder anticipated that someone would attempt to ambush the supplies. However, the one assigned for this task was not you, but rather me. Bastard. A Konoha ninja, unable to contain his rage, drew a kunai and hurled it at the close proximity of Luosha. Yet, Luosha did not flinch. He allowed the kunai to pierce through his form, only for his body to then dissolve into a cascade of golden sand, scattering across the ground. This is a sand clone? Minato found it hard to believe that he had failed to recognize the clone at such close range, prompting a re-evaluation of Luosha's prowess. Moreover, the one who dispatched you is right here. Luosha's figure re-emerged directly before Minato, accompanied by a slightly stooped elderly woman. Though the crone appeared aged, the brilliance in her eyes remained fixed upon Minato. Chiyo gazed at the unflappable Minato Namikaze, even amidst peril, a glimmer of admiration shining in her eyes, swiftly followed by a tinge of regret. It was lamentable that such a promising young talent hailed from Konoha rather than their own Sunagakure. She had long heard tales of the fierce battle between Konoha and Owagakure, where Konoha's yellow flash shone resplendently. Witnessing it firsthand today was indeed extraordinary. Surely, you must be the esteemed Elder Chiyo? Minato Namikaze let out a wry smile, finally comprehending why he had been unmasked. It seemed that the true Chiyo was standing right before him, and he had unwittingly outsmarted himself. Engage. Though Chiyo cherishes talent, she shows no mercy towards her enemies. Upon receiving the command, the Sand Ninja surged forward in unison. Chikage, cried Minato Namikaze, his gaze more serious than ever, with clarity in her heart. Qianshuang extracted the signal flare she had just acquired from the Sand Ninja Patrol and shot it into the sky. Ever vigilant, the Konoha ninjas stationed outside the supply base rushed forth at once. Yet the considerable distance and numerous obstacles between them rendered immediate support to Namikaze Minato and his companions impossible. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja leader, Rasha, along with Chiyo, advanced without hesitation. White's secret technique, the 10 of Matsukaze. Chiyo confronted none other than the illustrious 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose reputation as the Yellow Flash preceded him. Unwavering in her resolve, she did not hesitate to reveal her signature technique. From the scroll in her hand, 10 white-robed puppets adorned with various masks sprang forth, each responding to the intricate gestures of her fingers, launching a fierce onslaught with precision and coordination. Meanwhile, Rasha charged directly towards the assembled Leaf Ninja behind Minato, perceiving them as nothing more than a disorganized rabble, with the exception of the Hokage himself. If he could merely divert Minato's attention, he believed he could single-handedly dismantle the Leaf forces. Indeed, the situation was perilous. Rasha possessed the rare and formidable magnetic release technique, and should he infiltrate the ranks of the Leaf Shinobi, it would surely be akin to a tiger among sheep. Qianshuang was acutely aware of this fact. Her gaze sharpened as she swiftly launched a shuriken, the shadow clone technique of shuriken, in the face of the relentless barrage of shurikens. Akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, Luosha maintained an expression of calm, raising her hand to erect a golden sand wall that effortlessly deflected them all. Such arrogance from a mere imp. In response to Qianshuang's provocation, Luosha's attention immediately zeroed in on her. Magnetic escape, golden sand. With a flick of her wrist, the golden sand behind her surged forth like a boiling torrent, wildly cascading towards her opponent. Calmly and unhurriedly, Qianshuang formed his hand seals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although his earlier shuriken had missed its mark, he had successfully drawn Luo Sha's attention towards himself. The next step was to buy time until reinforcements arrived. In an instant, Qianshuang executed his body flicker technique, his figure suddenly splitting into two, each shadow encircling Luo Sha from different directions. Yet, Qianshuang's technique was far more intricate. As he dashed forward, the two figures further multiplied, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. Regardless of which clone Luo Sha's sand gold struck, it did not hinder the movements of the remaining 7 clones in the slightest. This remarkable body flicker technique, astonishingly, had been learned from Uchiha Shisui. After 6 months of refinement, Qianshuang had surpassed Shisui's original prowess, manifesting as many as 8 clones. What on earth was happening? Luo Sha's eyes widened in disbelief. The sand gold, which he had always wielded with unyielding success, could not even thwart a mere young leaf ninja. Moreover, what was this technique? Each time he hit a clone, it vanished without warning just before impact, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Despite his relentless pursuit, he had inflicted no harm upon Qianshuang. While the latter drew ever closer, inciting Luo Sha's fury, who had always prided himself on his strength. Chapter 89, Confronting Luo Sha. Magnet Release, Sands of the Golden Tide. Realizing he could not defeat them one by one, Luo Sha seized control of a vast quantity of sand gold, attempting to drown both Qianshuang and all his clones in a sweeping attack. Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. Qianshuang concentrated chakra in his throat, and 8 figures simultaneously unleashed a vast inferno, as the roaring flames clashed violently with the golden sand of Luo Sha. Compared to the Great Fire Extinction, the area of the Great Fire Disappearance was significantly larger, and when combined with Qianshuang's instantaneous body technique, the expanse of the fire was astonishingly comparable to that of the golden sand. The fiery tongues ravaged the golden sand, yet the latter, being one of the few substances resistant to high temperatures, showed only faint signs of melting where it directly contacted the flames. Elsewhere, the golden sand remained steadfast. Truly, it was magnetic release. The ability to withstand Qianshuang's full-force fire release speaks volumes about the power of the golden sand, unless one could seize the opportunity at close range. Qianshuang found himself incapable of resisting the overwhelming tide of golden sand in this scenario. As his Sharingan activated, combined with the instantaneous body technique and the Sharingan's formidable insight, Qianshuang's 8 figures began to maneuver agilely atop the golden sand, evading the incessant waves of sand while swiftly closing in on Luo Sha. This is the Sharingan. Luo Sha's pupil sharpened. Even as Qianshuang moved with remarkable speed, he still caught a glimpse of crimson in his eyes. In an instant, Luo Sha's gaze turned fierce with a blend of murderous intent and avarice. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, I shall claim your eyes. In the next moment, Luo Sha's assault surged forth with even greater ferocity. Magnetic release, golden sand domain. Beneath Qianshuang's feet, the golden sand gradually ascended under Luo Sha's control, transforming into sharp spikes reminiscent of bamboo shoots. Without surprise, both Qianshuang's true form and her clones were pierced by numerous golden sand spikes within the realm of the sand gold technique. The body flicker technique was automatically dispelled, leaving only a single Qianshuang firmly bound by countless spikes, her crimson blood slowly dripping down the golden sand. Although she had successfully ensnared Qianshuang, there was no trace of joy on Luo Sha's face. In the next moment, Qianshuang's imprisoned body morphed into a wooden post. How fortunate. Her figure reappeared outside the confines of the sand gold realm, beads of cold sweat glistening on her brow. Had she not employed the substitution technique at that critical moment, it would have been her true self skewered like a shish kebab. Tell me your name. You have earned the right for me to remember you. The ninja before her, with impeccable timing and mastery over chakra, surpassed the limits typically expected of one so young. Luo Sha had no doubt that, given time, this individual could rival even the legendary Uchiha Madara in the future. Uchiha Qianshuang. Recognizing Luo Sha's formidable prowess, Qianshuang respected her strength enough to reveal her name. Conversely, had a mere underling posed such a question, she would have effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of her finger. I am Luo Sha of Sunagakure, and today, I shall personally defeat you. As their conversation unfolded, Luo Sha's fighting spirit surged, her panda-like eyes brimming with eagerness. Qianshuang, not to be outdone, felt the spinning tomo in her eyes accelerate. Her bloodline ignited the moment the battle commenced. If you possess the skill, then come and test it. The previous conflicts between Minato and Chiyo, as well as the skirmishes between the Sand Ninja and Konoha's shinobi, faded from their minds. At this moment, they saw only each other, and the battle reignited. Magnet release, sand gold cube. A golden cube rapidly coalesced before Luo Sha, and as it solidified, it hurtled towards Qianshuang with ferocity. Faced with Luo Sha's sand gold, Qianshuang dared not engage directly. Instead, she skillfully evaded the cube's assault with her agile movements and keen insight. Qianshuang initially intended to take advantage of a fleeting moment to approach Luo Sha. However, Luo Sha was equally aware that close combat was disadvantageous for herself, firmly maintaining the cube in front of her, leaving Qianshuang with no opportunity to draw near. The shadow clone technique of shuriken. Qianshuang once again hurled a shuriken, but this time it bore an explosive talisman. In an instant, the shuriken, along with the talisman, multiplied into hundreds of identical projectiles. Observing this, Luo Sha swiftly positioned a cube in front of himself for protection. The explosive talisman detonated, and a deafening explosion momentarily halted the clash on the battlefield. Thick smoke billowing from the epicenter of the blast. Empowered by the three-tomo Sharingan, Qianshuang navigated the dense fog with ease, plunging forward without trepidation. Meanwhile, although Luo Sha's vision was obscured by the smoke, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Beneath their feet lay golden sand, which allowed Luo Sha to distinctly sense Qianshuang's position through the particles. Magnet release, golden sand spear. Without hesitation, and in pursuit of an element of surprise, Luo Sha transformed the cube before him into a drill shape, thrusting it toward Qianshuang's sense location. A resounding crash echoed, and a subtle smile crept upon Luo Sha's lips. Mastering magnet release as he did, he recognized that the sound signified the golden sand striking its target. He surmised that Qianshuang, eager to capitalize on the advantage afforded by the Sharingan in the fog, had inadvertently fallen into his trap. He could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Planting his palms on the ground, a vast reservoir of chakra surged from his body into the golden sand beneath him. Magnet release, golden sand grave. At this moment, the golden sand was densely packed, and under Luo Sha's deliberate control, it began to whirl rapidly around Qianshuang's location, resembling a nascent tornado, a sandstorm intensifying by the moment. Luo Sha raised his hands, and with a sudden, forceful grip, the gathered sand solidified, enveloping Qianshuang in a triangular formation of gold. As the swirling winds and sands settled into tranquility, Luo Sha gradually lowered his arms. At last, it was over. He believed Qianshuang was trapped within his golden sand grave, rendering escape impossible, regardless of her prowess. A gentle breeze brushed by, and a flurry of pink petals fell into Luo Sha's peripheral vision. Lost in the exhilaration of his apparent victory over Qianshuang, he suddenly became acutely aware of something amiss. This was a grassy field. Where did the petals come from? Realizing the discrepancy, Luo Sha instinctively sought to manipulate the golden sand beneath him, but it was too late. A sharp pain and a numbing sensation coursed through his abdomen, dousing him in a cold sweat. The chakra he had just amassed evaporated without a trace. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to witness a lightning-encircled kunai protruding from his abdomen, its blade gleaming brilliantly in the light of the lightning, not a drop of blood staining it. Chapter 90. Jinjutsu, 3 Crimson Cherry Blossoms. How could this be? I never even made eye contact with you. Luo Sha could not fathom how he had clearly sensed Qianshuang ensnared within the golden sand, yet she had appeared behind him. Turning his head with great effort, he caught a glimpse of the dissipating petals surrounding Qianshuang's form, and the scene rapidly converged with a memory. Indeed, he recognized the technique. Yet Qianshuang did not allow him the luxury of naming it. That's right, it's the Jinjutsu of Senior Jinhong, the 3 Crimson Cherry Blossoms. Since Luo Sha had consciously avoided Qianshuang's gaze upon noticing her eyes, she had countered by employing a Jinjutsu distinct from the Sharingan. This technique was one he had secretly learned while assisting Yu Gao in her training, never expecting it to be used against him in this manner. In truth, Qianshuang had intended to spare Luo Sha, recognizing that his future son would be a close friend of Naruto, the protagonist. However, upon realizing that he had witnessed her stolen technique, she found herself compelled to silence him. In her heart, she silently apologized to Naruto and the yet unborn Gaara before yanking the kunai from Luo Sha's abdomen and aiming for his neck. At this moment, Luo Sha lay paralyzed, still under the effects of Qianshuang's lightning release, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. No matter how he struggled, his body's reactions were minimal. Just as Luo Sha began to resign himself to the arrival of death, an elderly voice ignited a flicker of hope within him. Stop! Damn it, Leaf Brat! Both Minato Namikaze and Chiyo had been vigilantly observing the battle, for both were rare prodigies of their respective villages, unwilling to see their talents extinguished by one another. The fog generated by the explosive talisman had momentarily obscured their view of the battlefield. By the time Qianshuang and Luo Sha re-emerged in their line of sight, it was to witness Qianshuang's treachery against Luo Sha. Minato let out a sigh of relief, while Chiyo, in contrast, felt a surge of urgency. Seeing Qianshuang poised to strike Luo Sha down, she abandoned Minato, commanding her puppet to attack Qianshuang. Double blade. Among her puppets, a female figure wielding twin blades rushed forward, swinging her weapons downwards. Should Qianshuang persist in her intent to slay Luo Sha, she risked her own demise at Chiyo's hands. Conversely, Luo Sha might seize the opportunity to escape. Faced with this dilemma, Qianshuang made the correct choice in that fleeting moment. She sheathed her weapon and retreated, executing both actions seamlessly as the puppet's blade cleaved the air between her and Luo Sha. Qianshuang yearned to attempt once more to slay Luo Sha. Yet all her efforts were thwarted by the twin blade puppets along with the newly arrived Minotaur and blue-faced puppets. Seizing this opportunity, Chiyo had already approached Luosha's side. "Are you all right, Luosha?" Observing Luosha's abdomen, which had been pierced through, Chiyo felt a pang of sorrow. He was the sole inheritor of the magnetic release bloodline limit in their village. If anything were to happen to him, how could she explain it to the other elders and the villagers? Luosha, with a resolute shake of his head, attempted to convey strength. Yet the furrowed lines of his brow, resembling twisted hemp rope, and the blood that flowed incessantly from his wound betrayed his true state. "You must return to tend to your wounds. I shall handle the rest." At these words, Luosha felt a bittersweet taste in his heart. He wished to voice his thoughts, but found himself utterly powerless, a surge of humiliation swelling within him. Nevertheless, he complied with Chiyo's directive, recognizing that remaining here would surely lead to his demise. "Lady Chiyo, you must exercise caution around that fellow, Uchiha Qianshuang. He possesses an unusual aura." Leaving behind this warning, he cast a fierce glance at Qianshuang, who was valiantly fending off the puppet onslaught. Drawing upon the last remnants of chakra within him, the sand beneath his feet rose like a cloud, lifting him away into the distance. "Uchiha Qianshuang?" Chiyo murmured to herself, Although she had never heard of Rasha, as an elder of the Sand Village, she certainly had gleaned some information from her spies. She could hardly fathom that the young man before her, who matched her puppets in combat, was indeed the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader. There was no escape. The moment Chiyo cast off the restraint, Minato Namikaze rushed in with urgency. After their recent encounters, Minato had comprehensively grasped the unique abilities of Chiyo's 10 puppets. At that moment, only 3 defensive puppets remained by Chiyo's side, while the other 7 were engaged in a fierce assault against Kyo. Rasengan. A cerulean sphere of chakra coalesced in Minato's hand as he pursued the direction in which Rasha had fled, his speed rendering Chiyo's 3 remaining puppets utterly incapable of intervening. With no other choice, Chiyo altered her hand signs, summoning back the 7 puppets embroiled in battle with Kyo, positioning the remaining 3 in a defensive formation. Ninjutsu, 3 treasures absorption. The 3 puppets simultaneously formed the tiger seal, unleashing a formidable pulling force that caused Minato to feel as though his body was being uncontrollably yanked backward towards Chiyo. Struggling against the suction, he soon found himself confronted by the returning 7 puppets, 2 large blades descending upon him. With a resigned sigh, Minato relinquished his pursuit of Rasha, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the grasp of the absorbing force. "Are you alright, Teacher Minato?" With the puppets no longer entangling him, Kyo swiftly joined Minato's side. What a pity, that fellow managed to escape." Minato lamented, yet he could not dismiss the overwhelming pressure he had sensed from Chiyo's technique. "Let him flee. At least we have made progress in our mission." Qianshuang appeared rather indifferent, which inexplicably lightened the heart of Minato Namikaze, eliciting a somewhat helpless smile upon his face. However, he quickly turned serious and addressed Chiyo. "Before we proceed, we must first resolve the trouble at hand." Despite the extraordinary prowess of the 2 young ninjas from Konoha, Chiyo felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at having suffered a setback against them. "Those 2 Konoha brats. While I'm here, neither Rasha nor your supply shall lay a finger on you." Samba absorption. A powerful suction force surged forth once more, but unlike the previous instance, the 7 remaining puppets were now dangerously close, each wielding weapons as they advanced toward the temporarily ensnared duo. Surprisingly, Chiyo's primary target this time was not Minato, but rather Qianshuang, standing beside him. In her estimation, controlling Minato, who possessed space-time ninjutsu, would prove to be a formidable challenge, whereas Qianshuang seemed far more manageable. She intended to catch Uchiha Qianshuang off guard, eliminate him, seize his Sharingan, and subsequently engage Minato in a one-on-one confrontation, vastly increasing her odds of victory compared to the current 2-on-1 scenario. Chapter 91. One should not speak too confidently. Qianshuang. Realizing Chiyo's intentions, Minato exclaimed, filled with regret. Due to the urgency of their journey, he had neglected to mark Qianshuang earlier, although the distance between them was not great. It was insufficient for Minato to withstand the suction force and rescue Qianshuang before the puppets' assault arrived. The puppets drew closer, their blades nearly within reach, and a sinister expression began to emerge on Chiyo's face. Yet, to everyone else's astonishment, Qianshuang remained remarkably calm, seemingly oblivious to the impending peril. Observing Qianshuang's demeanor, Minato sensed something amiss, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "What is this? Have you resigned yourself to your fate?" Chiyo did not notice the expression of Minato Namikaze. Observing Qianshuang's inaction, the mockery in her eyes intensified. Qianshuang smiled gently and said, "Senior Qiandai, I advise you to refrain from speaking too confidently." Chiyo was taken aback, as Qianshuang's smile revealed an unsettling peculiarity in her eyes, igniting an inexplicable sense of unease within her. That noisy little imp, perish. Chiyo's movements grew increasingly fierce as the massive blade wielded by the puppet descended towards Qianshuang's head. Just as the blade made contact, his form dissolved into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air. Was this a shadow clone? After a moment of surprise, Chiyo recalled Qianshuang's earlier words about shadow clones. One must not speak too definitively. Had she uttered such words? In a daze, She finally remembered the words she had spoken in her earlier state of embarrassment and anger. At this moment, Chiyo began to feel a surge of panic, completely disregarding the situation with both feng shui men. Her murky old eyes suddenly turned towards the direction in which Luo Sha had departed, yet she perceived nothing, just as confusion enveloped her. She inadvertently caught a whiff of a burnt scent. Wait, burnt? Chiyo seemed to have grasped something, turning to gaze back towards the supply station, where a thick column of smoke rose, connecting heaven and earth. Even the gentle breeze that brushed against her felt tainted by the heat. At this moment, the sand shinobi resembled ants on a hot skillet. Although they were eager to extinguish the flames, there were far too few ninjas skilled in water release among them. Moreover, the absence of rivers near Kaiki Mountain rendered their attempts to quench such a great fire nothing short of a fantastical dream. Chiyo stood frozen in place, a fierce blaze of anger igniting within her chest. At this moment, she realized that she had been outwitted by Uchiha Chikaz. That was the supply for the Sand Ninja. Without it, how could their army possibly endure prolonged combat? Defeat for the Sand Ninja was inevitable. In this instant, Chiyo was engulfed in despair, her fury towards Chikaz surpassing even her hatred for Konoha's White Fang, who had slain her son and daughter-in-law. She longed to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Apologies. Apologies, I was momentarily indisposed. Unbeknownst to her, Chikaz had already returned to Minato Namikaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he were in the company of long-lost friends. Minato Namikaze offered a slight smile in return, casting a glance of admiration. Qianshuang raised the corner of his mouth in what seemed to be a response. Having successfully destroyed the enemy's supplies, he felt elated and began contemplating an escape as the mission was accomplished. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village ninjas were valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Sand Ninjas. Although the elite ninjas had accompanied Namikaze Minato, the disparity in numbers was significant, and it was already a remarkable feat for the Leaf to hold on until now. Presently, they found themselves entangled with Chiyo, and if the situation continued to drag on, even if Qianshuang and Minato could flee, the ninjas they had brought along would likely face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Qianshuang suddenly devised a plan. Uchiha Qianshuang. Upon seeing Qianshuang again, Chiyo's eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire, akin to that of a vengeful spirit, seemingly intent on turning him to ashes. At that moment, Chiyo had lost her composure. 10 puppets surged forth, determined to eliminate Qianshuang at any cost. Faced with Chiyo's furious assault, Qianshuang dared not show any negligence and, with the cooperation of Namikaze Minato, repeatedly defended against the relentless attacks. Chiyo-senpai, do calm down. Your anger is detrimental to your health. Perhaps we should sit down and have a good chat. While fending off the puppet's onslaught, Qianshuang couldn't help but jest at Chiyo. This left Minato speechless, wondering who had just provoked her. Yet, Chiyo paid no heed to Qianshuang's words. Her eyes were now clouded with rage. Qianshuang wielded her ninja blade, once again clashing against the massive sword before her, and said, "What if I told you that I have information regarding your grandson, Scorpion?" Upon hearing the name Scorpion, Chiyo's movements faltered, and a glimmer of clarity returned to her eyes. "Scorpion? You have news about Scorpion?" Chiyo scrutinized Qianshuang with a skeptical gaze, and then declared, "Stop your deceit. Even if you were to shout until the heavens heard you today, I shall still take your life." As she spoke, Chiyo prepared to strike once more, but was halted by Qianshuang's words. "Oh, hold on, esteemed elder. We truly encountered your grandson. Master Minato also witnessed it and can attest to my claims." Qianshuang turned her head towards Wave Wind Watergate, giving him a meaningful glance. Wave Wind Watergate was momentarily taken aback. Although uncertain of her intentions, he continued the conversation. "Indeed, we have encountered Ling's son. I recall that he utilized a puppet armed with sharp blades and poison needles. However, I was not swayed. There are many puppets equipped with sharp blades and poison needles. How can you be certain that it was my grandson?" Wave Wind Watergate scratched his head in frustration. Apart from the name, they possessed no definitive evidence. Just as he was at a loss, Qianshuang's voice broke the silence. "I employed a jinjutsu on him and discovered that deep within his heart, he seems to yearn profoundly for his deceased parents." This was, of course, a fabrication by Qianshuang. Yet it evidently struck a chord, causing Qindai to tremble all over. Qianshuang and both feng shui men exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging the potential for success. Qianshuang persevered and remarked, "In his memories, it seems he crafted 2 puppet parents, even going so far as to regard them as his own flesh and blood." Upon hearing this, Qianni became thoroughly convinced by Qianshuang's words. The myriad signs resonated with her grandson's situation. This was no mere coincidence. Overwhelmed by her longing for her grandson, she appeared to have momentarily forgotten the grave offense Qianshuang had just committed by destroying their supplies, and eagerly inquired, "Where did you encounter the Scorpion? What transpired between you?" "Rest assured," they replied, "we merely engaged in a contest with your grandson, neither side emerging victorious, and subsequently parted ways." Qianshuang spread her hands. Chiyo let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "Where did you encounter the Scorpion?" From the moment the supplies were destroyed, Chiyo had relinquished any illusions about attacking Konoha. Her sole wish at that moment was to bring her grandson back home. Qianshuang took a deep breath and said, I can reveal the location where we encountered the scorpion, but I have a condition. Chiyo gritted her teeth, torn between the desire to confront the man before her, who was as elusive as a hare, and the realization that she needed Chikage's assistance to uncover her grandson's whereabouts. Reluctantly, she resolved to compromise. Tell me, if I were able to accomplish that. Chapter 92. After the battle, noticing Chiyo's resignation, Chikage exchanged a knowing glance with Minato Namikaze, both curling their lips into a faint smile. By this point, Minato had already surmised Chikage's intentions. With their supplies destroyed, the Sand Shinobi were undeniably destined for defeat in this battle. I hope to avert unnecessary casualties. Qianshuang spoke with great tact, yet Qidao, the venerable elder, comprehended the underlying message with clarity. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge it, the stark truth was that without supplies, Sunagakure could no longer muster any resistance. Defeat and surrender were inevitable outcomes. Since capitulation was unavoidable, whether sooner or later, why not acquiesce to the opponent's demands now and secure intelligence regarding her grandson? Nevertheless, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself unable to utter them. The bitter taste of reluctance weighed heavily upon her heart. The very architect of Sunagakure's impending downfall stood before her, and to allow them to depart unchallenged was an unbearable humiliation. In a fleeting moment, Qidao appeared to age a decade. The once youthful vigor that adorned her face was now replaced by a tapestry of wrinkles. After a prolonged period of contemplation, she reluctantly uttered those 3 words, as if expending every ounce of her strength in that breath. I agree. Upon hearing this, both Qianshuang and Minato Namikaze revealed expressions of elation. Then, I kindly asked the elder to issue the command for your forces to cease their assault. Chiyo slowly nodded. Retracting the 10 puppets before her, and together with Chisaki and Minato Namikaze, they made their way to the battlefield where the 2 armies clashed. Chiyo halted both parties, her expression marked by humiliation as she succinctly summarized the recent events to the allied forces, omitting any mention of the agreement with Chisaki. She merely stated that the cessation of the senseless conflict was to mitigate losses for both sides. Upon hearing this, the Sand Ninja army appeared dejected. However, on the side of Konoha, despite their injuries, each shinobi gazed at Minato Namikaze and Chisaki with profound admiration. From Chido's account, it was clear to them that the resolution of this battle was largely due to the efforts of these 2 individuals standing before them. Chiyo turned away with dimmed eyes. Her only desire at that moment was to swiftly locate her grandson and then retreat into seclusion, never again to emerge and suffer such indignities. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Qianshuang nodded, feeling a weight finally lifted from her heart. We encountered the scorpion in the woods at the border between the country of grass and the country of rock. Qianshuang provided a detailed description of the location. And after Qianye committed the site to memory, she silently turned away with the Sand Ninja army. Qianshuang, along with Namikaze Minato and a host of Konoha ninjas, returned to the temporary military camp bearing good news. Presently, the Sand Ninja, bereft of supplies, found themselves in a predicament akin to driving a car without fuel or cycling without pedals. Surrender had become an inevitable conclusion. Indeed, shortly after Minato and his companions arrived at the camp, news broke that the Sand Ninja had retreated from battle. This revelation astonished the Cloud Ninja, who had contemplated intervening. Who could have imagined that such a fierce conflict would conclude in such an anticlimactic manner? Those unaware of the circumstances eagerly sought the reasons behind this turn of events, and the information they uncovered left them astounded once more. In an instant, the name of Uchiha Qianshuang echoed throughout the ninja world, as everyone learned that this young Uchiha, nearly in his teenage years, had achieved a resounding victory over the magnet release user, Luo Sha, during the battle at Kaiki Mountain, dismantling the Sand Ninja's supply lines and threatening Elder Chiyo, effectively altering the course of the entire conflict single-handedly. Orochimaru, the commanding general of the battle, was equally incredulous upon hearing this news. He believed he had gained a profound understanding of Qianshuang's exceptional abilities over the past 6 months. Yet he had not anticipated such an astonishing revelation. This newfound admiration transformed Orochimaru's gaze towards Qianshuang, now imbued with desire and avarice. As if he could scarcely contain his eagerness to claim Qianshuang as his own. Qianshuang felt a chill run down her spine upon receiving that gaze. It was evident that Orochimaru had commenced his human experiments, prompting her to silently resolve to distance herself from this ambiguous figure. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat with the elders Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazuma, and Tsurugi Kamachi, having just reviewed the latest battle reports. The news of Konoha's decisive victory over the Sand Shinobi at Kikyu Mountain had visibly uplifted Sarutobi's spirits as he regarded his old friends with a beaming smile. Conversely, Danzo's countenance darkened upon learning that the primary architect of this victory was Uchiha Qianshuang. Acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's formidable power, Danzo was determined to eliminate this rising star, having corresponded secretly with Orochimaru several times, incurring significant cost in his quest to eradicate Qianshuang. Even when Sarutobi had controversially promoted Qianshuang to Jonin 6 months prior, Danzo had merely offered a token resistance, aiming to enable Orochimaru to assign Qianshuang perilous missions under the guise of duty. However, little did he anticipate that he would end up losing both his allies and his objectives, allowing Qianshuang to thrive instead. After a prolonged silence, it was Mito Kazuma, the least affected, who broke the stillness. I never expected that Uchiha boy to have grown to such heights. His memories of Qianshuang were still rooted in the Chunin exams. He could hardly fathom that in just a few short years, the boy had transformed into a pivotal figure capable of influencing the tides of battle. Truly extraordinary. Tsurugi Kamachi echoed, her admiration tinged with concern. This young man had risen to prominence, and dealing with him now would likely prove far more challenging. Understanding her implication, Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly. I have made my position clear. Qianshuang is a qualified inheritor of the will of fire. Do not entertain such futile notions. He believed he had come to know Qianshuang well enough to trust that he would not act against the village's interests. Yet, exceptions existed, after all. Wasn't Uchiha Madara also a defector following his collaboration with the first Hokage? Kamachi's prudence was not unwarranted. Danzo's mood could scarcely be described as merely poor. Upon hearing Sarutobi defend Qianshuang, he retorted vehemently. Sarutobi, having glimpsed Danzo's sinister demeanor, knew all too well what lay beneath his friend's facade. Qianshuang is Qianshuang, and Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara. I implore you not to conflate the two. Sarutobi warned with a cold glare. Danzo sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Do not forget, they share the same bloodline. Should he ever entertain malicious thoughts, the burden of that will not be something you can escape simply by relinquishing your position as Hokage. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, poised to counter when Kamachi interrupted. Danzo has a point. I propose we temporarily withdraw Uchiha Qianshuang from the battlefield and monitor him closely. Mito Kazuma concurred. I too agree. If he were to reach Madara's level, we might find ourselves in grave danger from the Nine Tails. Sarutobi, initially poised to argue, fell silent at the mention of the Nine Tails. Konoha was not what it once was. There was no longer anyone capable of containing the beast. After a moment's contemplation, he resignedly nodded. Then let us call Qianshuang back for now. However, I insist that our monitoring does not hinder him. After all, he is a hero of the battle at Kikyu Mountain. Upon hearing Sarutobi's concession, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Danzo's face as he waved dismissively. Rest assured, Hiruzen. I understand the balance. In the assembly hall of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, a group of weary elder advisors convened, among them Chiyo and Hyuzen, who had just returned from the front lines. The news of the Sand Shinobi's disastrous defeat at Kikyu Mountain had spread like wildfire, leaving the villagers in a state of anxiety, fearful that Konoha's ninja might soon invade their homes. At the conference table, Chiyo appeared deflated, devoid of her former commanding presence. Since the meeting commenced, the elders had relentlessly criticized her for her failures, arguing that had the supplies not been destroyed, the outcome of the battle might have been different. Even the daimyo of the Land of Wind had sent letters demanding accountability for the defeat, revealing the gravity of the situation. Despite the elders' inquiries, Chiyo remained tight-lipped about her decision to release Uchiha Qianshuang and Namikaze Minato, as they believed the number of Sand Shinobi stationed at the supply depot should have been sufficient to withstand any surprise attack. Well, it's common knowledge that Minato excels in space-time ninjutsu. Given the right preparations, he could have easily relocated Konoha's forces. Hyuzen interjected, attempting to deflect the blame from Chiyo. One irascible elder scoffed, what else can we do? We cannot defeat them. Our only option is to surrender. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew heavy with despair, causing Chiyo to lower her head even further. Hyuzen cast a concerned glance at the despondent Chiyo. With the third Kazekage's fate uncertain, we should consider appointing a capable successor. Otherwise, this impasse will only lead to further chaos. This suggestion garnered immediate support from the other elders. Seeing no dissent, Hyuzen promptly proposed Rasha, the only candidate among the younger generation of Sand Shinobi deemed fit for the role, particularly as he was the sole inheritor of magnet release. The elders, recognizing his potential, agreed that even if the third Kazekage were still alive, Rasha's ascension to the position would merely be a matter of time. However, doubts arose concerning Rasha's capabilities after he returned gravely injured from his mission to protect the supplies, having reportedly been bested by the inexperienced Uchiha boy. Indeed, even if that Uchiha is a genius, it shouldn't have resulted in such a severe defeat. Once skepticism emerged, others followed suit, casting doubt upon Rasha's suitability for leadership. Ultimately, through the persistent encouragement of Hyuzen and Chiyo, the elders overcame their reservations and accepted Rasha's succession as the fourth Kazekage. With the elders' support secured, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Within days, Rasha successfully assumed the mantle of Kazekage, and his first order of business was to address the aftermath of the conflict with Konoha. Thus, as Luo Sha ascended to the position of Wind Shadow, he found himself compelled to initiate negotiations with Konoha, evidently indicating that Sunagakure had no intention of continuing the conflict. This news, once disseminated, garnered the attention of various factions, particularly the Cloud Shinobi, who, once lurking with malice towards Konoha, could no longer afford to wait and began to incite chaos along the borders, heralding what seemed to be the onset of yet another tempest. In the aftermath of the Battle of Kikyu Mountain, while events rapidly unfolded within the shinobi world, in a dark and damp space somewhere within the realm, an elderly man, frail and bent, sat quietly before a colossal stone statue. Behind him, an eerie tube protruded, occasionally writhing as if something were being transmitted into the old man's body. As if sensing something, the old man painstakingly opened his weary eyes. In an instant, his intense gaze surged forth like boiling magma, warping the very space around him. And his pupils glowed a deep crimson, as if they were about to bleed. Absolute. The aged voice reverberated through the space. Raspy yet imbued with an indescribable authority that quelled any thoughts of resistance. Madara. A white figure unexpectedly emerged from the ground before the elder. Although the figure wore a cheeky grin, he maintained a respectful demeanor in the presence of Uchiha Madara. How goes the search for candidates? Madara inquired slowly. The white figure. White Zetsu smirked. Your standards are indeed quite stringent. I've turned Konoha upside down and scarcely found a handful of Uchiha that meet your criteria. Madara. Unfazed by White Zetsu's complaints, demanded, state your findings. Right. Chastised by Madara, White Zetsu ceased his frivolity, fully aware that should he overstep, the formidable figure before him would not hesitate to obliterate him. I have identified 3 youths who fit your conditions, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Chisaki. White Zetsu counted off on his fingers. Uchiha Shisui possesses exceptional genjutsu talent and excels in body flicker techniques. He is considered one of the foremost geniuses among the Uchiha clan, rumored to be a descendant of one known as Uchiha Kagami. Kagami? Madara's brow furrowed slightly. He was familiar with that name. In his eyes, Uchiha Kagami, having studied under the second Hokage, was a disgrace to the Uchiha lineage, and thus, he assumed his descendants likely maintained a tenuous connection to that so-called village. With that thought, Madara slowly shook his head, dismissing Uchiha Shisui. White Zetsu continued. Though Uchiha Obito may lack in strength, he is the most fitting candidate. He frequently assists the elderly across the street and often shares his pocket money with them. White Zetsu elaborated on Obito's honorable deeds, detailing them with such fervor that even Obito himself would struggle to recount them as thoroughly. Moreover, he appears quite concerned about someone named Rin Noera. Madara's interest was piqued. From White Zetsu's description, it was evident that Uchiha Obito was less mature than Shisui, making him easier to manipulate. Furthermore, he possessed that which Madara deemed essential, love. This was the most critical criterion for selecting a successor and a vital means of control over them. As this realization dawned, a warmth surged in Madara's eyes. Despite his relatively weaker foundation, Obito clearly aligned with Madara's standards. Continue. Madara gestured dismissively. Although he felt somewhat satisfied with Uchiha Obito, his strength still fell short. And Madara wished to hear of any other candidates that might better suit his desires. Lastly, there is Uchiha Chisaki. Like Obito, he is merely an ordinary Uchiha ninja. Yet his talent is remarkable, and he has been taken as a disciple by the current clan leader. Hearing of the clan leader's endorsement, Madara's interest was visibly piqued. He understood the Uchiha disposition well enough. If Uchiha Chisaki did not possess some extraordinary quality, the current leader would not have easily accepted him as a student. It seemed that not long ago, this young man had displayed impressive strength on the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi, single-handedly defeating a magnetism user among them, leading one to consider him the strongest among the Uchiha youth. However, his personality was somewhat lacking compared to Obito. Though he appeared warm on the surface, he was, in truth, rather aloof. White Zetsu shrugged. Truly, White Zetsu, even if Chisaki had concealed his demeanor well, he was still discerned. Upon hearing this, Madara's fervor seemed doused by cold water. While Chisaki met all his criteria and talent, his personality ultimately diverged from what Madara deemed acceptable. Noticing the disappointment in Madara's eyes, White Zetsu hastily added, although this lad may not surpass Uchiha Obito, he too holds someone dear, and I assure you, in matters of emotion, he will not fall short, perhaps even surpassing Obito. Oh, White Zetsu's sudden turn rekindled a glimmer of hope in Madara. For the thought of missing such a promising candidate stirred a sense of regret within him. Uchiha Chisaki, having lost his parents at a young age, seemed to cherish his grandmother, his only remaining family, above all else. Upon returning from missions, his first visit was invariably to her. Ah, familial bonds? A sinister smile crept across Madara's lips. Initially, he had intended to redirect his focus to Uchiha Obito, but now that he was aware of Uchiha Chisaki's vulnerability, the situation appeared far more manageable. He firmly believed that under the anguish of losing a cherished one, even the most resolute individuals could be swayed. Keep a close watch on Uchiha Chisaki and his family. Inform me at the first opportunity. Madara's voice was devoid of any emotion. Understood, Madara. At Madara's gesture, White Zetsu's form gradually melded into the wall, becoming one with it. Do not rush. The era of lasting peace shall soon arrive. His chilling voice echoed as the cave returned to its prior silence. Meanwhile, far away in the land of rain, Chisaki, completely unaware, had just been summoned to the main tent of the army. Since their resounding victory at Kaiki Mountain, skirmishes with the Sand Shinobi had noticeably dwindled, and in recent days, Chisaki had not even set foot on the battlefield. His days were filled with leisure, spending time eating, sleeping, and wandering around the camp, living a life of unbridled joy. Moreover, due to Chisaki's illustrious achievements, every leaf ninja he encountered treated him with utmost respect, no longer daring to underestimate him due to his youth. When called to the main tent, Chisaki initially believed he was to be praised for his efforts, only to be met with the unexpected. Uchiha Chisaki. In light of your remarkable contributions during the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, the third Hokage has specifically ordered your return to Konoha to receive a commendation. Orochimaru observed Chisaki with a sly grin, causing Chisaki to feel a lingering unease in his gut. Upon hearing Orochimaru's soft voice, Chisaki's first reaction was disbelief. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen finally come to his senses? Was he truly to be rewarded? Yet, the next moment, doubt crept in. The conflict was nearing its conclusion. Would returning to Konoha alongside the main force not yield the same result? Why the urgency to send him back? Surely. Someone had whispered in the Hokage's ear. With this thought, Chisaki instinctively recalled Shimura Danzo, suspecting that the ever-scheming Orochimaru had been influenced by that old rascal's machinations. This time, Yuan Fei Riri was eager to return, perhaps prompted by something uttered by that old man. The reward might merely be a pretext, while confinement was the true intent. Contemplating this, the flicker of excitement on Qianshuang's face swiftly dissipated. Observing Qianshuang's prolonged silence, Orochimaru felt a twinge of displeasure, his golden serpent-like eyes fixated intently on Qianshuang. After all, he was a commander. The audacity of this Uchiha youth was rather excessive. Sensing the chill in the air, Wufeng Shui Min, standing beside Qianshuang, hastily nudged him with his elbow and remarked with a forced smile, "Congratulations, Qianshuang." Only then did Qianshuang comprehend, albeit reluctantly, and expressed, "I understand. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." With that, he safely departed the tent, amidst the sympathetic gazes of Wufeng Shui Min and Chimu Sakomo. As Qianshuang exited the tent, his spirit sank. Anyone would feel discontented to be reassigned from the battlefield due to baseless suspicions. Yet, he soon recalled that this return might afford him the chance to reunite with those he had not seen in quite some time, igniting a spark of anticipation within him. He wondered how his grandmother's health had fared during this period. Had Obito and the others passed the CH9 exams? And what of Hong? Was she still upset with him? A torrent of thoughts surged through Qianshuang's mind like a dam bursting, rekindling the flickering flame in his heart that had grown cold from months of battle. Throughout the journey back, although Qianshuang was alone, the thoughts in his heart provided him with boundless strength. In less than 3 days, he arrived at the outskirts of the land of rain. Suddenly, the once gentle drizzle intensified into a downpour. Had he not stumbled upon an abandoned house that appeared to have long been forsaken, he would undoubtedly have been drenched to the bone. It seemed prudent to prepare for an extended stay here. Qianshuang stood beneath the eaves, removing the headband that adorned his brow, gently smoothing the damp strands of hair that had been kissed by the rain. As he gazed at the magnificent downpour that obscured the sky, inhaling the refreshing scent of the moist earth that lingered in the air, he felt an indescribable tranquility enveloping his heart, just as Qianshuang was lost in the mesmerizing spectacle of the rain before him. An incongruous sound of a wooden door creaking open and shut resonated behind him. Qianshuang slowly turned around, her expression composed. From the moment she discovered this wooden cabin, she had already taken note of the individuals inside. She naturally tucked the headband in her hand into her bosom, a hint of apology gracing her features. "I apologize for intruding upon your wooden shelter to escape the rain. If my presence is bothersome, I can take my leave." The door was pushed open by a young man with short orange hair. Upon catching sight of Qianshuang, he was momentarily taken aback by her refined demeanor, clearly unprepared for the grace exhibited by someone in such unfortunate circumstances. After a brief moment of contemplation, the orange-haired youth allowed kindness to triumph over reason, stepping aside and saying, "Not at all. If you don't mind, please come in to seek refuge from the rain." Qianshuang gazed at him with keen interest. Had it been anyone else, she would have refrained from entering the room out of caution. However, the presence of the individual before her dispelled any apprehensions. With a smile, she nodded and stepped unguardedly into the wooden cabin. Chapter 95. Encounter at dawn. Mayahiko, who was outside, inquired, "Who is it?" Inside the room, a man and a woman, upon hearing footsteps, assumed it was the orange-haired youth returning and turned their attention towards the door, only to find Qianshuang standing there. Instantly, their expression shifted to one of vigilance. Once they detected no immediate danger and noticed Mayahiko following closely behind, their tension eased, yet their gazes remained fixed on Qianshuang. At that moment, Qianshuang was clad solely in a deep blue shirt, which had become significantly damp from the rain, rendering the already indistinct family crest on it even more obscure. This detail prevented them from discerning any unusual signs. Noticing the ninja gear pouch on her, they dismissed her as merely a fledgling ninja who had fled from somewhere, especially since they did not spot a forehead protector on her. "Thank you for your hospitality. I apologize for the intrusion." Despite recognizing the identities of the three before her, Qianshuang maintained her politeness. Only then did the two inside the room divert their scrutinizing gazes away from her. "Hello," the red-haired youth responded courteously, while the purple-haired woman merely nodded coldly without uttering a word. An awkward silence enveloped the trio. "Don't mind them. These two are like that, silent in the presence of strangers." Mayahiko, walking in behind Qianshuang, stepped forward to ease the tension. At his gesture, Qianshuang took a seat around a round table with the three of them. As the leader of the group, Mayahiko promptly introduced himself. "We are members of the Akatsuki organization from the Land of Rain. I am Mayahiko. And these are Nagato and Conan. May I ask where you hail from and what brings you to the Land of Rain?" At this moment, the trio from Akatsuki was still in the fervent phase of youth, untouched by the harsh realities of society, and their conversation carried an air of camaraderie. In truth, Mayahiko harbored this intention. He had sensed something unusual about Qianshuang even before she arrived. After all, a striking appearance alone does not bestow an ethereal aura. If possible, he hoped to recruit Qianshuang into their organization. I am Qianshue, merely a wandering ninja who happened to arrive here by chance. Qianshuang smiled subtly, having swiftly devised her alias. The name Qianshue pays homage to the Chinese culture of her previous life, as morning corresponds to evening and snow to frost, albeit with a slightly feminine touch. I see. Upon learning that Qianshuang was a wandering ninja, Mayahiko seemed to catch a whiff of an intriguing tale and felt a sense of opportunity arise. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Akatsuki organization. I can see you have many stories to tell. Rest assured. Our organization's purpose is to bring peace to this tumultuous ninja world. As he spoke, Mayahiko gazed at Qianshuang with eager anticipation, almost imploring her to acquiesce. The two others beside him appeared accustomed to such scenes, yet Conan could not help but interject. Mayahiko, we have yet to ascertain this individual's identity. Nagato chimed in, indeed. And your immediate proposal may place her in a difficult position. Mayahiko regarded Qianshuang with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. As expected, she stared at him with wide eyes. Clearly taken aback. His words were laden with intent, so much so that Qianshuang briefly questioned whether his leadership status was merely a product of social charm. Unaware of Qianshuang's thoughts, Mayahiko believed she was merely startled by his sudden proposition and hurriedly clarified, you need not respond immediately. I simply wish to extend a sincere invitation for you to join us in contributing to the peace of the ninja world. The choice lies entirely with you. We will not coerce you. Conan cast a resigned glare at Mayahiko, wishing to reiterate her previous warning, yet was halted by Nagato's silent admonition. Following his gaze, the three pairs of eyes were now focused on Qianshuang, each reflecting varying emotions. Peace in the ninja world? Qianshuang idly toyed with the pendant dangling from her earlobe, murmuring. Isn't that somewhat vague? What precisely do you intend to do? Or rather, what can you accomplish solely by relying on your own strength? Qianshuang's unreserved words pierced through the hearts of the three like a sharp blade. How could they not recognize the insignificance of their own strength? Yet, the fervor of youth would not wane in the face of such tangible yet insurmountable challenges. Do not underestimate us. One day, we shall realize our dream of peace. In response to Qianshuang's forthrightness, the always wary Xiaoyan could no longer remain seated. With a sudden motion, she stood and glared fiercely at Qianshuang. Xiaoyan, calm down. Mahiko cast her an irritated glance, prompting Xiaoyan to sit back down under Nagato's gentle pull, although her resentful gaze lingered on Qianshuang. Mahiko closed his eyes in contemplation and, after a moment, opened them slowly, revealing an unwavering determination. Our power is indeed minimal. But it is precisely for this reason that we must unite with those who share our beliefs. We all believe that one day, the world we envision, one of peace, will come to fruition. Listening to Mahiko's impassioned speech and observing the glimmer of hope in Xiaonan and Nagato's eyes, Qianshuang could only shake her head with a wry smile. Had it been in her past life, she might have unhesitatingly chosen to fight alongside them. However, after experiencing so much, she now understood a profound truth. No endeavor can be resolved solely by fervent passion. Xiaonan inadvertently caught a glimpse of the seemingly sardonic smile on Qianshuang's lips, and her previously bright expression darkened. Hey, what is the matter? Do you look down on us? Qianshuang hurriedly waved her hand and said, No. I truly admire your ambition and courage. Upon hearing this, Yahiko immediately assumed that his words had made an impact, his eyes sparkling as he asked, So, does that mean you agree to join us? No, Qianshuang shook her head. While I appreciate your ideals, I do not see any promising prospects in them. To put it plainly, you lack a viable strategy to achieve your goals. Yahiko was instantly at a loss for words. At present, the Akatsuki organization was still in its infancy. Although their aspirations were lofty, they did not possess a solid plan. Who says there is no method? We have been negotiating with various nations embroiled in conflict to halt the spread of war. Kuan interjected stubbornly. And what has been the outcome? Qianshuang asked nonchalantly. Kuan's expression revealed her inner turmoil as she bit her lip, clearly indicating that the results were far from satisfactory. Chapter 96, Reminder observing Kuan's discomfort. Qianshuang already understood the situation. Casually glancing around, her gaze was soon drawn to three wooden plaques atop a cabinet in the corner. Dust had settled upon them, suggesting they had been neglected for some time, yet Qianshuang could still discern the green frog design upon them. Only then did she realize why she had encountered these three in this wooden cabin. It was the very dwelling where Jiraiya and the others had once lived. Even if we have yet to achieve tangible results, at least we are striving for our ideals. Hearing Qianshuang dismiss their efforts, even the usually mild-mannered Nagato could no longer contain his emotions. How could someone like you, who has never experienced pain, understand our yearning for peace? In Nagato's eyes, Qianshuang's calm demeanor was evidently due to her lack of exposure to the brutalities of war, and being questioned about his ideals by such a person filled him with indignation. Nagato, calm down, Yahiko said with concern, gently patting Nagato. In his emotional turmoil, Nagato's purple eyes, adorned with rippling patterns and previously hidden beneath his red bangs, were suddenly revealed to Qianshuang. Yahiko quickly turned his attention to Qianshuang, and upon seeing no shift in her demeanor, he sighed in relief, convinced that she had not recognized the Rinnegan. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Qianshuang was merely uninterested in those eyes. After all, they were not her own. And utilizing them would undoubtedly incur a tremendous cost. Additionally, as someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, she could not fathom the act of removing her own eyes to transplant another's. Have you really not experienced the pain you speak of? On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Just because I pointed out your lack of accomplishments? Nagato's words conjured some unpleasant memories in Qianshuang's mind, causing her previously relaxed expression to darken. Initially, Qianshuang had intended to take this opportunity to enlighten these Na'vi individuals, considering their shared fate. Yet, she was taken aback by their continued self-righteousness. No wonder they had become pawns in Uchiha Madara's game. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, Yahiko quickly sought to mediate. Well, Nagato's words were indeed a bit extreme, but that was due to his passion for our ideals. After all, we are all individuals shaped by tragic experiences. Listening to Yahiko, Qianshuang's somber expression gradually softened. Yes, ultimately they were all victims of war, and what fault lay with these youths who ardently sought peace? It was merely unfortunate that their understanding of the cruel reality of the ninja world remained so superficial. At the same time, the youth's dedication to their ideals was unwavering. Unless they faced loss, Qianshuang understood that no matter what she said in that moment, their views would remain unchanged. At that juncture, Nagato had also calmed down with the reassurance of Yahiko and Kuin, and a delicate silence enveloped the four of them. Qianshuang, however, paid no heed to these matters. His gaze fell upon the rain outside, which had shifted from its peak to a gentle decline. It seemed that the rain was about to cease. Qianshuang turned her head and noticed that Yahiko's gaze was fixed on the same spot as before. With a knowing smile, she said, "Indeed, the rain has ceased. And we must bid farewell. It seemed that you would likely choose not to join us, wouldn't you?" Yahiko let out a bitter laugh. For some inexplicable reason, he deeply hoped that Qianshuang would join them. At this moment, Conan and Nagato had become mere background figures, quietly listening to the exchange between the two, allowing the unique atmosphere to remain undisturbed. Qianshuang jested, "The individual beside you just made a valid point. You presume to recruit me without truly comprehending my identity. Are you not fearful that I might be here to eliminate you?" Mayahiko glanced at the somewhat melancholic Conan beside him, scratching his head in embarrassment as he replied, "Of course, I have considered that question. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I feel a peculiar affinity with you." "Affinity, you say? Could this not merely be your customary tactic for enlisting others?" Qianshuang smiled lightly before rising to her feet. Although she was acutely aware that her brief words would unlikely sway their opinions, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "In light of our fateful encounter, allow me to advise you, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Regarding that demigod from the land of rain, I suggest you proceed with utmost caution." "Are you referring to Hanzo of the Salamander?" Mayahiko pondered for a moment, still harboring a flicker of hope, but ultimately nodded. "I will remember that." Qianshuang uttered no further words and turned to walk towards the door. The three individuals behind him also rose to follow suit. Upon opening the door, they discovered that the once torrential rain had ceased, and even the lingering dark clouds in the sky seemed to have thinned slightly. Suddenly, as Qianshuang stepped outside, he turned back to gaze at the trio behind him and revealed, "The name I just mentioned was a falsehood. My true name is Qianshuang." With that, he leisurely retrieved a forehead protector from within his cloak and affixed it upon his brow. The moment the protector was secured, an invisible aura emanated from Qianshuang, exuding a chilling and formidable presence that was difficult to associate with someone so young. The three, feeling the weight of this aura, instinctively tensed up. "That forehead protector!" Sharon exclaimed in disbelief as she beheld the Konoha insignia adorning Qianshuang's forehead. Connecting it with his name, she quickly recalled a recent rumor. You are the Uchiha Qianshuang from Konoha?" Qianshuang felt a tinge of surprise. He had merely intended to reintroduce himself to the trio under his true identity, completely unaware of his burgeoning fame. "What is your purpose in approaching us?" Nagato's pupils constricted, the deep violet ripples seemingly stirring the air around them. As he initially assumed Qianshuang sought to gather intelligence. "Do not be anxious." Qianshuang raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I truly just happened to pass by. Regardless, you have already witnessed Nagato's eyes. We cannot allow you to return to Konoha." Conan's body began to exhibit signs of paper transformation, poised for conflict at the slightest provocation. "Shall we engage in battle?" Qianshuang remained composed, exuding an intense aura of battle readiness. To be candid, aside from Nagato's still partially awakened Rinnegan, he truly held little regard for the other two. This confidence stemmed from his mastery of the Sharingan and his extensive ninjutsu. "Enough." Yahiko suddenly interjected, diffusing the tense atmosphere. He turned to Qianshuang and said, "You may leave." "Yahiko, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Yahiko raised his hand to halt the two, shaking his head as he remarked, "After all, he is a fellow townsman of our esteemed teacher, Jiraiya." Upon hearing Yahiko invoke the name of their most revered mentor, the two abandoned their thoughts of detaining Qianshuang. The fervor that had ignited within Qianshuang was swiftly extinguished, and coupled with the unwelcome favor of that lascivious old man, he felt a slight annoyance, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation. Regardless, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. "Do not forget my earlier words." Though sympathy for the trio's impending fate lingered in his heart, Qianshuang recognized that he could effect no change and could only offer a few words of caution to the best of his ability. after leaving those 2 sentences behind. He turned and continued his journey into the Land of Fire. Chapter 97. Reunion. Along the journey, no extraordinary circumstances impeded Qianshuang's progress, and within half a month, he returned to Konoha village. As he walked once more along the familiar streets, a wave of nostalgia swept over him, each step enhancing his sense of ease and contentment. This time, before he could seek out the Hokage himself, he was approached by a member of the Umbu, who had come specifically to escort him for an audience with the Hokage. Reluctantly, Qianshuang followed the Umbu to the Hokage's office. Inside the office, as expected, he was inundated with platitudes from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who extolled Qianshuang's remarkable performance on the battlefield. After enduring a lengthy session of commendations, Qianshuang was finally permitted to leave. As for the promised reward, it amounted to naught. The so-called vacation was merely a guise to confine him within the village, something he had surmised long before receiving the order to return. While frustration simmered within him, he recognized the futility of his feelings. The village's upper echelons had developed a deep-seated aversion to the Uchiha clan, and erasing such sentiments would not be an easy task. The road to earning the complete trust of the third Hokage remained long and arduous. Qianshuang shook his head to dispel such thoughts. Having finally returned, he was determined to visit his grandmother at the earliest opportunity. He did not wish for her to witness the sorrow etched upon his face. Ah, this attire seems oddly familiar. At that moment, a murmured voice floated in from behind. Qianshuang suddenly turned around, and their eyes met, both individuals momentarily taken aback. After 6 months apart, the young man before her bore little difference from her memories, the only change being that he had grown slightly taller. In contrast, Qianshuang had undergone a more profound transformation, as the relentless warfare had substantially altered the youthful demeanor she once possessed. Although the young man was 2 years her senior, one might argue that Qianshuang appeared more mature. This was not due to any signs of aging, but rather the unique aura she exuded. It has been such a long time, Obito. Upon their reunion, Qianshuang's smile was genuine and heartfelt. Ah, it's truly you, Qianshuang. It was only after Qianshuang took the initiative to greet him that Uchiha Obito confirmed her identity, his excitement palpable. Had I not heard of your recent exploits, I might have thought you perished on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's expression darkened, feeling that such a thought need not be voiced so bluntly. You remain unchanged. Qianshuang adjusted her hair, feigning defeat. By the way, how did your Chunin exam go? Obito awkwardly scratched his nose, hesitating before responding. Well, there were some minor mishaps. Observing his demeanor, Qianshuang deduced with certainty that he had indeed failed. Noticing her knowing expression, Uchiha Obito hastily defended himself. That was due to my momentary lapse. If given another chance, I would surely succeed. Qianshuang curled his lips, having grown accustomed to Obito's grandiose claims. He glanced at the sun hanging directly overhead, then back at Obito, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity in the scene before him. He couldn't help but quip. Surely you're not about to regale me with another excuse about being late due to helping an elderly lady, are you? Though he jested, after half a year, he doubted Obito would still fall prey to such folly. However, reality proved him mistaken. How did you know? Obito exclaimed, taken aback, casting a surprised look at Qianshuang, which made the latter's lips twitch in exasperation. He was at a loss for words regarding Obito's habitual shortcomings. Unfazed, Obito chuckled and suggested, by the way, there's a gathering for our graduating class. Why not join me? He refrained from adding that bringing Qianshuang along would perfectly sidestep the issue of his tardiness. From our class? Who else is attending? Upon hearing the mention of their cohort, Qianshuang unconsciously thought of a few familiar figures. You know, Rin, Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai. The mention of Kurenai made Qianshuang's body tense, as conflicting emotions stirred within him. He yearned to see her yet feared her ire due to the events of 6 months prior. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about Asuma? Is he not coming? In his recollection, wherever Kurenai was, Asuma was sure to follow. His devotion to her was unmistakable. Upon hearing Obito's words, he assumed the latter had simply overlooked him. Asuma? Obito tilted his head and thought. I haven't seen him in ages. I heard he has been retreating somewhere to train after experiencing some sort of shock. Qianshuang felt somewhat bewildered, but chose not to dwell on it. I'm sorry, Obito, but I cannot go. I've just returned to the village and must check on my family. Despite her contemplation, Qianshuang was still unable to overcome her internal barrier. Really? I can see that Hong has been missing you quite a bit lately. Uchiha Obito remarked with an unusual seriousness. In truth, given his keen observational skills, it was improbable that he could discern such feelings. This information had been relayed to him in private by Naira Rin. His intent in saying this was merely to persuade Qianshuang to accompany him. As expected, upon hearing this, Qianshuang wavered, her gaze betraying a flicker of indecision for the first time. Sensing her uncertainty, Obito stepped forward and grasped her arm, reassuringly stating, It's all right. I've already checked on your family. Your grandmother is doing quite well, so there is no need to worry. With her reasons diminished, Qianshuang found herself reluctantly led by Obito towards the central street. Not long after Qianshuang set off back to Konoha, Orochimaru, the commander of the army, vanished after entrusting the camp's affairs to those around him. Fortunately, as Konoha and Sunagakure were in the midst of negotiations, his absence did not result in any significant loss. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground laboratory near Konoha, Danzo wore a brooding expression as he slammed a report onto Orochimaru's desk. It was the very battle report from the Hokage's office that day. How does this differ from what we agreed upon? Orochimaru smirked, his sharp tongue licking his lips. A mission deep behind enemy lines is inherently perilous. The fact that he returned alive is merely a stroke of luck. Danzo snorted dismissively, clearly unconvinced by Orochimaru's words. I don't care about the process. I only want results. In his eyes, this posed a significant dilemma. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy. I happen to have a keen interest in those eyes as well. Don't forget the benefits you've gained from here. Danzo felt his anger nearing a boiling point. Orochimaru had taken what he wanted without fulfilling his end of the bargain and now seemed to be turning the tables. I have already compensated for those items accordingly. Orochimaru adamantly refused to acknowledge the debt, infuriating Danzo further, yet he felt powerless and could only swallow his frustration. What if I told you I could procure the first Hokage's cells for you? At this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he began to weigh the pros and cons. Although the Sharingan was formidable, it paled in comparison to the legendary Manjiki and the power of the first Hokage. Very well, it's a deal. Orochimaru's cold yet exhilarated voice echoed throughout the laboratory. Chapter 98. A gathering transformed into a date. You're too slow, Obito. Obito hurriedly pulled Qianshuang along, but as expected, they soon found themselves on the receiving end of a stern reprimand from Naira-rin. Had it been any other day, Obito would have clasped his hands in apology. But today, he stood unusually firm, exuding confidence. I have brought you all good news, he announced, stepping aside to reveal Qianshuang, who had been hidden behind him. All right, Obito. Even if the news isn't good, we won't hold it against you. Just hurry up. Having grown accustomed to Obito's late arrivals and his excuses, they were unfazed. Yet, when Yuhi Kurenai looked up, she was struck dumb. Qianshuang? Her exclamation drew the attention of the others, who turned to see the familiar figure behind Obito. Might Guy bounded forward, grasping Qianshuang's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. I can't believe my eyes. You finally returned. It was evident that Might Guy had made considerable progress over the past 6 months, as demonstrated by the strength in his grip. It's been so long. Guy, Rin, Girin, and Kurenai. Qianshuang cast her gaze over the few individuals present, ultimately resting her eyes on the day's Sunset's Red. Observing the contrasting expressions on Qianshuang and Sunset's Red, Naira-rin seemed to grasp something significant, stifling a giggle as she pulled Obito and Qianshuang to sit opposite Sunset's Red. After a long-awaited return, let us first sit down and dine. Naira-rin winked at Qianshuang, who, somewhat perplexed by her intentions, still nodded in agreement. During the meal, aside from Sunset's Red, who appeared somewhat preoccupied and occasionally glanced at Qianshuang, the others relished their food with an extra measure of delight, owing to Qianshuang's return. Once they had eaten their fill, Obito, Might Guy, and Shiranui Genma expressed their desire to engage Qianshuang in conversation about his recent experiences on the battlefield. However, Naira-rin, with a hint of annoyance, interrupted them for other reasons, leaving only Qianshuang and Sunset's Red in an awkward silence. Noticing Sunset's Red with her head slightly bowed, Qianshuang felt a pang of regret and said, I apologize, Red. I refrained from bidding you farewell in person last time, fearing it might affect your exam. You do not hold it against me, do you? Upon hearing Qianshuang's sincere apology, Sunset's Red slowly lifted her head, revealing her slightly reddened eyes. She pouted, feigning indifference. I don't care at all. Yet, the fleeting glances gave away her true feelings. So, you were indeed upset with me. Observing the adorable yet sulky demeanor of Sunset's Red, Qianshuang offered a rueful smile and shook her head. I will not be leaving the village for a long while, so feel free to express any request you may have. Really? The previously sulky Sunset's Red's eyes widened in surprise, her exclamation drawing the attention of those nearby, causing her to lower her gaze in embarrassment. Ahem. I meant to say, it's wonderful that you want to be returning to the battlefield. Sunset's Red's eyes darted away as she struggled to suppress her earlier excitement. Moreover, I have no particular request to make. Upon uttering these words, a flicker of regret ignited within her, but now that the words had escaped her lips, she felt too embarrassed to retract them, her cheeks flushed in solitude. Seeing the dissonance between Sunset's Red's words and feelings, Qianshuang couldn't help but let a smile grace her lips, her heart buoyed by a playful desire. Is that so? What a pity. It seems I shall have to practice alone in the clan territory. Qianshuang feigned a look of great disappointment, allowing her gaze to dim in accordance with the moment. The sudden transformation of Qianshuang left Zai-Hong utterly flustered, and she found herself resentful of the words she had just uttered. Qianshuang, please don't be upset, she stammered, desperately attempting to explain herself. Yet the words lodged in her throat refused to escape. What happened just now? Qianshuang's seemingly casual inquiry only served to urge Zai-Hong further, intensifying the blush on her cheeks. Ultimately, Zai-Hong mustered the courage to confess, I was just speaking nonsense. Uttering this sentence felt as if she had exhausted all her bravery. And in that moment, she resembled a ripe persimmon, her head bowed in a desire to disappear. Upon hearing Zai-Hong's candid admission, Qianshuang couldn't help but break into a broad smile, instinctively reaching across the table to pat Zai-Hong's small head, feeling the warm touch above her. Zai-Hong glanced up only to meet Qianshuang's cheerful gaze, which ignited a surge of embarrassment and indignation within her. You silly fool, Qianshuang, she exclaimed, lifting her foot to kick at Qianshuang's leg beneath the table, her expression akin to that of an irate puppy. Ouch, that hurts. Qianshuang feigned pain, rubbing her shin where Zai Hong had kicked her, genuinely surprised by the strength of her petite companion. Witnessing Qianshuang's exaggerated grimace, Zai Hong finally allowed a long-awaited smile to grace her lips. That'll teach you to tease me. You deserve it. Seeing Zai Hong return to her usual quirky self, Qianshuang chuckled. Does this mean you can forgive me now? Zai Hong pouted, clearly unwilling to let Qianshuang off the hook easily. That depends on your performance. I'll treat you to octopus. Qianshuang pointed towards a shop outside the restaurant, recalling that Zai Rong often lingered there after returning from missions. Moreover, she had mentioned at the very beginning that her favorite dish was mustard octopus. Upon hearing that octopus was available, Zai Rong's bright eyes sparkled. Yet she still endeavored to resist the temptation, haughtily stating, if you wish to indulge, I suppose I could accompany you. Qianshuang smiled gently and walked towards the shop opposite with Zai Rong. By the time they exited the store, Zai Rong's hands were filled with a box brimming with octopus, all flavored with wasabi, and her mouth was never idle, savoring each bite with great delight. Qianshuang was somewhat startled by the scene beside her. It was not that he was particularly concerned about the expense, but rather that they had just finished lunch. How could Zai Hong possibly consume an entire box of octopus? It truly echoed the saying that women possess two stomachs, one for the main course and the other for dessert. For Zai Hong, her dessert consisted of octopus. Qianshuang, would you care to try some? It's absolutely delightful, Zai Hong exclaimed, raising the wasabi octopus with enthusiasm and offering it to Qianshuang. Qianshuang gazed at the food before him, which appeared both ripe and unripe, caught in the dichotomy of traditional Chinese sensibilities that made him hesitate to take a bite. However, when he met the expectant gaze of Zai Rong, whose large eyes shimmered with anticipation, he steeled himself and took a bite. How is it? Zai Rong eagerly inquired about Qianshuang's experience. Qianshuang savored the smooth sensation in her mouth and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, delicious. Chapter 99, An Overnight Stay. Qianshuang initially believed that a box of octopus would be the limit. However, she underestimated the formidable prowess of Zai Rong. The octopus was merely the beginning. Throughout the bustling main street, wherever Zai Rong ventured, traces of Qianshuang's consumption could be found, whether it be food or other indulgences. While Zai Rong continued to relish every moment without pause, the two had long forgotten the few who had left midway. What was once a gathering of many had seamlessly transformed into an intimate world shared by Qianshuang and Zai Rong. As the sun gradually descended, they finally explored the entirety of the street. What a delightful day, Zai Rong exclaimed, rubbing her unfilled stomach and stretching contentedly. Qianshuang gazed at the somewhat foolish expression of Shiyu, shaking his head indulgently. This girl has certainly cost him quite a bit today. Hong, the evening sky is growing late. It is time for you to return home. Qianshuang glanced at the sky and suddenly exclaimed. The setting sun turned a shade of crimson, instantly feeling a sense of melancholy, its little head shaking like a rattle drum. No, I do not wish to return just yet. Qianshuang furrowed her brow and gently remarked, it's rather late. Your father must be worried. His intention in persuading Shiri Hong to return home was rooted in concern for her safety, as it was indeed perilous for a young woman to traverse the night alone. However, his well-meaning counsel inadvertently brought about her discontent. My father is not at home. He has been on the battlefield for a long time and has yet to return. A deep sense of melancholy washed over Shiri Hong's face. The thought of her father's uncertain fate amid the chaos of war filled her heart with trepidation as she feared the loss of her last remaining kin. Qianshuang realized her words had been misplaced, and she hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting her back while softly saying, I apologize, Hong. It was not my intention to bring up your sorrowful memories. I too have but one relative remaining, so I can empathize with your feelings. Qianshuang's words were not mere idle talk. Although his grandmother remained robust, she was still elderly, and inevitably, there would come a day when she would depart from him. Qianshuang could not fathom what he would become when that day arrived. Oh, is Qianshuang the sole family member? Shiyu Hong expressed surprise. It was the first time she had heard Qianshuang speak of his family. Ah, my parents departed early due to the ravages of war, leaving only my grandmother and me. Qianshuang replied candidly, unperturbed by the revelation. It is not a matter of shame. Ah, so you two have such a history, Shiyu Hong remarked, her expression revealing empathy. Yet her curiosity piqued. What kind of person is your grandmother? I have never heard you mention her before. My grandmother? Qianshuang's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. In my memories, she is a kind and understanding soul. Though she does not always express her thoughts, she perceives everything. As he spoke of her, Qianshuang's demeanor transformed. He seemed to have an abundance of stories to share, a stark contrast to his usual reticence. Shiyu Hong, witnessing this rare moment, felt her cheeks flush as she stifled a laugh. Her laughter jolted Qianshuang from his reverie, and he found his own cheeks tinged with a rare hue of pink. It appeared that Qianshuang shared a profound bond with his grandmother. Shiyu Hong gazed at him in fascination, her wide eyes curving into crescent shapes. Since we are so alike, why not allow me to become your second family member? She declared earnestly. Qianshuang gazed at her in astonishment, finding it difficult to fathom how such ambiguous words could escape the lips of this young girl. Zai Rong was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, She recognized the suggestive undertone in her own words. Her already defined features visibly flushed a deep crimson, and wisps of steam seemed to rise from her head. In a fluster, she hurriedly clarified, "What I meant was, when my father is not around, I could perhaps try to spend some time with Qianshuang's grandmother. I absolutely meant nothing else, truly nothing at all." Qianshuang smiled gently, gazing at the flustered little steam girl before her. She raised her hand to tenderly ruffle the small, flushed face, only to be met with a pouting glare in return. Qianshuang pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "You ought to reconsider this matter, setting aside other considerations. I am of the Uchiha clan. In Qianshuang's eyes, the Sunigakure family, which had consistently supported the Hokage, might very well harbor the same exclusionary sentiments towards the Uchiha clan as the third Hokage did. While forming a team was one thing, if Qianshuang were to bring Yuhi Kurenai home, it could potentially incite discontent from Yuhi's Inc., jeopardizing not only their relationship but also undermining Qianshuang's long-standing efforts with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Yuhi Kurenai dismissed his concerns, saying, "What's wrong with the Uchiha? My father often praises the prowess of the Uchiha's genjutsu. Furthermore, whenever I mention you to him, he remarks that you are the most exceptional ninja he has encountered, aside from the Hokage throughout the ages." "Did your father truly say that?" Qianshuang asked, bewildered, struggling to discern whether Yuhi Zenk was merely playing the role of a benevolent father or if he genuinely did not harbor any prejudices against the Uchiha when it came to Qianshuang. "Of course it's true. Would I deceive you?" In response to Qianshuang's skepticism regarding the veracity of her father's words, Yuhi Kurenai pouted angrily and then tugged at Qianshuang, exclaiming, "I'm going to see my grandmother, not you. Why are you looking around so anxiously?" Ignoring Qianshuang's objections, she took hold of his arm and headed towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Qianshuang wished to express more to persuade Zirihong to reconsider her decision, yet alas, the latter was resolute in her desire to visit Qianshuang's home. With no other option, Qianshuang led Zirihong through the threshold of her abode, secretly hoping that this time Zirihong would not mind. As soon as Qianshuang returned home, his grandmother eagerly welcomed him, having already learned of his return to the village from the excited Tuesday. Upon noticing the adorable young girl by Qianshuang's side, her affectionate smile grew even more radiant. She momentarily set aside her grandson to engage in a flurry of inquiries directed at Shiyuhong, initially somewhat reserved. Shiyuhong gradually became more at ease as their conversation progressed, and the focus of their dialogue slowly shifted from her to Qianshuang. This left Qianshuang sitting awkwardly to the side, caught in a limbo, as though he were not the one truly related to the two conversing, as if they were grandmother and granddaughter. Subsequently, the grandmother warmly entertained Shiyuhong, frequently attempting to bring the two young individuals closer together under the pretext that young people should engage more with one another, which caused Shiyuhong to blush and her heart to race. That evening, she was invited to stay overnight, and although Qianshuang had intentions to object, he found himself silenced by his grandmother's insistence. Fortunately, there was an available room in the house, after a long night of chatting with the grandmother. Shiyuhong retired to sleep in the room Qianshuang had prepared for her. The following day, seemingly due to the novelty of spending her first night away from home, Shiyuhong rose early, insisting on accompanying Qianshuang for training. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, he reluctantly agreed to take her along. As they journeyed together, the striking pair quickly became the center of attention for passersby. Today, Qianshuang is not adorned in the typical blue-black attire of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he dons a rare white garment. Coupled with his refined demeanor and increasingly mature and handsome appearance, he exudes the elegance of a dashing young gentleman. In contrast, Yugao is still clad in a delicate purple dress. Although she has yet to fully blossom into adulthood, her lustrous black curls, fair complexion, and exquisite features, complemented by her innocent smile, render her a vision that effortlessly dispels any lingering discontent in those who behold her. It would be difficult to believe that these two captivating individuals are on their way to train rather than on a romantic outing. Within the Uchiha clan, Qianshuang has become somewhat of a celebrity, being the sole disciple of the clan leader. His recent exploits on the battlefield have further solidified his reputation, making him the talk of the clan. To the youth, Qianshuang represents an aspirational figure to admire and surpass. To the adults, he is the quintessential other people's child that parents often reference. The rare opportunity to encounter Qianshuang, especially in the company of a beautiful young lady, has incited the imaginations of onlookers, leading to curious and inappropriate gazes. Yugao finds herself slightly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those around her. She is no longer the naive child she once was. She understands the suggestive glances directed their way, though she does not particularly mind the misunderstanding with Qianshuang. Not to mention, Qianshuang himself feels a twinge of unease as he is subjected to the same attention, akin to being observed in a zoo. He glances at Yugao, who is nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress, and seizes her hand. Amid her startled exclamation, he leads her down a secluded path. It is not until they have distanced themselves from the bustling crowd that Qianshuang finally halts. The tranquility of their surroundings envelopes them. They find themselves on a narrow path, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, flanked by trees that explain the scarcity of passersby. Their hands remain tightly clasped, bodies close together. Under such intimate proximity, Yugao's cheeks flush a deep crimson, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Qianshuang chuckled as she released her grip and walked for quite a while, the blush on Ziyuri's cheeks gradually fading, restoring her whimsical demeanor. Speaking of which, I haven't inquired yet. How have you fared on the battlefield during this time? Furthermore, they say you were the great hero of the battle at Dragging Mountain. Is there any truth to that? Ziyuri stepped closer to Qianshuang, her hands clasped behind her back. Her upper body slightly leaning forward, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she scrutinized Qianshuang while retreating. Due to the suddenness of Qianshuang's appearance yesterday, which left her mind in a blank state, coupled with an afternoon of play and an evening spent conversing with Qianshuang's grandmother, Ziyuri had only now mustered the courage to pose this most pressing question. Well, it was merely a matter of coincidence. Qianshuang waved his hand dismissively, his tone somewhat perfunctory. The mere recollection of the battle at Kaiki Mountain stirred a torrent of frustration within him, leading him to curse under his breath. Were it not for his own remarkable performance, he would not have been summoned back by Sarutobi Hizashi, ostensibly under the guise of a holiday, only to find himself confined within the village. However, to Yuhi Kurenai's eyes, Qianshuang's demeanor was clearly one of humility. How impressive, Qianshuang. You are already achieving commendable feats on the battlefield as a former jonin, unlike me, who has yet to pass the chunin exams. She pouted in discontent. A hint of dissatisfaction with herself evident despite her tender age, for within her heart burned the spirit of a competitor. Qianshuang gently patted her head. A smile that was both enigmatic and teasing playing on her lips. For some inexplicable reason, the little head of Yuhi Kurenai held a profound allure for Qianshuang. Kurenai was already quite remarkable, and within a year, I am confident that you will undoubtedly succeed in becoming a CHNE. Qianshuang reassured her. Upon hearing Qianshuang's unwavering conviction, Kurenai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? How do you know I can achieve that? I am not even certain of it myself. Qianshuang's lips trembled slightly at the words, nearly giving herself away. How did she know? It was, of course, stated in the original text. Yet, it was evident that if she did not respond appropriately in the current situation, she might face another fierce kick from Shirihong. With a slight twitch of her lips, Qianshuang managed to present a somewhat forced smile and gave a thumbs up, saying, "It is undoubtedly a testament to your strength and my training methods." The naive Shirihong failed to notice the slightest hint of Qianshuang's discomfort, faced with the enticing prospect of advancing to chunin. She was already somewhat eager to undergo Qianshuang's training. During the subsequent training sessions, Shirihong displayed remarkable diligence. So much so that even the typically high-standard Qianshuang could not help but regard her with newfound respect. It appeared that during the past 6 months, she had not squandered her time in Qianshuang's absence. This routine persisted for a full 2 months, free from the burdens of war and conflict, as they tirelessly pursued self-improvement each day. During this period, Shirihong visibly became much more cheerful, and her bond with Qianshuang blossomed at an astonishing rate. Previously, due to her father and Qianshuang being on the battlefield, she often found herself distracted, despite the presence of her companions. Her training had been solitary, retreating to the small grove where Qianshuang had frequently taken her for practice. Sarutobi Asuma had also taken note of Shirihong's situation, fully aware of her inner turmoil. In a fit of frustration, he had a fierce argument with his father that very night, leading him to leave Konoha alone the following day. Aside from Sarutobi Hizashi, no one knew of his whereabouts. This was also the reason why Qianshuang had not received a definitive answer when she inquired about Uchiha Obito. Since Qianshuang's return, Shirihong had taken to following her around incessantly, whether for training or visiting her grandmother, to the point where the two were nearly inseparable. At this stage, aside from not having officially defined their relationship, they appeared to outsiders as if they were indeed a couple. However, considering the implications of this situation, Qianshuang, after much contemplation and inner struggle, finally reached a decision. At that moment, Shirihong had just concluded a day of training, halted by Qianshuang's call, and leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. Qianshuang thoughtfully offered a bottle of water, and Ziyarong, without hesitation, took it and drank deeply. This scene had become rather familiar in recent times. Red. Qianshuang naturally sat down beside Ziyarong, their shoulders nearly touching. "What's wrong?" Ziyarong asked, tilting her head in confusion. She caught a glimpse of the subtle worry reflected in Qianshuang's bright eyes, and for some reason, an unsettling feeling stirred within her heart. Qianshuang did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply for a considerable time. At last, he let out a gentle sigh and asked, "Hong, would you be willing to wait for me?" Chapter 101. Heading to the battlefield, Upon hearing Qianshuang's words, Ziyarong instantly lost her composure. A radiant blush swiftly spread across her cheeks, even tinging her neck with a delicate shade of pink. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, and in the face of Qianshuang's seemingly confessional words, she felt both exhilarated and uncertain, ultimately rendering her mind blank. The exhilaration stemmed from Qianshuang finally acknowledging his feelings for her, while the uncertainty arose from the rapid progression, leaving her unprepared. Stammering, she could only manage to ask, "What does this mean?" Qianshuang smiled gently, raising her hand to smooth the tips of her hair, dampened by sweat, and softly remarked, "It is precisely the meaning that resides in your heart. This seems to be moving a bit too swiftly." Ziyarong, stirred by Qianshuang's teasing, felt somewhat flustered, her large, blinking eyes daring not to meet his gaze, while her delicate hands clutched tightly at the hem of her garment. "No, it is not too fast. In fact, it might even be a tad late." Qianshuang gazed thoughtfully into the distance, but soon turned to face the setting sun. Speaking earnestly, Hong, the situation regarding the Uchiha clan far exceeds your imagination. For your safety, it is imperative that you maintain a distance from me. Why is that? The fear in Sunset Hong's eyes was palpable as she instinctively clutched Qianshuang's sleeve, as if terrified he might vanish before her very eyes. She could not comprehend why Qianshuang, who had moments ago gazed at her with such tenderness, now spoke such grave words. In truth, Qianshuang wished it could be otherwise. He longed for Hong to enjoy these tumultuous years blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers. Yet, as their bond deepened, he could not shake the dread that those who harbored animosity toward the Uchiha might embroil her in their schemes. He even pondered that if their relationship continued to flourish, it might not be him, but rather Hong, who frequently visited the Uchiha clan, who would take on the role of monitoring the Uchiha in the future. A prospect that filled him with dismay. For the sake of Hong's safety and his own plans, Qianshuang resolved to maintain a semblance of distance. The circumstances were intricate, and he neither could nor wished for her to understand. He hoped she could grow joyfully, just as Kai and the others did. He spoke softly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. For a considerable period, I may have to part from you, perhaps intentionally keep my distance. But you must trust that I will forever remain the Qianshuang in your heart. Although Sunset Hong was bewildered, she sensed that significant events loomed ahead. While she appreciated Qianshuang's concern, anxiety crept into her heart. I will always wait for you, but you must promise me to protect yourself, no matter what happens. Indeed. Qianshuang nodded solemnly, his hand instinctively wrapping around Hong's shoulder, pouring a multitude of unspoken sentiments into that belated embrace. One day, I shall return to your side openly, and nothing shall keep us apart. From that moment on, the visible bond between Qianshuang and Sunset Hong had significantly diminished. The once inseparable pair rarely even crossed paths. Friends like Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin were puzzled and concerned, yet they could extract no clarity from either of them, ultimately attributing it to a quarrel. The truth remained solely known to Qianshuang and Hong. Meanwhile, Saratobi Azashi, who had initially contemplated developing Sunset Hong into an Uchiha spy, received this news from his informants and was equally perplexed. As time passed, observing the stagnant yet stable state of their relationship, the plan gradually fell by the wayside. In contrast, since deliberately distancing himself from Hong, Qianshuang felt an emptiness within his heart, and his usual training lacked motivation. Even his grandmother occasionally inquired about Hong, to which Qianshuang could only offer vague responses. This aimless existence continued until the arrival of the CH9 exams. Qianshuang's leave was finally drawing to a close. The situation on the battlefield was less than satisfactory. Not only was Awagakure launching a major offensive against Konoha, but Kumogakure had also unwittingly entered the fray. Even Kirigakure, which had remained quiet until now, was stirring with unseen currents. During yet another meeting among the elders and the Hokage of Konoha, the pressure from the front lines became unbearable, leading them to lift Qianshuang's confinement and prepare to send him back to the battlefield. After all, based on his performance in the Suna conflict, he was deemed a formidable asset. As for the Uchiha issue, they collectively decided to set it aside, if Konoha were to fall. What relevance would their conflict with the Uchiha hold? Had it not been for the young ninjas of Qianshuang's generation participating in this year's CH9 exams, Saratobi Azashi might have even considered sending them out to the front lines. Upon receiving the Hokage's orders from the Anbu, Qianshuang learned that he was to return to the battlefield of Awagakure, a place he once knew well. Before departing, he made his customary visit to Fugaku, who, unlike usual, appeared prepared for battle. Although the conflict with Sunagakure had reached a temporary conclusion, the other two battlefronts were far from resolved, and even the Uchiha clan, whom the higher-ups were reluctant to deploy, had to mobilize. Through a brief conversation with Fugaku, Qianshuang discovered that aside from himself and Obito, most of the capable Uchiha ninjas had been dispatched to the battlefield of Kumogakure. Even Fugaku, as the clan leader, could not evade the Hokage's summons. Fugaku gazed at the disciple he had watched grow, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. In his heart, Qianshuang had attained a status akin to that of Uchiha Itachi. This time, the challenges Qianshuang faced would be far greater than before. Previously, Fugaku could utilize his privileges to ensure two Uchiha ninjas looked after Qianshuang. But now, with everyone deployed, there were no additional personnel available for his protection. This meant that regardless of the dangers he encountered, Qianshuang would need to shoulder them alone. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Despite his own imminent deployment to the battlefield, Fugaku could not help but repeatedly urge Qianshuang to take care of himself. A sentiment echoed by Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Itachi as well. This warmth filled Qianshuang's heart. Even in the absence of direct blood ties, they had gradually become a family. This realization brought him a long-lost sense of home, having only ever received love from his grandmother. After exchanging heartfelt farewells with Fugaku, Qianshuang reluctantly departed amidst Fugaku's playful admonishments. Shortly thereafter, he joined a team heading to the Awagakure battlefield to provide support. Chapter 102, The Kamikaze Bridge? The Konoha camp at the Awagakure battlefield. Qianshuang has been in the vicinity for some time now, yet no substantial orders have been issued. Based on Qianshuang's past experiences on the front lines, it is evident that Konoha is likely scheming something. With this thought in mind, Qianshuang was summoned to the main tent of Konoha today. As she lifted the tent flap, she was greeted by a gathering of prominent figures from Konoha. Although she had not encountered some of them before, Their imposing presence and distinct characteristics allowed Qianshuang to identify them instantly. Among them were the Supreme Commander Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, both members of the Inoshikacho trio. Along with the well-acquainted Minato Namikaze, and even the strikingly similar-looking Hinata Akane, who bore resemblance to Yuki Kurenai. There were also others whose names eluded her, yet it was clear that those seated here were far from inconspicuous. Faced with such a formidable assembly, even Qianshuang, who typically possessed a strong mental fortitude, found herself swallowing hard. Qianshuang, over here. Just as the Konoha Jonin pondered Qianshuang's identity, Minato Namikaze, with a warm smile, waved at her and gestured towards an empty seat beside him. Qianshuang seemed to have found a savior and hurriedly took a seat beside Minato Namikaze. Thank you, Master Minato. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have been at a loss under everyone's gaze for an indeterminate amount of time. Minato responded with his signature smile. Nara Shikaku, seated at the head of the table, stood up to introduce Qianshuang to the assembly. I believe everyone has already guessed. This is the renowned hero of our Konoha, Uchiha Qianshuang, who gained fame in the battle at Kaiki Mountain. He was also the one who uncovered a Wagakure's scheme during a reconnaissance mission 6 months ago. Otherwise, our current predicament would be even more perilous. Although some of the shinobi had already suspected his identity upon hearing Minato's introduction, they were still taken aback. Even those who had prepared themselves couldn't help but marvel at Qianshuang's youth, their admiration for the Uchiha bloodline reigniting within them. Meanwhile, a few of Qianshuang's acquaintances exchanged knowing glances. Not bad, Qianshuang. It's only been a year, and you've grown this much. It seems I've had a positive influence on you. You've been eating well. Akimichi Choza chuckled, patting his round belly, his eyes brimming with kindness towards Qianshuang. Compared to him, Qianshuang had changed significantly, if anything. Choza's belly was rounder than during the Lulon mission. It's been a while, Senior Choza. From the looks of you, it seems the time has treated you well. Qianshuang replied with a smile, feeling a deep fondness for the jovial and friendly figure. Their shared laughter lightened the atmosphere within the tent. Indeed, Qianshuang is a youthful prodigy. Inazuka Kiba, seated beside Choza, regarded Qianshuang with admiration. Qianshuang couldn't shake the feeling that there was a father-in-law's approval glimmering in Kiba's eyes. You flatter me. Senior Kiba, Qianshuang replied respectfully. Kiba waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for such formality. Just call me Kiba like everyone else. Hearing the gentleness in Kiba's tone, Qianshuang's fondness for him increased. Understood, Kiba. He replied eagerly, earning a satisfied nod from Kiba. Subsequently, several unfamiliar jonin offered their praises to Qianshuang. And with Nara Shikaku's invitation, the war council officially commenced. The Wagakure's offensive is growing increasingly fierce. Even with this batch of reinforcements, our strength remains insufficient. I invite everyone to share their insights. Perhaps we can find a solution. Nara Shikaku posed a daunting question right from the start. Clearly, the Wagakure assault was imminent. And even the strategist Shikaku found himself momentarily at a loss against the overwhelming disparity in power. A flurry of suggestions arose among the jonin. Some proposed ambushing a Wagakure's main camp to capture their commander, while others suggested concentrating their forces to take out a Wagakure one by one. However, all ideas were swiftly dismissed by Shikaku. The terrain of their battlefield, predominantly forests and rocky landscapes, favored a Wagakure's earth-based techniques for concealment and defense, making such plans mere fantasies. At that moment, Minato, his expression grave, proposed. What if we cut off Iwagakure's supply lines? This way, we could achieve victory without engaging in direct combat, much like the battle at Kaiki Mountain. That may prove challenging. Setting aside the fact that Iwagakure would be on high alert following the news of our Sand Shinobi incident, their supply routes are located behind their main camp, making them difficult to destroy, Shikaku replied, shaking his head. He had considered this approach himself but deemed the likelihood of success too low. What if we merely sever their supply routes, depriving them of future resources? Minato pondered briefly before putting forth another suggestion. Upon hearing Minato's idea, Shikaku showed newfound interest and gestured for him to elaborate. Minato then revealed his thoughts. From our prior reconnaissance, we have a comprehensive understanding of Iwagakure's supply routes. During my observations, I identified a critical node along this route. As he spoke, Minato pointed to a specific location on the large map. Is that the Kaminari Bridge? Shikaku mused, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Qianshuang, however, felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the name of the bridge. The Kaminari Bridge? Those familiar with the events of Naruto would recognize it immediately. Was it not Uchiha Obito who had been taken away by Uchiha Madara during the mission to destroy this very bridge? Now that Minato had mentioned this location, it seemed the timeline of that mission was drawing near. With this realization, Qianshuang clenched his hands tightly, determined to alter Obito's fate. Just as Qianshuang was lost in thought, Minato's voice broke through again. Indeed, the Kaminari Bridge spans a vast river. If we could obliterate it entirely, a Wagakure would face a significantly longer journey to transport their supplies. In a situation of dwindling resources, we would naturally have the advantage. Minato's enthusiasm grew with each word, and by the end, even the surrounding jonin felt a surge of excitement. After careful consideration, Shikaku nodded slightly, acknowledging it is indeed a commendable idea. However, before the assembly could celebrate, Shikaku's expression darkened once more. But this area is also deep within Iwagakure's territory. What assurance do you have of success? Though Shikaku recognized that Minato's plan was more feasible than directly destroying the supply lines, it still posed a significant challenge for Konoha. Minato's demeanor grew serious. Acknowledging the difficulty of executing such a plan without heavy guard. The odds are slim, he admitted, yet his gaze hardened with resolve. But it must be attempted. I believe Minato's strategy is worth pursuing. Kurenai Yuhi was the first to express her support. Following her lead, other jonin quickly voiced their agreement. With Minato's proposal gaining widespread approval and no other viable ideas surfacing, Shikaku inquired, then who shall we assign for this mission? At this question, the room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, not out of fear for their lives, after all, none of them were cowards, but rather due to the uncertainty of success. Kurenai, noticing the hesitation around her, was about to speak when Minato interjected, allow me to take on this task. I possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which gives me a greater chance of success. Shikaku nodded, clearly believing that no one else would have a better chance than Minato, making him the most suitable choice for the mission. Do you require any assistance? Shikaku asked. After a moment of contemplation, Minato replied. I plan to lead my team on this mission shortly. Before that, I need some individuals to provide cover and divert Iwagakure's attention. After careful consideration, Nara Shikahisa agreed. During the subsequent meeting, various details were discussed, including the allocation of forces for a direct confrontation with Iwagakure and the deployment of personnel to distract Iwagakure's attention while providing cover for Namikaze Minato. As for Chihiro, he was assigned by Nara Shikahisa to the task of protecting Namikaze Minato, as it was imperative to send someone of notable reputation to divert their gaze while he operated under the very eyes of Iwagakure. Clearly, Chihiro, who had recently gained fame in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, was a conspicuous target, especially considering that Iwagakure's battlefield featured the Sharingan exclusively. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Chihiro felt a wave of frustration. He wished to rescue Obito but had been relegated to the role of a mere protector. Did they truly expect him to possess the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms? Just as he lamented over the situation regarding Obito, an unexpected visitor approached him. Chihiro-kun, would you mind having a chat with me? Outside the tent stood the crimson-hued sunset, revealing the figure of Akatsuki Jin, who greeted Chihiro with a gentle smile. Although Qianshuang was perplexed, he did not hesitate to nod, for the man before him was, after all, his esteemed father-in-law. The setting sun, a deep crimson, accompanied Qianshuang as they walked to a tranquil spot. As they strolled, Qianshuang endeavored to cultivate a rapport, saying, there is no need for such formalities, Senior Jinhong. You may simply call me Qianshuang. With a warm smile, Shiyu Jinhong replied, in that case, I shall not stand on ceremony, Qianshuang. I have heard that you have assisted my daughter greatly. She often speaks of you at home, praising your virtues. Meeting you today certainly affirms her words. As Qianshuang listened to the subtly jealous remarks, she couldn't help but recall the girl with crimson eyes, whom she had buried deep within her heart. A sharp pang of pain surged through her, and for a fleeting moment, her expression stiffened, but it quickly reverted to its natural state. Senior Jinhong, you overestimate my contributions. I merely fulfilled my duties as a teammate, Qianshuang replied with an air of indifference, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Jinhong was momentarily taken aback by Qianshuang's unexpected demeanor, yet he dismissed any further contemplation and kindly remarked, I have heard that your illusionary skills are quite impressive. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could continue to look after my daughter. Upon hearing these words, Qianshuang momentarily froze, as he had initially assumed that Shiri Jinhong's mention of his daughter was a subtle request for him to maintain his distance, given his sensitive identity. However, he was taken aback to discover that the other party seemed to adopt a tacit acceptance of the situation, causing him to question Jinhong's true intentions. Shiri Jinhong, perceptive to Qianshuang's astonishment, inadvertently revealed a hint of affection on his face as he spoke. Hong's mother passed away early, and as a high-ranking shinobi frequently away on missions, I have inevitably neglected her at times. Yet, ever since she ascended to the rank of CH Nin, despite our encounters becoming less frequent, I can discern genuine joy in her words, a joy that is predominantly derived from you, Qianshuang. Jinhong's gaze was profound, his crimson eyes, distinctly different from the Sharingan, seemed to penetrate the depths of Qianshuang's soul, stirring ripples within him that refused to settle. Does the senior not care about my identity? Qianshuang inquired, his surprise evident. Upon realizing the implication, Jinhong burst into hearty laughter. As the laughter faded, his gaze drifted into the distance, and he asked, what are your thoughts on Hong? Taken aback by such an unexpected question, Qianshuang found himself momentarily at a loss. Recalling the fleeting smiles and glances of Shiri Hong, warmth enveloped his heart. Hong is a wonderful girl, vivacious and cheerful. Her presence allows me to momentarily escape the burdens that weigh heavily upon me, bringing me a sense of peace. A smile unconsciously graced Qianshuang's lips as he reflected on pleasant memories associated with Shiri Hong. However, he quickly regained composure, suppressing the smile. But I cannot allow myself to grow too close. It would only invite trouble for Hong. Senior Jinhong, you must understand this. At this point, Qianshuang's gaze dimmed. Yet, Shiri Jinhong seemed unfazed, as if relieved. He then smiled lightly and shrugged. Well, I do not wish to meddle in the affairs of the young. You may handle it as you see fit. Is the senior implying something? Qianshuang chuckled wryly, realizing he could detect no trace of hostility in Jinhong's words. Perhaps even a hint of approval? Think as you wish, but let me make one thing clear. If you dare to make my daughter cry, I will not stand idly by. Jinhong's words were laden with meaning as he patted Qianshuang's shoulder. Understanding dawned upon Qianshuang. It was evident that Jinhong had acknowledged him. I understand. I will protect Hong. Jinhong turned his head away, noncommittally stating, for now, let us focus on surviving the battlefield before discussing anything else. As he spoke, he walked away without looking back, tossing a scroll over his shoulder after taking just a few steps. Qianshuang, somewhat perplexed, gazed at the receding figure of Zairi Jinhong, who showed no inclination to turn around. The performance on the battlefield of Sunagakure had been commendable. This is an illusion, just for you to observe. Remember to return it when the time comes. Although the expression remained hidden, the voice resonated clearly in Qianshuang's ears, igniting a fervent spark in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of Zairi Jinhong's illusions. Having merely grasped a few techniques had already bestowed him with remarkable prowess. What then could be said of the techniques he now held? Qianshuang could hardly conceal the excitement swelling within her heart. Bowing deeply to the receding silhouette of the crimson sunset, she joyfully retreated to her tent to immerse herself in the study of the illusion techniques inscribed on the scrolls. In Chapter 104, An Unusual Teammate? After a period of diligent study, Qianshuang had gained profound insights into the illusion arts of the Shiri family. Should she encounter Luosha again, she was confident she could ensnare him in an illusion even without the cover of thick smoke. During this time, several meetings had been convened at the main tent, primarily focused on determining the finer details of the SHNWB battle. Given Qianshuang's current renown, she had indeed received invitations to these meetings. However, her influence was negligible, and she often found herself merely an observer. No matter how significant her achievements among this elite assembly of Jainin, she was merely an impressive junior. With no voice in the discussions, Qianshuang chose to remain in her tent, focusing on her studies of illusion. Ultimately, her mission was defined, with only her teammates' participation remaining uncertain. Whether she attended the meetings or not held little significance, it was far more beneficial to utilize her time for learning, ensuring she would be better prepared when facing adversaries. After a fortnight of deliberation, the main tent finally reached a decision, aligning closely with the original intentions of Kakashi Hitaki. The task of destroying the SHNWB bridge was assigned to Kakashi's team, while Qianshuang and other designated squads were to divert the attention of the Iwagakure ninjas, providing cover for Kakashi's operations. Qianshuang was not alone in this endeavor. With Asuma Saratobi having left home and Tsukuyami needing to withstand the Iwagakure's frontal assaults, Nara Shikaku thoughtfully arranged for 2 companions to accompany Qianshuang. Upon receiving the message from Nara Shikaku's dispatched ninja, Qianshuang made her way to the designated meeting point. As she lifted the flap of her tent, she encountered a familiar blonde youth. Clearly, Kakashi had been waiting for her arrival. Before Qianshuang could utter a word, Kakashi handed her a special kunai, the significance of which was unmistakable. He then offered her a few words of caution before returning to the main tent. Qianshuang carefully secured the shuriken from the wind and water gate, and only then did he recall the need to peruse the information regarding his 2 teammates. After all, having been entrusted with the significant responsibility of being the team leader by Nara Shikahiza, it was imperative to familiarize himself with his future companions. To his astonishment, upon reviewing the documents in his hand, Qianshuang was left utterly speechless. The names of his upcoming allies were Hinata Soma and Saratobi Masahiko, both of whom were renowned ninjas hailing from illustrious clans. Saratobi Masahiko was proficient in fire techniques and came from a humble background within the Saratobi clan. Despite possessing considerable talent, it was said that he had become insufferably arrogant due to the success of his clan's Hokage, believing the Saratobi clan to be invincible, a typical case of someone relying on the might of their lineage. However, his identity as a ninja of the Saratobi clan, combined with his decent strength, had allowed him to survive on the battlefield until now. As for Hinata Soma, Qianshuang perceived him as akin to a pre-awakening Niji Hyuga, characterized by a taciturn demeanor and an affinity for pronouncements about fate, which lent him an air of pessimism. It was likely that Hinata Soma belonged to the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, the main family would not have risked sending him to undertake such perilous missions. Having grasped the general disposition of his future teammates, Qianshuang felt disheartened. Why was he fated to encounter such challenging personalities? However, it was too late to change the situation, regrettably. He could only muster the courage to face the challenges ahead. Why the delay? Are all Uchiha members like this? Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, Qianshuang was met with scornful remarks from those who had been waiting for some time. As he focused his gaze, he recognized the familiar figure of Saratobi Masahiko, with his black hair and eyes. He then glanced towards the shadow of a nearby tree, spotting a stern young man with white pupils, clearly Hinata Soma. Both were around 20 years of age, and given their considerable talents within their respective clans, it was no surprise that they had developed such distinctive personalities. While Qianshuang assessed them, Saratobi Masahiko and Hinata Soma were likewise scrutinizing him. When Hinata Soma realized that the legendary hero of the Kaiki Mountain was this younger ninja before him, he felt a twinge of surprise but soon reconciled himself to it. Conversely, Saratobi Masahiko regarded him with skepticism as someone who had long considered himself a genius. struggling to accept that such a mythical figure could be represented by a mere youth. Hey, are you the hero of the Kaiki Mountain battle, Uchiha Qianshuang, our upcoming captain? Indeed, I am Uchiha Qianshuang. From this moment onward, we are teammates. I look forward to working with you both. Qianshuang calmly nodded, extending goodwill towards the two before him. Although he could not entirely agree with their personalities, they were to be comrades in life and death, and thus it was natural for him to express friendliness. Hinata Soma acknowledged him with a cool nod. Perceiving Qianshuang to be akin to those from the main branch of the Hyuga clan, individuals who seemed to dwell in an unreachable realm. For someone like him, belonging to the branch family, the priority was merely to survive with all his might on the battlefield. So he did not feel inclined to forge a closer connection with Qianshuang. As for Sarutobi Masahiko, he disdainfully turned his head away, muttering in an almost inaudible tone, "TCH." The legendary Uchiha Qianshuang doesn't seem all that impressive. Though his voice was soft, it was not lost on the perceptive Qianshuang. Unfazed, Qianshuang smiled and replied, "We are all ninjas. Many things cannot be judged solely by appearances. Surely you understand this principle? What did you say?" Sarutobi Masahiko, already displeased with Qianshuang's leadership, glared at him furiously upon hearing the dismissive retort. Thus, before their newly formed team had even embarked on their mission, internal discord had already begun to brew. Qianshuang's expression remained indifferent. "If you have any grievances regarding my position as captain, feel free to approach Nara Shinobi at any time." Sarutobi Masahiko, as a member of a prominent clan of ninjas, was not accustomed to such indignities. His expression turned somewhat fierce, entirely unfazed by the mention of Nara Shikaku. How dare a mere child from the Uchiha clan exhibit such arrogance? As he spoke, his hand unconsciously reached for the pouch of ninja tools at his waist, swiftly retrieving a shuriken. Simultaneously, one of his feet stepped forward, his heel propelling his body into a spin, and the hand gripping the shuriken lunged directly at Qianshuang's face. Meanwhile, Hinata Sage stood by, offering no response, quietly observing the movements of the two. Just as Sarutobi Masahiko had not covered much distance, he suddenly halted. His gaze fixed ahead. To his astonishment, Qianshuang had somehow positioned herself before him, her hand effortlessly resting upon his wrist that clutched the shuriken. Though Qianshuang's expression suggested she exerted no force, Sarutobi Masahiko felt as though a mountain obstructed his path, regardless of how hard he tried. He could not free his hand from her grasp. Taken aback, Sarutobi Masahiko's eyes flickered with a glint of ferocity. His other hand swiftly moved to his chest, fingers poised as if to form a seal. Chapter 105, Precautions, Fire Release. Before Sarutobi Masahiko could invoke his ninjutsu, his voice was abruptly silenced. In that instant of sealing, Qianshuang effortlessly seized the shuriken from his grasp, the sharp end poised threateningly at his throat just as he was about to unleash his technique. At that moment, beads of cold sweat streamed down Sarutobi Masahiko's face. He dared not make a move. His throat was mere inches from the shuriken's edge, and he had no doubt that should Qianshuang apply even the slightest pressure, his throat would be severed on the spot. This is the first and the last time. If you dare to strike at me again, be prepared to meet your demise. A chilling aura erupted from Qianshuang, her expression devoid of emotion, yet her eyes gleamed crimson, brimming with unrestrained killing intent directed at the stunned Sarutobi Masahiko. His back soaked with perspiration, Sarutobi Masahiko felt the immense pressure emanating from Qianshuang. Even in his arrogance, he realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Nervously swallowing, he felt the tension in his throat as he begrudgingly acknowledged his predicament. Under the gaze of the other party's somewhat terrified expression, Qianshuang finally withdrew the kunai and returned it to his hand. Hinata Sage, who had been watching the performance, was momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. Although he was aware of the formidable prowess of the hero from Kaiki Mountain, he had not anticipated that Qianshuang could effortlessly dominate Sarutobi Masahiko, who was his equal, in merely 2 brief exchanges. Despite the brevity of the actions, his Byakugan allowed him to perceive that in terms of speed, reaction, and strength, Qianshuang utterly surpassed Sarutobi Masahiko. Indeed, the genius of the Uchiha clan was truly terrifying. Well then, since everyone has arrived, it is time for us to embark on our journey. Qianshuang brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and cast a fleeting glance at the still-shaken Sarutobi Saiyasu, offering a slight smile. His expression shifted so swiftly that it seemed as though the preceding series of actions had not been his doing. Without further regard for the expressions of the other two, Qianshuang surged ahead. Hinata Sujiro stepped forward to support Sarutobi Saiyasu, observing his apprehensive demeanor with a quiet sigh, and promptly followed closely behind Qianshuang. Amidst the interplay of tree branches and sunlight, 3 figures raced past, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of their feet upon the tree trunks, hastening towards their predetermined destination, leaving a trail of fleeting shadows in their wake. Throughout the journey, Qianshuang maintained a consistent expression. However, he remained ever vigilant, not only of his surroundings but also of his 2 companions. Given Sarutobi Saiasu's recent assault, Qianshuang found it difficult to believe that the animosity had truly dissipated. In this desolate wilderness, the only ally he could rely on was himself should an ambush occur. As for Hinata Sujiro, Qianshuang's impression of him was hardly favorable. During the conflict with Sarutobi Saiyasu, this individual merely stood by, observing with a detached demeanor, as if the unfolding events were of no concern to him. On the battlefield, Qianshuang harbored no illusions. If danger arose, these two would likely think only of their own escape. and it would be a stroke of luck if they did not stab him in the back. After all, they were merely a hastily assembled team. Reflecting on this, Qianshuang found himself reminiscing about the time spent with Tsukuyami Yoru and Akatsuki, undertaking missions together. Though those times were equally challenging, at least he had trustworthy companions by his side. Glancing at his current companions, Qianshuang felt a surge of disdain. After approximately 2 days' journey, Qianshuang and his group finally traversed the Land of Grass, reaching the border region between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rock. Throughout the journey, thanks to the presence of a Byakugan user in their ranks, they were able to detect nearby Iwagakure shinobi early on and circumvent them, thus arriving at the border without incident. Although their mission was to draw enemy fire, it was equally crucial to manage their operational area effectively. Qianshuang could not guarantee the number of ninjas that Iwagakure would dispatch to hunt him down, and if the outcome fell short of expectations, it would spell danger for Obito and his companions. Even if Qianshuang managed to escape, he would lack the time to rush to their aid. However, his choice of location was strategic. Positioned at the border of the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass, he was not far from the Kamizukabashi Bridge. Should anything amiss arise, he could swiftly alter his course towards the bridge. Though Saratobi Masahiko and Hyuga Sajaki were unaware of Qianshuang's inner calculations, they felt compelled to obey their captain's orders due to his formidable presence. Suddenly, Hyuga Sajaka halted, raising a hand to signal Qianshuang and the others to stop. Byakugan. Veins bulged around his eyes as he began to survey the unknown ahead. 8 IWA ninjas. It appeared to be 2 full squads. A grave expression settled on the faces of both Hyuga Sajaku and Saratobi Masahiko. The presence of 2 complete teams indicated that at least 2 among the 8 had reached the Jounin level. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter a team akin to Minato's, the number of Jounins could potentially be even greater. In contrast, aside from Qianshuang, a Jounin, his 2 companions were merely Chunin. Not everyone could ascend to Jounin at such a young age like Qianshuang and Kakashi. Moreover, their makeshift team lacked any semblance of synergy, let alone the most basic trust. Hyuga Sajaku's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Qianshuang, while Saratobi Masahiko clenched his fists and regained his usual bravado, exclaiming, "They're just a few IWA ninjas. Let us eliminate them directly." With a provocative glance at Qianshuang, he seemed eager to witness any signs of hesitation from him. Yet, his anticipation was unmet. After a moment of contemplation, Qianshuang formulated a plan and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let these 8 serve as our opening victory." With that, he gestured to his 2 companions. Understanding the unspoken command, Hyuga Sajaku, as a loyal team member, promptly found a concealed spot to hide. Saratobi Masahiko, somewhat reluctant, was visibly displeased with Qianshuang, often resisting his commands. This time was no exception. "I'll draw their attention from the front." Without waiting for Qianshuang's response, he dashed forward in a flash. Qianshuang curled his lips in disdain. He deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with individuals whose ambitions soared higher than the heavens, as long as they did not escalate matters beyond his control. He found no reason to engage in futile discourse with such individuals. He fixed his gaze upon the lush canopy above, and with a deft movement, he seemed to defy gravity, effortlessly suspending himself from a branch. Simultaneously, Qianshuang activated a Sharingan, revealing 8 swiftly moving figures within his sight. The flow of their chakra was distinctly visible to his keen eyes. Indeed, there were 2 squads present, but fortunately, only 2 were high-ranking shinobi. While the remaining 6 were merely low-ranking, this revelation significantly bolstered Qianshuang's confidence in the forthcoming battle. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision remained sharply focused on his 2 companions, for he could not yet place his full trust in them. Should one of them falter in the heat of combat, it could easily tip the balance of the encounter unfavorably. Qianshuang must take precautions. Chapter 106, The 3 in Mutual Suspicion. Soon, within the line of sight of Qianshuang and Hinata Soma, Saratobi Masahiko encountered the IWA shinobi. Both Qianshuang and Hinata Soma were possessors of the 3 great ocular techniques, and although they were at a distance, it did not hinder their awareness of the situation unfolding before them. After a brief yet symbolic exchange, Saratobi Masahiko seized the opportunity and dashed back along the path he had come. The 8 IWA shinobi would not easily let this isolated leaf ninja escape. They immediately pursued him, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu in an attempt to intercept Saratobi Masahiko, yet he narrowly evaded their strikes. As Saratobi Masahiko drew closer to the IWA shinobi, Qianshuang and Hinata Soma's attention was fully focused on the unfolding confrontation, yet both tacitly refrained from intervening. The prolonged experience of battlefield life had cultivated Qianshuang's composed demeanor. He always aimed to minimize risk before making a decision. Thus, he chose to wait until the enemies were nearer, believing that surprise would yield the greatest effect. As for Hinata Soma, his thoughts were considerably simpler, with Qianshuang, the team leader, remaining passive. He too would not act impulsively. Moreover, he feared being outmaneuvered by Qianshuang, should he strike and Qianshuang not respond as anticipated. He doubted his ability to escape the 2 Genin. This prudent mindset was the primary reason Hinata Soma had survived on the battlefield as a coveted member of the Hyuga branch family, pure survival instinct. Just as everything progressed in accordance with Qianshuang's expectations, Saratobi Masahiko, who had been evading the relentless pursuit of the IWA shinobi, could no longer maintain his composure. As he neared the concealed area where Qianshuang and the others awaited, yet found no sign of them, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Why that Uchiha could come to assist? Could it be that he intended to eliminate me through the hands of the IWA shinobi due to previous incidents? Various malicious speculations surged into his mind, and he began to regret his earlier heroics. Had he not put himself forward as bait to save face for Qianshuang, he would not be facing such a perilous situation now. Just as his thoughts raced, a sudden earth spear emerged from the ground without warning, disrupting his reverie and leaving a deep gash on his right arm. Feeling the sharp sting radiating from his injury, Sarutobi Masahiko could no longer maintain his calm. As he glanced back at the advancing IWA shinobi, fear of death overwhelmed him, despite his exceptional talent and strength among his peers. The shield of the Sarutobi clan had previously shielded him from true danger, and this sudden injury revealed the flaws in his character. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with ambushes or exposure. He only knew that if Qianshuang and the others did not appear soon, his life would be forfeit. What are you waiting for? Act now. Sarutobi Masahiko's desperate shout echoed across the area. The IWA shinobi, alerted by his cry, immediately shifted their focus away from the fleeing Sarutobi Masahiko, tightening their formation and scanning their surroundings cautiously, fearful of a sudden ambush by leaf ninjas from any inconspicuous corner. What a fool. Qianshuang furrowed her brows tightly, inwardly cursing. She had initially resolved to intervene upon witnessing Sarutobi Zenichi's injury, but unexpectedly, Sarutobi Zenichi's sudden display thwarted her intentions, leaving her plans in complete disarray. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Qianshuang, unwilling to delay any further, recognized that the rock ninja had become alert. Prolonging the confrontation would only afford them more preparation time, thereby diminishing their own advantage. Consequently, Qianshuang made a swift decision, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the clustered rock ninja. However, it was too late. The rock ninja had already sensed the impending danger. Although taken aback by the magnitude of the flames, the two leading jonin swiftly formed hand seals to counter the attack. Utilizing the earth release technique, they conjured a formidable earthen wall, significantly thicker than the standard earth flow wall. Nevertheless, it failed to completely obstruct Qianshuang's fire technique, resulting in minor burns to the chunin behind them. At the same time, Hyuga, hidden in the shadows, seized the opportunity during Qianshuang's assault. With his Byakugan activated and employing the gentle fist technique, he swiftly incapacitated a nearby chunin, causing him to spurt blood and fly backward. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Masahiko felt a weight lift from his heart. Only two? One of the rock ninja's jonin, initially tense, felt a subtle relaxation upon hearing of an ambush. He had imagined himself surrounded by a multitude of Konoha shinobi, yet he was surprised to see only two emerge. Though the Hyuga ninja and the unidentified fire user posed a challenge, their side boasted two jonin and several chunin, instilling confidence that victory would ultimately be theirs. Without waiting for the two jonin to issue commands, the other rock ninja swiftly retrieved their weapons from their pouches, launching an attack against Sarutobi Masahiko and Hyuga. The two jonin, however, remained still, fully aware that the recent fire technique indicated that Qianshuang, concealed in the shadows, was undoubtedly the core of the Konoha team. Thus they maintained their vigilance. Seeing the two jonin unmoving, Qianshuang found delight in remaining atop the tree, as the balance of the battle below subtly shifted in their favor. Despite the rock ninja's numerical superiority, the disparity in skill and experience became evident, leading to a swift advantage for Konoha's duo. Freed from the paralyzing fear of imminent death, Sarutobi Masahiko revealed his true prowess, expertly employing fire techniques that relentlessly assailed the rock ninja. As he witnessed his subordinates fall victim to the flames, one rock jonin could no longer restrain himself. Seizing the opportunity presented by Sarutobi Masahiko's momentary lapse in defense, he drew a kunai with remarkable speed, akin to a fleeting light. In that instant, even Sarutobi Masahiko, who was targeted by the jonin's murderous intent, remained oblivious. A chilling sensation suddenly washed over the rock jonin, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Danger. An overwhelming sense of peril. Had the concealed Konoha ninja made a move? This was the first thought that crossed his mind, but it was also the last. In a flash of cold light, pristine and decisive, a vibrant crimson flower blossomed in the air. The rock jonin's swiftly moving body abruptly halted, as if the very essence of motion had been paused. Unbeknownst to him, a line of blood had formed around his neck, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden appearance of a knife-wielding figure before him. With a single strike, the rock jonin's life was severed, succumbing completely to Qianshuang's lethal assault. His body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. Logically, even if Qianshuang's strength was extraordinary, it should not have been possible to eliminate a jonin with a mere stroke. After all, having attained the jonin level, one's reflexes and speed are far beyond those of ordinary shinobi unless the disparity in skill reaches an extreme threshold, akin to how Namikaze Minato could annihilate 50 rock ninja with his space-time ninjutsu. Yet this instance was different, although he was a jonin. This particular rock ninja had merely just reached the special jonin level, making him vulnerable to Qianshuang's sudden ambush. Chapter 107. Overwhelming pressure. Is that Uchiha? The other jonin facing Qianshuang was struck by disbelief, his expression reflecting the shock of witnessing the crimson hue in Qianshuang's eyes. Qianshuang gazed at the astonishment reflected in his opponent's eyes, seemingly indifferent. With a swift motion, he flung his long blade. The crimson spray staining the earth in a wide arc, and once again struck towards the remaining Jainin. Previously, facing two adversaries had compelled him to exercise caution, wary of exposing any vulnerabilities. However, with one now eliminated, the remaining foe held no fear for Qianshuang. As the blade descended with formidable force, the rock ninja braced himself, his body shuddering from the impact. Before he could recover from his initial shock, a relentless flurry of strikes descended upon him like a tempest. Despite his utmost effort to evade, every movement was effortlessly anticipated by Qianshuang, and within moments, the rock ninja was left marred with wounds. In a fleeting moment of respite, the rock Jainin hastily formed hand seals, summoning the Earth's Might, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. In less than a second, the jutsu was complete, and a colossal Earth Dragon surged forward. Yet, Qianshuang remained unfazed, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. If there was a type of ninjutsu he least feared, it was undoubtedly Earth Release, for he wielded its natural counter, Lightning Release. Chidori Blade. Long before, on the battlefield of Sunigakure, Qianshuang had mastered a myriad of Chidori's derivative techniques to perfection. The resplendent lightning enveloped his blade, and as he swung it, the moment the sharp edge met the Earth Dragon, the fierce creature was obliterated as effortlessly as slicing through ripe vegetables. Qianshuang moved with unrelenting speed, her presence reminiscent of a deity wielding thunder and lightning. With a single, decisive stroke, she effortlessly severed the throat of the rock ninja. The prowess of these two jonin was rather mediocre, and coupled with the advantage of attributes and tactics, Qianshuang found herself under considerably less pressure than anticipated in dispatching her foes. After neutralizing the adversaries before her, she sheathed her blade and turned her gaze away. Meanwhile, the battle between Sarutobi Xingyin and Hyuga Sajin was nearing its conclusion. Through their combined might, the remaining 5 Chunin had been vanquished. Only the initial Chunin, who had been sent flying by Hyuga Sajin, remained, trembling in terror on the ground, clearly lacking the strength to rise due to the dual afflictions of severe injury and overwhelming fear. Upon witnessing this scene, even the once unyielding heart of Qianshuang could not help but be stirred by a flicker of compassion. Had they found themselves in the tranquil world of their previous existence, such events would likely have been averted. Ultimately, Qianshuang's thoughts and values bore the indelible marks of his past life. He could not entirely disregard life as a conventional ninja would. Yet, for the sake of himself and his family, he was compelled to stifle the pity that welled within him, for he understood that in the harsh realm of warfare, such compassion would only hasten his demise. Well done. Hasten to cleanse the battlefield. Qianshuang sighed inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm, while casting a discreet glance at Sarutobi Masayuki. Qianshuang did not pursue the matter of his exposing the ambush, partly because he would not heed her words, and there was a possibility that the situation could escalate to physical confrontation once more. Qianshuang could not guarantee whether he would eliminate this individual this time. If given the choice, he would prefer Sarutobi Masahiko to perish valiantly on the battlefield. It seemed that Sarutobi Masahiko sensed Qianshuang's subtle gaze and recalled his previous actions. Even with his thick skin, he could not help but feel a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he soon reverted to his usual defiant demeanor. Captain, how shall we deal with this remaining rock ninja? Hinata Soge pointed to the lone surviving rock ninja and inquired. Qianshuang remained silent as he approached and crouched down. Under the terrified gaze of the rock ninja, his Sharingan suddenly activated. Half a minute later, Qianshuang stood up with a hint of disappointment. He had initially hoped to extract some valuable information from this rock ninja, but after searching through his memories, he found nothing of significance. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. What useful intelligence could possibly reside in the mind of a mere low-ranking ninja? Had he known this would be the case, Qianshuang would have spared the life of the higher-ranked ninja during their encounter. Qianshuang gazed at the rock ninja who had succumbed to her hypnotic influence, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, "Let us not concern ourselves with him any further. My intention is to approach the rear of a Wagakure along the border between the land of grass and the land of earth. What say you?" According to the original narrative, Namikaze Minato would return due to the escalating tensions at the front lines, thus entrusting the mission to demolish the Kamizukuri Bridge to Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. At this juncture, their position was still a considerable distance from the bridge, and Qianshuang resolved to draw nearer in order to be prepared for any imminent crisis. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Sarutobi Sayaki remarked with a cold smirk, regarding Qianshuang with a piercing gaze. "Our sole mission is to divert the attention of the rock ninja. Should our actions impede their operations, can you bear the consequences? When the third Hokage holds you accountable, it will matter not that you are a disciple of the Uchiha clan leader." Although Sarutobi Sayaki had not participated in the main command meetings and was unaware of the specifics of Minato's mission, he was nonetheless cognizant that their location lay behind a Wagakure. Upon learning of Qianshuang's intent to approach that area, coupled with the survival instinct ignited by their recent conflict, he did not hesitate to chastise her fiercely, even invoking the revered name of the third Hokage, whom he deeply idolized. Qianshuang cast a fleeting glance at Hinata Susui. Perhaps it was due to Qianshuang's intention to elevate the mission's peril that his expression appeared somewhat subtly displeased. However, with Sarutobi Masahiko charging ahead, He refrained from voicing his sentiments. Our ninja forces were already scant, and the number of teams available for protection was limited. I opted to approach the mission's location to divert more IWA ninjas, thereby contributing to the overall plan. Yet, from your words, it seems you are unwilling to make sacrifices for the sake of Konoha? Qianshuang's gaze was imbued with a playful cunning, after all. Who could not engage in the art of unfounded accusation? How could a pampered native hope to contend with one who had lived 2 lifetimes, like Qianshuang? Yanfei Jingyan's expression froze, as he never anticipated that his own thoughts, how absurd, would be turned against him by Qianshuang. Yet, since you are unwilling to proceed, I, as the captain, shall not impose. Let us linger for the time being in this border region. The sudden shift in tone caught both Yanfei Jingyan and Hinata Soge off guard, while Qianshuang cast a meaningful glance at the two. He was quite perceptive of Hinata Soge's intentions. Rather than wait for him to voice them, it would be more prudent for Qianshuang to take a step back. After all, they had yet to depart when Bofeng Shuimin set off, and there remained a considerable interval before Daitu encountered peril, thus providing an ideal opportunity to draw the attention of the rock ninja at the border. With this thought in mind, Qianshuang paid little heed to their gazes and set forth. Hinata Soge, feeling a sense of relief, closely followed, while Yanfei Jingyan, though disdainful, could not deny that remaining by Qianshuang's side at least ensured his safety. After a brief pause, he too joined the fray. This left behind the still unconscious rock-hidden shinobi, whom Qianshuang spared. On the contrary, he hoped that this individual would disseminate news of his arrival, thereby diverting Daitu's attention towards their direction. Chapter 108, Diverse Concerns. Chapter 109, Exposure. In the Uchiha clan territory of Konoha village, the absence of the majority of young and able-bodied ninjas, who had all departed for the battlefield at Kumogakure, rendered the area strikingly desolate. Gradually, the sun descended towards the horizon, signaling the day's inevitable conclusion. On the streets, only an elderly woman busied herself with the silent task of sweeping her shop front. Her expression tinged with melancholy, whether lamenting the scant profits or fretting over a loved one embroiled in the chaos of war remained uncertain. At this moment, Qianshuang's grandmother sat quietly in the backyard, akin to those who awaited the safe return of their loved ones at home. In the absence of Qianshuang, her usually smiling demeanor could no longer mask the sorrow within her heart. With a face marked by age and a pair of murky eyes, she gazed intently into the distance, lost in memories and fraught with anxiety. Although she often presented a kind and gentle visage before Qianshuang, who could truly comprehend the pain hidden within her soul, watching her cherished family members depart one by one. And now with her only grandson sent to the battlefield without a word, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed her, akin to a heavy stone pressing upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Ultimately, she was merely an unarmed elder, left to pray silently for her grandson's safety. As she clasped her hands in prayer, an unnoticed white figure silently emerged from the ground in a corner of the yard. Ah, how delightful! The territory of the esteemed Uchiha clan has become increasingly accessible. White Zetsu, filled with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. Previously tasked with observing Qianshuang and Obito, he had to tread cautiously, wary of detection by any perceptive Uchiha ninja. However, since Uchiha Fugaku had led a significant number of Uchiha ninja to the battlefield at Kumogakure, White Zetsu now felt as at ease as if wandering through his own backyard. My apologies, dear old lady, but Mr. Madara wishes to have a word with you. So in the next moment, darkness enveloped the old woman, and her consciousness seemed to plunge into an infinite ocean. Shortly thereafter, the yard fell silent once more, as if no one had ever been there. Captain, there are rock ninja defenses ahead. What should we do? Hinata Soma's white pupils remained fixated ahead, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, betraying his unease. Defense? Qianshuang found this unexpected. Although they had been moving along the border, the distance to the Kaminarabashi was steadily shrinking, which explained the presence of the rock ninja's defensive measures. While she had anticipated this, Qianshuang had not expected to encounter it so soon. Given the previous example set by the Sand Ninja, Iwagakure was undoubtedly aware of the significance of Kaminarabashi and had established defenses at the border. However, Qianshuang had no intention of confronting them directly. They still had ample time and could easily circumvent the area without engaging in such a thankless endeavor. Do not approach any closer. We will take a detour. Making the most prudent decision, Qianshuang promptly commanded the group to change direction, and they immediately complied, releasing the tension that had gripped Sarutobi Sayaki and Hinata Soma. Just then, Qianshuang seemed to sense something, abruptly halting her steps. Sarutobi Sayaki, trailing behind, cast a puzzled glance her way, bewildered, while Hinata Soma voiced his confusion. Captain, what? Before he could finish, Qianshuang hurled a kunai at him. Startled, Hinata Soma dodged just in time, a sharp whooshing sound slicing through the air, followed by the sickening sound of a weapon embedding itself in flesh. A piercing scream echoed through the forest as a transparent figure gradually materialized behind Hinata Soma. The kunai Qianshuang had thrown lodged firmly in its shoulder. What is this? Hinata Soma found himself momentarily dazed by the sudden appearance of the figure, unable to comprehend how, despite his proud Byakugan, someone could approach him unnoticed. It was no wonder he failed to perceive the intruder. The patrolling rock ninja had employed a camouflage technique, rendering his body transparent. Even the Byakugan could be deceived without deliberate scrutiny. Had Qianshuang not sensed the chakra surge at that moment, Hinata Soma might have faced dire consequences. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of the rock ninja, and several figures materialized, mirroring the first. Is that Byakugan and Uchiha Qianshuang? Stop them. After lingering along the border for so long, the rock ninja had long memorized Qianshuang's appearance, and they recognized her immediately. Yet they did not hesitate due to her formidable prowess. Instead, they were resolute in their determination to eliminate this thorn in their side. What should we do? Saratobi Sayaki's expression tightened, the sudden appearance of enemies leaving him at a loss. We must break through quickly. We cannot afford to waste time with them. If given sufficient time, the rock ninja could easily overwhelm them, but with their defenses not far away, they would be unable to withstand such an assault if reinforcements arrived. For now, avoiding confrontation was their best strategy. Don't let them escape. A rock ninja bellowed, and the rest surged forward without hesitation. In no time, Qianshuang noticed a figure among the rock ninja attempting to use summoning techniques, seemingly relaying information, and her expression darkened. Noticing that her other two teammates had already engaged their opponents, she regrettably resolved to intervene. Yet the rock ninja would not allow Qianshuang to succeed, realizing her intent. They recklessly charged at her, aware of her strength and determined to impede her progress through sheer numbers. Do not interfere. Qianshuang furrowed her brow, drawing her blade defiantly to meet the foe. The edge of her sword ignited a splendid tongue of flame, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Uchiha-style, flame leap. The searing light of her sword compelled the rock ninjas to retreat, daunted by the prospect of a direct confrontation. Yet, Qianshuang harbored no intention of relenting. She advanced once more, swiftly and decisively piercing the chest of a rock ninja. The surrounding ninjas gasped in alarm. They had lacked the confidence to detain Qianshuang, and the prospect of further losses rendered their chances of containing her even more tenuous. With no time to spare against the oppressive heat, they surged forward. Some brandished kunai in a desperate attempt to fend off her assault, while others stepped back to unleash their ninjutsu. Success. At the side of Qianshuang, an IWA ninja emerged once more, seizing the fleeting moment while he swung his blade. Without warning, a earthen spear surged forth from the ground, aimed directly at Qianshuang's rib. The spear drew nearer, and Qianshuang could even catch a glimpse of the barely concealed excitement in the IWA ninja's eyes. In the next instant, as the spear made contact, Qianshuang's figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 110. Escape. Oh no. It is a shadow clone. When did this happen? The group of IWA ninjas, who had joined forces to thwart Qianshuang, stood in stunned silence. Their gaze had never strayed from Qianshuang, and yet none had sensed his use of the shadow clone technique. Just as the IWA ninjas were taken aback, Qianshuang's true self had silently approached the IWA ninja, performing the summoning technique from behind. At that moment, the IWA ninja had just secured the scroll he had inscribed onto the talons of the summoned ninja hawk, ready to release it, when a sharp sound of slicing air reached his ears. Do not think you can succeed. Qianshuang fully understood the significance of intelligence. Her strike was delivered without the slightest mercy. At that moment, the rock ninja, teetering on the brink of life and death, executed an unexpected maneuver that astonished all present. Instead of evading the attack, he chose to shield the ninja hawk with his own body, resolutely absorbing Qianshuang's blow. Subsequently, he harnessed the force of the impact to launch the ninja hawk into the air. This is not good. Qianshuang gazed at the soaring shinobi eagle, his expression turning grave. He had initially believed that the rock ninja would evade his attack, thereby revealing the eagle, allowing him to effortlessly bring it down. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly inconspicuous rock ninja, who displayed the determination to sacrifice his life for the sake of delivering intelligence. Although he felt a sense of admiration, he knew that this was not the moment for contemplation. The pressing urgency lay in the necessity to strike down the eagle before it ascended too high. With this thought in mind, Qianshuang swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Yet, at that moment, the group of rock ninjas previously cast aside by Qianshuang had already arrived. Die, they shouted. Executing earth release, crumbling earth palm. The ground began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the once flat terrain, collapsing as if shaken by an earthquake. Qianshuang's movements faltered, his balance disrupted, forcing him to halt. By the time he regained his footing and looked up, the shinobi eagle had already soared far away. TSK. Qianshuang curled her lips in disdain, yet the matter had already been settled. In an instant, she sprang backward, creating distance between herself and the rock ninjas. Their current position had been compromised, and unless fate intervened, they would soon find themselves besieged by a multitude of rock ninjas. To survive, they could not afford to linger in battle. Qianshuang cast a discreet glance at the conditions of the other two individuals. Fortunately, despite being under siege, their situation was relatively stable. They bore no grave injuries, which allowed Qianshuang to breathe a sigh of relief. Uchiha Qianshuang, you have nowhere left to flee. Surrender willingly. The leading rock ninja sneered, his gaze fixed upon Qianshuang, reminiscent of a predator observing its caged prey. Qianshuang, seemingly indifferent, raised her hand to scratch her ear. Though her heart was filled with apprehension, Her face betrayed a disdainful demeanor intended to perplex her adversaries. In truth, her other hand, concealed behind her, had already begun forming seals. I had heard such remarks from those earlier. Could it be that this is merely a dialect of Uchiha? The leading IWA shinobi, agitated, pondered anew. Had they truly dispatched so many squads against Uchiha Qianshuang, each uttering similar phrases? Shaking his head, he ceased his contemplation of such trivial matters. Do not become overly complacent. This time is unlike the previous encounters. You shall find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Oh, Qianshuang discerned the insinuation in his words. It appeared that the IWA shinobi had indeed exerted considerable effort on her behalf, though the specifics remained unclear. With a cold chuckle, Qianshuang began her customary banter. Each group presents a rehearsed script, yet in actuality, they are but hollow threats. No, not even appealing to the eye. In my estimation, aside from that old man, that Sachikage, there is no one among you IWA shinobi capable of detaining me. With a gesture of her hands, she displayed her mockery. The IWA shinobi were already seething with rage, subjected to insults from those of another village. This humiliation was a novel experience for them. The leading IWA shinobi, infuriated, could no longer withstand Qianshuang's taunts and bellowed, "Silence! With the Tsuchikage, Lord Noki, we shall surely." Suddenly taken aback, he hastily covered his mouth, but it was too late. The information Qianshuang sought had already escaped his lips. Noki? That name resonated with Qianshuang. He was the son of the Tsuchikage, Noki, who had once subdued the Ten Tails with Earth release during the Fourth Shinobi World War. If there was anyone within Uchiha capable of evoking a response from Qianshuang, it would undoubtedly be him. Qianshuang furrowed her brows slightly. The situation had become rather troublesome. The more pressing it was, the less they could afford any further delays. Thank you for the information. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you the fire release, dragon flame song technique. Before the rock ninja could react, Qianshuang swiftly unleashed the ninjutsu she had long prepared, and several fire dragons surged forth, transforming the area where the rock ninja stood into a sea of flames in an instant. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Qianshuang stealthily returned to the side of Sarutobi Seiyan and Hyuga Munenori. No more fighting. We must hasten our departure from this place. Upon hearing her words, Sarutobi Seiyan and Hyuga Munenori retreated to Qianshuang's side. Captain, what is the situation? Hyuga Munenori inquired, observing the grave expression on Qianshuang's face. A sense of foreboding settling in his heart. The specifics can wait. I will provide cover. You too, go ahead. Sarutobi Seiyan and Hyuga Munenori exchanged glances, nodded in silent agreement, and obediently turned to leave. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Facing the oncoming IWA shinobi, Qianshuang remained unperturbed as waves of flames surged forth, painting everything before her in a vibrant crimson hue. Seizing the opportunity, she made her escape. Although her great fire annihilation appeared formidable, its power was significantly diminished due to the need for a broad area of effect, rendering it little more than a feint, incapable of inflicting real harm upon the enemy. However, combined with the visual spectacle of the fire technique, it sufficiently masked Qianshuang's retreat for a considerable distance. Having run for quite some time, Qianshuang glanced back over her shoulder, relieved to find that the group of IWA shinobi was no longer in sight. Yet, they dared not slow their pace, fully aware that they had not yet entirely evaded the watchful eyes of their pursuers. Which direction should we take next? Sarutobi Seiyan asked, his expression tinged with anxiety. Despite his usual disdain for Qianshuang, he secretly acknowledged her capabilities, and with his life on the line, he was in no mood to undermine her. Our usual routes are near the border, but the IWA shinobi have likely fortified their positions there, waiting for us to take the bait. Qianshuang mused, stroking the pendant that hung from her earlobe. At that moment, Hyuga Munenori's body tensed, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, do you mean?" Qianshuang nodded and gazed at him intently, stating at this juncture, "Our only chance to evade pursuit lies in penetrating the depths of the Land of Rock." Chapter 111. Delving into the Land of Earth. Although the presence of Rock Ninja was not visible within sight, Hyuga Soge, possessing the Byakugan, could discern that a contingent of Rock Ninja was hastily approaching their location. With concern, he inquired, "If we venture deeper into the Land of Rock, what about those pursuers behind us? Shouldn't we eliminate them first?" The Rock Ninja trailing closely behind them posed a significant threat, should they turn towards the Land of Rock. The pursuers could swiftly relay information, rendering them utterly vulnerable. There's no need for such complications. Qianshuang shook her head, raising her index and middle fingers, proclaiming, "Shadow clone technique." As the smoke dissipated, an identical Qianshuang stood beside her original self. "I shall utilize my shadow clone to divert their attention and lead them away." Sarutobi Masahiko suddenly interjected. "What about our shadow clones?" "Unnecessary. We separated earlier. My delayed footsteps will not arouse suspicion. It is sufficient for the greater good." After conferring briefly with her clone, Qianshuang's shadow clone nodded and dashed off in the opposite direction, while Qianshuang and her two companions concealed themselves. The primary distinction between a shadow clone and a regular clone is its difficulty to discern, making it quite capable of confusing the Rock Ninja. However, this technique would also equally distribute Qianshuang's chakra, which was already limited, further straining her reserves. This was the reason Qianshuang refrained from having her two teammates employ shadow clones. After all, conserving strength would ensure greater safety. As anticipated, the rock ninja pursuers, having noticed the shadow clone, failed to detect any anomalies and continued onward. Soon, they vanished from sight. Observing this, the three concealed in the shadows finally relaxed their tense bodies. At last, we have escaped. Sarutobi Masahiko wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Do not celebrate too soon. The shadow clone will not hold for long. We must hasten our departure from this place. Qianshuang slowly rose to her feet, an immediate wave of emptiness washing over her, causing her steps to falter momentarily. However, she swiftly regained her balance. Having previously deployed an array of ninjutsu, coupled with the recent shadow clone technique which siphoned away half of her chakra, she was, for the first time in a while, acutely aware of the sensation of chakra depletion. It seems that after this mission, I must devise a means to augment my chakra reserves. Otherwise, perpetually running low would be detrimental in prolonged battles. With this thought lingering in her mind, Qianshuang discreetly glanced at the two individuals beside her, relieved to find that they had not noticed her unusual state. Shortly thereafter, the trio resumed their journey, delving deeper into the land of Earth. This territory was far from the border. It was the true domain of a Wagakure, presenting a treacherous path fraught with danger, both tangible and psychological, which weighed heavily on Qianshuang and her companions. Perhaps due to the onset of night, their passage was surprisingly smooth, encountering not even a solitary wandering IWA ninja. The three of them pressed on under the cover of darkness for an extended duration until Qianshuang felt a twinge of fatigue, prompting them to halt and take a moment to recuperate. Qianshuang settled himself comfortably beside a tree stump, his body weary from extensive exertion and prolonged travel. Even with his commendable physical constitution, his complexion had taken on a faint pallor. The moment he sat down, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He strained to keep his eyes open and glanced at the two companions by his side, who were equally fatigued. The trio briefly arranged their watch schedule, and those assigned to rest promptly tilted their heads and succumbed to slumber. A night of silence ensued. At dawn the following day, Qianshuang rubbed his somewhat bleary eyes awake, perhaps due to the excessive strain of the previous day. This had been the most restful sleep he had experienced since entering the battlefield. He assessed the chakra within him, although it had not fully replenished. It had recovered to nearly 70%. The remaining energy would have to be regained gradually as they continued their journey. Once the other two awoke, they made a brief adjustment and set off once more. The shadow clone left by Qianshuang last night had long since vanished. The final memory imparted by the clone revealed that it had led a group of rock ninjas to an unknown region in the land of grass, and for the time being, they should not pose a threat. However, he did not let his guard down. The rock ninja squad was certainly not limited to a single group, and they could not dismiss the possibility that the rock ninjas might suspect their presence within the borders of the land of Earth after losing track of them. To err on the side of caution, they could not linger in one location for too long to avoid detection. Before embarking on the journey, Qianshuang hastily consumed a military ration that he had fished out from his pocket. In this urgent situation, he could not afford to take unnecessary risks within enemy territory and thus had to make do with what he had. After considerable discussion regarding their intended destination, they ultimately acquiesced to Qianshuang's initial desire, settling on the Shimyubi Bridge, although their mission was merely to provide cover. Having been forced deeper into the land of Earth with no other options available, they were left with no choice but to approach this critical objective. Upon reaching this conclusion, Sarutobi Masahiko felt a twinge of apprehension, yet the thought of potential accolades ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. In contrast, Hinata Sumisu maintained a consistently grim expression. The Shimyubi Bridge, a pivotal area for the rock ninjas' supply transport, was heavily guarded, and being someone who valued his life, he was understandably reluctant. However, considering that completing the mission would afford them the protection of the legendary Namikaze Minato, he managed to ease his worries slightly. As he pondered these thoughts, three figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight, having approached from the side, which is why Hinata Sumisu had only now become aware of their presence. Though they were still some distance away, it was evident that these three individuals were robust, each weighing at least 200 pounds. Stop. He immediately raised his hand to halt the advance of his companions. What have you discovered? Qianshuang cast a solemn gaze towards Hinata Suju, observing the slight furrow in his brow, and he instinctively sensed that a situation was unfolding ahead. Hinata Suju nodded and spoke in a grave tone. There are three individuals to the side. Although they are few in number, they evoke a sense of unease that surpasses any prior encounters. Sarutobi Masahiko, initially feeling a tinge of anxiety, scoffed upon hearing there were only three. It seems this is your first visit to the land of Earth, and you've been frightened by mere trifles. Three ninjas hardly warrant such alarm. Hinata Suju, taken aback by this comment, felt a surge of indignation and was about to retort when Qianshuang raised a hand to halt him. What are their chakra? Hinata Suju then came to his senses, his pure white pupils refocusing. The moment he discerned clearly, his expression shifted dramatically. His mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Their chakra is formidable. Noticing the change in Hinata Suju's demeanor, Sarutobi Masahiko's expression also altered slightly as he inquired, "Formidable? To what extent?" "Enough questions for now. We must leave at once," Qianshuang bellowed. The fact that Hinata Suju was taken aback indicated that the chakra of the three adversaries was undoubtedly on par with Qianshuang's own. Given that they were within the borders of the Land of Earth, where the emergence of a team of rock ninjas could occur at any moment, it was prudent to avoid confrontation if possible. "Not good. It seems they have spotted us." Chapter 112, Lus. Just as the three halted, planning an alternate route, Hinata Suju observed that the three rock ninjas suddenly doubled their speed, heading directly toward the trio's location. The swiftness was such that even Qianshuang and Sarutobi Masahiko, without activating their Sharingan, could discern the outlines of the three figures with the naked eye. "Not good. We must flee, even with mere velocity." Qianshuang felt an overwhelming pressure and dared not linger. He grasped the arms of his companions, urging them to escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble uncontrollably. The violent upheaval causing Hinata Suju and Sarutobi Masahiko, who had just begun to move, to stumble. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. This technique was one Qianshuang had witnessed previously from other rock ninjas, yet witnessing such an application of the jutsu from a distance was a first for him. The diameter of the entire swamp was at least 200 meters. Even Qianshuang would find it challenging to evade this expanse before the technique completed. As the mire beneath them began to take shape, Qianshuang had no choice but to leap high into the air, gripping the wire in his hand tightly, ready to latch onto a nearby branch. The rock ninja performing the technique had evidently noticed Qianshuang's movements. He did not pause his steps but instead formed another set of hand seals, and in an instant, a massive earth dragon erupted from the swamp. A flicker of surprise crossed Qianshuang's heart as he sensed the approaching earth dragon beneath him, compelling him to cease his previous actions. Activating his Sharingan, with its crimson hue radiating ominously, Qianshuang executed a simple turn in midair, effortlessly evading the dragon's onslaught. In that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of two individuals ensnared in the mire, struggling desperately. His brow furrowed slightly, and he retracted the motion to unleash his wire. Subsequently, he planted a foot upon the earth dragon's back. Chidori. The ferocious lightning surged from his foot into the dragon, gradually proliferating until it enveloped the entire swamp. In the next instant, the formidable earth dragon crumbled to dust, and the once murky, damp marsh solidified instantly, freed from the grip of the mire. Sarutobi Sujiro and Hyuga Soma emerged, albeit still muddied and appearing rather disheveled. "Are you all right?" Upon landing, Qianshuang turned to the two, and upon seeing their negative gestures, he shifted his gaze, his blood-red eyes fixated upon the newcomers. Seizing the momentary respite, the three rock ninjas finally closed in on Qianshuang and his companions. "You certainly possess remarkable prowess, truly deserving of being hailed as the strongest of the Uchiha of this generation. However, now that you've presented yourselves, do not be in haste to depart." The rock ninja, who evidently wielded the most influence among the trio, spoke with a weighty tone, his gaze toward Qianshuang brimming with keen interest. Qianshuang gazed at the three burly men before him, a heaviness settling in his heart. After the events of the previous night, he had yet to regain his peak condition, and coupled with the recent confrontation, he fully understood the difficulty of escaping unscathed. "How impolite. If you wish for me to stay, at the very least, you ought to introduce yourselves." The aura emanating from this rock ninja was entirely dissimilar to that of an unknown adversary. Such formidable presence could not belong to an insignificant figure. Upon hearing Qianshuang request his name, the leading rock ninja momentarily paused, while the two others behind him could not suppress their derisive laughter. One of them mockingly retorted, "You, a leaf ninja, are unaware that even our Lord Tsuchi is unfamiliar with you." "Tsuchi?" Qianshuang's body shuddered. He had considered the possibility that this individual was indeed Tsuchi, given his imposing physique and undeniable strength, perfectly aligning with the characteristics. However, even if he were swift, it was impossible for him to have received word last night and arrive here today. Moreover, they were taking a detour to the Kamikurabi Bridge. If Tsuchi had intended to pursue them, he would have set an ambush ahead on the bridge, not appear at their flank. Combining the surprise evident in their tone, Qianshuang deduced the only plausible explanation. They had fortuitously encountered Tsuchi en route to the Kamikurabi Bridge. What extraordinary luck. Tsuchi? Could it be the son of the Tsukikage? Cursed be it. Sarutobi Masayuki and Hyuga Soji were engulfed in a mixture of shock, gravity, and understanding. The renowned name of Tsuchi was not lost on them. Active as they were on the battlefield of Awagakure, Tsuchi keenly sensed the fear reflected in the eyes of Qianshuang's two comrades, and a smirk of satisfaction crept upon his lips. "The moment you set foot in the land of Earth, you should have been prepared for this. Remember this place, it shall be your tomb." With that, his robust frame unleashed a speed that belied his stature, a powerful punch hurtling towards Qianshuang without any flourish. "P.S. leaving it to me." Qianshuang could easily perceive the trepidation of his two companions towards Tsuchi and hastily exchanged a few words before advancing to meet the challenge. Empowered by the Sharingan, he effortlessly discerned the trajectory of Tsuchi's punch, sidestepping with ease. The force of the punch whistled past Qianshuang's ear, and even though he narrowly avoided the blow, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He dared not imagine the outcome had that punch landed. Surely, he would have been grievously injured, if not utterly obliterated. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity presented by Tsuchi's follow-through, swiftly unsheathing his ninja blade and delivering a powerful strike aimed at Tsuchi's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade merely sparked against Tsuchi's chest, failing to even breach the surface of his skin. It felt akin to striking granite. Humph. Is this the extent of your attack? Are you merely tickling me? Tsuchi scoffed, disregarding the ninja blade still pressed against his chest, and launched another punch. Cursed be it. Qianshuang never anticipated that the martial prowess he took pride in would prove ineffective against Huangtu. At such close proximity, even if his eyes could keep pace, his body would be incapable of responding to that punch. In this critical moment, Qianshuang happened to notice the fleeting glance from Huangtu. Although he had deliberately avoided making eye contact with Qianshuang, this brief intersection of gazes presented an invaluable opportunity for him. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Huangtu's eyes momentarily glazed over, causing his swinging steel fist to falter. With a deft flick of her wrist, Qianshuang redirected the blade of her ninja knife, striking the arm that Huangtu had thrust forward. Although the blow inflicted no substantial harm, the sheer force of the impact altered the trajectory of Huangtu's punch, while Qianshuang adeptly utilized that momentum to retreat in the opposite direction. After a round of this fierce exchange, it appeared to onlookers that the two were evenly matched. However, only Qianshuang understood the gravity of the situation. Had she not reacted with swiftness, that last strike could have cost her dearly. After all, Qianshuang did not possess the rock-like resilience of Huangtu. Enduring such a hit would surely have meant bidding farewell to this world. Chapter 113. The tree-binding kill. Qianshuang steadied himself, finally affording a moment to glance at the other two battlefields. Since he had engaged with Huangtu, the remaining four had also been busy, each finding their respective opponents. However, the situation on the battlefield was far from optimistic. Sarutobi Sayuki and Hyugasoma were still young, while the other two IWA shinobi were seasoned elite jounin, immediately gaining the upper hand in their one-on-one confrontations. Even if Qianshuang had the intention to assist, he found himself unable to break free. The moment he attempted to create distance, the genjutsu he had cast on Huangtu was already dispelled. It was no surprise that he was the son of the Tsuchikage. His physical prowess and earth-release techniques were exceptional, and even in the realm of genjutsu, which was considered his weakness, he proved too formidable for Qianshuang to manage easily. Moreover, after this encounter, it would be increasingly difficult for Qianshuang to meet his gaze again. In contrast, Huangtu's mood was significantly lighter. Although Qianshuang was agile, his attacks could not breach Huangtu's defenses, as long as he remained cautious of the genjutsu. Defeating Qianshuang was merely a matter of time. With this thought, Huangtu swiftly formed hand seals, and then struck the ground with a powerful punch. The once broad and even earth immediately fractured, breaking apart into pieces, which then gradually crumbled into countless grains of sand. This transformation occurred in mere seconds. Doton, Doryu Taiga. The fine sand surged forth like a relentless tide, rolling toward Qianshuang under Huangtu's command. Sensing the technique beneath him was akin to the earlier Zuki swamp, Qianshuang adeptly maneuvered his body, evading the onslaught of sand waves. The sand was not as easily subdued as the previous mire, while lightning release had some restraining effect. It could not solidify it completely. Thus, after much consideration, Qianshuang opted for evasion. Realizing that the sand he controlled could not keep pace with Qianshuang's speed, Huangtu swiftly altered his attack strategy. The previously continuous waves of sand converged into an overwhelming curtain of sand, surging toward Qianshuang without any escape routes. With no option left, Qianshuang leaped high into the air to evade the crashing sand waves, retrieving steel wire from his possession to attempt the same trick once more. At that moment, a glint of brilliance appeared in Huangtu's eyes, as if he had already anticipated Qianshuang's actions. Changing his hand seals, he pressed his palms to the ground, unleashing a torrent of chakra into the earth. This time, let's see how you evade. Doton, Doryuju. The ground, now transformed into fine sand, suddenly erupted with sharp earthen spikes, catching Qianshuang airborne without any leverage for escape. Yet, his expression remained unfazed. The three tomo in his eyes spun slowly, and he deftly evaded the spikes by a mere shift of his body. Stepping lightly upon one of the spikes, he maneuvered with grace, twisting, dodging, accelerating, halting, and altering angles, akin to a butterfly dancing in a desperate plight, calm yet elegant, fluid yet devoid of abruptness. The barrage of spikes failed to graze even the hem of his attire. While evading, Qianshuang also took his time to form hand seals. Huangtu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. How could the deadly trap he had meticulously laid out for Qianshuang be so easily evaded? Even having greatly overestimated the power of the Sharingan, he never anticipated it could reach such heights. In truth, the Sharingan's strength lay solely in its perceptive abilities. To possess skills to match it was inextricably linked to Qianshuang's relentless physical training day after day. Otherwise, even with clarity of vision, if the body cannot react, the outcome would still be fatal. As Qianshuang's hand seals neared completion, Huangtu, unaware of the technique, could not allow him to succeed, especially since the battlefield had been transformed into his domain. You shall not succeed. Doton, Suchi RD. The earth trembled once more, and a series of earthen spikes began to gather around Qianshuang, forming an earthen prison in an attempt to ensnare him. This was a common sealing technique within Earth Release. Once trapped inside, unless one possessed space-time ninjutsu like Minato Namikaze, escape was impossible. The one ensnared would have their chakra absorbed by the caster. Essentially, being confined within was tantamount to a death sentence, making this technique the most threatening to the speed-advantaged Qianshuang. However, as fate would have it, Qianshuang's own technique was also complete. Just as the earthen prison began to seal shut, unnoticed by Huang Tu, Qianshuang smiled faintly, and his figure gradually dissipated into a flurry of petals. At last, it was resolved. Sealing the last gap of the earthen prison, Huang Tu's tense body began to relax. After unleashing 3 powerful jutsu, even he felt somewhat strained. Nonetheless, he had managed to contain the most troublesome adversary. With his palms flat against the ground, he stood upright and turned to assess the situation of his 2 teammates. Though they weren't as strong as Huang Tu, they were among the few elite jounin of a Wagakure, and he held confidence in their abilities. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet, perhaps too quiet. Normally, even if the battlefield were segmented, he would be able to detect nearby skirmishes, but now, after searching for quite some time, he could not find the presence of the other 4. As if they had simply vanished into thin air. He did not believe that his 2 comrades would falter against 2 heirs of the Konoha clans. So the issue could only lie with himself. Huang Tu suddenly realized a possibility, panic gripping his heart. Just as he was about to act, a green sprout unexpectedly emerged from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, the seedling grew at a visible pace, transforming into a towering tree of 3 meters in height, its branches entwining tightly around Huang Tu, binding him securely. Not good. This is a genjutsu. When had this happened? He believed he had been exceedingly cautious of Qianshuang's eyes, yet he had not anticipated the depth of Qianshuang's genjutsu mastery, falling into a trap without realizing it. Huang Tu struggled vigorously against the tree's confinement, but no matter how hard he tried, he found himself utterly helpless against this tree, which could be easily broken in reality. Unbeknownst to him, this was a genjutsu space, where all factors, including his own strength, were contingent upon his mental power. In other words, only with a sufficiently strong mind could he hope to escape Qianshuang's genjutsu. But it was evident that Huang Tu, who was utterly bewildered by genjutsu, lacked the capability. Just as he found himself at a loss, the upper branches twisted, revealing a familiar figure before his eyes. Chapter 114. Reinforcements don't waste your effort with your abilities. You cannot break free from my genjutsu. A cold voice resonated, accompanied by the oppressive gaze of crimson eyes, filling the air with an overwhelming pressure. This was a genjutsu Qianshuang had comprehended from the scroll given by the Sunset Crimson, a fusion of genjutsu, 3 absolute cherry blossoms, and illusion, tree binding kill, which both obscured the enemy's vision while ensnaring them within the genjutsu without their awareness. Unless they were renowned masters of genjutsu, Qianshuang believed even shadow-level shinobi would find it impossible to escape his illusion. Damn it, you bastard. The visage of Huang Tu had turned an ashen hue, his furious words seeming to be extricated from clenched jaws, a feeling of impotence igniting an intense ire within him. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind as he cast a glance at the kunai in Qianshuang's hand, letting forth a cold chuckle. Even if you manage to control me, do you truly believe you possess the capability to inflict harm upon me? Ordinary assaults held no effect against him. Should Qianshuang attempt to harness ninjutsu, his allies, who held the advantage, would not remain passive, thereby rendering Qianshuang's illusions futile. It appears you remain oblivious. Qianshuang shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of regret, the glint of her blade causing an inexplicable shiver to course through Huang Tu. In the realm of illusion, all that you possess is but a projection of the mind. Here, your frail self cannot withstand even my casual strike. As she spoke, Qianshuang raised her kunai high, and without hesitation, she brought it down in a decisive arc before Huang Tu, whose expression was a mixture of skepticism and indignation. The blow erupted in a shower of crimson, as if severing the very fabric of reality itself. Accompanied by excruciating pain, Huang Tu's consciousness jolted back to the present, the sounds of battle echoing distinctly in his ears, emanating from the 2 other skirmishes nearby. Yet, he could scarcely afford to divert his attention. The piercing agony relentlessly surged through his mind, and Qianshuang's strike, devoid of any ninjutsu, was clearly executed with no restraint. Observing Huang Tu clutching his head in anguish, Qianshuang remained unmoved. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of shifting fortunes, where a moment's inattention could lead to obliteration. She was not one to risk her life out of pity for a foe intent on survival. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Hinata. Entangled in combat with a rock shinobi, rather than a struggle, it was more apt to describe it as an overwhelming suppression. Under the fierce onslaught of the elite jonin, Hinata's every counter was increasingly futile, the visible wounds upon his body multiplying with alarming rapidity. As for Sarutobi Masayuki, Qianshuang had yet to catch sight of him, uncertain of his engagement with another rock shinobi, but she surmised that his predicament was unlikely to be any more favorable than that of Hinata. Though her allies faced a grim situation, Qianshuang would not entertain the notion of abandoning her opportunity to strike in order to offer assistance. Her immediate priority remained to decisively eliminate Huang Tu. Allowing him to persist would inevitably transform him into a ticking time bomb. Chidori. The chorus of 1,000 birds resonated through the air, as his right hand wielded an unparalleled force of lightning, piercing towards the chest of the earth with unyielding intensity. He had experienced the formidable destructive power of the 1,000 birds on numerous occasions, even though the earth's body was as hard as iron. It could not withstand such a strike. Upon sensing the impending lightning, a flicker of emotion crossed the earth's contorted visage. Yet he found himself utterly unable to evade this fatal blow, helplessly watching as the lightning drew ever closer. Lord Earth, the rock ninja, who had been suppressing Hinata Sujiro, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing this scene. With a swift kick, he sent the retreating Hinata Sujiro flying, rushing towards Qianshuang while rapidly forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A robust stone wall immediately rose between Qianshuang and the earth. However, such a feeble defense could hardly impede Qianshuang's advance. Coupled with the lightning-infused earth, Qianshuang merely hesitated momentarily before effortlessly piercing through the earth flow wall. In this critical moment of life and death, the earth unleashed an unexpected surge of power. His previously dim gaze suddenly ignited with vigor, seizing the opportunity during Qianshuang's brief pause. He gritted his teeth and maneuvered his body to evade the sudden thrust of the 1,000 birds. What? Qianshuang was taken aback. He had evidently underestimated the willpower of Huang Tu. To his astonishment, after enduring a substantial illusion cast by him, Huang Tu still possessed the energy to evade his assault. Qianshuang paused mid-sprint, retracting the force in his hands in accordance with his steps, and abruptly altered the angle of his attack. Although Huang Tu managed to dodge the initial strike, Qianshuang was determined not to let him escape unscathed. He would not allow his efforts to be in vain. With the technique of Earth Escape, Rock Fist, the rock-encased fist of the rock ninja surged forward with tremendous power, hurtling towards Qianshuang. In a moment of desperation, Qianshuang had no choice but to once again alter the angle of Kyanbird's attack to defend against the onslaught. The clash resulted in both parties being pushed back by the tremendous force, yielding an evenly matched outcome. In truth, both the level of ninjutsu and attributes were decidedly in Qianshuang's favor. However, the improvised direction of the attack, along with the deviation in strength and angle, neutralized this advantage. As Qianshuang observed the distance between himself and the ground widening, a sense of unwillingness surged within him. He swiftly drew his blade once more, prompting the IWNE to rise in defense. Unlike the relentless suppression experienced by Hinata Zongjing at the hands of the IWNE, Qianshuang had been engaged in a balanced struggle against the earth, which meant that his energy expenditure far surpassed that of his opponent. Thus, despite Qianshuang's strategic countermeasures, he found himself unable to decisively overcome either adversary for the time being. As the battle stalemated, Qianshuang's expression grew increasingly grave. If this impasse continued, and the earth regained any semblance of strength, his chances would dwindle perilously. The possibility of being overwhelmed by the two in a joint counterattack loomed ominously. Aware of this, Qianshuang's thoughts drifted to his earrings. If he were to consume the hero's water now, the sudden surge of chakra would be enough to vanquish both foes in a brief span. With a powerful strike that sent the IWNE reeling, Qianshuang himself was forced back a short distance before regaining his footing. In the next moment, his hand unconsciously moved towards his ear. "Captain." This voice momentarily halted his actions, and he turned to see Hinata Zongjing, battered and bearing numerous wounds, approach him with a frantic expression, gasping for breath. "This is dire. Within this brief interval, we have detected no less than 20 sources of chakra around us, the weakest of which possesses the strength of a ch. Reinforcements? How could they arrive so swiftly?" As Qianshuang's pupils constricted, he realized that their battle had only lasted for approximately half an hour. Even though this was the territory of a Wagakure, it was implausible that they could mobilize reinforcements in such a brief span. Suddenly, he recalled the elusive Sarutobi Masayuki, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. Where is Sarutobi Masayuki? What is his current condition? Hinata Sujitsu's expression darkened. In his line of sight, Masayuki's chakra had already intertwined with that of several IWA shinobi. It was evident that he had encountered misfortune. He was likely captured. Upon hearing this, Qianshuang furrowed his brow, and the hand that had instinctively reached for his earlobe fell gently to his side. At this juncture, he no longer harbored any hopes of slaying the Yellow Earth. Preserving his own life had become the paramount objective. The hero's water must be reserved for a critical moment. Otherwise, should he succumb to side effects prematurely, he would truly be doomed. Chapter 115, Illusion? With Qianshuang's fierce onslaught momentarily halted, the IWA shinobi, who had been struggling to fend off his attacks, finally found a moment to breathe. The spirit of the Yellow Earth, sheltered behind them, had noticeably improved, though it still bore signs of fatigue. He noticed the pallor of Qianshuang's complexion and, coupled with the rustling sounds behind him, his mind began to piece together the situation, revealing a hint of a smirk at the corners of his eyes. "Uchiha Qianshuang, how curious that our reinforcements arrived so swiftly." He revealed a cold smile, pushing himself forward a couple of steps to align with the IWA shinobi beside him. In truth, the moment you were detected, your information had already been relayed to nearby ninjas using summoning techniques. I previously warned you, this will be your grave. As he spoke, the smile of the yellow earth morphed into a sinister grin. The thought of Qianshuang facing torment and death brought him great satisfaction, alleviating even the psychological trauma inflicted by illusions. Anyone can boast, but let us see if you possess the capability to back it up. Until now, Qianshuang remained composed in his contemplation. Although they had lost a combatant, if he could judiciously employ his hidden cards, there was still a chance to rescue Sarutobi Masayuki and facilitate their escape. Are you still engaging in futile verbal sparring? You are but a spent force. So why continue to struggle? No sooner had the Yellow Earth's words fallen than dozens of shinobi, adorned with IWA forehead protectors, emerged around them, effectively encircling them within a 100-meter radius. A forced breakthrough was their only option, but there was no opportunity for escape. The IWA shinobi who had previously faced Sarutobi Masayuki had somehow arrived at the Yellow Earth's side, holding two figures captive. Though the two captives were not bound in ropes, they were evidently under a restraint, immobile and helpless. One of them was Sarutobi Masayuki, whom both Qianshuang and Hinata Sujitsu knew well. He bore numerous injuries. His body bent slightly forward, and disheveled hair obscured his eyes. The other was an elderly woman with graying hair, her face etched with deep wrinkles, appearing to be an ordinary person devoid of any signs of battle. Her eyes, once dull, flickered with a hint of life upon seeing Qianshuang, reflecting either worry or relief. She opened her mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, yet no sound emerged, possibly due to prolonged dehydration. Hinata Sujitsu was perplexed as to why the IWA shinobi would capture such an old woman. In stark contrast, Qianshuang was consumed by a torrent of emotions. Despite maintaining his composure in adversity, the sight of the woman before him shattered his calm. His spine chilled, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his usually agile mind fell into a void. Who was that old woman? Others may not know, but he certainly did. The familiar visage, the warm aura. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes matched his memories perfectly. Despite the long time apart, Qianshuang immediately recognized her. It was none other than his grandmother. Is this a deception? Why is she here? Could it be an illusion? His first instinct was to believe he had fallen into a jinjutsu. Yet he had no time to ponder when he had been ensnared. He desperately sought to prove that this reality was false. He frantically stirred the chakra within him, attempting to escape the illusion, but no matter how hard he tried, the scene before him remained unchanged. All signs indicated that this was all too real. Far away in a cave in the land of grass, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a cold smile, his crimson Sharingan slowly turning. Truly experience the truth of war, then you shall willingly join me. Simultaneously, the IWA shinobi who had previously confronted Sarutobi Masayuki felt a fleeting glimmer of red light in his eyes. The Yellow Earth noticed the elderly woman he had detained and was about to inquire about her when the shinobi stepped forward to meet his gaze. The Yellow Earth's body momentarily stiffened before returning to normal, and for reasons unknown, the question he had intended to ask was swallowed back. It was the shinobi who spoke first. Lord Yellow Earth, this old woman was discovered by our men near Konoha. After interrogation, it was revealed she is a relative of Uchiha Qianshuang, hence the commander sent her here. His voice was loud enough for both Qianshuang and Hinata Sujitsu to hear clearly from a considerable distance, as if intentionally meant for their ears. Hinata Sujitsu cast a bewildered glance at Qianshuang. Though he had considered numerous possibilities earlier, he had never imagined this elderly woman would be connected to Qianshuang. Qianshuang, however, narrowed his eyes, detecting a significant inconsistency in the statement. He knew his grandmother well. Even if she were worried about him, she would never venture out of the village alone, let alone fall into the hands of IWA shinobi. This situation reeked of deceit, as if invisible hands were manipulating events from the shadows. If it were anyone else, they might have been misled by this narrative in a moment of panic. But Qianshuang suddenly contemplated a possibility he had never anticipated. Uchiha Madara. He had always observed the shinobi world from the perspective of a reader, akin to that of a divine entity, relying on his familiarity with the original work to foresee future developments. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the entire shinobi world had diverged from his recollections due to his involvement, with many events altered as a result. Just a moment ago, he had believed that Uchiha Madara would follow the original narrative and choose Obito, failing to recognize that his own performance on the battlefield far eclipsed that of Obito. Uchiha Qianshuang's family? The Yellow Earth's eyes brightened, and a mocking smirk appeared on his now slightly flushed face, as an unexpected desire to torment Uchiha Qianshuang surged within him. In the heat of battle, every moment was invaluable, and eradicating threats was of utmost importance. As an elite shinobi of Hokage, he understood this all too well. Yet deep within, a voice urged him, amplifying this desire uncontrollably. As he wandered in his thoughts, a flurry of shurikens sliced through the air towards him. At this moment, Qianshuang felt an overwhelming pressure. Whether it was the harsh reality or Uchiha Madara's schemes, his sole focus was to safely rescue his grandmother. With the rock ninja holding a significant numerical advantage and Hinata Zongjing behind him exhausted, the only way to succeed was to catch them off guard. For the sake of his only relative in this world, he no longer hesitated to expend his chakra. In the blink of an eye, countless shadow clones materialized around him. Just as Huang Tu narrowly evaded the shurikens, he found himself confronted by a multitude of Qianshuang's clones. His expression hardened before he could utter a word. The surrounding rock ninja had already moved to intercept. At that moment, while all attention was drawn to Qianshuang, Hinata Zongjing stealthily distanced himself from the battlefield. He had discerned the situation clearly. Sarutobi Masahiko had been captured, and Qianshuang was fighting desperately for his family, making their chances of survival exceedingly slim. Given this, why not take advantage of the chaos to make his escape? After all, he would be the last one left in the team, and the narrative would solely reflect his version, eliminating any notion of flight. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze swiftly fixed on a direction with relatively fewer rock ninja. And without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. Chapter 116. Betraying Allies or Preserving Oneself. Chapter 117. Kaleidoscope. Sarutobi Masahiko and Hinata Zongjing did not respond immediately, and Huang Tu was in no hurry. Instead, he observed the subtle shifts in their expressions with keen interest. At that moment, under the influence of that voice, his heart had begun to twist. The intense hatred he bore for Qianshuang urged him to make Qianshuang feel the sting of betrayal from his comrades before his demise. Bastard! Upon hearing these words, Qianshuang could no longer maintain her composure. Previously, she had felt restrained by her grandmother's presence, and although she was anxious, she did not believe they would act immediately. However, she was taken aback by the audacity of Huang Tu's proposition. Having spent considerable time with these two comrades, Qianshuang had gleaned some understanding of their thoughts. Despite their differing personalities, they shared a striking similarity, an instinct for self-preservation and selfishness. In an instant, she discerned what their choice would be. If we comply with your demands, will you truly uphold your end of the bargain and release us? At that moment, Sarutobi Masayuki, who had remained silent for an extended period, hoarsely inquired, hesitating to acquiesce to Huang Tu's terms. His sharp instincts had caught the subtle implication of leniency in Huang Tu's words, prompting him to seek assurance for their survival. Of course, I assure you by the honor of my clan, Huang Tu replied, his tone grave as he invoked his surname, seemingly sincere. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. How could he possibly relinquish such valuable individuals, one a direct descendant of the third Hokage and the other a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family? He had merely stated he would release them, never claiming that the IWA ninjas behind him would do the same. Ultimately, these two were merely pawns for him to torment Qianshuang. Otherwise, he would have already incapacitated them and transported them back to Iwagakure. Sarutobi Masayuki, however, did not ponder these implications deeply. It was well known that prominent clans valued reputation and status above all else. Upon hearing Huang Tu invoke his own surname, he mistakenly believed it signified genuine intent, and his doubts swiftly dissipated. Very well, we accept your terms. Without seeking Hyuga Zongjing's consent, Sarutobi Masayuki made his choice. Huang Tu could no longer suppress the smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. His gaze towards Sarutobi Masayuki brimmed with admiration tinged with a hint of derision. With a wave of his hand, a Jainin approached to release Sarutobi Masayuki from his restraints and tossed him a kunai. When the IWA ninjas had captured him, his pouch of ninja tools had already been confiscated. Throughout this exchange, Hyuga Zongjing remained silent, his expression complex as he turned away, unable to meet Qianshuang's gaze. Having retreated from the fray, he now found himself complicit in the act of betraying his fellow villagers. He had no recourse left. Damn it! Qianshuang's eyes widened. Nearly bursting with intensity, his teeth ground together with a harsh sound, lips taut, and veins bulging in his clenched fists. With his body heaving violently, the pain in his chest, which had just begun to ease, flared anew. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. If he hesitated even a moment longer, his last remaining kin would perish before his very eyes. Family was his ultimate boundary. He would allow no one to infringe upon it. Absolutely not. Tasks, conspiracies, these thoughts were cast aside as his singular focus crystallized. Annihilate them all. He abruptly removed the glass vial shaped like an earlobe ornament and downed its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through him, revitalizing his utterly exhausted body and replenishing his nearly depleted chakra to overflowing, surpassing even its peak state. There was no time to fully appreciate the transformation within. Qianshuang recognized that this newfound strength was bound by time, and he must act before the repercussions set in. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones materialized at his sides. He had learned from past experiences not to summon too many clones, for dispersing his chakra too thinly would lead to their premature dissolution. The synchronized sound of 3 blades being drawn pierced the air, and 3 figures surged forth simultaneously. Moonlight dance. Fire, wind, and lightning. 3 elemental chakras enveloped the 3 ninja blades. And Qianshuang harnessed the techniques taught by Moonlight Knight to their utmost potential. This time, he held nothing back. As he mercilessly dispatched the advancing rock shinobi with the ease of slicing through vegetables, Huang Tu's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on Sarutobi Masayuki. Sarutobi Masayuki, stretching his stiff limbs, bent down to retrieve the kunai discarded on the ground. He glanced over at Qianshuang, who was besieged by numerous rock shinobi. Although Qianshuang seemed to dominate the battlefield with his ferocity, instilling a hint of surprise, Saratobi still doubted his chances of victory. "My apologies, Captain." Perhaps spurred by a flicker of remorse, he willingly uttered those words for the first time since their formation. Meanwhile, Qianshuang, who kept a vigilant eye on the scene, could not feel joy as he watched the kunai drive her nearer to his grandmother. He was driven to madness, charging into the throng. He paid no heed to the wounds that marred his body. His sole thought was to close the distance. Closer. Originally a battalion of 40 to 50 rock shinobi, only a scant 20 remained after Qianshuang's reckless assaults. Yet these remaining foes became an insurmountable barrier, a chasm separating him from reuniting with his grandmother. A sharp, crisp sound of a weapon piercing flesh, nearly drowned by the cacophony of battle, signaled the fall of a fragile life. The sound reverberated in Qianshuang's ears like thunder, causing his mind to explode in shock, rendering him deaf to the surrounding clamor as he stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before him. There, in the midst of chaos, was a gaze of utmost tenderness. Even the excruciating pain merely caused her facial wrinkles to quiver slightly, yet that gentle, watery glance never wavered from Qianshuang's face. She parted her lips, revealing a row of still pristine teeth, attempting to utter something. But the crimson blood flowed relentlessly from her mouth. "Grandma?" Qianshuang gazed in disbelief at the surreal scene before him. The kunai had not only pierced his grandmother's chest but had also impaled his very soul. "Be careful." Just as Qianshuang stood frozen in shock, a rock ninja lunged forward, brandishing a kunai aimed viciously at his neck. Not far from him, a shadow clone called out a warning while swiftly moving to shove Qianshuang aside. Nevertheless, the kunai still plunged deeply into Qianshuang's shoulder. Earth-style, rock fist technique. Another brutal punch landed squarely on Qianshuang's chest, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bones. His true form was sent hurtling backward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. With old wounds unhealed and new injuries inflicted, he felt that none of his internal organs were intact. Yet, bolstered by an indomitable will, he forced himself to rise, coughing up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides. Unperturbed by his condition, he frantically lifted his head, desperate to seek out that gaze which had been indelibly imprinted upon his heart. To his astonishment, that gaze, along with its owner, had vanished forever from his sight. In the future, perhaps it would only resurface in his memories, a fleeting echo in his mind. This must be a cruel deception. Unbeknownst to him, his nails had sunk deeply into his flesh, emotions surging within him like tumultuous waves, endless and relentless. Huangtu had initially intended to witness the spectacle on Qianshuang's face, but was instead met with something extraordinary within his pupils. The original three tomo began to rotate, undergoing a bizarre transformation, gradually merging and extending. Ultimately, it morphed into a black five-pointed pinwheel, its edges sharp and distinct. As the kaleidoscope took shape, a chilling, murderous aura surged forth from Qianshuang's being. Chapter 118, Water Mirror, Illusory Moon. Chapter 119, Bring Him Back. What progress has been made? Once again, in that same cave. Since Qianshuang successfully unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Madara had actively released his control over that rock ninja J-Nin to avoid drawing attention. Considering the time elapsed, with the might of the kaleidoscope, those rock ninjas should have been thoroughly dispatched. The battle had concluded, and as anticipated, Qianshuang emerged victorious. White Zetsu eerily emerged from the ground, his voice echoing within the cave. Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged. This had all been foreseen. Can you discern the effects of his ocular technique? Whether out of curiosity or due diligence, he was eager to understand the nature of Qianshuang's kaleidoscope ocular technique. However, White Zetsu shrugged, stating, "The specific effects are unclear. My clone observed that just one glance from Qianshuang silenced them all, after which they inexplicably committed suicide." Committed suicide? Uchiha Madara slowly lifted his drooping eyelids, pondering countless possibilities within his mind. The ocular technique of Qianshuang evidently leans towards the realm of illusion, and it is notably a wide-ranging eye technique. It is inconceivable that he could control so many ninjas at the onset of the kaleidoscope's activation without such capabilities. However, the kaleidoscope's ocular techniques are exceedingly peculiar. The emotions experienced during their activation vary with each individual, resulting in a unique manifestation. Therefore, to comprehend the specific effects of this ocular technique, one must obtain the answers directly from Qianshuang. Yet, he remains unhurried. Every experience of Qianshuang is intricately woven into his plans. He harbors a firm belief that one day, Qianshuang will willingly become his substitute, and that day draws ever closer. Where is he now? Well, he has just departed with the corpse of that elderly woman and is nearing the borders of the land of grass. It is rather vexing. His body has reached its limits, yet he persists tenaciously, truly a troublesome little rascal. Baiju crossed his arms, shaking his head in exasperation, assuming a demeanor of concern. However, this did not last long. The next moment, he transformed into a curious child. Speaking of which, the emotions of humans are indeed wondrous. What sensation can that possibly be? Go, do what you must, and bring him back. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Uchiha Madara's aged gaze, yet his tone remained stern. Baiju, deprived of an answer, merely pouted but dared not defy Uchiha Madara's command, melding his form once more with the earth beneath. In the tranquil woods, A figure stained with blood trudged forward with a heavy gait. The remnants of blood on his body and face had long since dried, leaving behind streaks of crimson. Yet, he could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. What was once as simple as eating and drinking had become an arduous journey for his battered body. Moreover, burdened with his grandmother's corpse on his back, he had nearly faltered countless times along the way, yet his indomitable will had forced him onward. He understood well that if his suspicions were accurate, he had been under Baiju's watchful eye throughout. Although Baiju typically lacked perception, the speed of the ephemeral technique underground was far from swift. He must remain as far from Baiju's line of sight as possible. Otherwise, if caught before Uchiha Madara, his fate would be sealed. Though Uchiha Madara was merely an old man now, he did not harbor any illusions of victory. Due to his already frail condition, the fatigue within Qianshuang's mind intensified as the journey progressed. Stumbling, he lost his balance and fell awkwardly, managing to position himself beneath his grandmother's body just before crashing down heavily. With a clatter, his ninja gear tumbled to the ground, scattering the few remaining shurikens and kunai. Among them, a golden, specially crafted kunai caught Qianshuang's eye. This was entrusted to him by Minato Namikaze before his departure. After such a long time, he had nearly forgotten about it. A rare smile flickered across his face. Without it, he would have been at a loss regarding how to return to Konoha while being pursued by both Uchiha Madara and the Rock Ninja. With great effort, he grasped the kunai in his hand, channeling the last remnants of chakra within him into it. Perhaps due to the sense of reliability emanating from Minato, Qianshuang felt an immediate lightness wash over him. The exhaustion he had suppressed surged back, enveloping him like a thick fog, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his unconscious state, he sensed a presence carrying him, and several times he attempted to open his eyes, but the familiar fatigue relentlessly assaulted his mind. Coupled with his subconscious belief that Minato had arrived, he unwittingly drifted back into darkness. Time passed in this slumber, the duration unknown. A subtle yet chilling aura sent shivers down Qianshuang's spine, abruptly rousing him from his deep sleep, banishing the fatigue in an instant. Since awakening the kaleidoscope, his perception had sharpened significantly. Even in a haze, he could distinctly feel the fleeting darkness approaching. His eyelids parted slightly, the light was dim. Yet after an extended period without opening his eyes, it felt uncomfortable. Where am I? Gazing at the dark rocks above, Qianshuang surmised he was in a cave. Yet he could not recall how he had arrived, or what had transpired prior. A piercing ringing invaded his ears, and he grimaced in pain, feeling as though his head would split. Suddenly, the scenes from before his unconsciousness flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. So, I ultimately could not change anything? What then of all I have done? A self-deprecating smile crossed Qianshuang's face as he lamented the failures of his life. Even with the serendipity of awakening the kaleidoscope, joy eluded him entirely. What significance lies in possessing such power if I cannot protect those I ought to safeguard? You are awake? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a strange, ancient voice resonated like thunder, halting his thoughts in an instant. This voice was profoundly unfamiliar. He was certain he had never heard it before. Yet the owner, despite his age, bore an imperceptible air of dominance and pride that dwarfed even the closest comparison he could conjure, Orochimaru. It was evident what kind of formidable figure this individual must have been in his youth. As this realization struck, Qianshuang's heart skipped a beat, and an overwhelming sense of unease compelled him to raise his head, seeking the source of the voice beside his bed. Though it was their first encounter, the moment he laid eyes on the figure, a chill ran down his spine, and he struggled to maintain composure, preventing himself from exclaiming. Standing at the bedside was none other than Uchiha Madara. Chapter 120. Thank you. Qianshuang's heartbeat raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. He could hardly fathom that he had run so far and activated the kunai of Minato Namikaze, only to find himself captured by Uchiha Madara. In a state of heightened stress, he had unconsciously awakened his Sharingan. The overwhelming aura and formidable reputation of Uchiha Madara exerted an intense pressure upon him. At that moment, Madara maintained a posture with one hand raised. Upon noticing that Qianshuang had regained his composure, a barely perceptible dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, yet he gently lowered his hand. Remarkable eyes. Gazing into the crimson orbs of Qianshuang, Madara rarely displayed a hint of admiration. However, he mused, you seem quite frightened of me? Although his expression was well controlled, the tension in Qianshuang's body and the activation of his Sharingan betrayed his inner turmoil. Qianshuang promptly shut his Sharingan, realizing that survival was paramount. Thus, he was compelled to engage in pretense and cultivate relationships, as it was an indispensable course of action. I apologize for the abrupt transition. I became overly exhilarated, and this is the result. I hope for your understanding. Qianshuang managed to muster a faint smile, feeling a twinge of remorse as he contemplated apologizing to the very individual who had indirectly caused his grandmother's demise. He struggled to suppress the surging desire for vengeance that threatened to overwhelm him. Deep within, he vowed that should an opportunity present itself, he would personally deal with the troublesome old ding. Alternatively, he contemplated unearthing the old man's grave after his death, incinerating it to ensure he could never return to life. Old man, do you possess the Sharingan? Are you perhaps a member of the Uchiha clan? He mused. If one were to act, it must be in full character. Thus, Qianshuang could not ignore the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. and the necessary formalities must be observed. An Uchiha, you say? I once considered myself a part of that clan, but I have since diverged from it. Is that so? Qianshuang refrained from probing further into this matter. By the way, was it you who rescued me? He began to cautiously examine his own body, only feeling relief when he confirmed that Madara had not tampered with him in any insidious manner. However, his actions appeared to Madara as a display of astonishment at still being alive. Ah, the one who truly saved you is over here. At that moment, a white Zetsu with a whirlpool-shaped face emerged from the other side of Qianshuang, raising a hand as if to claim credit for the rescue. This is Zetsu. I discovered you on a mountain in the land of grass and brought you back. Madara, of course, could not admit that his actions were intentional, thus attributing all so-called coincidences to Zetsu. I am truly grateful to you. On the surface, Qianshuang appeared sincere, yet secretly. He had insulted the ancestors of those two sinister figures thoroughly. He hardly considered whether Uchiha Madara might also have his own forebears among them. Your body is still quite weak. You should rest here for a while, he advised. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara cast a glance at the nearby white Zetsu, his tone imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. If anything arises, seek him out. The outside world is perilous. Do not venture out carelessly. With that, Uchiha Madara turned on his heel and departed, leaving white Zetsu momentarily stunned in his wake. The whirlpool-faced figure observed the despondent Qianshuang, assuming he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the events preceding his unconsciousness, and thus refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to sit nearby. The cavern was expansive, and by the time Uchiha Madara returned to his seat before the stone statue, he had drifted beyond Qianshuang's line of sight. Beside his seat, white Zetsu stood with a playful expression. Despite having the ideal successor before him, Uchiha Madara's countenance was anything but favorable. Qianshuang's unexpected awakening had slightly derailed his original plans. Observing Madara's demeanor, it seemed the application of the curse was not proceeding as intended. Just as Uchiha Madara contemplated placing a curse on Qianshuang, the latter's sudden consciousness disrupted his scheme. Should he have attempted to impose the curse forcefully, he would likely have faced Qianshuang's resistance. Even if he succeeded, Qianshuang would harbor significant aversion towards his intentions. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to withdraw. His time was running short. He had to ensure the absolute success of his plan. White Zetsu's teasing did not break through the icy facade of Uchiha Madara's expression. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment, his gaze brightening. No matter. Although this attempt has failed, I have conceived another splendid opportunity. My eyes cannot endure for much longer. To persist, I will require the support of Hashirama's cells. Before long, he will have no choice but to seek me out. Qianshuang is the only child in his family, and the prospect of the eternal kaleidoscope is undoubtedly bleak. To escape the fate of blindness, he must rely on the power of the Senju cells. This technique is solely mastered by Uchiha Madara, who has devoted half a lifetime to its study. So he has no doubt that Qianshuang will come seeking him. His focus now should be on guiding Qianshuang's thoughts, helping him to understand himself, align with him, and ultimately take his place. With this in mind, a faint smile once again graced Uchiha Madara's face. Riku, how's the battle situation? A brilliant flash of gold swiftly materialized within the main tent of Konoha. The situation is far from optimistic. Even Narashikaku, with his intelligence, felt overwhelmed. The disparity in forces between Konoha and Iwagakure was staggering. Even though countless strategies filled his mind, execution was essential. The IWA ninjas possessed an exceptional capacity for concealment in the woods. Our reconnaissance teams either faced total annihilation or returned with no useful intelligence, which was detrimental to us. A deep weariness tinged Narashikaku's voice. What about your end? Ultimately, his expectations for the front line were primarily centered on delayed tactics. The true turning point of the war depended on the surprise attack led by Minato Namikaze, which he could not afford to overlook. Our side is progressing relatively smoothly. Thanks to Qianshuang and his team's cover, we have managed to advance without significant hindrances. Minato Namikaze took a seat next to Narashikaku. Speaking of Qianshuang, a rare smile of appreciation surfaced on Narashikaku's face. I've heard about it too. That kid Qianshuang has stirred up quite a commotion at the borders of the land of Earth in such a short time. I've heard plenty about him on the front lines. I can only imagine the chaos he's caused for Iwagakure. Haha. The mere thought of the frustrated expressions of the IWA ninjas brought a wave of satisfaction to Narashikaku, and his smile deepened. However, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Unlike Narashikaku, Minato Namikaze's expression remained serious, tinged with concern. Noticing the shift in Minato's demeanor, Narashikaku immediately sensed something was amiss. Had something happened to Qianshuang? Although he had not interacted deeply with Qianshuang, he regarded him as an intelligent, humble, and exceptionally talented individual. It was inconceivable for someone of his caliber to create such a significant disturbance solely with the strength of 3 people. Naturally, he did not wish to witness any misfortune befall such a promising junior. Chapter 121. Deception. Minato Namikaze shook his head, his expression wavering. Yet he relayed everything he had learned. Before I departed, I specifically entrusted Qianshuang with a special kunai for emergencies. Not long ago, I received a summons from him. But due to some delays, by the time I arrived, Qianshuang was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found? Narashikaku's weary eyes narrowed slightly. as the information from Minato and his own knowledge flashed through his mind. Were there any other notable details? Gazing into Narashikaku's serious eyes, Minato replied. Although Qianshuang was absent, I discovered the corpse of an elderly woman. A brief examination confirmed that she had died recently. As he spoke, Minato's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. As if grappling with disbelief, I had previously taken note of Qianshuang's living situation, and to my astonishment, it appears that the elderly woman was Qianshuang's grandmother. Qianshuang's grandmother? Are you certain? How could this be? Narashikaku's face was filled with disbelief, and in a surge of emotion, he couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. While encountering the corpses of ninjas was not unusual, finding a villager's corpse was deeply concerning. If the body truly belonged to Qianshuang's grandmother, and if the possibility of her leaving the village could be ruled out, it indicated that Konoha's barrier had likely been breached by the enemy. This was no trivial matter. If the IWA ninjas began dismantling the defenses from within Konoha, no amount of cunning on his part could deceive the enemy out of the village. Should that unfortunate scenario unfold, Konoha would undoubtedly face an unparalleled catastrophe. Uncertain at this point, I've just sent the body back to the village. The Uchiha clan is currently verifying it, and we should have results soon. Narashikaku pressed his forehead, the tension in his mind remaining taut. Regardless, the village's defenses must not falter. You must convey this information to Lord Hokage. I understand. Minato Namikaze nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance of the village's barrier. And he could not afford to be careless. As for Qianshuang, if that indeed was his grandmother, it was likely that the IWA ninjas had taken her there to coerce Qianshuang and his companions. Observing the growing concern on Minato's face, Narashikaku patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, the IWA ninjas have a habit of collecting corpses. Their failure to handle Qianshuang's grandmother's body indicates that Qianshuang has not fallen into their hands. All we can do now is trust in him. Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging Narashikaku's reasoning. Yet, with the chaos at the front lines, he could hardly spare the time to search for Qianshuang. All he could do was leave the kunai in its place and hope that Qianshuang would find it. Let us hope Qianshuang remains safe. Otherwise, I imagine Kakashi and Obito will be equally distressed upon learning of this. In the dark underground cave, several days had elapsed since Qianshuang found himself in this wretched place. Although he had not undergone the transplantation of Senju cells, the treatment administered by Uchiha Madara, utilizing the Senju cells to concoct a medicinal remedy, had led to significant improvement in his injuries, which would typically require months to heal, all within a mere few days. 1236, 1237, 1238. Beside the wooden bed, Qianshuang was drenched in sweat as he performed push-ups. Since regaining basic mobility, he had resumed his daily training routine. It was not that he did not wish to venture outside. On the contrary, he had left his grandmother and the unique kunai behind before his unconsciousness. Had Minato arrived? Had he taken his grandmother's body? These questions plagued him, but every time he sought out Uchiha Madara, the old man would block him, citing the raging war outside as an excuse. With no other recourse, he resorted to push-ups as a means to expel his pent-up energy. Engaging in such pointless pursuits. You truly are a dull individual. Beside Qianshuang, the pallid and listless figure of Baiju languidly sat, his expression replete with ennui. During this period, he had been commanded by Uchiha Madara to remain in close proximity to Qianshuang, initially anticipating the presence of an intriguing companion. However, to his dismay, this individual predominantly engaged